Roken is so strong that he solo fights the entire strongest guild. They attack him from all sides using their strongest techniques, hitting him with arrows and even magic strikes. Their swordsman rushes forward to finish him off with a mountain sword strike. But when the fire settles, Roken remains unharmed. He catches sword mid-air with his bare hand and just crashes it, then finishes this guy with one strike. Roken just laughs at them and their pathetic tries. Another mage appears and tries to freeze him, but it still doesn't work when he brushes it off with his war cry. They all stunned and Roken rushes to finish them off. But suddenly a lightning right from the sky crashes, dealing really significant damage. Two strongest guild members arrive to the fight, but even that doesn't enough to stop our guy. He's ready to deal with them all. Although they don't attack again, instead they all bow to one figure that appeared at last. Angrily, our dude looks back and finds Odin, who is the #1 player in the Lord. He is also the guild master of Ragnarok and holds the title King of Creation. Our boy's killing intent surges at the sight of his enemy, and he immediately rushes toward him. But his attack hits nothing but air. His system notifies him that an unknown power is suppressing him. That's why his movement and attack speed have dropped to just 30%. He looks at the hundreds of swords coming toward him from Odin's attack. He curses his enemy as the swords rush at him and hit their marks. As a result, his HP remains at only 2%, and now his body stops functioning. Now Odin stands face to face with him, accompanied by his lackeys. Our dude grits his teeth at his defeat. Odin mocks him, asking how someone as mighty as him, the king of violence and once ranked first among the Lord players, is now nothing in front of them. He asks how many times he will stand against them, saying that instead of fighting, he should join his guild to not only regain his former glory, but achieve even greater things. Odin gives him one last chance, but our boy grins while cursing him. He exclaims that he is going to shatter his pride soon, so Odin should be ready for it. With that, Odin attacks him and kills him. His system warns him that he is going to receive the death penalty, which will decrease his level and make him drop a random piece of equipment. With that, he forcefully logs out. In real life, he opens his capsule and is quite frustrated at losing again. Filled with fury, he punches the floor repeatedly, making his downstairs neighbor quite angry at him for throwing a fit. After exhausting himself from venting his frustration, he tiredly sits down on the floor. He thinks about the virtual reality game, The Lord. This game came out of nowhere a few years ago, shocking everyone with its infrastructure, which looks and feels real to the players. The world of this game is vaster than Earth itself, and even its NPC characters behave like real people. And our dude was the top-ranked player in everything, earning him the title King of Violence. But everything changed once Odin showed up. Our dude can't comprehend how he got such overpowered strength. Not only that, but he also created a guild called Ragnarok, whose members have been killing him 8 times constantly. With each death, his level drops, and he has lost numerous pieces of gear. He clenches his fist with frustration, determined not to give up, as he is the ultimate player of the Lord. While other players spend money to buy the riches of the world, he has spent that money to reach the top level. So he is not going to give up because of Ragnarok. With that, he opens the capsule, ready to fight again. Roken is ready with his weapon to take down every Ragnarok member. There is fire in his eyes. But after a while, he is lying on the ground, injured and pierced with multiple blades. Even in his death, he curses his enemies. The next moment, his system informs him that he has lost his title of King of Violence because he can't meet the minimum requirements anymore. He shouts in frustration upon reading this. He pleads with the game not to take this title from him. Seeing his state, Odin concludes that after losing his rank, our guy is not even worth killing. So they leave him there, dying. Watching them leave, he grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that he has lost his title, hundreds of levels, and the gears he worked so hard to earn. The next moment, he is struck by lightning. With that, it's the end of Roken, who is the legendary most violent player of the game. But unbeknownst to our boy, that is not the case. The next day, he wakes up in his room to the sound of his alarm. Frustrated, he bangs the alarm clock against the wall. He gets up thinking about beating Ragnarok, who is getting stronger while he is getting weaker. Then he remembers that the rent is due tomorrow. He plans to sell his remaining gold to pay the rent, but suddenly he stops in his tracks, noticing the absence of his access capsule. He doesn't remember asking the company to take it back. Even if he did, he doesn't think he would have let them enter his house. Suddenly, he is struck by another realization. He is not in his current home. His attention is caught by the beep of his phone, which notifies him that a new virtual reality, the Lord game, is coming soon. Later, Roken is sitting in a shop with a confused expression on his face after realizing that it's 2021. The shopkeeper doesn't understand the reason behind his confusion. Then Roken confirms his name, Heechul Jang. Jang is confused upon hearing this and asks if he is okay. But without answering, Roken rushes out, prompting a comment from Jang that he must be acting like this because of his recent breakup with his girlfriend. He is now outside, reflecting on his situation. He thinks about his favorite convenience store, where the same part-timer worked 3 years ago. He remembers his miserable death at the hands of Odin and his lackeys. He doesn't understand how he woke up 3 years in the past. He looks at his hands, wondering whether he is dreaming or if everything was an illusion. Suddenly, he concludes that it's Odin who did something to his mind. With that, he takes a deep breath and shouts Odin's name, challenging him to come out and face him. However, the result of his outburst lands him in the police station. The officer lets him go after commenting on the strange name Odin. He then leaves him with a warning. He comes out of the station, wondering how a mental illusion can be this detailed. Besides, he doesn't understand the point of Odin putting him in this illusion. To test his reality, he bangs his head against a pillar while startling a passerby. When he feels pain and sees blood all over his face, he finally accepts that this is his new reality. Later, he finds himself in a gym, venting out his frustration on a punching bag. As they watch his moves, onlookers remark that he might be a Russian martial artist because they have never seen these techniques before. Listening to this, he smirks because these moves are invented by himself, optimized for his own fighting style in the game. After the game's launch, people start learning martial arts to prevent their deaths while fighting low-level monsters. Usually, players are used to playing with a keyboard and mouse, but now, with a full VR game, they can experience everything with real sensations. Now he is lifting weights while thinking about something much more important. If a player can understand their whole body while controlling every muscle, it heightens their control over their body in the Lord as well. After working out, he leans against a wall, forcing himself to accept the reality that he is really 3 years back in the past. He now chuckles, while thinking that he is back a month before the launch of the game, which means everything to him. He challenges Odin in his mind, vowing to become so strong that the Ragnarok Guild won't be able to reach him. After that, he will get his revenge. After 1 month, the Lord is finally launched. Now Roken is lying in his access capsule. After 5 seconds, he logs into the Lord. He opens his eyes to the virtual reality of the Lord. The system calls him Traveler and asks for his name. He immediately gives it with a smirk. The next moment, he finds himself in a scene where hundreds of goblins are attacking humans. The system asks whether he would like to receive the tutorial for tutorial points, to which he complies. A level 2 goblin appears in front of him. Without hesitation, he raises his weapon and slashes the goblin in two. He grins like a menace as the king of violence has returned. The scene around Roken is in total chaos, yet he stands unfazed. The system bestows upon him the title of Born Fighter after he defeats an opponent stronger than himself. With the effect of this title, his strength increases by 1. It's a rare feature in the Lord. When a player accomplishes something impossible, they earn a title that grants them a special skill or increases their stats. With this achievement system, he can become stronger than anyone else. He looks at his system as he doesn't get the experience points for the tutorial because he hasn't completed it. He needs to survive the mob of goblins in order to complete the tutorial, but if he escapes from the town, he won't get the tutorial points. Not only that, but the goblins are too strong for a new player. Yet, he smirks, knowing the secret method to overcome this situation. In his past life, 2 months after the launch of the game, there is a player, Tolkien, who observes the tutorial method and realizes that it is about surviving the goblins rather than escaping from the town. After thousands of practice runs, he discovers a superb method that grants him a reward higher than the normal one. Now Rokan, who comes from the past, is the only person who knows about this perfect method. Now he enters the town, where people are running from the goblins. He immediately attacks one, startling the creature. He thinks about how the perfect method to get the rewards and clear the tutorial is to wipe out every goblin in the town. According to Tolkien, there are a total of 25 goblins here. While ambushing isn't his typical method, he has already killed 9 out of the 25 goblins using this technique. But he knows this method won't work anymore. Once the number of goblins drops below 15, the goblin boss immediately realizes the gravity of the situation and unites the remaining goblins. So he needs to switch to plan B. After a while, he is huffing with exhaustion, having killed 3 more. His HP drops to 20% and his body isn't working properly. He then drinks the lowest class HP potion to restore his health. He likes drinking potions and getting up with new determination. Just then, he hears a noise coming from the bar. Now standing there is the goblin boss with his minions. Roken steps outside and challenges them head-on, which infuriates the boss monster. He challenges them again, further provoking the boss. He shows them empty bottles of strength and agility potions, which increase his strength and agility stats by 10 points. His plan B is to use the item to his advantage, which he has done successfully. The goblins rush at him, and he immediately kills 2 of them. Then, all of them attack at the same time. In turn, he attacks each one of them with a grin on his face. He stops to look at his screen, where he is informed that he is bestowed with the title of Naturally Gifted Fighter, after defeating numerous opponents stronger than him. He is the first one in the game's history to receive this title. With this title, his strength and agility increase to 3, and his critical hit rate increases by 5% when fighting more than 5 opponents. He is happy to know that even though he is just a level 1 player, his stats make him equal to a level 10 player. The next moment, the remaining goblins resume their attack. He whines, calling them idiots while cutting them down like vegetables. He exclaims that how they are nothing in front of him. Then, only the level 15 elite goblin boss remains, who immediately attacks him. Roken, momentarily forgetting about the boss, readies himself to fight him. Without wasting a breath, the boss monster keeps attacking him, but every strike is dodged by our boy. While fighting, Roken confirms that the boss's power and speed are higher than those of a normal goblin. But in the end, it is still just a goblin. After staying on the defensive for a while, he begins to understand its attack pattern. Now he switches to offense and attacks the monster, but he is baffled to see it completely unscathed. The next moment, the goblin boss grabs his arm and throws him to the ground. He takes 355 damage, leaving his HP at only 20%. Just as the goblin is about to stomp on him, our dude rolls away to avoid the attack. Now he understands that the real problem is not the goblin boss's power or speed, but its powerful defense. He doesn't have the proper weapon or stats to counter it. He now only has 5 minutes under the effect of stats potion. Then, he thinks of a plan and grins. The next moment, he challenges the boss monster to prepare itself. While running in the opposite direction, his plan is a strategic retreat. After running for a while, he hides inside a broken building. The goblin smirks upon spotting his hideout. Meanwhile, our dude wonders whether he has broken any ribs. He hates the fact that even the pain feels real in this game. So, he takes out his final item, which he bought from the store before starting the game. It is the lowest class flame-resistant scroll. With its help, he can resist flames by 30% for 10 minutes. Now, all he needs to do is lure the goblin boss inside the building, which he successfully does the next minute. As the goblin boss enters, he jokingly tells it to calm down a little. But the goblin immediately starts attacking him. Due to the small space, dodging the attacks becomes quite difficult, but he keeps up as much as he can. Still, he is soon thrown against the wall with a 74 damage hit. His HP drops to just 10%. Seeing our boy cornered and weakened, the goblin boss laughs. Our dude tells it to laugh all at once. Then, he throws his weapon at the goblin, which swiftly dodges it. Then, our boy shows it his middle finger as his weapon smashes into one of the house's pillars, because part of his plan is to use his surroundings to his advantage. The next moment, the roof of the building collapses on the goblin, while our boy walks out of it. Even though Roken emerges victorious, he still scoffs at the fact that he, as the king of violence, had to stoop so low as to use someone else's strategy. His HP is now only 1%. To deal with the humiliation, he decides to take his revenge on Odin for making him feel like this. After completing his tutorial, he gains the title of David's descendant for defeating enemies 10 times stronger than him. He also earns the title of the Man 1 vs 17. He is the first to gain both of these titles. Not only that, but he also gains the title Nothing is Impossible Owl. For the rewards of the tutorial, he receives 10 barley breads and 50 copper coins. As an additional reward, he gains 5 mystery boxes. Now, it's time to check the effects of the new titles he has earned. While looking at his screen, he is totally surprised, while feeling as if he hit the jackpot. His HP and MP are fully restored. Besides the barley bread, he also has 5 mystery boxes, each containing a magical item. He might find something useful in them. He checks the effect of the Nothing is Impossible title, which is a legendary title. With this title, he can befriend NPCs more easily. He can also gain a 30% proficiency boost to level up a class skill. He is happy to receive this legendary class title. There are also 3 hidden effects tied to this class, so he needs to move forward with some of his plans for this title. Then he pauses and decides to change his strategy. Then he checks his unique titles, David's Descendant and the Man 1 vs 17. His stats and defense increase by 10% because of these titles. Not only that, but with his later title, his defense can increase by up to 30%, depending on the number of enemies he is fighting. He is quite satisfied to have received these unique titles. Then, he decides to open all of the mystery boxes. After a while, he finds himself in Pocket City. He is thrilled to be here after such a long time. He is amazed to see that it is already bustling with hundreds of players, even though it's only a few hours after the launch of the game. While looking at them, he concludes that some of Odin's lackeys must be among them as well. He wants to beat them down badly, but it's impossible for him to do it now. This is because Odin will appear after 2 years, with the title of King of Creation. Roken is amazed as he thinks about it. Once Odin appears, dozens of high-ranking players will pledge their loyalty to him. Afterwards, they will change their IDs and appearances, transforming themselves into something like Greek gods. This is why he calls them cosplayers, but it's also the reason that he can't find them now. He wonders about Odin and what kind of reward he used to lure those players, whether it's hundreds of dollars or something else. When he doesn't come up with anything solid, he decides to forget it, because there's no use worrying about it now. All he can do is become stronger than anyone before Odin appears one day. Before he moves ahead, some old but strong man asks whether he wants to be strong. He can be as strong as him. Roken looks at the training ground, where many people are already training, even though it's the first day. However, he knows they will give up soon. Anyway, he decides to use the training ground. The training coach is quite happy and ready to give him a discount, so he only needs to hand over 20 copper coins to use the training ground. He remembers how he can have a friendly relationship with NPCs. He is amazed to recall the title effects because normal training fees are 30 copper coins. After a while, he is thrilled to feel the sensation of training. Basically, when someone hits a training dummy, they gain experience points in Pocket City. That's why there are so many people there, trying to gain experience points in a simple way. But soon, the players realize that this method is not time efficient after spending so much time on it and not leveling up at all. Instead of doing this, they can easily earn money and XP points by doing errands and quests for NPCs. So, if they spend more time training, they will waste extra money and food. At that time, most players give up on training and do something more productive to help them earn rewards. Roken's past self also thought the same when he gave up on training, but now, he knows the real purpose of this training, which is not just gaining experience points. When he hits the dummy enough times, his strength increases by 1. He smiles widely because this is the purpose of training. If players spend enough time hitting the dummy to the extent that their stamina reaches the minimum, they will gain separate stats from their level up. While thinking about this, he realizes that, at this point, only he knows this secret. However, even when people eventually learn about it, they still won't use this method. Summoning his hard barley bread, he wonders whether it will be the same case, that people will get more rewards by completing quests instead of hitting the dummy. Yes, it might be true for beginners who can easily level up to level 20, but these stats will be useful for veteran players who reach level 100 or 200. After eating his bread, he feels a surge of determination to train. For 10 hours, he trains so vigorously that onlookers start wondering why he is working so hard. One person comments that it must be his way of getting attention. Hearing this, he concludes that once someone levels up, simply punching the dummy won't be enough to increase their stats. With all his strength, he breaks the dummy. The next moment, his system praises his feat, which helps him earn the title of workhorse. After breaking the dummy within 10 minutes, he also earns the title of mightiest person in town. Due to the effect of the first title, his requirements to level up decrease by 10%. He is quite happy to finally start leveling up, but his thoughts are interrupted by the training coach. The coach watches him closely and asks again whether he wants to be stronger. Our dude is startled by the interruption, but the NPC continues, saying that he can show him a higher level of strength. Our dude's mind starts turning at this, wondering whether this is some kind of hidden quest he has never heard of before. After a while, our dude follows the training coach underground in the training center. He is astonished to see this place for the first time. The training coach asks him to watch his step as it's dark there, but his mind is occupied with the words, higher level of strength. He grins, while imagining that the coach might be about to teach him a secret technique or skill. But his grin falters when he sees numbers of robots in front of him. The old man tells him that this is the advanced training ground, which can only be used by chosen ones. Roken, however, is furious to see yet another set of dummies in front of him. The training coach corrects him, saying that these are not dummies but moving, fighting opponents, just like human beings. Even if he is defeated by them, he will die. The old man warns him that he has only one chance. He thinks he might have been scammed, but it seems like fun to him. As soon as he makes a decision, the door closes behind him. The next moment, the robot attacks him, but he ducks his head to avoid the attack. He punches the robot away. Another robot rushes at him, but he steps back to avoid the strike. Now all the remaining robots are looking at him, ready to strike. Our dude is quite excited to fight these toys, which are surprisingly efficient at keeping up with him. He keeps training for 5 days, which helps him reach level 10 and earn all the available stat points. Not only that, but he also earns the title Iron Will. With this title, all mental effects become ineffective against him. He also gains a 50% boost in stats when his HP drops below 5%. He doesn't expect to get such an epic title. In his past life, he worked so hard to obtain it, but he never knew the secret was just to play around with some wooden robots for a few days. He grins widely because it is time to start the real game. Later, he is at the Metropolis Keithon, where he goes to a guild. The guildmaster is snoring before our boy wakes him up. He asks the guildmaster whether he doesn't have business to attend to instead of sleeping. The guildmaster grumpily asks Roken if he even knows where he is. Roken answers that he is at the Berserker Guild, the embodiment of manliness. This answer satisfies the guildmaster, who laughs and agrees with him. The guildmaster reminds him that once he chooses his class, he won't be able to change it through normal methods. Roken agrees, eager to get some quests. With that, the guildmaster finalizes our boy's class as Berserker. Our dude grins widely when he is notified that his level has been reset, but he retains his stats. The guildmaster then presents a selection of weapons to him as a gift for becoming a berserker. He can choose whichever one he likes. Roken selects the large axe and swishes it to feel the strength of the weapon in his hand. Afterwards, he swings and slashes with the axe multiple times, prompting a compliment from the guildmaster. He seriously misses the feeling. Now he knows how to get different unique classes that no one else knows about yet. But he also knows that no class can beat Odin and his minions better than the Berserker class, as they are the only ones whose stats increase when they are cornered. Not only that, this class also has a feature called Berserker Mode, which amplifies stats even beyond their limits, allowing him to make full use of the stats he has trained so hard to obtain. Therefore, he is happy at the prospect of taking his revenge on Odin and his subordinates as a berserker. The guildmaster, noticing his state, comments on whether changing his class is a life-changing event for him, which he tries to brush off as he is busy looking at his screen. His system challenges him to find the traces of the berserker and become the successor of the ancient berserker who once shook the world. He is stunned, contemplating whether finding the traces of the ancient berserker is a hidden quest. Now our dude, eager to level up, goes to the bank and demands a loan without listening to anything from the receptionist. When she asks how much he wants, he simply asks for as much as they can give him. The receptionist informs him that he can borrow only 30 silver coins as a beginner, for which he has to return 3% interest every month. After getting the loan, he demands that the guild master give him all the beginner-level skill books for the berserker class. The guild master asks whether he has enough money. Our boy boasts that he doesn't have time to talk, so the guild master should just name the price. It is 10 silver coins. After a while, he gets an axe mastery skill as well as 4 other skills related to his class. With level 1 axe mastery, his speed and attack power increase according to his proficiency. He also gets the dash skill, which helps him increase his agility. His attack power increases with his strike skill. He also gets the war cry skill, which helps him scare his enemies with a howl. At the end, his overall berserker skill helps him boost his raging power when he burns with fury. Rokan then turns to ask the guildmaster about the ancient berserker, but he doesn't have any clue. Later, he sits in the middle of the town while once again checking his quest. He wonders where he can find that ancient berserker. At first, he thought it was some kind of hidden quest related to his class, but the guildmaster didn't have a clue. Not only that, but he also didn't hear about it when he reached the first level of berserk class in his past life. He ponders whether someone else had the traces of the ancient berserker in his last life. He's quite frustrated not having any clue about it. After a few seconds, he decides to shove it aside for a while. He looks at his window and decides to go for some level grinding. He grins as he plans to take the level grinding course. He then posts a quest in which he is looking for a guide who will lead him to the orc camp for silver coins. A heavy metal-clad knight comes to him and offers his services, but he demands to be paid in advance. Rokan scrutinizes him while asking about his level, which is 25 as a heavy knight, but our boy doesn't trust him and rejects his offer. He is quite furious at this rejection, as it also earns him the title of the orc warrior, but our dude reminds him that he must have gotten this token by catching some orcs wandering outside of the forest. Besides, he wants 2 people of level 30. So, Rokan shoos him away, which makes him feel humiliated in front of everyone. He immediately turns to our boy and uses his detection skill against him. His system immediately warns him that someone is using a hostile skill against him. So now any attack will be recognized as self-defense, and if the enemy keeps attacking him, the time will increase. He warns this arrogant knight about what he is exactly doing with him. However, the knight mocks him for being a level 1 berserker, just a beginner suddenly acting arrogant. He adds that Rokan should just give him the job when he asks, but our dude is quite creative with his suggestion of fighting, which infuriates this fleshy knight, who challenges him back. For this knight, Rokan is just an attention seeker because, as a level 1, he doesn't need to go up to the orc camp. However, our boy has another idea when he asks him to make a bet, which leaves the knight startled. Rokan asks him to duel with him, and the winner can get 15 silvers, which will also prevent them from being penalized for player kills. The knight is quite furious to hear it, but our boy, cocky as usual, mocks him for being scared, as this knight could lose to someone at level 1. Now, player Vikel accepts his challenge and asks him to bring it on. Our boy grins widely at the following challenge. Meanwhile, some bunch of players are attracted by the duel between our dude and his opponent. Our boy is ready, and his opponent Vikel is also filled with bloodlust to teach our dude a lesson for being arrogant. He asks about Rokan's weapon. Our dude shows him his fist as his weapon, as this knight is lower than him to use his actual weapon. The duel begins, and as soon as their HP drops lower than 5%, they will lose the battle. Vikel is eager to kill him, but our boy dodges his strike. Vikel aims again, but our boy prevents it once more. He challenges Vikel to face him like a man, which makes him curse at his speed as a berserker. Next moment, Rokan is breathing in Vikel's face, asking if it's his turn. Vikel is still ready to crash his arrogance, but before he can do anything, our boy punches him hard in the face, sending him flying away. He thinks about all of his training with robots, which helped him maximize his state. Now that his level is reset due to the change in his class, his actual stats are more than level 50. With that, he crushes his opponent to the ground. Everyone is quite stunned to see this display of power, with one man gaping visibly. He wonders how Rokan can break an armor with a bare fist. Meanwhile, Vikel is having difficulty breathing. Our dude attacks him again while clarifying that he may be at level 1, but that doesn't make him a beginner. With that, he crushes him to the ground once more. Now Vikel dies in the duel, as well as loses 15 coins according to the terms of their bet. Our boy wins the bet and the reward, which makes him quite satisfied. Everyone is stunned to see him beating an armed knight with his bare hands while he was only level 1. Some wonder whether he is using some trick. While looking at his fist, our dude thinks how his hands are enough for fighting for now. However, he still doesn't know how to get to his destination. Before he can go ahead, someone stops him. It is a man with his team. The man looks at his request and confirms it. He explains that honestly, they have never been inside the camp, but they have traveled nearby, so they can guide him there if he wants. He asks about their level. The man explains that he is level 35, while his companions are level 32. While looking at them, our dude concludes that they are properly geared, but their party is also balanced with a tank, dealer, and healer. He offers them money while explaining that he won't join their party. All he needs is for them to guide him to the camp. He offers to pay them 10 silver coins in advance, and the remaining amount after completing the request. He adds that he won't be fighting on their way, so they can keep any monster drops they will fight on their way ahead. Once everything settles, the travelers head into the wild forest. The The leader of the group suddenly asks them to stop as he senses something. He tells them that they are going to tread into orc territory from this point, so they need to be on guard and patrol the area. Roken responds that he already knows this, but asks what their plan is ahead. The leader turns to Rose and asks her to pass him something, which she complies with. Then she throws a piece of meat with some stones on the ground near the orcs. The orcs immediately sniff the smell of the meat and turn in the direction, wondering if some hunters might have dropped it. Meanwhile, the crew goes ahead without noticing them. Our dude is quite satisfied to see that the team has more experience than he expected. They move ahead and finally spot the orc camp, but they curse to see orcs guarding the only dog hole leading into the camp. The orcs must have discovered the hole and decided to guard it. He then asks Elfie, who decides to use magic. She casts silence magic around the orc. With that, as soon as the guard orc notices them and is about to shout for intruders, his voice is silenced. He is baffled to lose his voice. The next moment, the leader goes ahead and kills the orc. He comes back and gives them the green signal. He then turns to our dude and says that if he goes inside the hole, it will lead him to the orc camp. He hands the remaining money to the leader and compliments them on their work. The leader thanks him, but asks whether he is really going inside the camp, as it's quite dangerous. Our boy agrees but says he's going anyway. The leader understands and asks his team to head back. On their way, Rose is curious why someone like Roken asked someone else to pay for leading him here. Elfie tries to dismiss the conversation, thinking that Roken is heading to his death. However, the leader disagrees with her. To see their confused look, he clarifies that Roken didn't ask for a guide because he was weak. Elfie agrees that Roken was great in a duel but still thinks he's overestimating himself. However, he points out the fact that our boy asked for the duel because Vikal was the one who attacked him first. According to the rules, the player who is attacked first will be given a time limit called self-defense. If a person defeats his opponent within the given time, he can gain experience points. The girls agree with him while showing their curiosity about why someone like Roken would duel. The leader doesn't know but still shows his suspicion that Roken has some kind of reason to stay at level 1. Meanwhile, our boy has gotten the attention of numerous orcs who are baffled to see an intruder among them. Our boy exhales loudly and then shouts dramatically, challenging anyone who has warrior honor to come and fight him. The air fills with bloodlust from the orcs who listen to the challenge of warrior honor and are offended to be challenged by a human over it. Although it's not public knowledge, but it's a great method to clear the orc camp. If a player shouts something about warrior honor, he will get a chance to fight one-on-one with an orc. He grins, thinking how he's not here to level up, but instead to complete the requirements to become the strongest player in the game. After overcoming this impossible feat, he can earn the legendary title he's aiming for. The orcs are basically quite violent creatures, but they are respectful enough that he will have a chance to fight one-on-one without facing the whole mob of them. Therefore, this is the best hunting ground for our boy. Then our dude challenges the strongest among the orcs to come and fight him, but our boy's words bite back at him when none other than the chief of orcs comes to challenge him. He grins like a menace, thrilled to be challenged by a human. However, our boy tenses because he doesn't expect this turn of events. He analyzes that this chief must be at level 70. At that level, a player has already crossed 2 stages of his class. There is no way he can beat him with his current stats, but his mind starts to already make a plan in case he has no choice but to fight. However, his thoughts are interrupted by the voices of other orcs who ask the chief to give them the honor of proving the honor of that warrior, as he is too strong for someone like the chief. The chief understands that Roken must prove himself worthy of fighting someone stronger like him before their match. So the chief calls for another orc, Kallo, to fight our dude. Our dude is relieved to see Kallo in front of him, as he can beat this guy. However, suddenly he stops his train of thought. How does someone like him feel relieved to fight a weaker opponent? He mocks himself, realizing that with this weak mindset, he can't just fight someone like Odin in the future. Kallo then challenges him to raise his weapon but is confused to see our boy giving no heed to him. Instead, he is busy checking his status window and increasing his strength with stat points. Now his stat points are 0, but our guy is ready to fight with his axe as his distribution to the stat points is complete. Now he has 112 strength to fight with the orc. Our hero, being our hero, instead of fighting Kallo directly, turns to the chief and threatens to kill him today. The chief grins upon hearing his words while complimenting his sense of humor. Next moment, however, Kallo immediately rushes at him, reminding our dude that his opponent is right there. His attack is blocked by our dude, who comments that the orc's axe is better than his, and that he is likely to snatch it from him. With that, both of them engage in a fierce battle, while the orc realizes the strength of our boy. So, he decides to unleash his secret weapon, which is a battle cry. Roken is irritated to hear this because the next moment, his system notifies him that his stats have decreased due to the battle cry. Our boy completely forgets about it as it's quite similar to his class's war cry. Kallo declares that he has won as our boy becomes weakened, but our guy mocks him in return. The orc also opens his scythe, and Roken slashes his axe, which confuses Kallo, making him shout at him to die already. But our dude dodges his attack. Kallo doesn't understand the source of Roken's strength, as he should be weakened by his battle cry. Meanwhile, the chief is analyzing the battle and doesn't understand how Kallo should have already cornered our boy, considering he is mightier in strength and speed than Roken. But Kallo isn't able to land a single hit on our dude. While fighting Kallo, our boy reveals that he is able to dodge every attack because the attack pattern of the orc is simple, allowing him to predict them easily. His statement infuriates Kallo, who rushes at him while declaring that our boy is making him laugh. He again tries to strike Roken, but once again his attack meets only air, which leaves him totally stunned. The next moment, our guy uses his strike skill while declaring that he will remember Kalo's warrior honor. With that, he attacks and beats Kalo, leaving the onlookers totally baffled. They compliment his strength. Meanwhile, his system notifies him that he has earned the title of Hunter of an Orc Warrior Level 1, and that he is the first one to get this title. He grins wildly, having finally accomplished his goal. Because according to this game, if someone defeats a monster stronger than them after changing their class, they will get the title of a hunter. He will get a better effect from the title depending on the high level of the monster. Now he is sure that with this title, he has enough strength to defeat the orc chief. But the next moment, his happy expression turns grumpy when his system informs him that his title and experience points are on hold, as he is in the middle of the warrior honor quest. He will get these rewards after completing the quest. He shouts at his screen, wondering when he even accepted the quest. Now the chief declares that our dude is worthy of fighting him. Our boy suspects that the chief is behind the warrior honor quest. The chief admits it while challenging him back, revealing that he was the one who introduced warrior honor in their territory. Now he is obligated to respect the quest until the end. Our dude, however, curses because he hasn't read anything like this in posts about defeating the orcs. But anyway, monsters are NPCs too, so they can obviously give quests to players in the lore. Now he understands that he doesn't have a choice but to accept this quest in order to get extra rewards. Even if he loses, he might get other rewards along with a death penalty, so there is nothing to lose anyway. With that, he clenches his weapon and decides to banish useless thoughts from his mind. After all, he is going to kill the orc chief because he is the king of violence. The chief is also ready with his weapon while finding our boy's comment hilarious. At that moment, Roken activates his berserk skill and prepares to fight the orc. He shouts in rage because his fury helps him recover his stats, but if he isn't able to recover his HP within 5 seconds, he will die. Roken uses roaring and grins like a menace. He likes the feeling of his blood boiling and strength flowing through his body. This is why he can't let go of the berserk class. Meanwhile, the chief is sensing this ferocious aura coming from our boy. He understands that our boy has been hiding his strength all this time. Our boy leaps into the air to strike the orc. The chief is having a difficult time blocking our boy's attack while our boy mocks him, asking whether he has any problems. Then they twirl behind. While looking at his opponent, he understands that he can't tell his enemy apart because of his berserk skill, but his iron will helps him avoid attacking other orcs. While rushing toward the chief, he needs to end this fight within 180 seconds because that is the time limit of the level 1 berserk skill. With that, he dashes toward the orc and strikes him with his axe on the face. But the chief steps back. Our dude never likes the high strength and defensive stats of the orcs, but still he has high speed up his sleeve. With great speed, he keeps up with the chief. This leaves the onlookers in disbelief at his strength as they witness the chief getting pushed back. Meanwhile, our dude knows that despite it seeming like he has the upper hand, he hasn't even landed a proper hit because of the huge level difference between them. So he needs to get a critical hit soon. Again, he dashes toward the orc as he finds an opening. But at the last moment, he flinches upon seeing the chief smirk as he throws his weapon at our boy. He blocks the orc's attack, but in the process, his low-class battle axe gets destroyed. Not only that, but his HP has dropped to 30%, and he has only 80 seconds left in his berserk mode. He curses under his breath for miscalculating, assuming the boss monster would have a simpler attack pattern. Now the chief, giving a badass pose, replies to our boy that he had higher expectations from him. But the next moment our dude smirks and laughs madly. Roken tells the chief that he is lying, as he is nothing but trash who uses tricks to defeat him. This statement angers the orc chief, who asks him to repeat himself. Our boy says that the chief has already planned for him to fight with his subordinates, so that he can understand Roken's fighting pattern. The chief, however, laughs and declares that Roken is just making excuses for his defeat. Roken says how desperate he is to become stronger, but even he has more guts to confront his enemy head-on. With that, he again rushes at his enemy and attacks him. The orc understands that Roken is not avoiding his attacks, but keeps attacking without a break. Then, our boy steps back a little as his HP falls below 20%. The chief challenges him, asking whether he is giving up. His berserk mode will only be active for 60 more seconds. He shouts at the chief. However, the orc thinks that our boy is nothing but desperate, as he has already won. Our boy's HP falls below 10% while he is bleeding. Now exhausted, his HP drops to 5%. Seeing this, the orc smirks and declares that he should be ready to say goodbye. But the next moment, the effect of the epic title Iron Will activates because, as soon as his HP drops below 5%, his stats increase by 50%. Now he has only 30 seconds left in berserk mode. He yells to end this fight. The orc senses danger while using his iron body defense skill. Our boy continuously attacks him, making the orc realize that he needs to hold off. The next moment, the orc's weapon is completely destroyed, leaving him infuriated and in disbelief at the situation. But our boy strikes at him while shouting that nothing is impossible. Like this, he defeats the orc chief. While defeated, the chief is in disbelief over how someone like him can be defeated. Roken states that he already told him he was going to die by his hand. On the other hand, the chief laughs out loud while acknowledging our boy as a warrior. The next moment, he receives numerous notifications of leveling up. Meanwhile, the other orcs are in disbelief as they witness their boss's defeat. They understand that Roken is indeed quite powerful and a true warrior. Roken notices that the orcs have finally acknowledged him. Then, he looks at his window screen, realizing he has only 5 seconds left in Berserk mode and needs to recover his HP to avoid death. So he immediately takes a potion while thinking about how useful the Berserk skill is, but with a bothersome penalty. Now he has earned the title of Hunted an Orc Chief with level 1. With this title, he can increase his stamina, strength, and attack power by 30%, while his critical hit rate will rise to 10%. He also gets a rare honorary Orc Warrior title. With that, he will not be affected by the Kithon Orc Camp Alliance penalty, and his reputation among them will be trusted. He laughs loudly upon reading this reward. This is what he came here for. Though the process was troublesome, he gets more than he expected. He didn't even expect to get a legendary title, so he decides to keep up the grind and level up a little. He challenges any orc who will come and fight him. However, the orcs remind him that the fight is already over, as he has already won against their chief, making him the honorary orc warrior. Our boy doesn't understand this honorary thing and decides to check it out. When he checks it out, he shouts in frustration, as he came here for hunting. He regrets for a moment killing the orc chief, as he was here for some easy experience points, but then he sighs, knowing he has other ways to level up anyway. Besides, he is sure he can use his reputation with the orcs in the future. When he looks back, he sees that every orc has bowed down in front of him, while accepting him as their warrior. He smiles to see that while the orcs send their blessings to him. After a while, he is back at Kithon. While checking his window, he feels satisfied. He is level 18 now with only 2 battles, which he thinks is a good deal. He can reach level 30 if he fights the other orcs as well. He sighs, knowing there is no use in thinking about it. His level is good enough to proceed with his next plan anyway. Now that he is in town, he should go and add some supplementary skills to his arsenal. After a while, he is at a butcher shop, where the butcher teaches him how to cut meat down to the bone. His system informs him that he has learned the butchery skill. While looking at the meat, he intends to use this skill to sell properly butchered monster meat, but he realizes that this skill is also useful for obtaining rare materials. After that, he heads to the infirmary to learn a healing skill. The doctor advises him to read the skill book carefully before using any sanitary materials for bandaging. With a bored expression, he agrees to do it. After some effort, he finally learns first aid. This skill allows him to make bandages and save on potion costs. Though its effect is lower than potions, it is still a cost-effective method. Later, he visits the weapon shop to repair his axe, which now looks as good as new. He thinks about how he has learned all the mandatory skills and fixed his weapons and gear as well. Now, it is time for him to get ready for the game's main quest. For this purpose, he is in the sewer of Kithon City. He is disgusted by the stench. He knew it would be like this, but he can't help the situation. He needs to collect sewer rat tails after hunting them in the sewer. He doesn't understand why he needs to complete this lame side quest when he was just fighting with the orc chief moments ago. As he moves forward, he realizes that he needs to complete 10 errand quests alongside the main scenario quest. So, he decides to do something he can finish quickly. Suddenly, he spots several rats and taunts them, asking if they are enjoying their meal. Then, a rat jumps at him, which he immediately slashes, cutting off its tail. He feels disgusted looking at the rat, but is still satisfied that he has come to the right place. Then, sensing something, he turns back. He sees a filthy rat coming toward him with killing intent. He laughs, realizing they are coming to him on their own, saving him the effort. With a swing of his axe, he is chopping and slashing rats like a pro. After a while, there are several rat corpses, and our boy coolly calls them a bunch of weaklings. His system informs him that he has earned the title of Rat Hunter after successfully killing 200 sewer rats. While examining the rats' bodies, mutilated by the plague, he understands that the special one should be nearby. The next moment, he senses the special one, which is none other than the plague rat, level 23. Our boy is quite happy to see it in front of him. Without wasting any time, the plague rat is ready to strike at our boy. Roken, however, wants to finish this as soon as possible because of the disgust he feels. He dodges the rat's attack and rushes back to this weak vermin, grabbing its tail. The rat shrieks in pain. Roken tells it to stay still so he can kill it nicely. However, the rat has other plans and gurgles a large amount of toxic fluid from its mouth onto our dude. Our guy wonders whether it's poison, which he had forgotten about. He looks at his arms where the poison touches. His system also informs him about the poison, which drops his HP by 1 every 10 seconds. He doesn't like it, and now takes the matter seriously. The next moment, he uses War Cry on the rat, which decreases the rat's stats. He throws his axe at it and without wasting time punches its gut out. He smirks, commenting that some poisons can't take him down. However, the rat jumps back, making him realize that he has underestimated it. This rat, being a field boss, also has regeneration ability. Now our dude is ready to fight. With that, the rat rushes toward him as well. He grips his weapon and analyzes the dash and strike, attacking the boss rat at the same time. He is crazy, longing to chop this rat into pieces. After a while, he finally cuts the rat into pieces while standing confidently. The intact head of the rat still has fighting spirit, but he crushes its head with his boot and grins. With that, he has defeated the plague boss and leveled up. Consequently, he has overcome the poison with this feat. He gets up, as he needs to take what he came here for. He uses his butchery skill on the rat and extracts a plague gem from its body, but he also catches a plague curse. His HP will decrease every 10 seconds, and he will eventually die if he doesn't cure himself. He was caught off guard by this curse in his last life, but he now knows what to do. So he comes out of this disgusting place. After a while, he is showing the rat tails to the guard, who praises his feat of getting rid of these nuisances. He tells Roken that he is going to give him his reward. He gets 10 silver coins for this. Then he shows the guard a curse gem, which startles him after recognizing it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he tells him that he is going to contact Master Steroyan, who can cure him and also tell him what to do with the gem. He is irritated that the guard is not taking him to Steroyan himself, but he is given a quest in which he needs to get this curse gem and deliver it to Steroyan for a number of rewards. So, he doesn't have a choice but to wait for a while. The guard then hands Roken 5 low-class potions to help with his curse. Besides, he asks our boy to take a shower because he stinks of the sewer. After a while, he is in front of his destination, which is a sturdy and tall building, unlike the Berserker Guild. Our boy assumes they must have spent a good amount of money on that building. Everywhere he goes, people close their noses because of the stench. Meanwhile, he is thinking about how magic class is so popular, even in his past life, although he was better off as a berserker. His HP is only 30%, and he is getting weak, so he hurries to the building before it's too late. He opens the door with a bang and asks if anyone is there. A scientist-like person asks about Roken's identity. He then asks our guy to take a shower. Ignoring his jab, Roken informs him that he is here for a cure and shows him the curse gem. While looking at it, Steroyan assures him that he is in the right place as he specializes in curing illnesses caused by curses. Then he urges our dude to give him the gem, as it is taking his life force. But instead of handing it over, Roken tells him that he will do it if he proves to be the real Master Steroyan. With that, he grips his weapon and raises it toward the old man, who is confused by that turn of events. He jerks the imposter's cloth while challenging him, saying that if he were the real master, stopping his axe would be a breeze for him. He needs to prove that. With that, our dude raises his axe but is stopped by this imposter in mid-swing. The next moment, the imposter dissolves into the air, and there is a transparent form of Master Steroyan. He even expects our boy to pass this test, which is set for magicians. However, our dude nervously thinks about how he assumed that the bird sitting on the window would be him, as magicians usually turn themselves into animals. Besides, he figured out this trick because Tolkien had talked about this in his post in his past life. After figuring out the trick, he earned the unique title of One Who Sees Through Lies, which helps him resist illusions by 20%. He is happy to get this title. The next moment, Steroyan tells him to hand over the gem immediately to save himself. He agrees with him, as his HP is getting low and has dropped to only 10%. But Roken still needs to check whether this person is real, so he takes out a truth bell to test him. After testing him, he hands Steroyan the gem while Master Steroyan puts the potion bottle to his mouth. With that, he is cured. Meanwhile, Steroyan is analyzing the sewer curse gem while asking a number of significant questions from our guy. He asks whether he noticed anything notable. Our boy replies that the rats were mutated because of this gem. This statement makes Steroyan ponder whether it was planted by someone but rejects this idea, as sewer rats can be eliminated by mere guards. To solve Steroyan's problem, our boy chimes in, saying that this gem is lethal to humans too. At first, Steroyan tries to dismiss this idea. Then his eyes widen with realization that someone might have inflicted the poison on humans. Steroyan now understands what the real plan of this person is. Our dude is happy to see that a high-class mage like Steroyan figured out everything with the slightest hint. In his past life, even the plague, which was discovered by the sewer rats, had already spread in the slum area. Because of it, the players had to go through the quest called Hellish 10 to resolve this issue. He's glad that he won't have to go through this hell this time. Then Steroyan tells him that he will inform the captain of the guard and asks him to visit him in 2 days. Now his system asks him to stay on standby until Steroyan and the captain investigate the matter, and he needs to meet the master in 2 days. He will get experience points for it. He is confused for a moment and concludes that he needs to leave for now, as he has never completed such a quest before and doesn't know what to do. When he is about to leave, his system alerts him that the scenario of the quest has changed upon his request. In accordance with this, the quest of turning points and other numerous quests will be deleted. For a while, he is stunned, thinking that the Plague Rampant event was the first quest of the Hellish 10 quest that has now been deleted because of him. It means the other players won't be able to access the main quest for a while. He cheers after this realization. Even if they want to play the main quest, they will need to go through much harder quests than Hellish 10. He grins, happy to have some time for himself, as Steroyan is already coming back in 2 days. At night, Roken is seen in the graveyard, looking for something. He needs to buy a good axe and armor with the rest of his money in order to reach level 50. Looking around, he knows that this graveyard looks ordinary, and nobody will find anything there. But he knows of a secret place, the information of which will only be released after 2 months, so no one knows about his secret for now. He finally finds the gravekeeper's prosthetic leg, which he had lost and would be happy to get back. But the thing is, every time someone tries to give it back to the gravekeeper, he shoos them away without offering any reward. So most players would just throw it away without much thought. However, Roken finds an empty space in a gravestone and places it there. With that, he uncovers the hidden dungeon Moonlight Graveyard. After finding his first ever dungeon, he earns the new title of Explorer. He needs this title because it can help him make lots of money. With this title, his night vision improves, and he can now spot secret mechanisms. He knows this effect will be useful for treasure hunting. Not only that, but he also receives a first entry bonus, which increases the item drop value by 30% for 3 days. Excited, he enters the dungeon, looking around cautiously. He wonders if he might be stuck there until he defeats the boss monster, which is not unusual for a dungeon. However, he's worried the monster might be a ghost, which he won't be able to kill with an axe. But the next moment, he's faced with a group of level 25 skeletons. He tries to crush them with his axe, separating and crushing their bones. He feels relieved that at least they are better than the disgusting rats. Then he uses his strike skill and finishes all of them off. Afterward, he reaches level 22. He checks his stats window and realizes he has 100 stat points. At first, he decides to be cautious with them, but then he grins like a maniac. He needs to speed up the process, so he increases his strength to 200. He also invests in intelligence because he needs to level up his skill proficiency. Now, he has set the goal of reaching level 30 within the 2 days before the main quest starts. After a while, he again kills several skeletons with an annoyed expression on his face. Then finally, he faces a level 30 dungeon boss skeleton. But before this monster can even roar properly, our dude kills it, reaching level 30. He doesn't have any fun during these 2 days as he's been slaying the skeletons, but he's glad that he's finally level 30. Besides, it also helps him get 1 gold and 80 silver coins. Not only that, our cunning hero also gets several pieces of battle armor from the skeletons, which are a must for the warrior class. He has dozens of them and decides to invest the money after selling them. He knows exactly where to spend the money since he knows everything about the future. Then he decides to leave this place for now. But he also has a fantastic idea to sell the information about this dungeon. He knows that many guilds are in search of this kind of place to train their members. On his way back, he ponders whether he should buy weapons or invest in increasing his stat points. Later, he's finally in front of Steroyan, who apologizes for his abrupt departure. Ignoring his apology, Roken asks whether he has found the culprit. Steroyan answers that he hasn't found anything and didn't find any evidence. Roken understands that the culprit won't be caught that easily. The culprits are part of an organization called the Worshippers of Corruption, and the main quest is also about stopping them. But now that he has stopped their plan, he's hopeful that they will find something against them. Steroyan interrupts his thoughts, saying that he has decided to read the memories of Earth using the Jewel of Earth. On the outside, this gem doesn't look significant, but they can use the Earth memories of the place where it was. Usually people use this jewel to find out the secret hunting methods of other players. Steroyan is hopeful that they will find something with this stone. Then he turns to our guy and asks him to accept his request. Roken replies that he will if the request is reasonable, while thinking it must be related to the main quest. Steroyan says that Roken was able to stop them, but they don't know if the culprit will attack again, so he wants him to gather some ingredients for him. His system informs him about a new quest called A Vigorous Life Energy, in which he needs to work as Steroyan's assistant to gather the items Roken was asked to collect. He needs to gather Orc Warrior blood and CBJ blood. He ponders that he needs to hunt them down to get their blood, but the problem is that he can't hunt the orcs because of his honorary orc title and his reputation as someone trusted by them. He doesn't want to fight them since he would lose that title in the process. After a while, he's standing in front of the orc camp and demands they open the door. The orc guards immediately recognize him and open the door for him. They welcome him warmly, calling him a friend. He then turns to them and asks for a favor. Roken clarifies that he needs the blood of their warriors. The orcs explain that they can't just give the warrior blood easily because the orcs only bleed during battle to uphold their warrior honor. Roken doesn't like their answer. He thinks for a moment and asks to borrow one of their axes. The orc is confused but gives his axe to Roken anyway. He then asks if Roken is going somewhere, to which Roken waves his hand, replying that he remembered something he needs to do. The orcs happily bid him goodbye. While gripping the weapon and walking outside, Roken thinks of an evil plan, how he will get the orcs to give up their blood easily. Now, he will do something that forces them to protect their warrior honor. After a while, a creature appears in front of the camp, sensing something behind it. It immediately turns and demands that the person show themselves. The next moment, our boy attacks the Sebijay with the orc axe, but the Sebijay dodges immediately. Roken compliments the Sebijay's skill, concluding that they're much faster than orcs. After a while though, he finally defeats the Sebijay and obtains its blood. Suddenly, he hears the noises of other Sebijays and immediately hides behind a tree. The companions of the defeated Sebijay arrive, and when they see the orc axe, they immediately conclude that the orcs must be responsible. Orcs and Sebijays are enemies who frequently battle to see who can control the forest. They are on bad terms, and our hero's cunning mind is already working to use that rivalry to spark a war between them, all to get orc blood. His plan works, as after a while, the orc camp is attacked by a dagger. They immediately recognize it as a Sebijay weapon, and conclude that it must be a declaration of war. Our dude, who is witnessing the scene, feigns innocence and asks about the matter. When they tell him about the situation, he escalates it by saying that he saw some Sebijay dudes on his way back here, and that they must be preparing for war. Everyone reacts violently. Our boy decides to provoke them, and urges them to attack first instead of waiting for the Sebijay to strike. He even assures them that he will help them. Everyone agrees with him. The next moment, a tall orc enters the scene and asks about the commotion. One orc immediately briefs him on the situation. While looking at the tall orc, Roken assumes he must be the new orc chief. The orc chief, after learning everything, raises his weapon and exclaims that they are going to attack first. He then asks everyone to summon all of their warriors. Our boy grins evilly, watching the situation unfold according to his plan. Now it's time to start a war. The heavy footsteps echo through the jungle as dozens of orcs step forward to wage war. Some of the players are quite shocked to see the large group of orcs heading somewhere, not understanding what's happening for them to behave like this. They first plan to run away but reject the idea, knowing they would be crushed if spotted. Then, suddenly, they spot our dude with dozens of orcs and are startled to see why a human is with them. They immediately recognize him as a player, but still don't understand his purpose of being with the orcs. His companions decide to run. He protests, saying they can't do it, but the second player wants to screw it and flee. However, they are interrupted by the sight of an orc behind them. The orc drags both of them to the ground. Roken immediately recognizes one of them as the person he had dueled with earlier. This person pleads with our boy, asking him to tell the orcs to let them go. But the orc punches the guy for being disrespectful to Roken. The orc asks Roken if he knows him. Our boy grins impishly, stating that he doesn't remember these players, so the orcs can do whatever they want with them. With that, all the orcs gather around him while our boy taunts the guy, telling him to be careful not to die next time. After a while, a fierce clash erupts between the CBJ and orcs. The orc chief orders his subordinates to kill all of the CBJ. Amidst all the chaos, our boy calmly steps forward. He goes to a dead orc and collects its blood. Looking at the orcs, he concludes that they're doing well, so now it's time for him to join the battle as well. He then uses a war cry on the CBJ, who wonder why a human has such a powerful aura. They curse the orcs for bringing him. They are ordered to kill him, but our boy is faster than them. He dodges their attacks while chopping them down in his path. Our boy grins evilly, because he doesn't only want the orc blood, he caused this war for a reason. He easily pretends to be a CBJ while killing an orc. He initiated this war because he wants the CBJ chief. The CBJ chief is much stronger than the orc chief. Unlike the orc chief, the CBJ chief isn't adamant about fighting one-on-one. So, our boy needs to wage this war to bring down the CBJ chief. He wants to kill the CBJ chief, so he looks around, searching for him. Finally, he spots him. From a little distance away, the CBJ chief is fighting the orc chief and has the upper hand. He is ready to unleash his fury on the orc chief. The orc tries to attack him, but the CBJ chief mocks him, saying his weak attacks won't work on him. However, he's baffled when another attack lands on him with a strike skill. The CBJ chief realizes that he needs to stop our boy, but our boy finally defeats him. He scoffs, saying that this is the reason the CBJ chief is the leader, because he is strong. He attempts to take both arms, but the CBJ chief manages to save one. Now this chief has no one left to help him. Our boy smugly claims that he isn't going to go easy on him as his enemy. The CBJ chief roars in fury at his outburst, but before he can do anything, our boy slashes him. With that, he not only levels up, but also earns the title of Conqueror of the Wild Forest. With this rare title, his strength and agility increase by 10, and all of his stats will increase by 5% within the forest area. While the orcs are cheering for defeating their enemy, our boy also receives the title of Evil Schemer. With this title, his wisdom and strength stats increase by 20, and he gains the ability to use the disguise skill. He smirks, looking at the screen. He didn't expect this title, but he assumes the system is referring to the orcs as his enemies, meaning despite his reputation, they are still the enemies of humans. Anyway, the disguise skill will come in handy. He looks at the orc chief, who orders the last of the CBJ to be killed. Now that the war is over, the CBJ village lies in ruins, and the remaining CBJ will return to the ruins after some time. Seeing the orcs destroy the CBJ village, he decides to return to Steroyan. At the Tower of Steroyan, he analyzes both ingredients and comments that he thought Roken would take more time to get them. Then he asks Roken to wait there. When he's gone, his system informs him that he got the title of Steroyan's first assistant. With this title, his stats increase by 10 and his movement speed will increase by 5%. He's pleased with his progress. Steroyan returns and hands him a potion, requesting that he take it and hand it to Master Materian Intrinsic. With that, he gets a quest to complete Steroyan's request for 3 silver coins. While looking at the antidote, he decides that his next destination is Trinsic. Roken steps out of the access capsule while pondering the purpose of gameplay time limits when he lacks the patience to wait. However, he reminds himself that maintaining good health is crucial if he intends to sustain this pace over time. Glancing at his laptop, he observes that there are 5 hours left before he can resume playing. He then decides to check for any replies to his post. He had shared pictures of the items and the dungeon interior to keep himself engaged during the break. Expecting some interest, he is shocked to see that his post has become a hot topic. Confused, he wonders why people are reacting so strongly, assuming they would be more skeptical. It turns out that the post gained traction because it appears fake. His eyes widen to see that a well-known online game magazine reporter, Kwang, who also plays the Lord, has written an article about an adventure in a hidden dungeon. Seeing the honorary reporter's post, Roken realizes that it is time for his own post to gain attention. Smiling, he understands that his post became popular due to the article. Otherwise, people might have dismissed it as a scam. The article has also brought him a flood of messages. He begins by deleting the messages from players who barely put in any effort. His focus is on those who call themselves a guild, even though the system has not yet been updated to recognize them officially. Considering a few popular names from his past life, he carefully selects the safest option, the MP Guild. Known as Manor Play, they are respected for assisting new players and stopping PK griefers known for their guild. Replying to a comment, he thanks the person and agrees to meet at the graveyard. Feeling relieved after making the appointment, he acknowledges that now all he has to do is wait until he can log back in. He reflects on how smoothly things are going and wonders whether he should push himself harder. Just as he starts questioning his pace, he realizes that he must follow the plan step by step. His ultimate goal is still far away, and worrying about it now won't help. Deciding to distract himself, he heads to the grocery store. Later, on his way back from the store, he overhears a group discussing their progress in the goblin territory. One player boasts about gaining 3 levels in 2 days, while another complains about only leveling up once despite his best efforts. Passing by, Roken mutters to himself that their console must be the issue. Smirking, he notes how everyone is talking about the Lord, and realizes that the empty college streets, despite it being September, are due to the game's popularity. Just then, his eyes catch a familiar figure who's a black-haired girl walking with a guy. Recognizing her, he recalls that she is none other than his ex-girlfriend, Suhei, who not only cheated on him, but also dumped him first. While it has only been 4 months for him, it has been several years for him since he last seen her. She was the reason to his focus on the game. She greets him with a long time no see, and he glares at them, wondering if the guy with her is her new boyfriend. He remembers hearing that the guy is skilled at the game, which aligns with Suhi's preference for gamers. She suddenly asks if he is still getting over her, baffling him. He responds that he took time off from school for the Lord, not because of her. She seems relieved and smugly offers her boyfriend's help, while saying he is quite good at the game. The guy extends his hand for a handshake, offering assistance if Suhei asks him to. Rokan, unimpressed, asks for the guy's game ID. When he hears Piria, he realizes the name doesn't ring any bells, meaning the guy isn't anyone significant. Smirking, Rokan says that he will keep it in mind and adds that he will go easy on him the first time they meet in the game. The guy becomes furious while Suhi asks what our boy means. Ignoring them, our dude sarcastically wishes them luck with leveling up and tells them to feel free to call him if they need help, thinking that Suhi probably remembers his game ID. Soon enough, they will realize how absurd their words were. Later at the graveyard, someone stands waiting, knowing that all MP has been used. Krypton arrives, confirming that he has come to the right place. Using the skill Disguise, he alters his name and appearance for an hour. Since he is only here to sell a hidden dungeon, he sees no reason to reveal his identity. He asks the other person if he came alone, and the reply is affirmative. The buyer explains that they wanted to avoid drawing attention since the information is highly sensitive. However, their comrades are on standby and will step in if needed. Krypton considers whether this is a warning against any tricks, but simply tells the buyer to lead the way. The buyer refuses, demanding the money first, arguing that payment motivates people in trade. Krypton agrees and requests to use a skill for safety measures. After activating flash detection and pausing briefly, he hands over the advance payment and suggests proceeding. Krypton silently thinks that the buyer might believe that he has an advantage now, but in reality, he has nothing. As the grave starts rumbling, he explains that placing an item at a specific spot will open the entrance and warns the buyer to keep it a secret. The buyer hands over the rest of the money, confirming they will contact him if any issues arise. The current funds amount to 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. As the transaction concludes, he reflects that guilds truly have an advantage that single players wouldn't have amassed this much wealth so quickly. They must have pooled money from their members or engaged in real money trading. Now that business is settled, he decides to head to Trinzik. Returning to his usual appearance as Rokan, he starts his journey back. Exhausted, he crawls on the ground, complaining about the game's realism, especially in travel mechanics. Sweating, he grumbles about wasting half a day, but reassures himself that he has finally arrived. However, he cannot drop his guard. If he dies now, he will have to restart from the beginning. Hearing a rustling sound, he turns back, observing that the movement isn't from a monster or animal. Smirking, he realizes that it must be a sneaky player. Suddenly, a flash of light appears, and a group of bandits appears, one of them exclaiming that they've found a big one. The group eyes Roken's expensive-looking gear, commenting that he must be strong. Another suggests that he might have simply spent a lot of money on his equipment. Recognizing them as player killers, identified by their red eyes, our guy recalls encountering similar individuals before. These types prey on players entering a town for the first time, stealing dropped items when they die. One of them steps forward, stating that they would like to have a chat. Our guy smirks and asks what kind of chat they mean. His eyes glow red as he agrees to having a nice conversation. Our guy starts laughing, wondering why they seem so nervous. He calls them brats and mockingly offers to let them go if they leave their gear behind. The bandits are surprised by his words, and he remarks that he is simply repeating what thugs like them usually say, giving them a chance to walk away. However, he knows they are only after his items. When a player is attacked by another player, there is a random chance of dropping an item. Though the drop rate is still only 10-20%, it is higher than when a player is killed by a monster. The bandits scoff while asking if he thinks they are stupid. They tell him to beg for mercy if he doesn't want to walk all the way back from Cthulhu and warn him not to act brave. But our guy grips his weapon and steps forward, saying that negotiations have failed and that he never intended to let them go easily. The gang leader taunts him, but our guy remains unfazed. As the bandits charge, one of them swings his weapon, channeling red magic into his attack. As he swings his weapon, he calls the attacker a fool and declares that he will take him down first. Suddenly, the gang leader steps in, activating a reflective shield between them. Our protagonist recognizes it as a skill that reflects physical attacks and realizes the leader must be a paladin. The fat bandit generates a strike, causing a blast. At that, our boy understands that their teamwork is solid. He then shifts his attention to the arrows raining toward him. The bandits, confident in their attack, believe he is trapped. However, Roken catches an arrow with his hand, pulling it out effortlessly. Hundreds of arrows litter the ground around him. The leader mocks him, calling him a fool and telling him to surrender a piece of his gear. Our guy understands their strategy, that they rely on party-based combat. The archers will shoot while the warriors attack in close range, keeping close together for protection. Grinning, our guy tells them that he does have something to share and switches his weapon to a tomahawk axe. He needs to separate them and take them down one by one. He hurls the axe with full strength. A bandit raises his shield to block it, but the axe cracks the shield, sending the bandit stumbling back in shock. In pain, he shouts for his allies to kill Roken quickly. The fat bandit attacks, but our boy barely acknowledges the strike, switching to an orc warrior's battle axe. He slams the weapon into the bandit's stomach with full force. The man's eyes widen, and saliva dribbles from his mouth. Our dude scoffs, while calling it boring and saying he expected a better fight. Grabbing the bandit's face, he hurls his weapon at him, leaving his bloodied face frozen in a terrible grin. Just then, another bandit fires an arrow at him. Roken effortlessly catches it, mocking the archer for not taking his shot while he was distracted. He smirks, reminding him that his comrade died far too quickly. The archer fires multiple arrows, but it's too late. Our guy dashes forward at incredible speed, closing the distance before another shot can be fired. He slams his previous location with full strength, landing just as the bandit realizes he has lost his advantage. The bandit switches to a combat knife, attempting a close-range fight. At that, our dude recognizes the weapon but knows it won't be enough. He smirks and taunts him, questioning if he really thinks he can win in melee combat. In an instant, he chops off the bandit's arm. The man collapses, screaming in pain, saying it feels far too real. Roken notices a magical silhouette behind him. Shield attack skill is being used. The bandit leader lunges at him, yelling for him to die. The shield slams into our guy, causing an explosion. However, our guy quickly recovers, grabbing the shield from the leader's hands and crushing it. He mocks the bandit, calling him an idiot for trying to challenge him in strength. The leader trembles in pain, calling Roken a monster. Roken shrugs, saying he's not really a monster, widening his eyes in mock surprise. He slams his weapon into the leader, declaring that they are simply weak. Blood drips from his axe, noticing one last bandit trying to escape, which makes our boy grin. He picks up a cobblestone and hurls it at the fleeing enemy. The rock slams into the bandit, knocking him down. Laughing loudly, the protagonist declares that nothing feels as refreshing as fighting players, far more fun than hunting monsters. He wins, and the penalty for killing another player is offset due to the other player's poor reputation. He levels up and obtains multiple items. He recognizes that peekers face penalties and experience a greater drop rate upon dying, yet he has really struck gold. Those cunning fools should have heeded his warnings. Then he shifts his gaze to a tree close by. Grinning, he shouts out, inquiring if the hidden spy agrees with his thoughts. There is a figure, hand over their mouth, is hidden behind the tree. Roken shouts to the hidden man, warning him to step forward instead of fleeing, or else he will bring the tree down with him. He threatens to kill him, insisting there's no use in hiding. The man chuckles and reveals himself, asking who Roken is. Roken responds apathetically, questioning if the man would even recognize his name. The man speculates that Roken is part of the earlier group, but notices his eyes aren't red. He must have been the one signaling. Finding the situation boring, Roken declares that if there's no fight, he's not interested in wasting time on someone weak. The man smirks and activates his detection skill, revealing that our boy is merely level 35. Surprised, he ponders how Roken managed to overpower 3 players, all above level 40. It doesn't add up, so it could be due to a trick or a hack. Before he can respond further, our dude strikes, cursing him for not heeding his warning. The fight concludes swiftly, with Roken coming out on top and acquiring an item. As he inspects the loot, Roken comments on his fortune, surprised that even this opponent dropped something. He observes that the items are decent, given that the players had reached Trinsic. Among the loot, he discovers a bow, which has a low drop rate, and laughs at the idea of the man regretting his loss. As he makes his way to Trinsic, he anticipates more players seeking revenge, but encounters none. He questions if he might have been too severe. Upon his arrival, he notes that Trinsic is busier than he expected. He deduces that most players have likely achieved level 40 by now, which is a sign of the game's widespread appeal. Standing in the lively crowd, he heads toward the magic artifact shop, finding it as expansive as the other establishments. Upon entering, he notices that although the shop is large, there aren't many players inside. He concludes that the magician class is challenging to develop, and only dedicated players pursue it. The few who remain seem quite formidable. A shop assistant welcomes him, offering help with magic-related items. Roken requests a runebook set and she asks him to wait. The runebook, commonly used by peekers to escape, allows teleportation to 5 recorded locations when not in battle. If upgraded, it can store up to 20 locations. Since it is bound to the user, he doesn't have to worry about losing it upon death. The assistant informs him that 1 runebook, along with 5 marking scrolls and 20 teleport scrolls, costs 1 gold coin. Though expensive, it is a crucial item. He wonders how many players the previous group must have killed to afford one each. He completes the purchase and thanks the assistant before heading to the 3rd floor. There, Materian greets him and asks if Storoyan sent him. Roken confirms and hands over a letter from Storoyan. Materian reads it, acknowledging the situation, but questions whether Roken is strong enough to handle the task. Roken confidently assures him, and while Materian has his doubts, he cannot ignore the master's recommendation. As a test, Materian assigns Roken an errand. A notification appears, which states that Materian seeks ingredients to improve an antidote. The task requires retrieving a forest goblin shaman's brew, with a reward of 4 silver coins and experience points. Roken smirks, knowing it has begun. While on his way, he ponders that Materian is notorious for requesting rare ingredients unrelated to the main quest, using them for personal research. While other players blindly accept his tasks, Roken knows the rules do not apply to him. He opens the auction board and searches for the required materials. Since he is already at the auction house, he decides to sell off excess items instead of making a return trip. Examining a violet card item, he notes that most consider it worthless, making it cheap. Holding coins between his fingers, he smirks and declares it is time to begin. After a while, Materian is found reading when a massive bag crashes onto his desk, shattering flasks. Startled, he jumps back as Roken, holding the bag with one hand, announces that he has brought everything. Materian examines the contents in disbelief, asking how Roken knew what he needed. Our boy smirks and reminds him that he is Storoyan's assistant. Realizing his mistake, Materian acknowledges Roken's skills with a small smile and rewards him. Now our dude levels up to 36. Materian immediately assigns the next task. He requires the blood and heart of a forest lizard man to further improve the antidote. The reward is 20 silver coins and experience points. Roken's expression darkens. He considers declining but knows there are unfinished quests left. However, he is surprised to receive this task so soon. A quick auction search confirms that no lizardman-related items are available. He realizes that obtaining the frozen lizardman's heart requires defeating the level 80 forest lizardman Grand Warrior. Knowing he isn't strong enough yet, he decides to postpone the task and focus on the main quest. As he walks through Trinsic, he observes the city's many opportunities and plans to tackle easier tasks first. At a stone warrior statue near a fountain, he notices numbers engraved: 1123, L200, 130. He recalls a rumor from his past life that one player once claimed that a hero's treasure could be found in the direction the statue pointed. No one believed him at the time, but he did eventually find it, though it took years. Now that Roken understands the hint, it won't take him as long. He follows the directions: 1,123 steps forward, 200 steps left, then 130 steps in the original direction. Stopping at the designated spot, he mutters that the treasure should be here. Next moment, he earns a rare title, Explorer, because he finds a hidden mechanism. Feeling lucky, he presses a brick, opening a secret door. Then, a notification informs him that he has discovered a hidden dungeon. The grand white and gold gate swings open, and Roken steps inside. As he descends, he realizes the structure is different from what he had heard. He walks up and down the passages, losing track of distance. He can no longer tell how deep he has gone and wonders if the first person who found this place spread false information to mislead others. His system informs him that the first stage of the hero test is about to begin. The walls start cracking, and stones fall from above. Standing on the stairs, Roken looks up in shock at this new trouble. Our guy struggles to hold back the massive stone with his hands, realizing that no matter what, he cannot avoid it. He decides to block it with all his strength, but it keeps pressing down on him. He lets out a loud scream, and just then, his strength and agility increase by 10%. Sweat drips down his face as he falls to his knees under the crushing weight. Though he manages to stop it, he loses a significant amount of HP in the process. Looking up at the staircase ahead, he wonders what to do next. Determined, he continues pushing with all his power and lifts the heavy stone. It is part of the hero test. Sweat runs down his face as he recalls hearing that the first test is about strong will, though he didn't expect it to be so literal. He has been pushing for at least 30 minutes and wonders how much longer he must endure. Finally, he collapses to the floor, gripping his knees, when a notification informs him that he has completed the first stage of the hero test, the test of strong will. Feeling relieved, he acknowledges that it could have been worse. As he looks at the dungeon door ahead, he realizes the second stage is about to begin. He is not given any information about the test, so he decides to experiment. Grabbing a stone, he throws it toward the door. The stone falls, and our guy recalls that, according to past interviews, this stage tests wisdom. The challenge is either to use skills to sense and dismantle traps, or use intelligence to avoid them. However, thinking isn't his style. He flexes his muscles and declares that he will charge straight through. Activating his berserk skill, he surrounds himself with red energy and dashes forward, ignoring all the traps in the corridor. As he nears the door, he uses his strength to kick it open. The force of his movements destroys the floor behind him. Suddenly, arrows shoot toward him from different directions. He quickly activates dash again, dodging forward. However, some arrows move with precision, heading straight for his body. He barely manages to react, gripping his axe with one hand and deflecting the incoming attacks with swift motions. Spinning his weapon in different directions, he blocks several arrows before slamming its tip into the ground, causing it to break apart. More arrows come flying at him. Using his agility, he leaps to avoid them, landing just in time to receive another notification. He has completed the second stage, the Test of Wisdom. Relieved, he deactivates Berserk, though he realizes he nearly died this time. A warning appears, informing him that his HP is critically low. If he does not recover at least 10% within 5 seconds, he will die. Gulping, he acknowledges that while his skill is powerful, it has severe disadvantages. As he steps forward, the third stage begins, the Test of Seduction. He remembers that a strong mental challenge is supposed to tempt the challenger by presenting either an alluring character or dazzling treasures. He wonders what will appear before him. Thanks to his epic class title, Iron Will, he is now resistant to all mental debuffs which left him baffled and confused at the turn of the event. Before him, a long wooden bridge stretches into the distance. Standing at the entrance, he realizes with a pale face that this is the test. Moving forward with a disappointed sigh, he mutters that this is underwhelming. Just like that, the third stage is complete. A large dark corridor appears ahead. Holding the Bell of Truth, he commands the system to reveal whether this is the real path. The system responds that it's a false path. Smirking, he admits that he expected it wouldn't be that easy. He finds it suspicious that the test details were unclear after the third stage. Determined, he searches the walls for a hidden path. Running his hands along the bricks, he wonders if it's somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the wall begins to shift. As it opens, he rushes forward but missteps, tumbling down. Embarrassed, he groans just as a notification announces that he has completed all the stages of the hero test. Then, a lion statue appears before him, and a new message informs him that he has obtained the shield helm of the Lion King. The mission to uncover the sealed armor of Gao Kan, the Lion King, and inherit his power is now complete. As he inspects the item, he is stunned. Not only is it part of a legendary set, but its stats are incredibly high, even while sealed. He realizes that this is an item usually obtained at level 100 or even 150. Wearing it alone will grant him a defense stat stronger than any warrior class. Although there are no clues about the other pieces, this is beyond what he had hoped for. Then, a final notification signals the completion of the hero test, and the Lion King's grave, the instant dungeon, begins to collapse. The pieces of the armor set are drawn to one another, and he will be notified whenever he approaches another part. The system then informs him that he will be transported outside. As the countdown begins, he braces himself and is teleported back to the square. The moment he appears, people around him take notice. Just then, a statue nearby begins to crack. Seeing this, our guy remembers that his next quest is the Messenger of Love. He recalls that this quest is only available when one's reputation reaches friendly status. However, thanks to his title's effect, he already has that status everywhere. He quickly runs off, determined to claim the reward before anyone else. 3 days pass as he completes several errands, leading him to a realization that life is difficult even in a fantasy world. He remembers witnessing a couple embracing emotionally and thinks back to the Messenger of Love quest. The mission required delivering love letters, and he couldn't even skip the cutscenes. The experience was so overwhelming that it almost made him sick. Still, his efforts paid off. As the first to complete the quest, he earned several titles and stat boosts. Additionally, he obtained a valuable item along the way, which is the Emerald Teardrop Necklace. The necklace possesses magical properties that enhance healing. It increases HP recovery speed by 50%, boosts all healing effects by 20%, and stops the bleeding debuff. Looking at the necklace, he acknowledges that he needed something to counteract the after effects of his berserk skill. Wearing it should help for now. Meanwhile, people in the area begin talking. Some discuss rumors about players reaching level 70, while others claim that a few have even hit level 80. One player laments that he still hasn't reached level 50. The conversation shifts to how leveling has become difficult due to an increase in PKers. Our guy listens to them but focuses on his own goals. He must complete key quests and earn more titles while leveling up as quickly as possible. Realizing it's time to speed up his progress, he prepares to take action. Suddenly, a notification appears. A new update has been announced. As he reads through the details, his eyes widen with excitement. The system reveals that the guild system has been updated, allowing players to purchase a guild stone and create their own guilds. Additionally, the housing system has been expanded, with new items added. Seeing this, our guy's expression brightens and he finds the timings great. Basically, the guild system has been updated, enabling him to use the guild stone to create a guild. He feels a wave of relief that the system is finally accessible, and realizes that he can acquire a guild stone for 50 gold coins. He determines that 1 gold coin is equivalent to 200,000 won in real life, which is about 165 US dollars. He speculates that the MP Guild might be facing significant challenges due to this update. However, what captures his interest even more is the modification to the housing system, which now permits him to buy either an empty house or a piece of land for construction. He assumes that people may think this feature was introduced for convenience, but he understands that its worth relies on the availability of land. Eager to act before anyone else catches on to the same idea, he decides to consult the NPC in charge. At that, our dude approaches a real estate agency, where a receptionist asks about his reason for being there. He observes that the receptionist seems bewildered as he scans the entry surroundings. Assessing the situation, he realizes that no one has expressed any interest in the housing system yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he hands over 65 gold coins to the receptionist, asserting his desire to rent all the 3-room and second-floor houses in the area. The receptionist gasps in surprise, and our boy guesses that the astonishment stems from the anticipated real estate inflation following the housing system change. He recognizes that with limited supply and increasing demand, real estate will prove to be a worthwhile investment. As he relinquishes the coins, he conveys his conviction in his decision. The receptionist, still in shock, queries whether he is genuinely renting all those houses, to which he replies affirmatively about his long-term lease. Imagining himself surrounded by gold coins, he realizes that he will need to pay rent each month for a year, but is convinced that his earnings will far surpass the expenses if he invests now. The receptionist informs him that he has successfully secured 10 houses with 3 rooms and 5 2-story houses, inquiring if that's correct. After confirming, he is directed to pay the first month's rent in advance. The cost for the 3-room houses is 4 gold coins each, while the 2-story houses are priced at 5 gold coins each, resulting in a grand total of 65 gold coins plus 32 silver and 50 copper coins for commission fees. Upon checking his funds, he discovers he has exactly 65 gold, 32 silver, and 63 copper coins. Accepting the terms, he stamps the contract. Then, a notification indicates that since he has signed a contract for over 10 mid-sized or larger houses, he has now established himself as a prominent player in the real estate sector. Consequently, he receives a 0.05% discount on commission fees. After finalizing the deal, his remaining balance is reduced to 13 copper coins, yet he feels satisfied with his choice. He signs the contract and confidently proclaims his newfound affluence. Contemplating his pricing strategy, he considers whether to double or even triple the rental prices. Recalling past market patterns, he predicts that guilds will be in dire need of housing, as guild houses not only secure guild stones, but also represent power. Aware that smaller houses will not meet the demands of guild leaders, he concludes that his business here is finished and decides to tackle some more quests before returning to hunting. After a while, as he navigates through the forest, spinning his weapon, he remembers that in his previous life, the Lizardman Forest was a favored hunting ground. However, he notices that it still hasn't regained that reputation. Pondering further, he speculates that no one can accurately determine when the Lizardman Grand Warrior will appear. At that, he remembers that during his previous experience in this forest, he had only visited after reaching a higher level. As he advances, swinging his weapon, he suddenly stops. Lifting his axe, he contemplates whether he should initiate the battle himself. Taking a deep breath, he unleashes a war cry, sending a powerful gust of air in all directions. The lizardmen, hearing the sound, raise their heads and bare their teeth. Roken, clenching his fists and scanning the surroundings, observes 2 enemies approaching and grins, challenging them. A massive monster emerges from his right, swinging its axe. The weapon nearly reaches his eyes, but he grins and swiftly counterattacks using his skill. Effortlessly, he swings his axe, striking the monster and watching as blue blood splatters across the ground. Another monster suddenly appears above him. Placing his weapon behind his back, he channels all his strength, causing stones to scatter in every direction. Standing firm, he swings his fists with intense force and mocks the creature for being too slow. Charging forward, he slams his shoulder into the monster's chest. The creature, terrified and gasping for air, collapses, clutching its chest. Looking down at it, our guy remarks that, although he has not yet expertised the skill, the attack must have still inflicted significant pain. Raising his axe once more, he acknowledges that he could have finished the fight more quickly, but deliberately delayed, ensuring the monster did not die too soon. With a powerful downward strike, he delivers the final blow, sending blue blood spraying everywhere. Our guy considers a strategic move as he remembers that cutting off a monster's tail while it is still alive guarantees a 100% drop rate. Resting his axe on his shoulder, he hopes that luck will grant him an additional rare item. He recalls that forest lizardmen tails are highly valued for their texture and flavor, each earning 2 silver coins as a reward. Thinking about completing a butchery quest, he turns back and taunts the hiding lizardmen, while urging them to come out and fight. The creatures hiding behind the trees listen cautiously. One of them finally attacks. A loud explosion follows, creating a large dust cloud. As the monster trembles, Roken levels up. Lifting the monster by its neck as it struggles to breathe, he confidently states that this should replenish his funds. Sensing someone behind him, he grins knowingly. He realizes that one of the lizardmen must have been spying on him the entire time, waiting for an opportunity to strike when he was exhausted. Suddenly, a man clad in silver armor steps forward and addresses him, asking if he is the one whom a team of 3 had failed to defeat. Roken, looking ahead, notices a group gathered in front of him. him. The man acknowledges Roken's skill, noting that he has been taking down lizardmen alone. Roken remains silent, observing the situation. A girl in the group questions what is happening, while the man beside her remarks that Roken's aura has changed. Their armored leader reassures them, dismissing any concern by stating that Roken is alone and has no backup. Without hesitation, our boy steps forward, gripping his axe. He expresses amusement at the unexpected encounter and admits that he never expected to meet someone like this here. Locking eyes with the leader, he confidently assumes that the man is prepared to die. The armored man chuckles and dismisses Roken's words, questioning whether he harbors some grudge, as if one of them had killed him before. Roken, however, recalls the past. In his previous life, Helios ranked 19th among Lord players and 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. He vividly remembers the moment Helios had attacked him while declaring his demise. Recognizing his opponent, he responds that this is perfect because this time, Helios will not be able to run away like a coward. He vows to cut him to pieces, ensuring that he will never dare return. Roken thinks that Helios has no idea who he is, but it doesn't matter to him. Helios, however, smirks and declares that he will make sure that Roken will be in pieces by the end of their fight. Our guy notices the tattoo of a sword and arrow on the girl's face and immediately recognizes it as the mark of the PK Guild, Blood Chaser. If they have come all this way to find him, then the 3 troublemakers from earlier must have been part of the guild as well. With a smirk, our guy mocks Helios, saying that it is flattering to have so many people sent after just one person. Helios remains unfazed, insisting that it is better to be cautious. He states that someone interfering with their profitable business must be eliminated as painfully as possible. Our boy shrugs, remarking that he hadn't cared about their activities before, but since they have chosen to provoke him, he now has no choice but to destroy their entire guild. Helios snaps his fingers and accuses him of bluffing, White warning him not to make threats he cannot back up. As Helios's followers charge at him, our guy swings his axe, cutting through several enemies at once. Blood splatters as bodies collapse around him. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, shaking the ground beneath him. He throws a punch at Helios's face, but Helios reacts just in time, intercepting the attack. Smirking, Helios acknowledges our guy's skill but declares that a simple axe swing won't be enough to take him down. Roken stays alert as Helios activates his flame burst skill, releasing a wave of scorching flames. With a grin, Helios calls him a fool. Helios's level is 41 and his class as an arcane swordsman mage. He proudly states that this is why arcane swordsmen are so highly regarded. As the dust settles, he doubts that anyone is even able to hear him. Before Helios can celebrate, Roken bursts out of the debris, swinging his axe once more. Helios, caught off guard, leaps aside and raises his sword to block the strike. He frowns, realizing that his earlier attack has done nothing. Gritting his teeth, he activates his explosion skill, causing the flames around him to surge. Recognizing the need for a stronger move, he unleashes a massive column of fire from his hands, sending our boy flying backward. Our guy barely manages to stop himself, gripping the ground to halt his momentum. Instead of retaliating immediately, he remains seated and calmly remarks that Helios hasn't changed at all. He taunts him, while pointing out that his high level has made him overconfident. His flashy attacks may look impressive, but in terms of real skill, he is neither a master swordsman nor a powerful mage. He is nothing. Roken then asks if Helios has any more surprises left. Enraged, Helios clenches his teeth and lunges forward, unleashing another wave of flames. He shouts at our guy not to be so arrogant. However, he easily dodges the attack and counters with a swift motion of his hand. Helios's movements are too slow, just as our guy remembers from their past encounters. Seeing the fear in Helios's eyes, our guy realizes that, after facing him so many times in his previous life, he can now read his every move. In that moment, Helios seems as insignificant as a mere insect. Without hesitation, our guy activates his dash skill and appears behind Helios. Before Helios can react, he slashes his shoulder, inflicting a deep wound. Helios freezes, his entire body trembling. Our guy glares at him and states that, despite his arrogance, he is nothing more than a coward who preys on weaker players. Helios swings his sword wildly and screams that he will acknowledge Roken's arrogance if he can survive this next attack. With fierce determination, he raises his sword and activates the incinerate skill, unleashing a devastating wave of fire. Roken watches carefully, feeling a slight unease. Helios is now using mid-level flame magic, which is a skill our guy himself mastered long ago. He wonders how much time Helios has spent training. Helios lets out a cruel laugh, taunting our guy and asking if he has ever seen anything like this before. With a confident grin, he summons a towering inferno of flames. Our guy stands his ground, watching as the fire rushes toward him. Helios, convinced of his victory, slams his sword into the ground and surveys the battlefield with satisfaction. He boasts that not even ashes will remain of Roken. Before he can celebrate, a shadow suddenly emerges from the fire. Roken, axe in hand, his face partially hidden by a silver mask. Helios recoils in shock, unable to believe that a level 35 player has survived such an attack. Grinding his teeth, he yells at Roken not to mock him, convinced that something unnatural is at play. At that, our boy activates his strike skill. With a fierce swing of his axe, he declares that Helios is nothing but a weakling. Helios, eyes wide with fury, lets out a piercing scream. The ground beneath them cracks, and explosions erupt all around. As the battle nears its end, our guy takes a few steps forward, realizing that he is leveled up. He removes his mask and mutters that he barely survived. He acknowledges that without his helmet, he might have died. Glancing at the loot he has gained, he smirks. He has hit another jackpot. Reflecting on the fight, Roken considers how the PKers have been causing chaos. Near the end of the battle, he felt a flicker of doubt. Helios has already learned a mid-level spell, which was unexpected. In his previous life, these players made it nearly impossible for others to hunt. A player union had even formed to drive them out, and it was the MP Guild that led the effort, which was how they became famous. But this time, things are different. The MP Guild is struggling financially, meaning they won't be able to stop the PKers. With that in mind, Roken decides to eliminate them before they have a chance to spread. He also figures that he can even earn the prestigious Player Killer (PKK) title in the process. At that, a low chuckle escapes him as he considers the opportunity. Suddenly, a blue beam appears behind him, which is a teleportation light as a group of adventurers rushes in. Next moment, our boy grabs one by the face and slams him to the ground. The others immediately step back to see scene in front of them. Glancing at the group, our boy smirks as he asks if they have arrived as backup. His eyes shine as he stands tall, his expression unwavering. Then, with a grin, he challenges them to come to him. Roken swings his sword, cutting one of his opponents in half. He notes with amusement that there are 15 enemies against him. As he fights, he has leveled up. Grinning, he observes that the number of opponents has now dropped to 9. His enemies prepare a guided shot, drawing their bows and releasing a shower of arrows toward him. However, he swiftly swings his axe, deflecting every single one. One of the enemies stares at Roken in disbelief, unable to understand how he blocked an attack that is supposed to have a guaranteed hit rate. Roken, gripping his axe, thinks to himself that they do not even understand their own skills. The game registers a hit as long as the arrows strike something, but it does not matter what. Without hesitation, he activates his dash skill and charges forward, cutting down trees in his path. As he moves, the enemies behind him fall one by one and he has leveled up again. One of his opponents, frustrated by the situation, declares that they will report him for cheating. Our guy only finds this amusing, dismissing their accusations. Approaching the fallen enemies, he begins collecting rewards, considering it the perfect opportunity to gather loot. As he touches the head of one opponent, a sudden purple light appears, and a black robe materializes in his hand. He gazes at it in confusion, wondering what it could be. Then the system informs him that it is the Cape of Concealment, a rare item that grants the ability to hide a player from sight by using 50 MP. Recognizing the rarity of the item, our dude reflects on how difficult it is to obtain a piece of equipment like this. He finds it absurd that a player killer, PKer, would carry such a valuable item, considering their overconfidence in numbers. He assumes that they believed sheer numbers would prevent their defeat. Feeling fortunate, he acknowledges his luck in acquiring the item. Just as he finishes his thoughts, a shining blue teleportation beam appears in front of him, signaling the arrival of more enemies. He considers testing the cape and immediately activates its camouflage ability. Meanwhile, 2 men step into the battlefield just as Roken disappears. One of them glances around and confirms that their target has already left. As they move further into the area, one of them comments on how extravagant the missing opponent must be if he is not insane. One man questions whether their enemy had truly been using a hack, to which his companion responds with certainty. He explains that Roken endured the mid-level spell Incinerate. Our boy countered it effortlessly without taking any damage. He adds that they have already reported him. When asked for the opponent's name, he reveals that it was our boy, while explaining that one of their fallen comrades had used a detection skill on him before dying. From his hidden position, our guy watches the conversation unfold and finds the situation strange. As he observes the Golden Knight, recognition dawns on him that he has seen that mark before. Meanwhile, the knight and his companion decide that reporting alone will not be enough. They agree to send out reinforcements to find Roken at any cost, determined to retrieve the Cape of Concealment, which had cost them a significant amount. One of the men, clutching his head in frustration, chuckles and speculates about the involvement of a certain woman. He wonders if he is her boyfriend, assuming that their relationship will not last much longer. His companion then shifts the conversation to the other hunting groups, noting that some of their members had even lost their weapons. The man in golden armor, gritting his teeth, calls them idiots and complains about the trouble they are causing. He expresses his frustration over spending a fortune on the hidden dungeon and the additional problems piling up. Hearing this, Roken becomes intrigued. He had not heard about the hidden dungeon before. The 2 men continue their discussion, deciding to keep the remaining members occupied for the time being. As Roken peers from behind the bushes, he finally recalls where he has seen that mark before. He realizes that the guild that claims to uphold justice is actually the one supporting the PKers. This revelation leads him to reflect on past events. In his past life, when the MP Guild took down the Blood Chasers, it had all been an act. The supposed betrayal and reform of certain PKers had been carefully orchestrated. He recalls how they always appeared at the worst possible moments, particularly when he suffered from the cooldown penalty of his berserk skill. Now, it is clear that the guild had been feeding them information all along. Understanding the full picture, he decides that he must prepare himself for what is to come. Before he can act, a massive level 75 Forest Lizard Man Grand Warrior appears before him, launching a sudden attack. Roken swiftly dodges and counterattacks, cutting down the monster with ease. Another system notification confirms that he has leveled up once again. The message acknowledges his incredible feat of defeating 100 consecutive enemies stronger than himself, awarding him the title Endless Ambition. He becomes the first player to ever receive this title. The system also informs him about the benefits of the title, that he will regain 1% of his health for every opponent he defeats, and if he enters another battle within a set time, his critical hit probability will increase by 1%, stacking up to 10 times. Reviewing this, Roken realizes he may have overdone it slightly, but he has achieved his goal. With satisfaction, he notes that he has also defeated a Grand Warrior. Another notification informs him that he has reached level 50, while unlocking the ability to choose a secondary class. He is advised to visit the nearest city to select his new class and gain additional skills and professions. Feeling a deep sense of accomplishment, our boy acknowledges that reaching level 50 is no small feat. Normally, leveling up 30 times would take an entire month of continuous hunting, but since he had been targeting monsters 30 levels above him, his progress had been much faster. He considers this the true definition of speed leveling. Pulling out a return scroll, he activates it, watching as a blue aura surrounds him. He notes how convenient these scrolls are and looks forward to selecting his secondary class. Just as the teleportation process begins, Roken suddenly senses something. As he looks around, he notices the dissatisfied expressions of several players surrounding him. Walking forward slightly, he realizes that they had been waiting for him all along. A large crowd has gathered, their gazes locked onto him. He smirks, wondering why they are all staring at him so intently. The players block his path, demanding to talk. Roken, uninterested, attempts to leave, but one of them steps forward and insists that he follow them. Without a word, Roken calmly opens his system window, causing confusion among the players. One of them questions why he is checking his status window at a time like this. Instead of responding, our boy activates security mode, covering his ears. The players around him suddenly freeze as they notice something alarming, that iron guards have appeared. Panic spreads as someone shouts in disbelief, recognizing them as night NPCs. Another player, in shock, exclaims that they are surrounded. The group, unfamiliar with this feature, questions whether such a function exists in the game. Roken understands their panic. Basically, PKers cannot enter towns because the system prevents them at the gate, but they must have used return scrolls to sneak in. However, they clearly had not expected that someone could summon the guards on them. Our guy find them foolish for expecting that the PK penalty would more exist inside the town. As the guards advance, the PKers tremble in fear. One of them, furious, lunges at Roken in an attempt to kill him, who is level 99. Roken remains unfazed as he effortlessly dodges the attack. Watching them scramble, he sarcastically asks for justice. He smirks and presents the PKers with an option to run for their lives and wait for auction board to get back their dropped items. Later, our boy is inside the guild and agrees to register all of them, completing the auction item posting. He thanks the service provider and remarks that registering everything was a hassle since so many files came all together. He ensures the items are priced high enough to keep bidders invested, determined to annoy them. He opens the homepage and reads an announcement from the Lionheart Guild, which owns a 2-story house in Moonglow and is recruiting new members. Below, another notice states that the Jungle Guild, which owns a 3-room house in Caris, is also looking for recruits. Roken notes that guilds moving to different cities have already started advertising. As expected, guilds use rented houses to attract new members, and the possession of a guild house reflects a guild's strength and capability. Another message reveals that the country of Wind God is also recruiting. Roken assumes that since he rented out all the good houses in Chthon, recruitment ads in that area are scarce. Players prefer strong guilds. Extending his finger toward the system message, he decides this is the perfect time to advertise house sales. It should be enough. He writes a system message announcing that several 3-room and 2-story houses are available for long-term lease to guilds, with an auction scheduled for next week. As soon as he posts the message, offers flood in. He smirks, realizing some people might think he's a scammer. He imagines their reactions when they realize the sale is real. His eyes widen as he notices players discussing the post. They suspect the message wasn't written by the same person who previously posted about the hidden dungeon. Since that player had revealed the skeleton battle armor after finding the dungeon, they assume he must be telling the truth. They also wonder how he managed to acquire so many houses. Our guy chuckles while reading the messages, surprised by the quick response. He grins and reminds himself that he used a fake nickname of Krypton. More messages appear from the MP Guild, urging him to contact them if he still has houses. Another guild, Blood Chasers, insists on securing a 3-room house, even stating they won't harm him if he gets in touch. He didn't expect even these guilds to show interest. Grinding his teeth, he thinks this could be fun. He looks forward to next week. Approaching a door, he places his hand on it and mutters that the only remaining task is dealing with the Berserker Guild's house. Standing in front of it, he calls out to see if anyone is inside. While entering, he glances around and notes that, no matter the city, Berserker guilds always look the same. A man at the counter asks why he's here. Roken states he's there to upgrade his class. The man is shocked and quickly grabs Roken's palm, exclaiming that it's too early for him to give up on life. Annoyed, our guy punches him in the teeth and demands the documents for his secondary class change. The man frowns and warns him to think carefully, as there's no turning back once he makes his decision. If he chooses the same class twice, his abilities and stats will improve, but he'll gain fewer skills, limiting his ability to combine different abilities. Our guy considers the possibilities. A second profession doesn't necessarily have to extend the first. A specific specific job choice could even lead to unlocking a hidden profession, but every job has its flaws and advantages. It's all about control. After weighing his options, Roken firmly instructs the man to bring the documents. A fat man in glasses appears, laughing as he stamps the papers, declaring that Roken is now a true berserker. His system congratulates him on his profession upgrade to advanced berserker, confirming his improved skills. The fat man stretches out his hands, offering him a choice of rewards. At that, our boy glances at the table, where weapons and armor are displayed. There were a formidable mace, a lizard man's shoulder guard, and a crimson ghost sword. He's slightly disappointed that an axe isn't available, but the mace isn't a bad option. A heavily tattooed man appears, surprised by Roken's decision to pick the shoulder guard instead of a weapon. Roken explains that he already has a weapon, but a good shoulder guard is harder to find. The shoulder guard's stats were that its durability is 300 out of 300, and it can be modified later. He approaches the counter and asks to see more skill books for his secondary profession. The man at the counter reaches into a cabinet. Roken squints in confusion as the man pulls out a small backpack. Realizing he's out of money, he looks concerned. The man asks what's wrong. Suddenly, our guy notices a girl and approaches her, requesting a loan. She smiles and agrees, introducing herself as a representative of Arok Bank. She asks for his name and profession for their records. Our guy states that he is an advanced berserker named Roken. The girl, still shaking, questions why the bank would send someone so nervous. She places 3 gold coins on the table and informs him that since this is his second profession, he qualifies for a deposit of up to 3 gold coins. Roken immediately takes them. The girl thanks him for using their services. Then his system notifies him that his existing skills, Dash, Strike, Warcry, and Berserk, have all been strengthened to level 2. He looks at the system interface with satisfaction. He also gains new skills, Shoulder Strike, which deals damage through a powerful body slam, Leap Attack, which allows him to launch into the air and crash down on an opponent, and Throwing, which increases his stats when throwing a weapon at an enemy. Though he only gains 3 new skills, Roken believes mastering a few powerful abilities is better than becoming a mediocre player with mixed classes. He recalls legendary players like Grand Sorcerer Ares, Trina, and Flash, who all focused on a single profession. However, the King of Creation's exact class combination was never revealed. Roken wonders how he can surpass him. A system message informs him that he has obtained a bottle of lizardman blood, the final ingredient he needed to complete his endless research task. A man in glasses wishes him luck with the next task. A new quest, Endless Research 12, appears. He knows that Materian needs ingredients to enhance the potion, requiring 10 forest monster fruits. The reward is 50 silver coins and a large amount of experience points. Roken scoffs, noting that the man doesn't even look at him anymore. There are 15 quests in total, and he still has 4 more to go. He heads toward the Monster Swamp Forest, aware that melee players dislike the area because their feet can get stuck in the swamp. He knows it's a risky choice, especially with player killers, Peekiers, desperate to hunt him down, but he remains confident. Smirking, he prepares to cut through his enemies. Just as he activates his runebook, a group of players appears, blocking his path. He recognizes them that they're the same ones he fought in town before. They state that they aren't here to fight, but to talk. They propose a deal. If he returns the Cape of Concealment, they'll let him off the hook for everything else, and acknowledge his ownership of the other auctioned items. Our guy calmly looks at them and smirks. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, calling them fools for not knowing how to make a good deal. A player with long black hair threatens to hunt him down until he quits the game if he refuses. More players surround him. Resting his axe on his shoulder, Roken glares at them, stating that deals requiring benefits for both sides and their offer is just a threat. He smirks, covers his face, and dares them to come and take it if they can. Water splashes through the dense forest while his enemies try to stop him. A group of players close in, while declaring that they have secured their target. They launch a coordinated attack, but our boy counters it with war cries which echoes through the trees. They attack again, but our guy swiftly dodges each strike. Another opponent lunges forward, generating an attack, but he skillfully blocks it. One player, standing off to the side, exclaims in disbelief, questioning how our dude is keeping work then when he was supposed to be around level 30. Another activates detection, launching an attack, but it is effortlessly dodged. Blood spills as another player shouts in shock, realizing our guy's level has jumped from 35 to 50 in just a few days. The logic defies them. The battle goes on, and our guy cuts down multiple warriors with swift, precise movements. A female player, watching from a distance, anxiously reports to her leader that he is too fast for anyone to keep up with. She hesitates, asking if they should retreat. The leader dismisses the idea, barking orders to open fire immediately. Panic spreads as everyone unleashes their attacks without even aiming. Magic circles form in the air as spells are cast, surrounding our guy from all sides. On the other side, our dude observes their reckless actions and thinks they must be desperate to kill him. A nearby player shouts in frustration, warning his allies to be careful where they shoot. Seeing that they are using low-level spells, he decides a few well-placed stones will be enough to stop them. But then, guided shots activate, and a wave of blue-tinged arrows rains down on Roken. As one arrow makes contact, he realizes that they came prepared this time, and they brought both archers and magicians. With over 100 enemies present, it is clear they mobilized the entire guild against him. Standing amidst the storm of arrows, Roken assesses the situation. He cannot fight at full strength without exhausting his MP, but taking out enemies one by one with basic skills might allow him to level up and replenish his energy. Without wasting any time, he pivots sharply, delivering a powerful axe strike while warning melee fighters to back off. Warriors surround him from all sides, attempting to corner him. Then a warrior grips his axe tightly and activates his power attack. A girl wielding twin combat blades shouts as she launches her strike, while a shield bearer furiously fortifies his defenses. Roken watches them with amusement, noting that they are only second-class holders, barely mixing skills from two different jobs. But it dude combine dash and strike skills, generating an intense orange beam. However, out of nowhere, chains wrap around Rokan, binding him tightly. An opponent triumphantly announces that the trap has worked, and it was Hunter's snare. Roken remains still, recognizing the strength of the chains. He realizes that breaking free will require more than just a couple of attacks. He will have to use everything he has. The opposing group quickly channels their mana into a large magic circle. Above them, glowing orange flames swirl in the sky, ready to rain destruction upon him. Their leader declares that this will be their final stand. Roken smirks, mocking their effort. He challenges them to hit him with everything they have. An explosion erupts, and an archer in red armor cheers, believing they have finally taken him down. But his confidence vanishes as he watches the chains shatter. Our guy leaps high into the air, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The archer's grin falters, fear creeping in as he mutters that this cannot be real and he is not some superhero. Before he can react, our guy slashes through him, blood splattering across the ground. Without pause, he continues his assault, cutting down warrior after warrior. As his level skyrockets by 5, he grins. The system notifies him that he has defeated 100 player killers, earning him the title of PKK. The system states that he is the first player to achieve this, granting him a significant power boost, a 15% increase in attack and defense against player killers, along with a 10% boost in damage and critical hits against humanoid enemies. Staring at the notification, he marvels at the implications. The title applies not just to players, but to all humanoid enemies. He considers using it during NPC war events, possibly reaching 1,000 kills. Determined, he saves his location in the runebook and prepares to return to town. Though he has yet to reach his destination, cashing in on his collected items takes priority. Back in town, he completes the auction posting and scans the homepage. He refuses to let the blood chasers escape so easily. To rekindle their fury, he publicly declares that he is on a killing spree against their faction. He encourages players to report sightings, promising to eliminate any blood chasers they find. Smirking, he acknowledges that this move will permanently put him at odds with them, but they will never rest until they reclaim the lost cape. If they demand it back, it was their mistake losing it in the first place. Now it belongs to him. As he examines a safety guard, he mutters that it feels like a waste of money, but better safe than sorry. At 30 silver coins each, the expense is high, but he cannot afford to be attacked while dealing with the berserk effect. With monsters growing stronger and more player killers targeting him, caution is necessary. Holding an open magic book, he considers that slowing down his quest completion rate might be an issue, but it should not be a major problem. He stands still as a bright blue light engulfs him, his smug expression unshaken. It is time to return and complete the main scenario quest. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the head of the Player Killers Guild scowls at the system notification. They have failed again. His girlfriend, standing nearby, suggests giving up, reminding him they can always acquire another cape later. His furious gaze snaps to her as he silences her with a sharp retort. He grits his teeth, seething over the loss. That cape is no ordinary item, but it is a rare class artifact with built-in camouflage, something money cannot buy. With it, they could have effortlessly hunted down dozens of high-level players. Now his rage intensifies as he vows revenge. No matter what it takes, he will reclaim the cape. Meanwhile, it's seen that people continue commenting under our guy's post, speculating about his actions against Bloodchaser. Some suggest that he is merely seeking attention, while others joke that he is finding new ways to die. One user sarcastically remarks that he wishes it were true, but claims to have been killed 5 times just the day before. Another points out that a bunch of our guy's items are already up for sale on the auction board. A debate ensues as someone insists that he must have really wiped them out, while others argue that those player killers probably just respawned outside town. Another speculates that they might have died while fighting a boss monster. Meanwhile, our guy battles a forest monster, pushing forward with impressive speed. He smirks as he swings his axe, executing a powerful shoulder attack that shatters the tree's branches. Roken, standing nearby, grips his battle axe tightly and warns that another one is coming. He unleashes a strike that splits the tree in half, revealing a yellow crystal inside. Without hesitation, he reaches in and retrieves the crystal. Roken, holding the crystal, mutters about his dislike for forest monsters, complaining about their low drop rates and irregular respawn times. He adds that eventually, they will drop a fruit if he kills enough of them. Our dude remarks that farming for ingredients is a fundamental part of the game, he just has to keep grinding until the item drops. Soon he's notified that he has obtained a forest monster fruit. He grins, realizing it's time to search for the next item. Roken, deep in thought, considers handing over all the items at once to save time. He recalls that the next item can be found at the Lake of Clarity, a crystal-clear lake in the heart of the violent forest. Drinking its water grants players a temporary boost in mental state, which is why many bring bottles of it back. However, he wonders why no player killers have attacked him during this hunt, and if he really wiped out the entire guild in one go. As he continues typing, he muses that he might have gone easy on them if he had known things would turn out this way. Just then, he hears a voice shouting angrily. Turning his attention toward the noise, he recognizes the guildmaster of the MP Guild. The man yells at his subordinates, demanding to know why they haven't done anything about the post. One of them hesitantly responds that they thought ignoring it would be the safer option. The guildmaster furiously points out that the post has already hit the top and that too many players have seen it. He questions if anyone will still fear them after this. Our guy silently observes, realizing why things have been so quiet around him lately. At least the guildmaster understands the situation. If other players discover that the player killers are avoiding him, the entire guild's reputation will crumble. Once that happens, it won't be the player killers who are hunted, and it will be the MP Guild itself. Our guy smirks. His mind gear is already turning exactly what he must do next. As the guildmaster rages, one of his subordinates urges him to calm down, promising to handle the situation. But the guildmaster scoffs, asking if handling it means getting killed again and handing over their items like last time. He demands to know if their target is using a mod. The subordinate confirms that he received a direct reply from the game's admin, stating that the player is legitimate. Frustrated, the guildmaster curses, finding it absurd that such an advanced game company can't detect a hacker. He rants about how one person managed to defeat 100, despite all the money he spent on the game. Our guy, hiding nearby, listens closely. He recalls that the guildmaster's in-game ID is Perea, wondering what he was thinking when he chose that name. Then he hears them discussing a plan to frame him as a hacker. If they spread the rumor, opinion leaders will believe it, and the game's community will turn against him. Suddenly, our boy's eyes widen in realization. Perea slaps his subordinate and insists that they must force him out of the game while taking credit for it. Our boy finally remembers that the guy is dating Suhi. She once told him that Perea was good at the game, and while he dismissed it as nonsense, it now seems to hold some truth. Was Suhi the one who dropped the cape? He never thought she would be of any use to him, but perhaps he was wrong. Memories flood back from his past life, the reason he started playing this game in the first place. He had joined because of Suhi, hoping to spend time with her in the game. But after a while, she dumped him and had her friends from the MP Guild repeatedly kill and torment him. Now, our guy knows he will meet them soon. He chuckles darkly, vowing to get his revenge several times over for the humiliation they inflicted on him. Meanwhile, Perea orders his subordinates to send experienced guild members to Bloodchanger. He promises that their PK count will be erased, their health restored, and their levels boosted, but only if they eliminate Rokan. Otherwise, they should not return to the MP Guild. His subordinates comply, and Perea turns back to hunting. As they advance through the forest, a group of warriors stands in their path, signaling their presence. Curious, Perea watches as a magician conjures a flame, preparing to launch an attack. A knight fights alongside him, deflecting the attacks of a furious monster. Our dude, hidden, watches and evaluates their skills. He notes that Perea is competent but only ahead due to his strong physique. Eventually, others will surpass him. Deciding he has seen enough, he steps away, heading toward the lake. When he arrives, he finds it deserted. Smirking, he considers himself lucky. But as he observes closely, he notices that bears and blue wolves standing at the water's edge. Without wasting any time, he rushes forward. He mutters that he needs a clean kill, as the quest doesn't specify what type of creature he needs to slay. A single rabbit could suffice if he is lucky, but on the other hand, he might end up facing a bloodthirsty bear or a blue wolf, both over level 80. As the creatures lunge at him, he tightens his grip on his weapon and taunts them. Slashing through them with ease, blood splatters across the ground as they collapse. He scoffs, saying that this is how a real man fights. Watching the MP Guild struggle was nothing but a bore. Now it's time to check what they have dropped. Just then he hears a voice. Turning toward the lake, he spots a massive ripple in the water. In front of him stands a towering figure, a named mob with a tragic backstory. It is the Knight of the Lake, Artwythe, a level 100 guardian who vowed to protect the lake's spirit even after death. Roken tenses, realizing the enormous power gap between level 19 and level 100. The difference isn't just in stats. High-level players unlock compound skills, allowing them to combine primary and secondary class abilities to create devastating new techniques. This is what separates the weak from the strong. He debates whether to flee and return later. Killing a level 100 monster is the condition for a third-class change, but it's not necessary right now. However, he remembers that if he retrieves the essence of the lake and brings it to Materion, the researcher studying purification, he might receive a valuable reward. It's worth the risk. Grinning, he decides there's no backing out now. He raises his weapon and challenges the monster. The monster responds instantly, summoning a surge of water. Our guy watches closely, realizing that he is using a compound skill right from the beginning. Roken notices that he is applying force and assumes he is relying on a simple third-class technique that strengthens attacks by channeling mana. However, he believes the skill drains energy quickly, especially since the user is just reaching level 100. Meanwhile, a creature accuses him of tainting the lake and demands their life as punishment. Then he applies aqua/skill and start fighting. A burst of water appear. However, our dude declares that this creature should be the one asking for forgiveness, while questioning what kind of guardian disrupts the place he is meant to protect. As the battle continues, both combatants clash fiercely. He notices the damage to his health from magical effects, though it remains manageable. However, he stays cautious of compound skills. Next moment, he activates the aqua shield. Observing the move, he realizes the barrier isn't just for defense, but it also deals damage. Knowing another chance won't come easily, he pushes forward and strikes back. Both of the opponents engage in a sword fight, but when the enemy is about to overpower our boy, he immediately uses his escape skill to dodge the attack. Our guy ponders how with attack, defense, and even a mitigation skill combined while taking down a level 100 monster proves difficult. Still, he knows that such skills have long cooldowns while giving him a chance to strike at the right moment. Determined, he warns the opponent to prepare while signaling that he is about to fight seriously. But when the enemy counters, his injury worsens. Frustrated, he acknowledges that relying on berserk mode alone won't work. A direct hit from a force-imbued attack could disable his ability, and more concerning, his weapon is at risk of breaking. Realizing he must end the fight quickly, he prepares to create an opening. Without hesitation, he deactivates his armor. The monster taunts him while assuming he is giving up. With a smirk, he admits he is at his limit too, and challenges the enemy to bring everything it has. In response, the monster launches all its skills at once. After withstanding the onslaught with an aqua barrier, the enemy belittles him while claiming that a beginner skill won't be enough to win. But Roken, unfazed, corrects the assumption that his true plan is to cancel the attack. Next moment, he throws his weapon at the shield. Watching closely, he finally sees the moment he was waiting for. With one shot left, he prepares to strike. He leaps towards the monster with a shoulder charge. On the other hand, the monster acknowledges that creating a crack in the barrier before attacking was a clever move, but insists that it won't be enough, pointing out that his opponent's HP has dropped below 5%. Without hesitation, it equips the sealed helm of the Lion King. Watching this unfold, Roken realizes the effect of the Epic class title and Iron Will has activated, increasing all his stats by 50% due to his low HP. He recalls that removing his armor was only a strategy to trigger his title's effect. Our boy mocks his opponent that while it seems reckless to take off armor during a fight, but he did it on purpose. Then he confidently declares his enemy is imminent defeat. With that, he raises his axe and uses dash skill to strike his enemy. Therefore, as their battle reaches its climax, our guy lands a powerful strike and notes how fortunate he is that it was a critical hit. Thinking back, he credits his success to the titles he has collected so far, while realizing that one of them granted him a 20% boost in critical hit probability. Without wasting time, he decides to finish things and collect his reward. Just as he speaks, the monster suddenly attempts to flee. Amused, he calls out while questioning where it is rushing off to, before launching another attack. Furious, the monster retaliates, but our dude counters with immense force and finishes him off. Then, his system informs him that he has leveled up. The system praises his feat while recognizing that he has surpassed his limits to defeat an entity of an entirely different level. The system further announces that he has gained the title of the Tide-Turning Warrior while making him the first player to receive it. Additionally, another title is granted that the first-named Hunter, while rewarding him for being the first to slay a widely recognized entity. Writhing in pain, our boy deactivates Berserk mode and calls for a safe zone, which immediately takes effect. Roken also feels relieved while knowing that even if a monster respawns, he will be safe. However, another unexpected announcement surprises him that two special titles will now be merged. In disbelief, he questions what exactly is happening. Before he can fully process it, another notification appears while confirming that he has earned the Limit Break title. As he takes it all in, he marvels at the impossible that two epic titles have fused into a legendary title. Reading its effects, he realizes that his skills will develop further, and the level difference penalty will decrease. Even though he won't receive material rewards like the Essence of the Lake, the new title alone makes the battle worthwhile. Confident in his decision, he reassures himself that choosing to fight was the right call. Suddenly, he notices a group of people nearby and questions what they are doing. One of them, in shock, remarks about what just happened, while another accuses him of hacking while suggesting that the admins must have been bribed. Annoyed, Roken instantly recognizes them as troublemakers while dismissing them as persistent player killers. One of them boasts about recording a video of the event while urging the others to leave so they can report it. Laughing at their foolishness, our guy watches as they run off, pleased that their interference is over. Now, he can collect the rest of his quest items in peace. At that moment, another notification confirms that he has obtained the Essence of the Lake. Smirking, he wonders how Materian will react upon seeing his latest achievement. After a while, he is at the shop to fix his weapon. He checks his equipment, which has been repaired. Roken feels relieved while acknowledging that his weapon is restored, and all the loot has been sold. Now, the only thing remaining is a visit to the Magician's Guild. Just then, a young woman approaches and expresses gratitude for the transaction. Roken internally decides to postpone his meeting with Materian, as he still needs to obtain the final quest item that is the Fish of Clarity. He reflects on how magical objects are incredibly costly, while having spent a gold coin on a single-use artifact, merely because it belongs to the magic category. However, he reassures himself that selling the loot taken from player killers has earned him a substantial amount while making the expense insignificant. He commands his runebook to teleport him to the Lake of Clarity. Upon arriving, he sets down some materials and notes that they will handle the respawning creatures. With that taken care of, he moves on to his next objective. Considering his options, he evaluates the effectiveness of his costly tool. While most adventurers wait for the fish's appearance before capturing it with a harpoon or fishing rod, he believes the process is too time-consuming and tedious. Instead, he opts for a quicker and simpler technique. Activating Lightning Shock, he recalls that the yellow orb is a magic-storing artifact containing electric-type energy that allows 3 spell uses per orb. Striking the lake's surface once more, he reassures himself that the purchase was worthwhile. Suddenly, a notification pops up while confirming that he has completed the Endless Research 15 quest. Afterward, he meets a scholar, who expresses amazement upon receiving the requested items. The man, impressed, asks how our guy anticipated his needs so precisely. Our boy, however, grows impatient while wondering why the title reward hasn't been given. Instead of recognizing his achievements, the scholar merely looks astonished. Just as he is about to inquire further, the man interrupts while stating that our boy isn't qualified yet for the next task. He instructs him to return after becoming stronger. Roken, already expecting this response, still finds it frustrating. The scholar had him running countless errands, only to dismiss him because of his level restriction. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this while knowing that the next assignment could only be accessed beyond level 100. Without hesitation, he presents an object, while politely requesting the man's expertise. Observing the reaction closely, he is eager to see how the scholar responds. However, the man, preoccupied, tells our hero that he is occupied with other matters. Undeterred, Roken casually reveals that he obtained something else at the lake and inquires whether the scholar is familiar with it. At the sight of the artifact, the man freezes while recognizing it immediately. Shocked, he exclaims that this cannot be. The essence of the lake is not something that can be acquired easily. Our boy is unsurprised by the reaction while having expected it. When pressed for an explanation, he nonchalantly states that he defeated the Knight of the Lake to obtain it. The scholar, now visibly astonished, struggles to believe that Roken managed to slay such a formidable foe. Acknowledging his strength, he then contemplates whether our guy could handle another assignment. Receiving the new task, our boy immediately realizes that he has bypassed the usual prerequisites. Studying the terms, he notices that the reward includes the Investigation Team Ring, a rare and valuable accessory that remains useful even beyond level 100. Understanding the potential benefits, he recognizes that it will help him gain experience faster. Confidently, he assures the scholar that the mission will be completed. The man, pleased, expresses his trust in our boy while wishing him luck before instructing him to search the auction board and locate investigation member Hakeem. While scanning the assignment's details, our guy smirks while knowing that the scholar's instructions are misleading. The mission directs players to find Hakeem, but no such individual exists in town. Instead, adventurers must collect 15 pages of Hakeem's report, which randomly drop across the surrounding fields. Recalling his previous struggles, he remembers how difficult it was when the final page refused to appear. Since most players still consider the pages useless, he managed to purchase 11 copies immediately through the auction board, while leaving only 4 more to obtain. Rather than wasting time searching, he decides to wait for them to become available. With spare time, he turns his attention to other important matters. First, he plans to participate in a real estate auction, which is still days away. Additionally, thanks to the loot obtained from the Blood Chasers, he has plenty of funds. Now, the only remaining task is to eliminate the Blood Chasers themselves. Our guy commands his homepage to open and instructs it to display his previous post while also accessing his message inbox. As he examines the messages, he notes that he has received numerous reports while confirming that the situation persists. The latest recorded location indicates that the culprits have moved to the level 30 hunting area, specifically the Forest Goblin Village. He deduces that they have now resorted to targeting lower-level adventurers in their frustration. Realizing the village isn't far, he decides to reach it quickly while activating concealment skill before setting off. As he passes by, bystanders react with confusion while questioning whether something just sped past them at an incredible speed. Amused, our boy anticipates their shocked expressions when he suddenly appears before them, his cape enhancing the effect. Fast-forwarding to the Goblin's Forest, the Scum Guild Master Piria is already beating the hell out of other players. He's flaunting his big muscles and giant sword at those poor souls who have already died to this shithead for the 5th time. And of course, this clown thinks it's their fault their asses get whooped every time. In his mind, they just have a skill issue. The strong dominate the weak. That's how the game is designed. If they want to extend their lives even a little longer, they have to hand over everything they possess. Meanwhile, our boy is watching everything unfold from the sidelines. He notes how they have made no effort to prepare themselves and have failed to assign a lookout, which only makes his task easier. Smirking, he mentally thanks them for their generosity before launching a sudden assault. The group, while realizing the threat, shouts in panic while recognizing him as the same individual who posted about hunting them down. In sheer terror, they attempt to flee while yelling for everyone to run and avoid capture. Our boy, who is totally unfazed, questions where they think they are going before unleashing war cry while amplifying the fear in his targets. The onlookers, while witnessing the chaos, whisper among themselves while speculating whether this is the same person who declared his intentions to eliminate the blood chasers. Astonished by his movements, they wonder what level he must be, as he doesn't even resemble an ordinary player. A young adventurer, unable to contain his frustration, demands that someone stop him. Meanwhile, our guy, with a satisfied smirk on his face, claims his spoils of battle while announcing that all of their belongings now belong to him. Roken launches an attack while prompting one of his opponents to call him insane and question his motives. They plead for him to stop, promising not to bother him anymore. Our guy, unimpressed, mocks their reasoning for killing others. He continues his assault while causing an explosion, and taunts them while suggesting they should just become stronger if they dislike being overpowered. As the battle unfolds, one of the onlookers is amazed while commenting that Roken single-handedly defeated all the Peekers. Another remarks that Berserkers were considered an impractical class, yet Roken defies that belief. A girl then recognizes him and urgently informs him that her friend is under attack by player killers in a ravine south of Trinsic. Though momentarily confused, he quickly agrees to help while instructing her to message her friend and assure them that he will deal with the attackers within minutes. His confidence leaves everyone in shock. Later, our boy reflects on the sudden halt in player killer activity. He finds it strange, as he had been enjoying taking them down. Previously, he received a steady stream of reports about their actions, while allowing him to track and fight them. However, since announcing his intent to defeat them all, the reports have disappeared. He wonders if the Blood Chasers, a notorious group, are hiding. While they were once feared, players' perceptions have shifted after witnessing his strength. Now, even regular players no longer fear them. Roken, disappointed by the lack of challengers, considers his next move. Realizing that a housing auction is approaching, he suddenly becomes excited while seeing it as the perfect opportunity to shake things up. The following day, a large crowd gather at Cathon while discussing the event. A curious boy questions the commotion, and another person explains that a guild housing auction is being held. Many believe there are no properties available for purchase, yet important figures from major guilds are present. Among them, Piria acknowledges the fierce competition while understanding the significance of owning property in the game. He notes that as rankings become increasingly tied to wealth and popularity, a house is essential for a guild's growth. Determined to acquire one, he resolves to spend whatever it takes. However, he regrets not having more funds while blaming a secret backer supporting the Blood Chasers. Soon, an auctioneer steps forward while greeting the crowd and playfully reminding them to bring plenty of money. He inwardly sees them as nothing more than walking piggy banks. Meanwhile, a hidden ability called Evil Schemer activates, and he uses a disguise skill while altering his name and appearance for an hour. A woman questions his identity while asking if he is Krypton, the auction's host. He confirms, then announces that the auction will begin immediately. Piria, suspicious, finds the situation unusual. He recalls past dealings with someone who had sold a hidden dungeon and notes that this auctioneer does not match their description. Krypton questions the crowd's doubts about his identity, and one of the participants insists on verifying him through detection. Before he can finish his request, Krypton cuts him off while stating that those who do not trust him are not required to place bids. Piria is caught off guard by this response. Krypton explains that the process is straightforward, that anyone who does not believe him is free to walk away. Without further delay, he begins the first auction, deliberately excluding the skeptical individual. The bidding starts with 2-story houses at a base price of 10 gold coins per month. One bidder immediately offers 10 gold while prompting Krypton to ask for a higher offer. Another participant raises it to 12 gold, and as the bidding war escalates, the price quickly climbs to 14, then 15, until someone offers 20 gold coins. Krypton acknowledges the bid and waits for additional offers. Just as he prepares to finalize the sale, Piria interjects with a higher bid of 22 gold coins. However, Krypton smirks, and while ignoring the new offer, declares the person who initially bid 20 gold as the winner. The winning bidder, while appearing surprised, states that the purchase is for the Full Metal Guild. Krypton confirms the sale and prepares the contract. Piria, while realizing that he has been ignored, silently fumes. Meanwhile, the winning bidder expresses gratitude while assuring that the property will be well taken care of. Observers start murmuring, with some acknowledging that the deal must be legitimate since the contract is being signed immediately. A woman nearby regrets hesitating and wishes she had bid higher instead of doubting the process. Krypton then announces another decision that since the MP Guild violated the rules, it will be barred from participating in the second auction as well. Piria, outraged, protests against the reasoning behind the exclusion. Krypton calmly reminds everyone that only one warning is given. Frustrated, Piria holds back his anger while deciding to retaliate once the auction is over. Krypton, amused by the reaction, notes to himself that the real fun has not even begun. At the end, our boy vows to bring down this Piria and his guild by the time the auction ends. The auction begins in the auction house, and Krypton announces that the 4th-story house has been sold for 25 gold coins. He congratulates the Purple Cloud Guild, and they express their gratitude. Piria realizes that he has lost another opportunity, and wonders if all the houses have already been bought by the big guilds. He knows he must secure one before the auction ends. Frustration builds within him as he looks at Krypton, who quickly notices his growing annoyance. As the auction nears its conclusion, Krypton declares that they are moving to the last auction. Piria finds it easy to understand the Guildmaster's strategies and suspects that Krypton deliberately withheld the total number of houses available at the start. The bidding for the final house begins at 15 gold. Without hesitation, he bids 35 gold but suddenly raises it to 40. Krypton scans the crowd while waiting for any higher offers. The spectators, while calculating the value, wonder if Piria can afford 40 gold coins per month, as it equals 8 million in real currency. The amount seems extreme to them. Krypton then announces that the last of the two-story houses has been taken by the MP Guild. He presents the contract and reminds Piria to pay the rent on time. Meanwhile, Piria contemplates finding out this man's true identity and eliminating him. When the long-term rental contract is shown, he examines it carefully and suddenly realizes he has obtained a guild house. Just as he begins to process this, Krypton announces that another auction will begin shortly. Shocked, Piria accuses him of fraud while recalling that this was supposed to be the last auction. Krypton clarifies that he meant the last of the two-story houses, not the final auction overall. He questions whether Piria has read the announcement, where it was clearly stated that both 3-room and 2-story houses are available. He then asks if Piria intends to participate in the 3-room house auction, provided he has any gold left. Frustration overwhelms Piria, as he considers Krypton a fool. Without another word, he storms away, while Krypton, satisfied, revels in the fact that he will now receive 40 gold coins every month, while forcing Piria to pay 8 million every month. Piria wonders if it would cause great trouble for Krypton if anyone were to interfere with his guild. As he steps inside a dimly lit place, he calls out to check if anyone is present. Before he can react, someone suddenly grabs his neck. It is his guildmaster, who glares at him and demands to know how he dared to use their guild's gold to buy a house for himself. His master reminds him of the contract they made while emphasizing that it was meant to generate profit. He expects Piria to be useful to the guild because he never makes exceptions. Shock and exhaustion wash over Piria, but he hands over the inventory without resistance while agreeing that they will sign the transfer contract later. His master questions whether their original plan was to acquire the house for the MP Guild. However, Piria insists that they need to change their approach. His master dismisses the idea, stating that their only focus should be on eliminating Rokan, as it would benefit them and restore everything to normal. Additionally, they could broadcast his death video across all servers, further cementing their dominance. Doubt lingers in Piria's mind as he wonders if getting involved is the right decision. Yet, the man makes it clear that he cannot provide assistance. He intends to kill Rokan himself, as it serves his own interests. Then inside a room, Rokan sits in disbelief while realizing that he has accumulated a total of 335 gold, 68 silver, and 17 copper from the first month's rent. Considering himself wealthy, he quickly calculates the value of his gold while multiplying it by 20,001 per gold, which amounts to approximately 16 USD. With excitement, he decides to sell 20 gold coins for 400,001 each while knowing that all the guilds will be actively searching for gold and willing to buy at a higher price. Understanding the market demand, he also plans to sell the items obtained from the blood chasers at an increased rate. Confidence surges through him as he prepares to make the transactions. Holding a book in his hand, he waits for buyers, certain that the blood chasers will require more gold for their operations. At the same time, he reflects on their presence in the dark forest, where they work underground to generate profits. Meanwhile, a monster appears. Numbers of players engage it in combat. Displaying skill and determination, he successfully defeats the creature while boasting about his ability to slay monsters in a single strike. However, the guild's submaster, a level 76 Lancer, reminds him that his victory was only possible due to the team's collective efforts, as he merely delivered the final blow. Before they argue further, another figure approaches them while announcing to stop hunting for today. He adds that he has spotted our dude in the south field. Upon reaching the designated location, Cabal, the guildmaster orders them to summon all of the executive of their guild, as it is time to assassinate Rokan. After a while, in the dark forest, our dude is facing numbers of executive of the Blood Chaser Guild. Stepping forward with determination, our boy decides that the teasing is over. It is time for the real fight to begin. Without hesitation, he applies the slash technique, and those watching are left in shock. They perceive his speed and precision as almost unnatural that they considered it as a hack. The Shield Wield, an executive of the Blood Chasers Guild, quickly takes command, ordering the long-range fighters to strike and retreat while instructing the melee fighters to keep a close watch on him. Observing their strategy, our dude acknowledges that some among them are exceptional players. However, he notices that they neither initiate a full-scale assault nor attempt to retreat. Suspicion creeps into his mind as he wonders whether they are deliberately delaying the confrontation for a specific reason. Suddenly, he senses something behind him. His sharp gaze sweeps across the battlefield while locking onto a harpoon-wielding opponent gripping a spear tightly. As the man lunges forward with intent, he reacts swiftly while managing to block the attack. The harpoon wielder's eyes widen in astonishment while recognizing his opponent's skill as something truly exceptional. The harpoon wielder finds it amusing to challenge him while questioning whether he is truly Rokan. Before he can respond, Cabal, the guildmaster, steps forward and declares that the fight is over for the day. However, laughter erupts from Rokan as he hears this while finding it absurd. He immediately assumes that Cabal must be their leader while judging by the nonsense he speaks. Without hesitation, he challenges them all to fight him. In response, Cabal gives the command for the Blood Chasers to launch an attack. As the battle begins, Rokan swiftly accesses his inventory and equips the sealed helm of the Lion King while preparing himself for the onslaught. The moment his armor is in place, chaos erupts around him as both sides engage in combat. Assessing the situation, he orders the weaker members to retreat. Meanwhile, the Skullbreaker observes his movements and is taken aback by his incredible speed. At the same time, the harpoon wielder remains fixated on Rokan's reflexes while finding them astonishingly sharp and far beyond what he had anticipated. Meanwhile, he assesses the opponents before him while recognizing them as the strongest members of the Blood Chaser Guild. Their strength is on an entirely different level, and he has never faced them before. His eyes settle on the one wearing a skull mask, whose formidable presence makes him seem like the leader. Determined to eliminate them all, he strategizes his approach. His priority is to take down the muscle-bound fighter and the skinny one first. He quickly realizes that one of them possesses immense strength, capable of both dealing and withstanding significant damage, while the other specializes in long-range physical attacks. The combination proves to be an irritating challenge while forcing him to adjust his strategy. Deciding that Berserk mode is the best option to wipe them out, he hesitates while knowing that acting recklessly at this moment could backfire. Instead, he activates the dash skill while closing the distance between them in an instant. His opponent, unfazed, questions whether he truly believes he can win in a head-on clash. Fueled by rage, he lets out a fierce shout, but before his enemy can react, he executes a leap attack while launching himself toward his target. From a distance, another opponent calls out to the harpoon wielder while urging him to focus as he watches the battle unfold. The harpoon wielder smirks while believing that striking a target midair will be an easy task. Suddenly his eyes widen to feel himself near the death. However, our boy is saved while he compliments the harpoon wielder stronger than the others, while recognizing the precision of his attack. It was a close call that had he miscalculated, he would have been severely struck. Aware of the danger, he decides to proceed with caution. Noticing what just happened, the harpoon wielder realizes that his spear has been stopped and effortlessly grabbed by Rokan. Undeterred, our boy taunts him while telling him to take it back. However, his opponent scoffs while considering him a fool for assuming he has never encountered such a situation before. Without hesitation, the harpoon boy activates a magic ring, while enabling him to use an escape skill that propels him 3 meters backward. As he lands, he immediately prepares a mitigation skill to counter our boy, as a smirk forming on his face. Confident in his strategy, he watches for an opportunity to strike. However, Rokan swiftly counters by using a throwing skill while sending his weapon spinning through the air while creating a swirling motion. With sharp precision, he points out that his opponent has wasted his mitigation skill on something trivial. Annoyance flickers across the harpoon wielder's face as he realizes that our guy had already anticipated his defensive move while reading his strategy before he could even execute it. Our boy is merely toying with his opponent when the guild executive suddenly shouts, while warning the harpoon boy that Rokan is using his full strength. At the same time, our guy calls for a head-to-head match while challenging them openly. Seeing this, the harpoon boy begins to tremble, shaken by the intensity of the confrontation. Determined to retaliate, the opponent steps forward while aiming to deliver a powerful punch, fully prepared to kill. However, as he strikes, our guy immediately perceives his movements as slow and predictable. With ease, he defends himself and swiftly activates his dash skill while evading the attack effortlessly. Mocking his opponent, our guy remarks that he must take great pride in his strength. Then, eager to have more fun, he uses dash skill once again. His opponent, now seething with frustration, labels him as arrogant and boasts that his strength stats are 250, which is the highest in his guild. Suddenly, a brilliant spark flashes across the battlefield. My guy is choking the hell out of this guy, to the point that the cocky sucker begins asking for help, while Rokan finds the battle exhilarating and refreshing. With his victory, his level rises to 61. As he clears the battlefield, he once again activates dash skill while targeting the guildmaster and taunting him while claiming he lacks real combat skills. However, in response, the guildmaster swiftly executes the assimilation technique while engaging Rokan in battle with an unexpected level of skill. Shock spreads across our boy's face as he watches in disbelief while finding the emerging shadows both astonishing and unsettling. Observing his reaction, the guildmaster smirks and questions whether Rokan is wondering why he remained in the background while all his subordinates fell. Without waiting for an answer, he reveals his reasoning that he finds it far easier to fight alone rather than rely on companions. Cabal, the guildmaster, declares that now, while fighting alone, he can unleash his full potential. While our guy was occupied dealing with his subordinates, Cabal had been secretly assimilating himself with all the shadows in the area, effectively bringing the entire battlefield under his control. Realizing the situation, Roken questions whether Cabal is a shadowcaster. Acknowledging the power of such a class, he admits to himself that it is an honor to face him. He knows that Shadowcaster is one of the strongest classes in the Lord, yet he has never encountered one in his past life, and though he was familiar with their abilities, he briefly wonders if Cabal's skills match what he remembers, but he quickly pushes aside the thought while reminding himself that now is not the time for speculation. His priority is to take down his opponent. Without hesitation, he dismisses Cabal's hidden class while claiming that it does not matter. With decisive action, he executes a leap attack while aiming to eliminate him just as he had done with the others. Taunting his opponent, our guy warns him to prepare for his death. In response, Cabal decides to retaliate with a deadly strike while aiming to cut him down mid-battle. As they clash, our guy quickly assesses his opponent while realizing that Cabal fights with a simple brute force approach. However, despite this, his own HP suddenly drops to below 50%. Frustration sets in as he realizes that he has been poisoned and is now suffering from both bleeding and paralysis effects. His notification appears while informing him that he will lose 30 HP every 10 seconds. On the other hand, Cabal notices murmurs among the onlookers, some of whom speculate that Roken must be using some kind of hack, a thought that he finds disappointing. However, before he can take advantage of the situation, our boy rises to his feet, fully prepared to continue the fight. Using his poison resistance, he successfully removes the poison debuff while restoring some of his strength. Then, while pointing directly at Cabal, he calls him Nidhogg, while recognizing him as the 8th ranked member of Ragnarok. Meanwhile, Cabal has no clue about our boy's outburst. Our guy recalls that how Odin, who is the self-proclaimed king of creation, leads the Ragnarok guild. This guild consists of eccentric players who dress as Greek or Norse gods, while forming the most powerful group in Lord. However, there are many mysteries surrounding them. The most suspicious aspect is how top-ranking players willingly join the guild while treating Odin as their god. Even more bizarre, they pay exorbitant fees for entry and change their nicknames upon joining. Among them, one figure stands out, and a player who wields poison and shadows as his weapons. His name is Nidhogg, a title derived from the legendary venomous dragon. However, our boy does not concern himself with the name itself. What truly matters is that the opponent standing before him is undoubtedly Nidhogg, though it is clear he has not yet joined Ragnarok. At that moment, the guildmaster reacts with shock while questioning Roken's claim. Meanwhile, our boy observes that it is impossible for two assassins to belong to the same hidden class while sharing both shadow and poison skills. He even thinks that even if he explained everything, his opponent would not understand. However, based on the guildmaster's reaction, he deduces that Odin has not reached out to him yet. Analyzing his opponent's movements, our guy concludes that Cabal must have chosen Assassin as his primary class, and Shadowcaster as his secondary. This setup likely grants him superior agility while making him an incredibly fast adversary. However, our boy remains uncertain about his opponent's exact strength statistics. Realizing he needs an overwhelming advantage, he decides to activate Berserk mode. Without hesitation, he unleashes Berserk level 2, while triggering a Burning Fury effect that dramatically enhances his combat abilities. His stats surge by 200% and the effect will last for 10 minutes. The Guildmaster immediately recognizes this as the most troublesome ability in a Berserker's arsenal. However, he remains confident while believing that a single skill alone cannot bridge the gap between their abilities. Raising his hand, he charges forward while aiming to strike Roken down. Our boy braces himself while enduring the powerful blow. Cabal, now slightly impressed, acknowledges his resilience. However, Roken wastes no time. Seizing the moment, he commands his opponent to die, preparing to unleash his final decisive attack. The Guildmaster questions whether our guy truly believes he can simply strengthen his body with a single skill and launch an attack unnoticed. He then reminds him that he has complete control over the battlefield, effortlessly sensing all movements through the shadows. This ability allows him to move freely and strike from any position at will. Roken, unimpressed, mocks him while asking if he is seriously acting like a third-rate villain by foolishly revealing all his abilities. However, he remains aware of the Berserk mode's limitations. While it grants a massive power boost for a short duration, its effectiveness depends on the strength of the buff. The stronger the buff, the shorter its duration. The Guildmaster smirks and tells our hero that the moment he activated Berserk mode, he had already lost control of the fight. Frustrated by his arrogance, Roken snaps and orders him to shut up. Without wasting any time, the Guildmaster steps directly in front of him. Our boy immediately charges forward, attempting to slice him with his spear. However, as he advances, he suddenly realizes something that his opponent had already reached his third job class when they first clashed. Narrowing his eyes, our guy scans the battlefield and demands to know where his opponent is hiding now. He continuously sweeps the shadows, utilizing his wide-range skills, but the effect seems endless. No matter how much ground he covers, the Guildmaster remains elusive. Annoyance builds within him as he finds this prolonged engagement increasingly frustrating. As the battle intensifies, both fighters clash relentlessly. Our boy suddenly realizes that he came dangerously close to death this time. Now, only 20 seconds remain on his Berserk mode. Despite the ticking clock, his confidence remains unwavering and he is determined to kill the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster, on the other hand, acknowledges that Roken's skills have allowed him to survive throughout the assault. However, he knows that the berserk penalty will soon take effect while leaving his opponent vulnerable. With a smug expression, he declares that he will show the world how helpless our boy has become after enduring his relentless attacks. Frustration surges through our guy, and he finds the guildmaster's arrogance utterly pathetic. Raising his hand, he grips his weapon tightly while recognizing that this has become a truly devastating one-on-one fight. The guildmaster, while sensing the inevitable end, confidently tells Roken that his time is up and only 10 seconds remain on his berserk mode. But before the guildmaster can act, our hero unleashes his lightning shock technique. A sudden burst of electricity erupts while surging toward his opponent. The guildmaster flinches, visibly irritated by the unexpected move. As crackling light waves crash into him, he quickly realizes that Roken is using magic, which is a rare artifact imbued with lightning shock. At that moment, our boy smirks while knowing that his opponent never expected him to use such a spell in this situation. This technique is the only effective way to weaken shadows, the very foundation of the guildmaster's strength. However, he is aware that lightning shock lasts only for a brief moment. Now only 5 seconds remain. Determined to end this battle, our guy clenches his fist and channels all his remaining power into a final while devastating strike. He knows that this is his last chance. The guildmaster stares at him in disbelief while watching as Roken charges toward him in a furious assault. With a final roar, our boy delivers the decisive blow just as his berserk mode comes to an end. With that, his level has increased. The guildmaster is in shock, unable to comprehend how he has been knocked down to the ground. Disbelief fills his eyes as he struggles to accept his defeat at the hands of Roken. The humiliation of losing is evident, and our boy, while sensing his frustration, remarks that it must be both embarrassing and shameful for him. With a sarcastic tone, he adds that the guildmaster is welcome to challenge him again any time. This only fuels his opponent's anger, who, despite his defeat, silently vows to fight him again one day. With Cabal finally defeated, our guy feels a surge of satisfaction as his level increases. Exhausted, he drops to the ground, his body still trembling from the intensity of the battle. A wave of terror washes over him as he reflects on how close he came to death. This was, without a doubt, the toughest opponent he had ever faced. He takes out a bottle of healing potion and drinks deeply while trying to steady himself. As he recovers, he begins to process what just happened. The guildmaster of the Blood Chasers was a member of Ragnarok. That fact alone makes his victory even more significant. He realizes that the key to his success was the limit break technique. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Cabal. The thought of what could have happened without that skill lingers in his mind, but he quickly pushes it aside. There's no point in dwelling on it now. Instead, he decides to let it go. He has won, his level has increased, and he has gained valuable rewards. That alone is enough for him to move forward. Our boy receives the Cowardly Magician Ring, an item that allows the wearer to use the escape skill, instantly retreating 3 meters. Holding it in his hand, he considers that it has finally found the right owner. As he reflects on his recent battles, he realizes that he has defeated 2 members of Ragnarok. He wonders if this means they will no longer be able to join the guild again, but he remains uncertain. The strategy of Odin is still a mystery to him. Thoughts of Odin linger in his mind, and he speculates about what the enigmatic leader might be doing at this moment. He assumes that Odin has already started playing the Lord, and contemplates whether he too has changed his ID like the others. Feeling clueless, he rubs his head, but he quickly decides that overthinking won't lead to anything useful. Odin is not his immediate concern. Instead, he shifts his focus to Pyria. If Pyria has gone to such lengths to attack him, then he must be determined to eliminate him at any cost. Despite this, our guy remains unfazed, fully prepared to face any battle that comes his way. Determined to strengthen himself further, he heads to a safe place and equips the armor of the Falcon Shadow, a metallic armor with enhanced defensive capabilities. Slipping on the expert archer gloves, he feels a surge of confidence. He then wears the trousers of the Violent Forest Lizard Man, secures a critical belt, and finishes with the steel boots of the Explorer. These were items he had obtained from the auction. However, he is unwilling to rely solely on auctioned gear while choosing instead to prioritize his critical rate. With his current equipment, he has increased his critical rate to 40%, while meaning he can land a critical hit once in every 2 attacks. Satisfied with his setup, he grips his magically enhanced battle axe. It feels right in his hands, and he decides to continue using it until he reaches level 100. Altogether, he has spent 30 gold coins to acquire these items, yet he still has plenty of gold left. Now, only 1 page remains for him to complete the Hakin's journal. With renewed determination, he sets out to gather the remaining items, ready to complete his collection. As he prepares to test his new gear, a shadowy figure watches him from a distance. In a nearby location, a monster suddenly appears. Wasting no time, our guy engages it while testing his newly equipped items. With a swift, calculated move, he delivers a critical hit, instantly knocking the creature to the ground. A wave of satisfaction washes over him. At this moment, he realizes his power has grown immensely. With his enhanced abilities, he can now take down level 70 monsters in a single critical strike. He is ready to enhance his level and considers this place ideal for reaching level 75. As he prepares himself, the monster before him rises again, rumbling with rage. Stepping forward, he signals for the creature to come at him. The monster charges with a powerful blow, but before it can reach him, several arrows fly through the air while striking the beast. A young man appears nearby and immediately apologizes for stealing his target. He insists that it was an accident. Acknowledging the apology, our boy warns him to be more careful next time. Without hesitation, he raises his hand and activates his throwing skill while launching an attack. At that moment, he also casts Magic Missile. But before the spell lands, a girl steps forward and claims she hadn't realized he was already engaging the monster. The young man beside her comments that it seems they were all searching for the same target. Taking a closer look at them, our hero questions whether they are members of the MP Guild. The man hesitates to confirm this, but our guy quickly deduces the truth. With a knowing expression, he remarks that the man must have hidden his guild marks deliberately, while leaving no room for excuses. The man asks what our boy wants from him while insisting that it was merely a mistake during hunting. Without hesitation, our guy gives him a final warning while making it clear that if he follows him again and steals his final kills, he will treat it as a direct provocation. If that happens, he will not hesitate to take on the entire MP Guild in battle. The young man, while growing defensive, asks if our boy is trying to start a fight. However, our boy simply turns away, stating that he can interpret it however he wants, but this is his last warning. Without looking back, he leaves the area. Frustration builds within the man as he watches our dude walk away. He considers him arrogant and unreasonable. Deep down, he knows their true mission, that is to distract him during his hunting. He also believes that, as regular players of the MP Guild, they have a certain status and reputation. With that in mind, he wonders if Roken can truly do anything against them. Meanwhile, our guy moves forward, his irritation growing and an evil smile forms on his lips. In a flashback, it's shown that the same member of MP Guild confirms whether they have to follow and bother our guy. Piria confirms it and advises him to ensure that other players remain unaware. The boy clarifies that the issue is not about being caught, but about whether the person will let them get away with it. He expresses concern while calling the person unpredictable. Piria agrees while saying that the person is unlikely to forget, which is exactly what they are relying on. The boy appears confused while prompting Piria to explain that they plan to provoke the person into reacting violently and then manipulate the recorded footage. Since they cannot defeat him through sheer strength, they intend to turn public opinion against him. The boy reassures himself, believing that, unlike the Blood Chasers, their group is known for being respectful, while making it harder for the target to act recklessly. He also acknowledges that our dude has gained support because he has only attacked members of a guild known for player killing. Since their guild has a good reputation, he assumes that once Rokan gets angry and starts behaving aggressively, they will have an advantage. In the present, Rokan continues going ahead. The same man fires an arrow and sarcastically claims it was accidental. However, our boy retaliates and kills him while shocking everyone around. Shortly after, he warns them that there will be no more chances. One of the boys panics while realizing that our guy has just killed someone who was not a player killer. Our boy remains unfazed while reminding them that he had already warned them. As Roken approaches, a girl becomes frightened and tries to protect herself using a mana shield. He attacks while causing a powerful impact, and is pleased to see that the critical hit effect is effective in this situation. Another boy tries to reason with Roken while questioning whether he truly believes he can kill others and escape the consequences. Our boy, irritated by the comment, tells him to stop talking and attack instead of complaining. A fight breaks out while leading to an announcement declaring that our guy has become a murderer. The system warns that as a murderer, he will lose more experience points if he dies and has a higher risk of dropping items. The only way to reduce his crime count is to either wait or eliminate entities that have committed evil acts. If his crime count increases further, he will face even harsher penalties. Our boy finds the situation troublesome but not unexpected. Although he acknowledges that he could escape by going to a high-level hunting ground, he refuses to run from a fight that has come to him. He decides to wait and see what his opponents will do next while continuing his hunt. At home, our boy rests on his bed while having a conversation over the phone. The person on the other end confirms the correct location and requests that the capsule be equipped with the best possible specifications. Assuring that the deposit will be made that day, our guy agrees and mentions that they will meet in 3 days. After ending the call, he glances at his phone and wonders why those individuals have remained so silent in recent days. He assumes that they must be preparing something but doubts that they have withdrawn simply because a few of their guild members were eliminated. At that moment, something on his screen catches his attention while making him chuckle. He realizes that the MP Guild's leader, Piria, has shared a video about him. Finding the situation amusing, he sarcastically comments on the guildmaster's actions, while understanding that this must have been their plan all along. In the footage, Piria introduces himself as the leader of the MP Guild and addresses the participants of the Lord. He assumes that many players in the Trinsic area must be familiar with Rokan, who recently gained recognition for taking on the Blood Chasers, a notorious guild known for attacking other players. Many people perceive Rokan as someone who stands up for weaker players, and even the MP Guild previously believed the same. However, Piria claims that new information has revealed our boy's true intentions, that he was not targeting the blood chasers for justice, but merely for the experience points and valuable items they provided. According to him, our guy has never once assisted beginners or regular participants, unlike the MP Guild, which considers it a responsibility. Piria further states that an anonymous tip-off recently brought concerning allegations to their attention. The report accuses our hero of exploiting an illegal cheat and engaging in unethical activities within the game. To support this claim, Piria presents footage that depicts our boy effortlessly deflecting an unrealistic number of incoming arrows and exhibiting strange behavior, such as spells passing through him without reason. Additionally, he alleges that when members of the MP Guild attempted to speak with him about the matter, our guy responded by attacking and eliminating them instead of engaging in a discussion. With these claims, Piria publicly denounces Roken's actions and accuses him of unfair play. He urges the community to judge the situation for themselves and concludes the message by expressing gratitude on behalf of the MP Guild. After watching the video, our dude bursts into laughter. He quickly realizes that this is what Piria has been occupied with all along and finds it quite entertaining. He even jokingly remarks that he now understands why Suhi had been unfaithful to him. Since even the leader of the Blood Chasers failed to defeat him, he assumes that Piria must have recognized that a direct confrontation would not be successful and instead resorted to influencing public opinion. While he acknowledges that this approach is somewhat immature and desperate, he admits that it may still prove effective. Despite being a remarkably strong independent player, our boy understands that the MP Guild ranks among the top 5 most powerful guilds in the country. They have carefully maintained a positive reputation among the general player base while making the situation more complex. However, he remains unaffected. Having faced similar tactics before, he is confident that he knows how to counter such deceptive strategies. Smirking, he considers this an opportunity to teach the guild a valuable lesson. In his view, people are far more intolerant of a weak pretender than of a dominant ruler. At the bandits' cave, our boy arrives alone, immediately drawing attention from the people there. They mock him while questioning his boldness for entering by himself and warning him that he clearly does not understand who they are. Smirking, he casually responds by asking what they would do if he truly did not know. Irritated by his attitude, the bandits shout insults while vowing to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, they launch an attack, causing a powerful explosion. However, our guy only laughs while revealing that he had only been joking. He confidently declares that he is well aware of who they are, referring to them as his valuable source of experience points. Unlike the weak bandits typically found in ordinary games or comics, these opponents are far stronger. Enraged, they curse him and threaten to tear him apart before feeding him to the dogs. Though their appearances might suggest otherwise, every single one of them is over level 90. Their proficiency in weaponry and tactics is far superior to other creatures in the game, likely due to their background as merciless killers of adventurers. One of the bandits orders everyone to attack at once while recognizing that our guy is outnumbered. However, he remains unfazed while thinking to himself that even a coordinated assault poses no real threat to him. Instead, he focuses on his own plans, silently promising Piria that he will soon respond to the Guildmaster's accusations with something even more impactful. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game, discussions about Piria's video spread rapidly. Wazat asks if others have seen the video exposing Rokan, and Fish and Chimps replies that it is impossible not to have come across it. Mangas expresses suspicion while stating that our boy's incredible strength now makes sense if he had been using a hack. Wad agrees with the MP Guild's stance while pointing out that our boy has never actually helped ordinary players. DD, however, calls out the sudden shift in opinions, while noting that the same people who once praised Roken as a god are now turning against him simply because the Blood Chasers are no longer a threat. Wad insists that Roken has always fought only for his own benefit. Some players, like Pale, question whether the Lord even has hacks, as they have never heard of such an issue before. Butterfly suggests that people should listen to both sides before making judgments while arguing that the video alone does not provide enough context. Wad, however, accuses Butterfly of being biased in Rokan's favor. Jeremy admits that while he understands our guy's battles with the Blood Chasers, the video does make it look like he is using unnatural abilities. He sarcastically questions whether Rokan is some kind of superhero for being able to catch arrows with his bare hands. After reading through these comments, Piria records another video thanking everyone for their support. He reassures the players that the MP Guild will continue to uphold fair and respectful gameplay while ensuring a better experience for everyone. While he acknowledges that the full truth has yet to be revealed, he urges players to stand by their cause so they can take down our guy, whom they suspect of exploiting hacks. He ends his message by expressing gratitude for the encouragement they have received. However, once off camera, Piria privately insults the players for their gullibility, while believing that his strategy is working perfectly. He admits that he should have taken this approach from the beginning, as public perception is a more powerful weapon than direct combat. Confidently, he convinces himself that no matter how strong Rokan may be, he is still just one person. He doubts that anyone could continue playing once the entire player base turns against them. Feeling triumphant, he mentally declares Roken's downfall while believing that the lone player has reached the end of the road. As he imagines his victory, Pirya also contemplates working with the Blood Chasers again once Roken is gone. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by an urgent call. Answering it, he impatiently asks what the issue is. The person on the other end delivers unexpected news that our guy has logged back into the game and is currently in Keithon Square. Shocked, Pirya assumes that our boy is trying to defend himself after the accusations. Quickly, he instructs his followers to ensure that decoys follow our hero and stir up tension among the crowd. However, before his orders can be fully carried out, the caller hesitantly mentions that there is a problem. Confused, Pirya immediately demands an explanation. In another part of the city, a group of players gathers when someone notices a familiar figure passing by. One of the boys recognizes him and asks if that was Ghazi who just walked past, but another quickly corrects him while identifying the person as Rokan. A different player reacts with disdain while calling him a barbaric hacker and questioning why he is there. The group hesitates while debating whether to confront him. One of them suggests leaving him alone, worried that he might attack them if provoked. However, a girl in the group dismisses their concerns while reminding them that if a murderer appears in a city, players can simply summon NPC guards to take care of them. Without hesitation, she calls out to our boy while demanding his attention. Curious, he turns to her and casually asks what she wants. Seeing his calm expression, she hesitates while expecting a more menacing presence. She then wonders aloud why his eyes look normal, as she had believed he was still flagged as a murderer. Our guy, amused by her confusion, chuckles to himself. He reflects on how difficult it usually is to lower a murder count once it increases. If left alone, it takes weeks to reset. The only commonly known method to remove it quickly is by killing another murderer. However, he knows a secret that most players are still unaware of: certain high-level monsters also carry a murder count. He had spent the previous night relentlessly hunting bandits not only to gain experience, but also to clear his own status. Since those enemies were programmed as ruthless killers, while eliminating them for a few hours had been enough to erase his murder record completely. He realizes that, in time, this information will become widely known as the overall player level increases. For now, though, it spares him from unnecessary fights with weaker players who misunderstand his situation. The girl refuses to believe him while insisting that it is impossible to remove a murder count in just half a day. Uninterested in arguing, our guy simply states that if she has nothing else to say, he will take his leave. One of the boys apologizes for bothering him, and he prepares to walk away. Just then, a man approaches and politely asks if our guy is indeed the infamous berserker. Introducing himself as Danos, a reporter from Game & Ven, he requests an interview. Our hero immediately realizes that the journalist has been searching for him directly. Meanwhile, Danos internally acknowledges his own excitement that he had set a trap in hopes of attracting Roken's attention, but he is still surprised that the infamous player has appeared in person. He sees this as a golden opportunity to secure an exclusive interview. Our guy considers the offer and agrees under one condition: that he will choose the location. He suggests conducting the interview at an outdoor cafe nearby. Danos is momentarily taken aback, realizing that a public setting would make it difficult to publish an exclusive scoop. However, when our boy bluntly states that he will decline if the location is not acceptable, the reporter quickly agrees while knowing he cannot afford to lose this chance. As the two head toward the cafe, the onlookers murmur in confusion, while wondering why our boy would agree to an interview at such a critical moment. Once seated, Danos gets straight to the point. He acknowledges that the biggest controversy in the game right now revolves around our boy, and directly asks about the accusations against him, which are the claims of hacking and indiscriminately killing players. Our dude responds firmly while setting the record straight. He denies ever using any kind of hack and insists that the MP Guild only received the consequences of their own actions, as they were the ones who provoked him first. Without hesitation, he promises to reveal the full truth and provide undeniable evidence to support his claims. The reporter, while noting Roken's unwavering confidence, inquires how he plans to substantiate his claims. Our guy responds by asking whether he has ever heard of the Lord experiencing hacking-related issues. The journalist acknowledges that he has only now become aware of such concerns. Our dude then brings up the accusation video while questioning when the footage was captured, and why those who recorded it had not immediately reported him if they genuinely suspected foul play. Considering this, the reporter realizes that our boy is implying he has already been investigated. Our guy elaborates while stating that an inquiry has already taken place, while confirming he has not used any unauthorized modifications or cheats. He further clarifies that, although he excels in gaming, he possesses no knowledge of coding or programming, nor does he have any idea where to acquire hacks. To dispel any remaining doubts, he invites the journalist to file a report against him at that very moment. The reporter, taken aback, asks if he is truly certain. Roken reaffirms his stance while stating that he will wait. After submitting the report, the journalist remarks that they will soon have an answer. He then shifts the conversation, questioning how our guy managed to evade and catch arrows so effortlessly, while implying that such a feat seemed beyond normal capability. At that, our boy remains unfazed while explaining that there is no reason to be astonished. He reminds the journalist that the Lord allows players to become as powerful as they desire while depending on their level, equipment, and skills. He points out that a magician who has reached their second job class can bring down entire buildings while making it hardly surprising that he was able to catch a few arrows. Acknowledging the logic, the reporter then raises another suspicious moment that when Roken appeared unaffected by a magic attack that should have hit him. In response, our guy discloses that this was due to an item called the Safety Zone, which can be purchased from the Magician Guild store. He encourages the journalist to buy one and test it for himself if he still has any doubts. Observing Roken's demeanor, the reporter notes that he does not appear to be fabricating excuses or embellishing the truth. However, he remains perplexed as to why the MP Guild would release such a video in the first place, and why our boy had not immediately responded to the accusations. Our boy dismisses the need to react to every baseless attack on his reputation, while suggesting that the MP Guild might have had their own motives for attempting to frame him. The journalist, intrigued by the possibility of a deeper cover-up, presses for more information. However, our boy only hints that the full truth will be revealed later that night, while advising the reporter and others to watch the video he plans to upload. Apologizing for withholding details for the time being, he urges the journalist to wait and form his own conclusions from the footage. Though slightly frustrated, the reporter remains curious and asks one final question, that whether it is true that our hero had slain members of the MP Guild in the hunting field. Without hesitation, he admits to it. The journalist, taken aback, questions why he is so openly acknowledging it. He simply explains that he does not care for lengthy justifications. He acted because they had persistently provoked him. Raising his voice, he warns that anyone who attempts to manipulate or antagonize him should be prepared to risk everything, be it their in-game progress or their valuable items. Later, when our boy releases the video, Piria scoffs while accusing our boy for bluffing. He dismisses Roken's bold words while stating that if he is serious, he should first prove himself by defeating them in combat. He then instructs experienced guild members to support the Blood Chasers, while assuring them that their PK count will be erased, and their levels will be boosted as compensation. The video's comment section quickly fills with reactions. A player named Wad expresses astonishment at the revelation that the Blood Chasers were affiliated with the MP Guild, while calling it an unexpected twist and commending Rokan. Another DD criticizes the MP Guild for its lack of integrity. Jeremy speculates that the Blood Chasers are on the verge of disbanding and ridicules the MP Guild's incompetence. In another clip, a Blood Chasers Guild leader confidently claims that a mere difference in skills cannot bridge the gap between him and our boy. The statement receives widespread mockery, with KD calling it absurd and questioning whether the man is truly fit to be a guild master. Another player, Naturial, jokes that if he were in the guild leader's place, he would be too ashamed to continue playing. Further into the footage, an archer from the MP Guild sarcastically remarks that his arrow accidentally slipped before bursting into laughter. A viewer named Cookies reacts strongly while expressing frustration over the smug expression on the man's face, and stating that they too would have retaliated in the same situation. Upon seeing the comments, our guy smirks while remarking on how quickly people change their opinions. With a sarcastic tone, he questions who the real hypocrites are while referring to the MP Guild members who had falsely accused him. Reflecting on his past life as a ranker, he recalls how countless players had attempted various schemes to bring him down. Because of this, he has developed a habit of recording his gameplay at all times, even if it requires constantly purchasing new storage devices. Amused, he wonders how Piria must be reacting at that very moment. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Piria seethes with rage. Suhi enters his room while attempting to soothe him, but he snaps while shouting that he cannot possibly remain calm. More than anything, he is furious over how Rokan had uncovered their secret dealings with the Blood Chasers, a piece of information known only to a handful of executives. Growing suspicious, he turns to Suhi and accuses her of leaking the secret. Frightened, she adamantly denies the claim while insisting that she has told no one. Cursing our boy, Piria struggles to devise his next course of action. However, Suhi suddenly states that she might have figured out our boy's identity in real life. Shocked, Piria demands an explanation. She reminds him of a past encounter with her ex-boyfriend while suggesting that Rokan is actually him. Initially skeptical, Piria recalls that the man always used the ID Rokan when playing other games. Reflecting further, he realizes that their speech pattern and mannerisms are eerily similar. The possibility dawns on him that our guy might truly be her ex. With this revelation, Piria urgently asks whether she knows Rokan's real-life address. Piria and his group secretly arrive at the address, but Suhi hesitates while expressing doubt about whether they should go through with it. She insists that it does not feel right. However, Piria, while growing more impatient, shouts at her to call Rokan out. As he stands outside, he becomes even more infuriated while realizing that the person who humiliated him in the game lives in a tiny, run-down studio. He seethes with resentment while comparing himself to our boy and taking pride in the loyal followers who obey his every command. Convinced that Roken has enjoyed himself long enough, he vows that his time is up. From inside the studio, a voice suddenly calls out while asking who is there. Suhi recognizes it and responds while revealing herself. However, the voice hesitates and insists she has the wrong room. Refusing to back down, she urges him to open the door while pleading for a conversation. Moments later, the door unlocks. As soon as it opens, Pirya yells for his men to attack, and they all charge in at once. The man inside, caught off guard, panics and demands to know who they are. Pirya, blinded by rage, shouts at him to die while declaring that he is worthless in real life despite his success in the game. Just then, Suhi suddenly intervenes, urgently telling Pirya to stop. She insists that they have the wrong person. Confused, he demands an explanation. Meanwhile, the man inside, still in shock, angrily questions their actions while asking if they are burglars. He then warns them that they are in serious trouble and his father is the district chief of police, and they should prepare for a life behind bars. Realizing their mistake, Pirya is overwhelmed with frustration. Clenching his fists, he curses Roken's name. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding, our boy relaxes elsewhere. He casually wonders if someone is bad-mouthing him somewhere, but quickly dismisses the thought. With a smirk, he jokes that there is no way anyone could dislike someone as nice as him. Our boy reflects on the aftermath of his video exposing the truth, while noting that within a few days, the MP Guild had completely disappeared. Their leader, Pirya, had gone off the radar, and as pressure for accountability mounted, members gradually started departing. He explains that this is how the once prestigious MP Guild slowly faded into obscurity. However, he admits to finding the outcome somewhat unremarkable while having expected Pirya to put up more resistance. Instead, it seems the guildmaster had simply chosen to retreat, which Roken finds rather disappointing. Despite this, he remains satisfied with the overall result, aside from a few minor annoyances. He attributes these inconveniences to the interview he gave earlier, which was intended as a warning to those who might consider provoking him. However, instead of deterring troublemakers, it led to some unintended consequences. A player named Wad leaves a comment expressing admiration for our guy while stating that he has been a longtime supporter and asking if they could meet in person. Without hesitation, he turns down the request, but Wad persists while pleading for just one meeting. Without giving it further thought, our boy blocks him, later remarking that this action only seemed to increase his popularity. He observes that a wave of unnecessary followers has started trailing him, and from what he has heard, some have even gone so far as to form a fan club. While he finds their priorities rather odd, he states that he has no interest in the matter. What truly excites him, however, is the wealth he has accumulated by selling the items obtained from defeating the Blood Chasers. As the Lord gains more traction, the value of gold soars to several times its usual price. Selling half of his earnings provides him with enough funds to move into a larger apartment, though he admits to feeling a slight reluctance at parting with the coins. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that he has a well-thought-out strategy for leveling up and securing the best equipment while making it a worthwhile trade-off. Additionally, he invests in a high-performance capsule for an enhanced gaming experience, something that would not have fit in his previous studio apartment. With everything set up, he prepares to re-enter the game, determined to reach level 100. At a later point, upon reaching a particular location, he encounters an adversary who angrily hurls an insult at him. The man acknowledges our boy's impressive combat skills, but warns that he will not stand a chance once their leader arrives. He, unimpressed, expresses his irritation with human-type enemies while remarking that they tend to talk excessively instead of simply engaging in battle. Without further delay, he strikes first. Just then, a massive figure emerges, his presence commanding immediate attention. The newcomer demands to know how our guy dares to slaughter his men. Introducing himself as Guillotine, a formidable level 100 bandit chief, he proclaims that he will personally claim the honor of executing Roken. Observing Roken's perplexed expression, he impatiently asks what is bothering him. In a calm yet dismissive manner, our hero responds that it is nothing of importance and suggests skipping the unnecessary conversation in favor of getting straight to the fight. Offended by Roken's arrogance, Guillotine declares that if he is so eager to meet his end, he will gladly oblige. As one bastard charges forward with his weapon raised, my guy casually triggers his Warcry ability, instantly exposing one of the creeps lurking in the shadows. The revealed foe turns out to be a level 95 mountain bandit, the sub-chief himself, Falcus. Addressing his junior, he expresses shock at the unfolding events. Guillotine, upon spotting Falcus, furiously demands to know how Roken had discovered his presence. Amused by the question, our guy reflects on the fact that he had been well aware of Falcus all along. He recalls that the Bandit Cave is a renowned starting point for a particular side quest, which is the Raging King quest. He reminds himself that such bandit hideouts exist near every second-tier city, each containing a crucial quest item. Defeating the bandit chief grants a player this item, ultimately leading to an encounter with the Raging King. the true mastermind behind the bandits. The ultimate reward for completing the quest is the Raging King's Axe, a highly coveted weapon known for its impressive attributes while making it an essential asset for berserkers. This, he notes, is precisely why he had come well prepared for the battles inside the bandit cave. Recognizing Falcus as a figure notorious for lurking in the shadows and ambushing unsuspecting players, our boy smirks and remarks that while it is interesting to see him in person, he hopes they do not cross paths again. Without affording his opponent any time to react, he swiftly launches an attack. Guillotine, while witnessing the assault, is visibly shaken and calls out in distress while realizing that our boy has seized the advantage. As an announcement echoes through the game, it confirms that our boy has defeated the bandit sub-chief, Falcus, and leveled up. He comments on how weak his opponent was, while finding it surprising that someone so fragile held the position of underboss. However, he reasons that since Falcus was an outlaw, it is understandable. Shortly after, a fierce battle erupts between Rokan and Guillotine, while causing numerous explosions to shake the surroundings. Guillotine, enraged, shouts at our boy while cursing him. In response, our guy smirks while teasing his opponent about his terrifying expression before launching an attack. As both fighters unleash their skills, more blasts occur while filling the air with noise and energy. Rokan challenges Guillotine while questioning whether he has the abilities to match his strength. The ongoing fight grows more intense, with various skills being activated simultaneously. The battlefield becomes chaotic, with deafening sounds echoing from every explosion. At one point, Guillotine activates several abilities that are Force Iron Body, Compound Scale, and Body Enhancement, while demonstrating his own strength. With a smug expression, he points out that our boy is not the only one capable of using such powerful techniques. Without hesitation, he strikes back. Hearing this, our boy recognizes Body Enhancement as a warrior-class skill that not only strengthens the body, but also enhances weapons. Smirking, he suggests testing just how durable Guillotine's reinforced body truly is. Without wasting a moment, he unleashes a powerful attack while dealing immense damage to his opponent. Eventually, another announcement confirms that Guillotine has been defeated and that Rokan has once again leveled up. Feeling satisfied, our guy expresses his approval of the outcome. As he inspects a letter in his hands, he remarks that he should store it safely. Just then, an announcement declares that he has obtained the Raging King's personal letter. Expecting additional rewards, he eagerly scans the area while wondering where the rest of the loot might be. A moment later, he has acquired the last page of Hakeem's report. Excited, he exclaims in relief, finally glad to have collected all the necessary documents. As another message flashes across the screen, it confirms that the items have been combined to form Hakeem's journal. Our boy, now fully focused, realizes the significance of his discovery. According to the journal, he has uncovered the last traces of an investigation team member named Hakeem. Examining the report closely, he compares its contents to a treasure map, while noting that when all the clues and hints are pieced together, they point to a single location, which is the sealed Cave of Death. After a while, our boy enters the place while reflecting on how difficult it was to find. Without the quest, no one could even step inside. Lately, he has been exploring many caves. As he moves forward, he notices a skull-shaped face. The corpse of investigation team member Hakeem lies before him that is the author of the journal. As he gazes at the body, a sudden flash appears. He removes the ring from his finger, places it in his hands, and raises it into the air. Then, he tosses it upward while unsealing the Cave of Death. He is grateful for his past life, which allowed him to reach this place so easily. However, entering without the quest would have been impossible. Without completing the journal, the skull-headed spirit blocks the way, while preventing lower-level players from progressing. He too would have been among them. Though at level 90, he knows this challenge is beyond the reach of many. Suddenly, our guy steps into the Cave of Death. As he surveys his surroundings, an announcement appears while directing him to stop the ancient death from crossing into the human world. Before him stand level 95 elite skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, he launches his attack while engaging them in battle. He swiftly applies his dash skill while following up with a powerful strike to overwhelm the opponents. His continuous forceful blows send them crashing to the ground. He quickly realizes that these soldiers are stronger than bandits, but they are still manageable. However, one challenge stands out: that they are undead and feel no fear of death. Ironically, this makes them easier to eliminate. Then, a sudden crackling sound fills the air. The monsters retaliate, relentlessly smashing into him. Yet, he withstands their attacks while countering with his slash technique to cut them down. Despite some proving to be formidable opponents, he is relieved that he doesn't need to activate Berserk mode to defeat them. As our guy stands among the fallen enemies, he finally realizes that the seal has been broken. Now, a level 100 Forgotten Skeleton General stands before him that is the dungeon boss. The general declares his intent to kill him and prove to the world that the Empire's strength remains unmatched. However, he remains unfazed, fully confident in his ability to defeat the enemy. Without hesitation, he launches a leap attack, closing the distance in an instant. The boss perceives him as an arrogant creature, but before he can summon his army, our boy swiftly interrupts the attempt. This sudden interference leaves the general visibly irritated. Despite his confidence, one concern lingers that his opponent is also a general. He quickly realizes that if too much distance separates them, the boss will easily summon his loyal army. Moreover, the general's death aura skill enhances the power of the summoned skeletons while making them even more formidable. Recognizing the threat, he knows he must prevent it before the battle spirals out of control. Then, he realizes that the dungeon boss holds no real power without his army. He continues to fight relentlessly while landing blow after blow. Normally, a player can defeat the dungeon boss with ease after completing the third-class change, so he wonders if this is the right moment for it. Without slowing down, he keeps attacking while forcing the boss to command his minions to tear him apart. Crackling sounds echo through the cave as the boss watches while finding him utterly pathetic. He questions whether he truly believes he can stand against a great general. However, the summoning attempt fails because no targets are found. The dungeon boss is stunned. Searching the battlefield, he tries to locate him. Frustration grows as he insists that no one can escape his sight. At that moment, the cape of concealment deactivates, and the general's irritation reaches its peak. Shocked yet seething with anger, he prepares for another assault. However, a smirk forms on his opponent's face. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and executes a powerful shoulder charge against the dungeon boss. Both he and the dungeon boss continue to clash, relentlessly striking each other. He swiftly applies his dash skill while preparing to land another blow on the monster. Flashes of light flicker through the air, but the boss remains unwavering, fully confident that nothing can stop him. Suddenly, the dungeon boss activates the astralization technique. Realizing the danger, our boy finds it problematic that he cannot prevent the boss from transitioning into his second phase. Without hesitation, the monster summons undead minions and challenges him to advance. Both continue exchanging powerful strikes, neither willing to back down. The boss demands submission while insisting that he kneel and acknowledge the Empire's strength. However, our boy remains resolute, determined to end this battle on his own terms. With a forceful thrust, he crashes his spear against the enemy, but the boss counters with equal strength. He quickly realizes that this foe, despite being a mere skeleton, possesses formidable power. Then a crushing blow from the monster sends him staggering. The impact is far greater than expected. In that moment, he understands that the boss's charging skill significantly enhances his attack force. Engaged in a direct head-on strike, he loses control of the exchange. Now, he hesitates while contemplating his next move. A question lingers in his mind that should he activate his berserk skill. Then he realizes that using the berserk skill is not an option. If he activates it, the boss will be defeated too easily while preventing him from clearing his penalty. Instead, he must complete the shortest level grind ever. Determined, our guy shifts his focus to the dungeon boss's mobility. With precise timing, he switches weapons while knowing that any slip-up could turn the battle against him. Standing before the monster, he observes its reaction. The boss barely acknowledges the attacks while finding them weak. Mockingly, he questions whether such feeble strikes could possibly stop him. However, he remains unfazed that he is never that foolish. Our boy swiftly activates his dash skill, but the boss views him as reckless. Charging forward, he slashes at his opponent, yet the monster finds his actions laughable. Standing firm, he watches as the boss dismisses him as insignificant. However, he stays confident, fully focused on his goal that is to kill the dungeon boss. With relentless force, he continues his assault while delivering powerful blows. As the battle escalates, he gathers all his strength for a decisive strike. Rushing toward the monster, he senses the boss's frustration growing. The enemy continuously boasts about the strength of the Empire while unwilling to accept defeat. Ignoring the empty claims, he demands payback for the previous hit. He lunges forward while executing a devastating shoulder charge. Staring down his opponent, he challenges the dungeon boss while questioning whether his astralization skill has failed. Urging him to stop struggling, he prepares for the final attack. With one critical hit, the battlefield erupts into a storm of shattered rocks and dust. The dungeon boss is thrown to the ground, unable to comprehend how the Empire's general has fallen before him. At that moment, his level increases, and the long-hidden essence of death reveals itself. Satisfaction fills him as he finally understands why Hakim sealed this cave. However, before he can claim his reward, the dungeon boss begins to stir. A sudden notification warns him that he must act quickly. The essence of death has the power to strengthen the undead, and if he fails to claim it in time, everyone in the area will perish. Worse, the undead monsters will continue to regenerate. My guy is over the moon as he slays countless monsters. As long as the crystal is untouched, it will continue to summon monsters, giving him an opportunity to grind. Before he can celebrate, another warning appears. If he does not claim the essence immediately, death will spread across the area. Shocked, he watches as the powerful energy not only aids him in gaining experience points, but also begins reviving level 95 skeleton soldiers before his eyes. Without hesitation, our guy engages them, swiftly slashing through their ranks. Killing them one by one, he fights his way toward the essence of death. In that moment, he knows that this is the perfect opportunity to level up straight to level 99. 4 days later, he emerges victorious from countless battles against monsters, steadily increasing his level. Now, our boy has finally reached the maximum level of 99. The unlimited regeneration of enemies had been difficult to handle, but with the help of bandages, energy potions, and safety zones, he managed to wipe them all out. Grateful for these resources, he acknowledges that they played a crucial role in helping him reach level 99 in just 4 days. Although our guy is quick to achieve this milestone, he knows there is no time to remain idle. With the Cave of Death now cleared, he takes pride in his achievement. That is an extraordinary effort that has successfully protected the world from the unsealed death. As a result, he becomes the first player to receive the unique title of Death's Dominator, a recognition he finds incredible. Ready to face more undead monsters in the future, he stands prepared for whatever challenges may come next. A sudden notification warns him to stay cautious. If our dude fails to act quickly, he may be consumed by death itself. However, with his task now complete, there is nothing more for him to do in this place. The quest has been completed, and his level grinding is finished. Realizing it is time to activate the rune book and claim his rewards, he takes the book into his hands and aims for Magician Guild Intrinsic City. After a while, he is in front of Materian, who finds the situation unbelievable. When he explains that he has obtained the essence of death from the location Hakim reported, the man abruptly stops him while instructing him to wait. As he inspects the essence of death, he immediately recognizes its purity. Curious, he asks if the process is complete, but Materian insists that it is not enough. He is unaware of the immense energy contained within the essence. Without hesitation, Materian requests that he hand over the essence and drink the potion being offered. Obediently, he consumes the potion, while the man carefully takes the precious essence of death from him. Assuring him of its effects, Materian explains that the potion will enhance his health. As the potion takes effect, he notices an unusual sensation. Though the taste is unpleasant, his life energy begins to rise while weakening the force of death within him. Fascinated by the transformation, he observes that for now, the separation of death energy is sufficient. However, he also realizes that this energy will likely resurface in the final stages of the quest. Satisfied with his efforts, Materian commends him for his outstanding work. With his accomplishments, they are now one step closer to stopping the major threats looming over the world. Expressing his gratitude, Materian acknowledges all the tasks he has completed, both now and in past quests. Finally, with a sense of recognition, he welcomes him as a new member of their investigation team. He shakes hands with him, acknowledging that this will be beneficial for his future adventures. Both exchange a firm handshake while sealing the moment. Accepting his new role, he understands that joining the investigation team is necessary if he wishes to continue progressing in Materian quest. Now officially part of the network, he gains the prestigious title of an investigation team member, a rare and valuable recognition. With this title, he can easily accept investigation team quests while opening new opportunities for him. As a token of his membership, Materian hands him a ring while explaining that it will serve as his identification within the team. Additionally, the ring grants him access to the life charge skill while allowing him to restore 3000 HP whenever needed. He finds this incredibly useful while considering that his current HP is around 2500. With this newfound ability, he will have greater endurance in battle. Then Materian encourages him to explore further while reminding him that many discoveries await. Expressing his support, he praises his courage and assures him that he will always cheer for him. Reflecting on their interactions, our guy realizes that, despite Materian constantly giving him orders, he has proven to be friendly. Choosing to let it go, he feels a sense of gratitude and excitement for what lies ahead. With a final glance at the cave, he steps outside, ready to embark on his next challenge, that the journey toward obtaining his third job class. After a while, he arrives at Berserker Guild, where a man is sitting quietly. Approaching him, he states his purpose, that he has come to obtain his third job class. However, the man questions whether he has even received his second job class yet. Ignoring the inquiry, our boy firmly insists that he is now level 99 and demands the third job class quest without delay. The man is taken aback, surprised to see someone applying for the third job class so soon. Realizing that he is the first person on the continent to reach this stage, he carefully considers the request. Then, he asks if he intends to continue as a berserker. Without hesitation, he confirms his decision, and the man prepares to explain the quest. The requirements are simple: that he must defeat a level 100 opponent. Whether it is a beast, a monster, or a guard, he must take them down in single combat. Accepting the challenge, he officially receives his next job class quest, titled Reckless Challenge. This quest demands a one-on-one battle against a level 100 enemy, a daunting task for most. However, the man provides a hint while suggesting that monsters are generally easier to handle compared to humanoid opponents. Hearing this, he smirks, his confidence evident. The man, while noticing his reaction, asks if he has already faced such powerful opponents before. At that moment, the records confirm his past victories, that he has defeated the level 100 Knight of the Lake, the level 100 Bandit Chief Guillotine, and the Forgotten Skeleton General. The man is left in shock, astonished that these formidable foes have all fallen before him. With this revelation, he is officially recognized as a first-class user, while receiving the prestigious title as well. Now he has successfully ascended to become a true berserker. Now that he has reached level 100, he is officially a true berserker. The man, still intrigued by his abilities, asks about his real identity. However, he dismisses the question while stating that there are far more important things to be surprised about. Instead, he tells the man to stay focused and hand over the job class reward. The man presents him with 3 powerful weapons and instructs him to choose one. The options are the Berserker's Battle Axe, the Longsword, and the Berserker's Greatsword. Each weapon is of high quality and possesses immense strength. After considering his choices, he selects the Berserker's battle axe, as he has a strong grip on it. Raising his hand, he examines his newly acquired weapon. While it does not seem like the ultimate final level weapon, he still finds it a useful tool for gaining more points. Without wasting time, he asks the man to show him the available skill books. The man informs him that 5 new skills have been unlocked. Force level 1 increases attack power. Guard level 1 boosts defense power by 200% for 2 seconds. Charge level 1 enhances movement speed. Twist attack level 1 allows for a wide while swinging weapon strike, and sturdy body level 1 improves stamina and defense. Excited about his newfound abilities, he decides to take all 5 skills along with some additional ones. The man, once again surprised, realizes that our boy is already familiar with compound skills. Compound skills are unlocked when a player reaches the 3rd job class, while allowing them to merge multiple base skills to create new, more powerful techniques. Knowing this, our boy carefully considers his choices. The man advises him to think carefully, as the base skills will disappear once they are fused into a compound skill. Determined, he decides to combine 1 skill each from Warcry, Strike, Shoulder Charge, and Sturdy Body. Additionally, he selects 2 skills from Dash and Charge, and 3 from the Force skill books. The man, astonished by his bold decision, questions whether he even listened to his warning about being cautious. However, after calculating the cost, he informs him that the total will be 21 gold and 80 silver coins, but he offers him a discount. As an additional reward, the man gives him a Gemstone of Rage, a rare and highly valuable item. Realizing how fortunate he is to receive such a gift, he knows that this gemstone is something a player can typically obtain only once or twice in the entire game. He thanks the man and assures him that he will use the gemstone wisely. After paying for all the skills, the man is once again surprised by his confidence. He also finds it strange that he has such deep knowledge about quest classes and compound skills, while making him wonder about his true identity. The thought crosses his mind that he might have just spoken to a future high-class master. Meanwhile, in the Chthon Magicians Guild, Staroyan praises him for becoming a member of the investigation team and begins to understand why Materian chose him. Curious about his next steps, Staroyan asks about his plans. He replies that he is heading to the 3rd city that is Crossroad. However, the old man warns him that the journey might be difficult at his current level. Despite the caution, he remains confident in his abilities. Staroyan also informs him that Crossroad is home to many individuals from different races, but he is already aware of this. The 3rd city, Crossroad, follows after Chthon Intrinsic. Only players who have reached level 100 can enter, and it is inhabited not just by other races but also by other players. At that, Staroyan also mentions that he will meet Rikum, who will guide him to his next destination. Before departing, he hands him a letter, prompting him to ask about its purpose. The old man explains that he must deliver it to Malkin, the captain of the guards in Crossroad. Concerned about his journey, he asks whether he will be fine on such a rough trip. However, our guy simply reminds him that he is a berserker and has no reason to worry. To reach his destination, he must ride a carriage along a direct path from Citrone to Crossroad while bypassing other cities. Arriving at Rikum, he learns that the journey will take a few days and that he must go through paperwork and inspections before proceeding. He asks whether the path is safe, to which Rikum assures him that there have been no reported accidents. However, Rikum also mentions something unusual, that the fact that he is the first human to travel this route. This statement catches him off guard while making him question what he just heard. As he finally reaches the outskirts of Crossroad, a guard stands watch outside the entrance. The guard immediately questions how he managed to enter while emphasizing that permission is required. At that moment, a sharp pain strikes his head while making it difficult for him to focus. Sensing something suspicious, the guard demands identification and warns that failure to comply will result in an attack. As his vision blurs, the guard prepares to shoot. My guy balls his fist and proceeds to obliterate the Guardian with a single punch. But then he stops mid-attack, as he was merely showing the ring he had been wearing, and introduces himself as Roken. He then confirms whether this is indeed the entrance to Crossroad. With his identity clarified, he steps forward and finally enters the city. He finds the place to be a 3rd-scale city due to its vast size. Considering it the beginning of an exciting new phase in the game, he feels a surge of anticipation. As the first person to enter this new city, he earns the title First Visitor of Crossroad. Along with the title, he receives a special bonus that increases his stats by 5% while he remains within Crossroad City. As he moves through the bustling streets, he notices people whispering among themselves while questioning his presence. Many have never seen him before and wonder whether he is truly human. The curious gazes and hushed discussions create a tense atmosphere while making it difficult to blend in. However, he finds this experience far more enjoyable than his past life, where humans were often ignored. Unlike before, he now has a presence that cannot be overlooked. Reflecting on his journey, he realizes that he has achieved his first title in the 3rd job class within a single session. This accomplishment fills him with pride while reinforcing his determination to continue growing stronger. Deciding to take a brief moment to check for any interesting updates, he pulls out his phone. As our boy scans the latest news, a particular headline catches his attention, that a level 99 player has appeared on the Lord. His expression changes as he processes the information. Another level 99 user has emerged, but it is not him. A wave of curiosity and competitiveness rushes through him as he clenches his fist, determined to find out who this mysterious player is. The exclusive interview kicks off with a reporter who's super pumped because they've finally tracked down the first mysterious player to hit level 99 in the game. She mentions that everyone wants to know his face and name, but he apologizes, saying he's really not into fame. When she asks how he reached level 99 so quickly, when only 100 players even made it to 90, he explains it was nothing special. He just cracked the system, studied the best hunting methods and found the ideal hunting spots. Then the reporter asks if he's planning to head to the third city soon. He says he will as soon as he finishes his third job advancement. He drops a bombshell by saying he's going to start a guild there, but won't be taking just anyone on board. He only wants the top players who've hit their third job advancement. When she asks about a guild name, he says it's going to be Ragnarok. That sends our guy into a fit of laughter because the nostalgia hits hard as he realizes this player is his old nemesis. He bolts straight to the training ground to work on his axe-throwing skills, feeling a bit anxious. Since his regression, he hasn't seen this guy around, but now he's back earlier than he thought. Our hero realizes the whole regression is connected to two key players, Odin and the game itself. He remembers Odin's nasty look and admits he's itching to find and take him down, but Odin's off in another region and hasn't even started a guild yet. No point in going after him now. Our guy decides that when Odin pulls together a crew, climbs the ranks and thinks he's at the top of his game, that'll be the perfect time to strike. He chuckles, excited for Odin to level up quickly. He's gotten his body warmed up while working on his final card, and now it's time to practice some mixed skills. He pulls up the system window and picks Force and Warcry, then decides to mash them together. After checking out the preview, the system suggests he tweak the battle clip settings to check out different moves. He figures that's exactly what he was expecting and hits confirm. Then it asks him to name the combined skill. He goes with Cry of Madness, thinking that names really matter since they can change how the skill works. The system whips up the skill, and to use it, you've got to let out a crazy roar that scares the enemies. If they're a lower level, they take a hit to all their stats. The skill also lessens the drawbacks of Berserk and amps up power by 1.5 times. While he thinks about how this is different from a regular war cry, 4 skill slots pop up in front of him. He's pretty sure 3 is the max. But the system tells him that since he's the first to rock this class, he gets an extra slot for a combined skill. He smirks because that extra slot is a major win. And honestly, the quickest way to level up in Lord is still snagging titles. So he decides to keep going and create more combined skills. At the crossroads, there's this guild of dwarven miners. One dwarf is wondering if he can handle the task solo. Our guy laughs it off and tells him not to sweat it. Inside, he's cursing this minion for blowing smoke in his face. The dwarf says Roken doesn't look too reliable, but might give it a shot. Our guy is annoyed that these noobs can't just do the job themselves while doubting him instead. Now he's planning to first get some cred from other species. Only then can he go after the main quest from the Golden Lion Union. He remembers completing tasks with the dwarves since he doesn't want to deal with the cocky elves. But honestly, he thinks the dwarves are a bunch of smug bastards too. The task is laid out. Grab 50 blue minerals from the abandoned Orinamun mine that's now swarming with kobolds. If you pull it off, you'll earn some serious respect from the dwarves, plus extra rewards if you really knock it out of the park. Most players probably think picking the miner subclass and learning mining skills is the way to go, but that's a total trap. With those skills, you end up digging up a bunch of random ores instead of just those blue crystals, which is how the system catches anyone trying to cut corners. Inside the mine, kobolds are hustling to pull out crystals. Their foreman is pushing them to hurry up before anyone shows up. Suddenly, a noise echoes from deeper in the tunnel, grabbing the foreman's attention. Out of nowhere, our hero drops down above him, laughing as he says, why bother mining when he can just steal the ores? As the two kobolds turn to check out the noise, our guy has already taken out the red foreman. A bunch of kobolds swarm him, but he uses his force and dash skill to take them down in no time. Then, with a twist attack, he slices through them like a pro. One kobold chucks an axe his way, but a magical bracelet pops up on his wrist, letting him block the axe with the guard skill. Suddenly, he grabs one of the kobold's mouths and hurls him into the wall in a fit of rage. Kobold screams in pain and drops dead immediately. It's way easier than in his past life when he had to take them out one by one. Now he can handle a whole crowd by himself. After grabbing 2 blue minerals, he reminds himself to keep going until he hits 50. He figures that if he collects everything the quest needs, he'll get another quest to wipe out the kobold miners. Plus, the dwarves are after the mine too, so he'll be knocking out 2 problems at once and saving time. Meanwhile, on a different part of the mine, a beefy kobold hears something and asks his buddy if he caught it, but the answer is no. This big guy is Kimothy, a level 115 mine supervisor. Our hero sneaks around, staying out of sight, plotting to use Berserk to take down the boss, but he knows the little kobolds will just get in the way. Then he spots the trolley and smirks, thinking he's got a clever plan brewing. Out of nowhere, the lock on the trolley pops open, setting off alarms and freaking out the boss. The trolley suddenly starts moving away from the kobolds, leaving them stunned. The annoyed boss yells at his minions to catch up with the trolley ASAP or they'll be in deep trouble. As he watches the kobolds make a run for it, the warden lights up a cigar, thinking about his headache because he never knows when the main dwarf army might show up. Then he gets really mad and shouts that no matter how hard a human tries to hide, they can't escape their own smell. so it's time to flush them out. Still invisible, our hero steps onto the tracks, saying, this is totally what he'd expect from a dog. The furious boss growls at him, calling him an intruder and vowing to take him out before the dwarves arrive. With his sharp claws glowing with mana, the boss lunges at our guy, who notices he's using a skill called Frantic Charge. Smirking, he starts to pull off a 5-combo skill. An emblem for the combo skill shows up, and red lightning crackles around his feet as he unleashes Destructive Charge. It's a powerful move that wrecks everything in its way and hits hard against enemy defenses. The boss swipes at him with his crystal claws, but our hero is in a fury. He shatters the claws into pieces and slams into the boss with a massive hit. Then, speeding forward like a bullet, he rams his shoulder right into the boss's chest, sending him flying back and making him cough up blood in pain. Roken charges in for the final blow and announces it's the end for the big dog. The panicking boss pleads for mercy, but our hero cuts him in half, taking out the mine supervisor for good. Just like that, the system alerts him that he's leveled up. On one side of the mine, there are shiny metal bars. A dwarf starts banging on the bars, cursing at the kobolds who've captured them. One of the dwarves yells out, asking how long they plan to keep them locked up. 2 other dwarves chime in, demanding food and drink at the very least. Out of nowhere, they hear a weird sound coming from a distance and start looking around. Suddenly, a kobold bites one of the iron bars, making the dwarves scream in panic. But then they realize the kobold is dead, slammed against the bar. One of the dwarves spots Roken coming toward them and tells him they're all stuck in here. Gripping the bars tightly, he asks Roken who he is. When the dwarf sees Roken easily bend the metal bars apart, his eyes go wide with shock. The dwarves are amazed, wondering what kind of strength this guy has. Roken grins and introduces himself, explaining he's here at the request of their guild. The dwarf thanks him for the rescue, but warns that they've got a ton of kobolds in the mine, led by a boss. They're worried that Roken's made too much noise and the enemy will be on them soon, so they urge him to run and get help from the guild. Roken just smiles and says there's not a single kobold left in the mine. The place is filled with their corpses. The elder dwarf is overjoyed and admits he didn't realize Roken's skills, praising him for getting the job done. Roken figures it's time to treat him right. The dwarf says they're now under Roken's protection and thinks they'll be seeing each other a lot. Meanwhile, Roken's system chimes in that he's the first to earn the dwarf's trust, giving him the ability to ask for item crafting, repairs, and upgrades. Rokan is thinking about leveling up his gear and realizes there are only 2 ways to do it. One option is to use upgrade scrolls, but those are pretty rare since you can only snag them as quest rewards in the 3rd city. The other way is hiring an NPC, but that comes with its own set of challenges since you need a decent level of intimacy, and success isn't guaranteed. He knows that high-level production and enhancement will be unlocked eventually, but not anytime soon. He can't help but grin, knowing he's currently the only one who can upgrade items, which could mean big bucks for him. We shift to the dwarf smithy, where a surprised dwarf blacksmith spots Roken. He's heard some buzz about him lately. Roken places an order for a long sword, which the dwarf says is a breeze to make. Roken knows the long sword is super popular among users because it has no major downsides, so it should sell pretty well. He asks how much it'll cost, and the dwarf replies 90 silver per sword. Roken orders 50 swords and asks how long it'll take. The big guy grins and says it'll be ready in a day, then points out where to drop off the materials. Roken remembers that blacksmiths have this self-repair skill, which keeps the material costs low, so he snags everything he needs at the auction for a steal. Then he asks the dwarf to engrave his longsword, and the dwarf agrees for a little extra. As the blacksmith gets everything ready, our hero grabs the sword and admires how well it's made. The pommel is marked with the initial for the king. He can't help but smirk, thinking about how he could brand and flip products made by the NPC. Is this cheating? Roken turns to the dwarf, asking to upgrade the swords to level 3, and the dwarf says yes. The dwarf levels up the longsword to +3, and Roken checks out the new stats. Holding the upgraded sword, he realizes that getting to the 3rd level is pretty straightforward, requiring no rare materials, which makes it perfect for selling. He hops into the global marketplace to check out the sword's value. Unlike local city trading platforms, the global market is open to third-party cities and lets you trade worldwide. Roken sees the sword's worth is around 3 gold, but decides to start the auction at 6 with a 10 gold instant buy option. It sells in 5 seconds, leaving Roken in shock since that sword would go for over 2 million won in real life. It makes sense though, because only 2% of users are above level 90, so good gear is hard to come by. And with his interview from yesterday, demand has skyrocketed. He can't help but grin, thankful to Odin, and decides not to waste this opportunity. He aims for 20 gold, but the item flies off the shelves, so he bumps it up to 30. He keeps raising the price, first to 35 gold, then to 40. After 30 minutes of this, Roken can hardly believe his luck. A message pops up saying all items are sold out. The interface shows he's got 458 gold, 98 silver, and a bunch of copper coins, not counting the commission. He makes a goofy face, realizing he racked up almost 100 million won in just half an hour. He taps his finger to grab all the ores needed to craft some gear, thinking that while quests and leveling up are crucial, it's time to strike while the iron's hot. Meanwhile, at the game's development company, you can see huge server racks crammed with wires. Then, out of nowhere, the system flags a violation, confirming that there's a monopoly on enhancing equipment. The report shows that the player in question is Roken. 2 days later, Roken can't help but frown when the system drops a limit of 100 item upgrades per day. He suspects the developers are trying to stop him from making too much cash. It's a bit surprising that his trick actually worked, so he figures he should be thankful it lasted 3 days. He notices that other players aren't getting any notice about this. It's only for his region and, really, just him. Still, he does pretty well, upgrading his gear 5 times and feeling pretty pleased about his enhanced shoulder pad, armor, gloves, and belt. Then, he gets his hands on this massive killer axe that's glowing. It's a rare weapon and looks a lot like something a ruthless killer would wield. It's got this insane power called Bloody Madness that ramps up his attack when his health dips. Roken grips it tight and thinks it's awesome. He's itching to test it out, but decides it's time to move on to the next quest. When he gets to the Elves Guild, the guildmaster Terrell asks what he's up to. He proudly says he came to see how he could help since he heard something was bothering her. Terrell snaps back that she has no idea who spread that nonsense, but she's doing just fine. She adds that what's going on isn't serious enough for her to ask for help from weak humans. Roken calls her out for looking down on those trying to help, which catches her off guard. Then he pulls out his killer axe, leaving the elf stunned. He slams it down on the ground and grabs her by the throat, taunting her about who's really weak now. Back in reality, Terrell tells him to scream. Roken regains his composure and flashes her a ring, saying he's an explorer with the Dwarven Guild's backing. He insists he's not weak and asks her to trust him. Terrell clarifies that he's got it wrong. They don't acknowledge the Dwarven Guild and want nothing to do with it, but she does recognize his skills as a researcher and decides to give him a shot this time. Roken thinks it's a smart move. Terrell tells him that a group of young half-elves who ventured into the Teelan Forest hasn't been heard from in days. She asks Roken to track them down and make sure they're safe. She hands him a half-elf guild token so the young elves will recognize him. The mission requirements pop up. To succeed, he needs to confirm the group's survival and protect them. Failure means they could die. If he pulls this off, the half-elves will approve of him. Plus, he might score an extra reward based on how well he does. Roken sees the potential for the bonus and figures there's a hidden mission waiting for him, which boosts his confidence. Terrell, though, wonders if he can be trusted. He remembers that the hidden goal is to help the gatherers fulfill their original purpose. Roken gets himself a black horse, loaded with features. As he rides, he keeps his focus on finding the half-elves. The distance to the third city is no joke, so walking isn't an option. He urges the horse to pick up the pace, reminding himself to make the most of the 100 gold he spent on it. Out of nowhere, a massive level 1 to 15 infected forest spirit with a dark purple aura comes crashing down from a tall tree and goes after him. Roken figures it's the perfect opportunity to test out his new axe. The spirit growls and raises its hand to hit him. He swings his axe, cutting through the air, and lands a blow that slices right through the spirit's body. He yells that it feels amazing. A message pops up confirming he landed a critical hit, and his level goes up. He thinks about how this monster is tougher than kobolds, but he took it down in one hit without even using any skills. He decides it was totally worth it. He's passed the test. As he walks down the forest path, he sticks to the right track, looking for signs of the missing half-elves. He spots a white boot on the ground. It must have fallen off when the group was running away from a monster, so he figures he needs to follow the tracks from this spot. It's tricky because half-elves are light-footed and leave pretty faint clues. He checks out the area by the bushes, determined to find some clues. Out of nowhere, an arrow hits him in the back, but his instincts kick in, and he catches it, breaking it easily. Turning around, he can't help but smile. He's finally found them. A group of half-elves is staring at him, looking shocked. Their female archer shouts, demanding to know who he is and why he's following them. He introduces himself as a human researcher sent by Teriel, who was worried about them. The archer hesitates, insisting that Miss Terrell would never send a human. Roken shrugs off her doubts and shows them the half-elf guild token, telling them that if they don't believe him, they can just stay put. The archer recognizes the guild symbol and decides to trust him. Roken figures don't really have a choice. He leads the 3 half-elves while the archer warns him about dangerous monsters in the forest. Roken asks if she's talking about those infected forest spirits. She looks stunned and asks if he's seen them already. He casually says he took out a couple on his way. The archer calls him a liar, saying their group barely managed to take one down. Suddenly, a bunch of infected spirits come charging in. One of them roars and rushes at them, causing the 3 half-elves to freak out, thinking they're done for. Roken tells them to chill out. As a massive spirit barrels toward him, he tells them to open their eyes and watch closely. Surrounded by a red glow, he grips his weapon and says it's time to chop some wood. The stone monster swings at Roken, but he dodges just in time, and the blast hits the ground hard. Then he counters with a wicked strike from his weapon, slicing through the monster like it's nothing. Another one rushes at him, and he can't help but laugh as he challenges it to come at him. The monster charges, and Roken meets it head-on, bringing it down with a swift slash. The elf girl watches in disbelief, murmuring that a human shouldn't be able to do this. Roken takes on the spirit of the forest with ease, cutting through it as it struggles before shattering into pieces. After finishing off the spirits with flair, he turns to the elves and asks if they're still going to be scared of these bundles of firewood. The elf girl lowers her gaze and kneels, and soon the other elves follow suit. Roken is taken aback and asks what they're doing. One of them sheepishly admits it's a bit embarrassing, but they need to make a request. They can't go back since night is coming, and the forest is starting to get polluted for no clear reason. They need to complete a mission before it's too late, and the girl begs him to help. A system window pops up showing his choices. Roken agrees, saying there's no other option. He tells the half-elves they need to follow his orders without question, and if they don't, he'll make them. They promise to comply, and he sets out with them, knowing this mission is crucial and probably linked to the main quest. In the forest, another spirit of the forest listens to the sounds around them. Even though they're hiding, our guy signals the group to be quiet while he keeps an eye on the monster. Realizing that fighting spirits all the time is pointless, he decides it's better to move on. As they're making their way through, one of the half-elves suddenly pipes up. She found what they were looking for, the sprout of the world tree. She explains how it could one day grow into the world tree, which is super important for their guild and a key part of bringing the elven kingdom back to life. Our hero knows it's just a sprout for now, but if it develops, it'll be something amazing. The elf girl asks him to guard them while they get the plant. He thinks about their quest as he stands next to her with the sprout, then pulls out a vial of liquid and tells her to hang tight. Roken pours the liquid on the sprout, and the half-elf starts yelling, totally confused about what he's doing as the potion seeps into the sprout. The group gets pretty mad at him, with one person calling him untrustworthy, but another tells her to quiet down and points to the sprout. Everyone's eyes widen as a system window pops up, showing that it's starting to grow. The sprout absorbs vitality, and now has a good chance of becoming the world tree. Another sprout links up to it, making it even stronger. Roken explains that the world tree thrives in places full of vitality, and this forest is still pure. The half-elves are shocked, admitting they never thought of that. One of them reaches for the potion, realizing Roken knows something most of them don't. They pour more liquid, and Roken warns them not to overdo it, or they might drown the sprout. The growth slows down a bit, but Roken stays confident. He thinks about using more than just potions and hands another vial to the girl, telling her to give it a shot. She hesitates, asking if it's really safe. Roken reassures her that the impact will be way stronger. The test tube has water from the Lake of Serenity, which is basically pure energy that brings back your strength when you drink it. When Roken pours it on the sprout, it reacts right away. The sprout transforms into a small tree, and the half-elves can't believe their eyes. Roken had a feeling this would work since he could already sense the water's power just by drinking it. He starts to wonder if this will unlock some hidden bonus. But then a half-elf raises a concern. Roken asks what's so bad about the tree growing. The half-elf explains that, while it's great, the quick growth is actually sucking the life out of the forest. The seedling keeps shooting up. Out of nowhere, the forest guard pops up, a seriously infected field boss, demanding to know who's been draining the forest's energy. Roken braces for a fight, reminding himself that this quest was never going to be easy. He calls on the sealed mask of the Lion King, and suddenly a system window opens up, showcasing all its amazing powers. Flames of power start to spark in his hand, as the system reveals the creepy stats of this legendary item. Roken takes a close look at the lion's mask, and notices that a piece of the seal is missing. He's surprised that something like this even exists, and wonders if it's connected to his professional upgrade. He declares it the best gear he's ever gotten, and promises to collect the whole set and break all its seals. This stuff is way better than anything he had in his past life. A half-elf nearby is freaking out, unsure of what to do. He tells her to chill and just extract the sap. The corrupted guardian of the forest is watching silently as Roken puts on the mask and starts farming aura. With his slayer and battle axe ready, he sees the giant beast as nothing more than his prey. One of the half-elves yells that he can't just fight the ultimate being of the forest. She warns him that it's tainted by some creepy dark energy, and they'd better bolt. But Roken brushes it off, saying that their doubts only count for people like them, not him. He tells them to sit tight and watch. He charges at the corrupted spirit with speed, declaring he's going to shatter their NPC mindset. Deep down, he knows the Guardian used to be a protector. After getting contaminated, it turned into part of the main quest tied to the World Tree. It's weird that it showed up so early. Now it's a corrupted field boss at level 130, strong enough to take on even groups of level 100 players. Our boy figures out that he doesn't have to win, just stall long enough for the half-elves to grab the sapling. He's a bit of a wild card, and his instincts keep pushing him to take the Guardian down, so he goes for it. The Guardian calls him an intruder and blasts him back with a huge gust, kicking up a storm of dust and chaos. Its massive hits shake everything around. Roken laughs at the Guardian for swinging at air, but then he notices something's off. The Guardian isn't after him at all. It's picking up rocks to drop on him. As the monsters lift the stones, our hero knows he needs to bail before the debris hits. They launch a bunch of rocks charged with dark energy at him, and they zoom through the air, crashing like meteors and smashing everything in their way. The half-elves throw mana barriers to protect themselves from the onslaught, while our guy has no choice but to weave through the forest to avoid getting smashed. He then changes direction and charges at the Guardian. Leaping with his weapon, he leaves a bright trail of mana behind. Sparking with energy in both hands, he slices through the Guardian's arm like it's nothing and jokes that it's not as tough as it looks. The severed arm hits the ground and the beast bellows in pain. It reaches for more stones with its other arm, but a red laser slices through it at lightning speed. Our hero cuts off the second arm and it just crumbles to the ground. Roken laughs, making fun of the Guardian, saying that it's tough but has lost all its limbs. Then things take a weird turn as some strange black energy starts shooting from the Guardian's trunk. It starts creeping toward him, so our hero bolts, dodging it and wondering where those freaky tentacles are headed. The monster just watches, acting like all the damage doesn't even faze it. Roots grow out of its limbs, now mixed with dark energy. Our guy grits his teeth as he sees the Guardian regenerating way faster than he expected. Time to attack again before it gets back to full strength. Suddenly, a half-elf yells at him to go for the core. She asks Roken if he really thinks he can keep hacking away until it can't regenerate anymore. He's surprised and demands to know how she figured that out. She just says it's obvious, but warns that he can't win that way. The Guardian's tied to the forest, constantly sucking its energy to stay immortal. If no one stops it, it could drain the whole forest dry. Roken asks about the Guardian's core, and she explains it's right in the heart of the monster. He mutters that it should be easy, but she seems to doubt he can destroy something so massive. Ignoring her, Roken tightens his grip on his weapon and charges in. The Guardian's arm shoots out and slams him down hard, almost burying him under the rubble. Once the dust clears, he sees some glowing red energy rising from the wreckage. With no other option, Roken activates a berserk skill and gets ready to slice the Guardian to bits. Suddenly, thick red energy erupts into the sky as he charges up, covered in blood, vowing to give it everything he's got. The monster lets out a massive roar and raises its arms to get our hero, but he's ready and activates his destructive charge skill. Energy blasts out, shattering the ground, and a bright beam shoots toward the demon's purple heart. The blast hits its crystal chest, causing cracks to spread all over. Pieces explode outward as the attack tears through it. The monster screams and thrashes around, and our hero bursts out from inside it, clearly in pain. But he's not done yet. He jumps onto the injured Guardian and with a sonic boom, he slices right through it. Fragments of the Guardian start falling as he keeps chopping it up, eager to test his strength. The half-elf watching can't believe how reckless he is. Just like that, the Guardian is left with only its head and a single eye, but suddenly the ground shakes. To their shock, the Guardian begins regenerating, with mana-rich tendrils forming back into the monster's shape. The half-elf yells that it'll keep coming back, but our hero just leaps up as some shots fly at him. He doesn't hold back and creates another boom, blasting a chunk off and slowing its regeneration. Standing in front of the monster as it rapidly pieces itself back together, he can't help but smirk. He lets out a war cry, shaking the Guardian. A message pops up, warning that the enemy's level is way too high and his damage is getting nerfed. But he roars back, chaining together his skills into Force and Warcry, then unleashing a combined skill called the Scream of Madness. The system says the Guardian is stunned, and its defense has dropped. Our guy jumps down with his axe glowing, gritting his teeth to throw out his strongest hit. He combines Force, Charge, Dash, and Strike into one big blow. His axe glows red, packed with brute strength, and a star pattern appears in the sky. Suddenly, it shatters and crashes down. The axe in his hands transforms into a massive mana-infused weapon. When he slams it down, the impact rips through the air, taking out everything in its way. Out of nowhere, a red death ray blasts the monster, slicing it in half. The monster tries to regenerate, but all it can manage is mumbling that it failed to take out the intruder. A notification pops up, announcing the field boss's defeat. An explosion rocks the forest, and it all ends with a level up. The half-elves are left in shock, unable to believe Roken took down the boss all by himself. With blood still splattered on his face, he just says they're off to collect the reward. When she arrived at the half-elf master castle, she couldn't believe her eyes. Terrell looked at the sapling of the world tree and shouted, asking how Roken pulled it off. He cockily said it was hard to explain and suggested she talk to the collection team. She grabbed his hand and thanked him, tearing up and saying that because of him, the half-elves now had renewed hope. Roken couldn't help but wonder if the usually cold half-elf had a change of heart, realizing how important the world tree was. He smirked and said there was no need to thank him since he wasn't doing it out of kindness. All he cared about was the reward, so he cheekily asked if she'd make sure not to disappoint him. She promised she wouldn't. Then she pulled out a rod with a yellow stone as a reward. The system chimed in, saying Roken earned the title Friend of the Half-Elves. He frowned, thinking it was just the half's blessing, but then remembered that boosting elemental defense is crucial in magical fights and tough to level up, especially for berserkers. So it was actually a good deal for him. He joked that if that was all they had, he'd be let down. She replied that it wasn't all. She offered him a bag of gold coins, saying it might not be much, but it was all their guild could scrape together. He accepted it gratefully, thinking that this was the best reward and worth putting up with their drama. Terrell thanked him again, and promised they'd help him whenever he needed it. Roken heads out, and the half-elves wish him luck. He brushes them off, saying no more pleasantries are needed, and moves on. He thinks about how lucky he is, but knows he shouldn't get too comfortable. They might see him as a hero now, but they'd turn on him in a heartbeat if they thought he was a threat to the world tree, just like always in this game. He figures it's time for the final quest. In a medieval city, he walks into the Crossroads Gnome Guild. There's a gnome in front of an open chest telling him to take a look, but warns that they're not fond of insensitive folks. The job seems to be about fixing up some gnarly device of theirs. He sighs, wondering if his last quest is really just about repairing a tool, and tells the gnome he'll be back soon. At first, the quest looks pretty straightforward. He checks out the tools and starts making a musket. But then he notices that he ended up crafting an old musket that's barely usable. Checking out the musket, he figures the gnome would really dig it, but it's kind of fragile and could definitely break. Seems like someone's trying to mess with his quest. He smirks to himself, thinking of a clever way around it. In the next scene, a gnome looks shocked as the musket is magically fixed up. Our buddy grins and claims he was super careful, then asks what the gnome thinks of it. He remembers that with his dwarf buddy's help, getting the repairs done was a piece of cake. He played it cool by acting like a smartass, thinking it was easier to hand the musket to the dwarf blacksmith for repairs instead of fixing it himself. The gnome took a good look at the weapon, clearly a bit on edge. When our guy asked if there was a problem, the gnome brushed it off and told him to hang tight for a sec. As he checked it out, he couldn't believe a human managed to fix it so well and so fast. Plus, he found a funky gear-shaped engraving near the trigger. The gnome explained that it's a hidden mark to prevent cheating, and if our hero knows about it, he's basically a genius. Surprisingly, our guy actually does know about the engraving because he ran into a similar issue back in his past life. The outcome blew his mind when he got the title Friend of the Genomes. He was just hoping for the green light to trade in mechanical stuff, but this title comes with half-price train and airship travel, plus he can now be an engineer and make his own mechanical items. He remembered that some players became well known for their mechanical skills, especially this dark magician, the mad scientist Krat, who created inventions just to mess with other players. Basically, the whole mechanical engineering scene owes a lot to him. Our hero picks up mechanical engineering skills from a dwarf, which lands him the engineer profession and opens up a path to gnome engineering later on. At the Dwarven Guild, he grabs a recipe and parts list to get started with his training. Feeling pretty good about having the city garrison's protection in Golden Lion territory, he finally wraps up that boring quest. Remembering Storoyan's letter for General Malkin, he decides to drop it off before heading out. When he reaches the Crossroads Garrison HQ, he notices the place is huge but honestly not that impressive compared to the city square. Just then, a massive guy comes up to him and apologizes for keeping him waiting because he was busy taking down monsters nearby. He introduces himself as General Malkin, the guy in charge of defending Crossroad. Our hero introduces himself back and can't help but wonder how this muscle-bound titan is actually half-elf. Malkin starts chatting casually, and our boy thinks about how he's always had trouble dealing with other elves in the game. But this dude seems super chill. Malkin mentions he's heard a lot about our hero from Terrell and that his race kind of owes him one. That puts a smile on our hero's face. Having a good rapport with Malkin could make life a lot easier. But he also reminds himself not to let his guard down. The general is definitely the strongest guy around in Crossroad. Malkin asks Roken if Storoyan sent him and how the old guy's doing. Roken hands over the envelope and says, Storoyan's in good shape. The general says he'll read it right away. While scanning the letter, our guy thinks that pretty soon, even hitting level 200 won't seem impressive. Malkin asks if Roken is part of the investigation. Roken laughs and says he is too, wondering why Roken never brought it up before. Roken thinks it was pretty obvious and starts to guess that the general isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. What really impressed Malkin, aside from Rokan's high level, was when he hit him with some mana during their first meetup. Rokan didn't even flinch. Most regular folks would be in pain, but now, as Rokan throws some mana out, General looks surprised. Rokan then asks about the test results. Malkin is blown away by the sheer amount of mana our hero has. Roken figures Malkin wants to measure his mana, so he stops, asking the general to test him right then and there. Malkin goes quiet, but Roken's brain is racing. He knows at level 106 this is probably a dumb move, but he's sure this egotistical titan respects strength, just like in the game. Then Malkin bursts out laughing, and Roken smirks, thinking he finally hit the jackpot. The general says he's been testing a top-tier warrior and apologizes. Roken replies that words don't cut it. Malkin offers him potions, cash, and gear, asking if he wants anything from the garrison. Roken says he doesn't want any of that. He just wants to be taken on as a member of the Crossroads garrison. The general asks if he's serious, and Roken explains that since he's an adventurer, he can't work full-time but hopes they can figure something out. Malkin agrees, and an interface pops up that gives Roken a boost of confidence. Malkin mentions that the guest garrison members can grab whatever equipment and supplies they need, along with instructions on how to use them. Roken appreciates it and realizes that players with a third profession will soon be showing up at the Crossroads. As a solo player, they're basically his competition. He'd like to take them out, but he can't waste time on PKS users who might band together and cause trouble like they did before. A half-elf in armor gives him a salute and hands over the garrison emblem, which shows he's officially recognized, even without a uniform. Roken smirks as an interface pops up, confirming he's now a member of the Crossroads garrison with some cool perks. He finds out that under certain conditions, if he attacks first, it won't count against his kill record. Now he can actually control who comes into the city. Our hero is strolling down the street, proudly holding the Crossroad Guard emblem. As a garrison member, his job is pretty straightforward. Either patrol the city for an hour or take out 20 nearby monsters. There's one rule that's non-negotiable. If he's online and the city's under attack, he has to jump in and fight. Even though it can be a hassle, our hero thinks it's worth it. He's got access to all the perks and a solid relationship with the NPCs. Sure, the discounts and special deals are nice, but that's not what really excites him. The best part is when he spots a robber. When someone messes with the peace, the NPCs really respect him after he takes care of business. He can take down criminals on the spot without any consequences, and sometimes he even gets rewarded if he justifies his actions. He pulls up the system interface, ready to step in. With no limits on his authority, he can do his thing until he logs off or leaves. He figures it's about time for others to show up. Odin won't be around since they're in different regions, but there could be another level 100 popping in at any moment. As he stares at his screen, he gets more and more annoyed when another player from a different region actually pulls ahead. That player ends up being the first ever to hit level 100. The bustling city street around him starts to fade away as our hero decides to log out and dig deeper into the game. Next, the scene jumps to a special interview with an orc named Tide, who's a total blade master. A reporter asks him how it feels to be the first in the world to reach level 100, and Tide just laughs, saying it's an honor. Roken leans back and catches the interview, where the reporter asks if Tide's skills as a blade master come from being a swordmaster subclass. Tide pauses, looking a bit unsure about how to respond. Our hero finds it hard to believe that Tide, not someone like Odin or another big name, managed to snag the top spot when there was already a player at level 99 who had no reason to lag behind. Our boy is starting to think that Odin could have hit level 100 ages ago but chose to stay out of sight, just like he's been doing. He figures it's smart to play it safe so he doesn't end up as someone's next target. During the interview, the reporter asks Tide if anything's changed at this level. Tide mentions that a combined skill has been unlocked, but our hero notices that the orc didn't mention anything about getting the first to reach level 100 title, which means someone else must have snagged it before him. That thought really throws him off. The reporter then moves on to the mysterious third city. Tide says he's still digging for info through quests and tells players everywhere to hang tight a bit longer. He promises he'll be the first to check out the third city and will keep everyone in the loop about what he finds. Our hero frowns at the screen, thinking that the guy is really pushing it. He's got a tight grip on his mouse and refreshes his YouTube channel, smirking as he realizes how things are swinging in his favor. What started as a way to teach the MP Guild a lesson has blown up. Even though he only has a handful of videos, he's already racked up over 400,000 subscribers and is making some cash. But now he's kinda out of ideas. With everyone buzzing about the first player, he's thinking about dropping a video on the third city, which you can only access at level 100. He knows too much hype can kill the excitement, and he plans to play that to his advantage. He posts a video showcasing the third city of the Lord, and people lose it, calling Roken a god and asking how he got there, convinced it's legit. They point out that these places haven't been shown before, and link him to the infected spirit of the forest. Some are debating whether he actually beat it or just filmed it, while others are bringing up the bald guy in the footage. Viewers note the video was made before the interview, and confirm Roken as the first to hit level 100, with lots of folks roasting Tide in the comments. Meanwhile, a guy is smashing his monitor in frustration as the third city video goes viral, with everyone calling him a liar. His deals and show invites are all getting pulled. He's screaming for the truth, but no one's responding. Believing he was the first, the bald guy is furious at Roken for supposedly betraying him. Our hero opens up the video on his phone and can't believe it's racked up almost 20 million views in just a day. He's pumped, daydreaming about all the cash he could make from ads. The guy with the long nose is now getting bombarded with interview requests and TV gigs. He tunes out most of the chaos around him, but knows that the Lord is way more than just a VR game now. While scrolling through comments, he spots one that really catches his eye, showing just how into this thing players are getting. He can't ignore his fans and feels the need to live up to their expectations. Later that night, in a medieval castle, our hero knocks on the door. A tired voice asks who he is, and he introduces himself as part of the Crossroads garrison, offering help to Marquis Truel. After some back and forth, he and his buddies are led upstairs to meet the Marquis, who's honestly shocked that anyone showed up and wonders if Roken really wants to help out. Our hero assures him it's the real deal, claiming General Malkin sent him and promising to do whatever it takes. The truth is, no one actually sent him. He already knew about the quest, so dropping the general's name was just a quick way to gain the Marquis's trust. Marquis shares that he lives out in the sticks because his daughter is really sick and can't move much. He feels himself getting weaker, and taking care of her is becoming tougher every day. Out of options, he pleads with our hero to grab some troll blood from the cursed cave of life, claiming it could be her only shot at getting better, even if it's just a little. A message pops up on the screen, laying out the quest details, what needs to be done, and what the reward will be. Our hero assures Marquis that he's got this. When he arrives at the entrance of the cursed cave of life, he steps up and chats with the people around. He introduces himself and lets them know he's heading in to tackle one of the public dungeons near the crossroads. Terrifying noises echo from deep inside the cave. Roken remembers that time works differently in the dungeon than outside. The monsters don't get tougher at night, but he finds it annoying to explain something so basic. What's really strange about this cave is the trolls. As far as he knows, it's the first time they've shown up in the Golden Lion's camp. But trolls aren't the only thing lurking here. The first creature he spots is a cavestone ape. It's a low-tier monster, smaller than a person, but definitely not something to take lightly. The creature charges at Roken with surprising speed, but he just throws a punch that sends the ape on a one-way trip to the dentist. It bounces off the dungeon walls like a pinball before slamming into a dead end. The ape roars and rushes at him again, managing to land a hit with its pouch, but its bravado quickly disappears when Roken effortlessly grabs its arm like it's no big deal. He knows the creature isn't that strong, and the only way to win is by fully trusting either his strength or speed. Roken then grabs the monster with all his might and smashes its head into the ground, cracking the stone beneath with pure force. He mockingly asks the injured ape how it feels before walking away, muttering that creatures like this have no business being in a troll's dungeon. He spots a group of trolls nearby and realizes they see the apes as just food. A pack of trolls can be a real threat, but they're still easy prey compared to what's lurking deeper in the dungeon. Grinding his teeth, Roken feels this rush of energy as a notification pops up for the Cry of Insanity skill. One of the trolls halts for a moment, clearly spooked by the bodies strewn around. Just then, a shadow looms overhead. Roken glances up and asks what the heck it is. It's a huge bat, the same one that had gotten away earlier. He mentions that it relies on skills like bite and body slam, and while flying makes it pretty dangerous, the narrow cave really gives it the upper hand. Roken's footsteps echo as he confidently states they've hit the core of troll territory. He remembers that there are usually about 10 of these creatures lurking in the dungeon. From the shadows, a hidden figure keeps a close watch while Roken explains that trolls generally don't hunt in packs. They prefer to go solo. Suddenly, a creepy goblin sidles closer, stalking its next meal. Roken points out that trolls could be a playable race, but most players never really get to see them in their true monstrous form. The goblin raises its hand, claws shining, but in that split second, Roken feels the danger and turns around with sharp eyes. He hurls his axe like a boomerang, now glowing with energy. It slices into the goblin's shoulder, staggering him back, blood dripping from the wound. As the goblin kneels and struggles to pull the weapon free, our hero recalls that trolls are superior to humans in both strength and agility. The goblin groans, pulling its blood-soaked axe free before swinging wildly. Our ace realizes their greatest threat is regeneration. The goblin's torn flesh knits itself back together as thin strands of tissue close the wound. The goblins cried in fury, and our dude also stepped forward without any fear to attack head-on with a crazed smile, declaring that the way to win is simply to keep hitting them until they stop moving. Purple blood splatters the walls as Roken's blades cut the goblin apart, its dying cries echoing in the distance. The goblin lashes out one final time, but Roken unleashes a flurry of devastating blows, striking key points across its body. Then, with two glowing axes, he brings a brutal end to the creature with a powerful twin strike. The goblin snarls in pain as it falls, and our hero turns his back on the corpse, telling the viewers that while a captain or even a hero class may appear later, only this troll possessed such absurdly fast regeneration. He strolls around the battlefield, noticing that they've taken out every monster in the dungeon. He hits stop on his recording and casually mentions that the video is all wrapped up. He thinks about how maybe he shouldn't show everything about the quest on camera, but decides he can always edit that part out later. Excited, he pulls out a dagger and declares it's time to loot. A system message pops up letting him know he just harvested from the cursed cave troll. Since his butcher skill is low, he only gets a little bit, but hey, his proficiency does go up by 0.1%. He holds up a vial of troll blood as another alert tells him he's got some troll blood now. Still searching, he's convinced there's something else hidden nearby. A notification flashes about a special item, leading him to a trash pile that has a faint sparkle. After digging around like a raccoon, he finally pulls out the skeleton of a cursed animal. A little while later, he picks up this huge monster skull and points out that the troll's curse wasn't just some random thing. It was definitely done on purpose by someone who fed them bad meat. He's pretty sure he knows who it was. It could be some plague rats, this tree-like creature called the infected spirit of the forest, or these shady robed figures who spread curses and mess with both monsters and NPCs, who are basically the main bad guys in the story. As he goes deeper into the cave, Roken remembers that no one from his past life ever figured out who those figures really were. He had been on the main quest until he ran into Ragnarok. Just by the exit, he stops dead in his tracks, shocked, thinking it can't be true. Then a creepy thought hits him. What if Ragnarok didn't attack for no reason but was actually trying to keep him from finding out the truth about the quest? Later on, he hands the monster skull over to Malkin, who looks worried and asks where he found it. Our hero says it came from the damned Cave of Life, where trolls hang out. Malkin, who studied mutated monsters, never thought curses could spread through them. He mentions it all started in the sewer, then moved to the Tekalona forest, and now this cave, with cursed stuff hidden in the toughest places. Our hero wants to know if Malkin has any clue who's behind these curses or what they're after. Malkin admits they don't have any solid leads yet and that the investigation is just kicking off. Holding the magic skull, Malkin says the job of studying it is now his, and asks if Roken can track down the other cursed monsters. A quest pops up about finding the beast that ate the cursed one and mutated, but what happens next is still unknown. As he strolls through the city, Roken realizes he underestimated why someone pulled him into Ragnarok. He used to think it was just jealousy or a power play. Then it hits him. What if their real goal was to mess with the main quest? For a second, he wonders if he's overthinking it, but then laughs it off. No matter who those monsters or the ones behind Ragnarok are, he's determined to find them, question them, and take them out. Back at Marquise's place, the old guy confirms the troll blood is in, saying he knew he could count on the garrison. He goes on to mention that the next thing he needs is boiling sheep blood, which means hunting some devilish sheep. A new mission pops up to help save Marquise's daughter. The troll blood does help her, but to keep her stable, Roken's gotta score that sheep blood. Marquise is really begging him for assistance. As Roken leaves the castle, he starts mumbling about the whole situation with the Marquise's daughter and wonders what the deal is. Then he thinks, why not just act like a fool for a bit longer? The scene cuts to a chunky sheep standing guard with a couple more behind it. These guys are devil rams, solid level 110. Roken shows up on the cliff and wonders if it's time to give being a shepherd a shot. Without thinking twice, he jumps off the cliff. His silhouette pops against the huge moon, catching the attention of the rams down below, who let out some confused moos. He swings his axe full force at the first ram, chopping it clean in half. He slams the ground hard, leaving the sheep stunned. As he runs his fingers over the Lion King's sealed helmet, he thinks about how clueless they are because they're herbivores. Then he grips his axe and yells that they froze up the moment they saw a predator. He charges at one ram with his axe, and it just stands there, watching death come straight for it. The sound of the impact rings out in the night, but the aftermath surprises him. The ram actually blocked his powerful strike with just its fur. The ram fights back, hitting him and sending him flying, but he manages to land on his feet. All of a sudden, his foot comes down hard, cracking the rocks beneath him. He pulls off a combo move with a dash and a headbutt. The ram responds with a super fast strike, leaving him wondering how this not-so-bright animal can pull off combo skills too. Being quicker on his feet, he dodges just in time as the ram smashes the ground behind him, creating explosive bursts of light. He has to admit it's pretty impressive. He lifts his axe with confidence and shouts that he's no pushover, then jumps up and swings the weapon, challenging the ram to a strength showdown. His hit slices right through the beast, and a notification pops up saying it's a critical hit as bits of stone fly everywhere. The big ram drops to the ground, leaving a bloody trail, while Roken catches his breath, and another ram shakes in fear from the back. As the ram tries to escape, our hero stops it, asking where it thinks it's going and reminding it that the deal isn't over yet. He says he needs its blood and hide, and if it cooperates, it might get to live. Pointing at the creature, he asks how it feels about that offer, but he adds that it only works if it can survive without those parts. Later, while he's wandering through the city square with other players, he yawns, having been up all night dealing with those pesky rams. He hears players grumbling about the market and how there are hardly any items. Then he realizes some folks have already made it to the third city way earlier than he thought they would. He was expecting them in a day or two. A dwarf wearing a hat starts insulting the newcomers, calling them spoiled kids who care more about looks than anything else, and tells them to beat it. One of our guys wonders why they're getting treated like that, and our hero figures it's because they're trying to make deals with NPCs without earning any respect from the local races. Losing his cool, the newcomer storms over to the dwarf, grabs him by the collar, and demands to know why this discrimination is happening. The dwarf freaks out and begs to be let go, while our hero watches this unfold, feeling a bit concerned for the noobs before he smirks, hatching a plan. The merchant is panicking and pleading for mercy when a booming voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, asking who's causing all the ruckus. Everyone stops dead in their tracks as an elf in shiny armor shows up, claiming it looks like they've all gathered and wondering what they plan to do with the folks in Crossroads. But really, it's just our buddy who's activated his identity masking. As the newcomers stared at the shiny armor and sword, they turned to the guard for help. The dwarf yelled at them, claiming they were lying and that they had only just shown up, frightening him into giving them his stuff. The girl with the bow and her buddy protested loudly, insisting they would never do something like that, but their voices got cut off when the guard snapped at them to quiet down. He made it clear that no matter what their intentions were, he wouldn't put up with any violence. Who did they think they were, causing trouble as newcomers? He wasn't going to buy their excuses. Then a system message popped up, saying Rokan was using his guard authority to kick the 3 players out. A bright white light surrounded them as the guard shouted for them to leave right away. They stood there in shock as their bodies started to fade, and one of them begged for a chance to explain. Just as half of the dark-haired boy's face disappeared, he shouted that they had only just arrived, but it was too late. The players vanished. The merchant thanked the guard, saying he had a feeling from the start that trouble was coming. Roken, hidden behind his mask, lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking that basic manners should still matter, even in a game full of NPCs. He can't wrap his head around why someone would attack a merchant. As his disguise fades, the merchant looks at him in disbelief. Thinking it over, Roken gets why they're upset. They traveled all this way just to get shut down. He clenches his teeth, remembering when he faced that same situation, getting ignored just for being a different race. That memory only fuels his anger as he walks through the streets, realizing those players worked hard to hit level 100 and make it to the 3rd city, only to be turned away when they got here. Then suddenly he stops. A memory hits him, and he whispers that he just thought of a way to make a ton of money. The scene shifts to a big building that he finds cool but definitely needs some work. Still, it's all his now. A 4-story place he thinks will become the busiest spot around. He decides to jump back into real estate. In Thon, players were at level 50 to 100, while here they're at level 100 to 200, which means property values will shoot up fast. The tricky part is that Crossroads is way bigger than Thon, making it harder to keep an eye on the market. For now, he needs to lock down the best location. Inside, he figures the spot is solid enough to turn into a department store. Since players without recognition can't shop in Crossroads, there's high demand and low supply. To fill that gap, he plans to open a shop for users, putting bestsellers and hunting items on the first floor, along with essentials like scrolls and potions that can be bought cheaper from another city. On the second floor, he imagines premium gear with top-notch stats. Then on the third, he'll sell branded crafts and his own creations. Finally, the fourth floor will be an auction hall. Happy with the store setup, he decides to assign an NPC salesman to handle things while he's away. Stepping outside, he realizes there's a bit of a hiccup in his plan. Once players unlock those NPC stores through quests, they won't bother buying at the high prices anymore. But the rare stuff on the upper floors will still hold its value. He feels like something's off though, and suddenly remembers that the garrison has a department for copying flyers and ads. At the copying department, an elf with glasses asks if he wants to place an order. Roken hands over the parchment. When the elf reads it, it's clear that Roken's request is pretty shocking. The note explains that hunting specific monsters Roken picked will spread rumors around town, boost his reputation, and lead to quests from the locals. Completing those quests is key to getting residency and recognition, which is essential for owning a building. The elf asks if he should rewrite it, and wants to know who came up with this idea. Roken mentions it's from General Malkin and feels like joining the guards was the best move. But the Rokan isn't convinced, and points out that while it's not a total lie, reputation does grow from hunting and NPCs do give quests to players they trust, it's still a bit misleading. He starts off by targeting Gyropole because it's slow, easy to hunt, and drops some valuable parts, even though it takes a while and slows down his reputation gain. He knows this will drag down other players too, which keeps his shop profitable for a longer stretch. A lot of them will come in with hides and shells, clueless about their actual value, and since they can't trade with NPCs yet, they'll have to sell to him. His plan is to buy low, craft some solid gear, and then mark it up at auction to turn his shop into a real moneymaker. Thinking about Marquis, he decides it's about time to drop by. Marquis gives him props for taking down the Devil Ram and admits he's pretty strong. He then asks our boy for a huge favor, to take what he's gathered to his sick daughter and come back with something she can use. A quest notification pops up for recovering Marquis's young daughter, saying Marquis needs help bringing cursed troll blood and devil ram skin to the shaman in Tritica, and in return, he'll give back an item. Our boy promises to help, and Marquis expresses his hope in him. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the moment, and when Roken asks about it, Marquis brushes it off as just a servant messing up, urging him to hurry back since he really needs help for his daughter. As our boy heads out, he thinks it's all a bit weird, especially since he knows Marquis doesn't even have kids. Outside, he realizes that Marquis only meets people at night, which seems like a hint from the game developers, and he wonders why he hadn't picked up on it sooner. Our guy remembers that Marquis is actually a vampire who lives off blood and steers clear of sunlight. Roken thinks the sound probably came from a kid, but not from Marquis's daughter. He figures out that the girl is a high elf and realizes she was kidnapped for her blood, which is super rare and gives vampires a serious boost in power. Roken remembered that high elves were the most noble among their kind, and their blood packed a powerful punch for vampires. But only the first generation could handle it. Someone like Marquis would just melt if he tried drinking it. So, to deal with this, Marquis turned to witchcraft, hoping that some magic trinket could give him the strength to handle high elf blood. One night, our hero was wandering through the dark, foggy valley, looking for the witch Dr. Tritica, as Marquis had mentioned. He was starting to get really frustrated because he couldn't see a thing. Most people would have bailed on this quest ages ago, given how creepy the valley felt. Suddenly, he noticed a bunch of fog-eating hyenas sneaking up behind him. They had numbers on their side, so he figured he'd better get moving and sprinted ahead. The pack started chasing him, but when he glanced back, he realized they were slower than he thought. Just as he tried to pull ahead, the fog blurred his vision, and he lost his footing, tumbling down the valley. Surprisingly, he landed on his feet, totally balanced. But that relief quickly turned to irritation as more monsters popped up in front of him. Grinding his teeth, he figured out this was their lair, and that the hyenas had actually pushed him here on purpose. Their mocking laughter echoed around him, driving him to grab his weapon. If it had come to this, he was ready to take them on. And besides, he wanted to try something out. A sly grin spread across his face as his eyes lit up with excitement. He thought about how many of these guys he could take down with his skills, and decided they'd make perfect practice targets. So, he kicked off the hyena massacre, realizing the only real weakness of a berserker was dealing with big groups. He cut down a bunch of monsters with just one hit, striking continuously while thinking that berserkers were unbeatable in one-on-one fights. But when too many foes piled on, they struggled. He admitted that a swarm of weaker enemies could be a pain. Figuring he could work around this issue, he unleashed a combo attack. Fire glinting in his eyes, he shouted that he'd combined berserker skills for a huge area attack. With rush destruction, he plowed through the monsters and declared everything had gone perfectly. He ended up taking down 80 hyenas in just 2.5 minutes. He couldn't help but brag that even magicians would be jealous of that kind of performance. He thought about how berserkers aren't just strong in one-on-one fights. Their skills also make them tougher when facing groups. But he figured that wasn't enough and recalled the time he got beaten. He realized those skills wouldn't cut it against something like Ragnarok. Sure, those monsters were on his level and easy to handle, but his real foes required something even more powerful. an attack that could hurt a bunch of them all at once. He noted that his Rush of Destruction move was more of a dash and not a proper area attack, since it only worked straight ahead and didn't reach far-off enemies. Thinking of Odin, he decided that to take down his foes, he needed to get the hang of area control, especially when facing a leader. He yelled for Odin to wait, promising to whip up an area damage skill to wipe him out. Focusing back on his mission, he realized he first had to finish what he started, since it was connected to expanding his attack range against groups. Suddenly, someone called out for him to stop. A cloaked figure stepped up, claiming he must be Roken from Marquis. He introduced himself as Witch Doctor Tritica and told him to put the materials down and back off. Roken was taken aback when the shaman showed up. He placed the chest down and stepped back, raising his hands. The stuff inside the chest started glowing green as Tritica began chanting. Moments later, the materials turned red while the shaman lifted his staff and kept the incantation going. He tossed some test tubes filled with a dark liquid aside before continuing with the ritual. The symbols on the ground started to light up as Roken watched, feeling a bit on edge with the shaman's weird vibe and movements. Finally, the shaman handed him a scroll. The system popped up a message saying it was a blood seal, a pretty rare item that sticks to your body to boost vampire energy and activate the blood seal effect. Roken couldn't help but wonder how this item could amp up Marquis using the blood of a high elf. He remembered the quest called Recovery of Marquis's Little Daughter, where the reward was only 10 gold coins. All he needed to do now was hand over the scroll to Marquis, but deep down, he really wanted the scroll for himself more than the reward. Suddenly, the blood seal started glowing red. The shaman realized what Roken was up to and warned him about the consequences of using it. But Roken brushed him off and went for it anyway. A system notification popped up as he activated the blood seal, and the scroll vanished from his hand. He gained a skill called Vitality, which restored 3% health with each hit, plus some other cool boosts. Roken felt a surge of dark energy and thought that vitality absorption was perfect for taking on multiple foes. He laughs out loud, raising both hands in which red flames engulf his body. He remembers the crazy hyena fight where he realized that bouncing back is just as important as being tough. Now with this seal, he's able to steal health from foes. Sure, his vitality drops from 3% to 1%, but he can't help but grin, knowing that the players who had it before the patch still keep their original stats, and he's one of them. Out of nowhere, a fireball hits him, scorching half of his face. The shaman yells at Roken for daring to take the scroll. With a chunk of his skull showing, Roken just laughs, convinced the shaman must have used up his strength to create the seal. A weapon appears in his hand, and he can't resist testing it out, and before he knows it, he's beheaded the shaman in the blink of an eye. Standing over the butchered body, he reflects that the shaman never cooperated with him, but was knocked out in a single slash. His charred face begins to regenerate, and he laughs with satisfaction at this insane recovery. The system just told him that the shaman was a real goblin, so he actually scored some loot from taking it down. But our guy isn't done yet. He's pumped to push Blood Seal to the max. Over at the Crossroads Berserkers Guild, Roken grabs skill books for Force, Charge, Body Strengthening, and Twist Attack. When he goes to combine them, the system warns him that the books will disappear and be replaced with something new. With a smirk, he confirms it and starts testing out a bunch of crazy moves. The system records everything and prompts him to name his new skill, so he grins and calls it Wheelwind. The system continues to boast impressive stats, such as doubling skill effectiveness and movement in a berserk state. Roken bolts out of the guild, laughing because he can't wait to try out his first wide-range ability right away. He gets to the Cursed Cave of Life and starts looking for his first target. Then it hits him that there's no Wheelwind skill in this game. So, inspired by another game, he decides to make up the skill himself. He's pretty sure even Odin never came up with that. Out of nowhere, a pack of level 120 werewolves shows up, surrounding him with their clawed paws pounding on the ground. He can't help but grin. This is just what he wanted, so many of them all at once. Grabbing his weapon, he feels pumped for a real fight, way better than taking on those hyenas. The werewolves charge, and our guy takes his stance, calling them to come all at once. One werewolf bites his arm, and the other bites his leg. Blood sprays for his body as more wolves bite him, but our hero just smiles widely, cooking something. Out of nowhere, a system alert pops up, saying his vitality is down to 20%, and he's no longer moving at full strength. He swings his axe wildly, pushing the werewolves back. With a leap and a snarl, he declares it's his turn to try out that new move he's been working on. He spins around the werewolves at crazy speed, slicing through them like they're made of butter, leaving a bright streak in his wake. His eyes go dark as he taps into his ultimate combo ability. Out of nowhere, a massive hurricane kicks up, with stone shards flying around while Wheelwind tears the werewolves apart. When everything calms down, he's standing in a pit of bodies, fully healed and rocking that sly grin. Looking at the mess around him, he thinks about how Blood Seal's 3% absorption really gives him an edge in fights like this. With his mana coming back quickly, he could keep hunting non-stop. He's strong enough to take on Odin and his crew. As his weapon fades away, he decides to wrap up the test, but then it hits him that he snagged the quest item and took out the witch doctor. Marquis has to be fuming about this, so he figures it's time to take out Marquis and grab that reward from the high elf. At the Crossroads Garrison's main base, he shows off the goblin head, claiming it's the shaman Tritica. General Malkin jumps back, clearly shocked because goblins around here usually mean the Black Dragon's army is up to no good, and they're the Golden Lion's sworn foes. Roken explains that this goblin was working for the Marquis. Malkin gets tense as Roken shares that the Marquis is a vampire who's got a high elf captive and plans to use the shaman's magic to drain her divine blood. But Roken got to Tritica first. Fury takes over Malkin as he yells at Marquis, swearing that he won't let the High Elves suffer under his leadership. He pumps his fist and tells the garrison to get ready, but our hero steps in, pointing out that attacking a vampire's lair at night is just asking for trouble. It's way smarter to hit them at dawn when the Marquis is catching some Z's. Malkin realizes he let his anger get the best of him and goes along with the idea. Roken can't help but grin with satisfaction. Once the elf general leaves, our hero decides to check out the Marquis guest house first. If he saves the high elf before Malkin, he'll score some serious appreciation and a bigger reward from her. The scene changes to the worried high elf. Above her, Marquis is practically drooling with hunger, just waiting for the moment when he can finally sink his teeth into her neck. Roken stops in front of the massive estate of the Marquis, feeling pretty smug about the whole situation. He knows the Marquis is probably excited about the idea of drinking high elf blood, but he's got his own game plan. He told Malkin to wait until morning, giving himself some extra time. As he runs his hand along the wall, he figures he wants to go up against the Marquis when he's at his strongest, just to see what he's really made of. He climbs the wall, reminding himself that he has to win this fight on his own if he wants that high elf prize. He slips through a window and drops inside, but the Marquis isn't around. Instead, he remembers the elf being held upstairs. He walks into the bedroom and sees her lying on the bed with tear-filled eyes. Our guy can't help but grin. He didn't think it would be this easy. He leans down to wake her up, giving her a gentle shake, but she just keeps crying in her sleep. Roken starts to worry that she might have been drugged since high elves usually wake up at the slightest noise. He figures that one wrong move could really hurt her, so he begins to come up with safer ways to handle the situation. He smirks, remembering what he has on hand, and pulls out a pretty rough alarm clock meant to wake up even the heaviest sleeper. Our boy sets it up and has a little laugh, thinking it's funny that something he just made for practice is actually being put to use. He sets it on the elf's pillow and switches it on. The thing starts rattling loudly, so he covers his ears, convinced it'll definitely wake her up. The elf groans, clutching her ears, and yells for it to stop. Our boy grabs the gadget, grinning, and asks if she's awake yet. She pleads with him to turn it off, so he smashes it into bits. The elf sits up and scans our guy. He checks in, asking if she's okay, and she wonders if he's the one responsible for waking her. He puts a hand on his chest, all respectful, and introduces himself as the guardian of the crossroads, noting that high elves are nobles, so he should act the part. She tells him her name is Arahin and thanks him for saving her from that nightmare. He offers his hand and says sorry for waking her up in such a wild way. She smiles and says it's all good, because if it wasn't for him, she'd still be stuck in that bad dream. Her eyes go wide with fear as she tells him to look behind. A dark figure stands in the doorway. It's Marquis, and he calls our boy a rat for trying to trick him. The elf trembles, asking what they should do. Our boy grins darkly and says he plans to save the high elf first and then take care of the Marquis. But as a weapon appears in his hand, he says he needs to change up the plan. Marquis's body is surrounded by purple flames as he shouts, demanding to know how Roken thinks he can disobey him. The elf looks at our boy, worried, and asks if he is really going to fight the vampire. He smiles back and tells her to stay put, promising it won't take long. He warns Marquis not to hurt the girl, then charges at him to take the fight outside. With a hard shoulder slam, they both crash through the room. The elf yells his name as an explosion rocks the place, sending stones flying everywhere. In midair, our guy nails Marquis in the gut. The old vampire crashes onto the rubble, coughing as he struggles to push himself up. Our dude stands in front of him, all calm and chill. He asks the Marquis how it feels to be hunted by humans. The vampire sharpens his claws, hurls insults, and yells that he'll drain his blood until there's nothing left but skin and bones. Our guy tightens his grip on the axe and challenges him to back it up. He takes his stance, his eyes going black, and flashes a grin. Raising his weapon, our hero taunts the old vampire, saying he's ready to see how strong he really is and wants a taste of that vitality. Marquis is taken aback and turns to Roken for answers. Roken shouts that the enemy has revealed themselves, and he rushes in with a mighty swing of his axe. Marquis quickly crosses his claws to block it with his nails. Roken pulls back, shocked, and asks if Marquis is really a vampire. Marquis points to the mark on Roken's arm. Roken bursts out laughing, saying that this blood seal is something he got thanks to Marquis. The vampire is left confused, realizing that Roken was only interested because of the scroll. He figures out that Roken's real aim was to capture the High Elf all along, and it was part of some plan. Furious, Marquis extends his claws and charges at Roken, moving at lightning speed, ready to strike. Roken tries to block, but the vampire's claws slice into him. The creature leaps again, ready to attack. Roken realizes this isn't just any old foe. He stands firm as purple glowing attacks crash down around him. He intentionally takes the hits, but they still pack a punch. Another strike lands, and he growls in frustration. A system alert pops up, telling him he's down to 20% health and losing strength. Clutching his weapon fiercely, he swears the vampire's going down today and taunts the old monster for tasting his blood. Then, Roken unleashes Wheelwind, spinning around the vampire at breakneck speed, landing blow after blow. The vampire screams, raising its hands as the strikes tear into its body. Blood spills from multiple wounds. Our hero mentions that the blood seal healed him, which is pretty cool. One whirlwind strike brought back his strength, letting him soak up vitality instead of blood. The Marquis starts laughing, and it makes our guy feel uneasy. His eyes light up red as he licks the blood off his hand. In an instant, all his wounds heal up, and he regains power, shouting that stealing vitality is the real deal for vampires. Even with the seal, a human can't fully tap into its power. He roars, a dark glow wrapping around him as a fierce wind blows outward, saying he'll show the gap between them. Suddenly, he grows massively in size. Our boy thinks the Marquis looks less like a vampire and more like a beast, making him the perfect test subject. Gripping his axe, he smiles as the giant monster leaps at him. He swings the chained weapon down hard, cutting deep and making the werewolf stagger back. But the Marquis recovers quickly and slashes with a giant claw. Our guy tries to dodge, but the blow digs into his shoulder and blood starts to spill. He realizes his healing isn't kicking in. The vampire smirks and reminds him that the seal is weak in human hands, so Roken's going to die quicker than he can heal himself. Our guy remembers from his past life that the seal had some limits, but he's not so sure if they matter now. He figures if stealing vitality is too slow, he needs to think of something else. With a grin, he charges in and says he just has to keep swinging. The Marquis calls him a fool and counters the attack. Their hits clash, and they both start bleeding pretty badly. But while our ace grins slyly, the Marquis is just fuming with rage. Roken swings his axe like a blur, and the werewolf can only take the hits. A little window pops up showing his health at 10%, but our guy thinks that's still okay. He goes all out with a flurry of whirlwind strikes, slicing into the beast quicker than it can keep up. He notices that the faster he swings, the more damage he deals. The Marquis screams that he's crazy and vows he won't lose to some human. But our guy just laughs and says the fight is basically over. He shifts into berserk mode, mixing it with whirlwind for one killer skill. Launching himself at the monster, he unleashes a storm of blows, shouting that he's not just any ordinary human. A swirling mix of red and dark light wraps around the werewolf, who stumbles back, screaming as red rays slice into him. Roken is laughing maniacally, continuing to axe away until the enemy is enveloped in the glow. A final cry echoes across the battlefield. Roken takes a deep breath, lowers his head, and then starts smiling as he feels himself getting better. There's a big pool of blood in front of him, and a window pops up showing that he's back to full health. He looks at his reflection in the blood and can't help but grin, appreciating his opponent for letting him take a good drink. After getting the hang of the blood seal, our guy feels pumped and decides it's time to go after something worth more than a fortune. At the gate of the Marquis's castle, the Crossroads guard is gearing up with weapons while Malkin gives the order to smash down the gates and take the Marquis out, but he makes sure the elf doesn't get hurt. The guards run at the gates, but out of nowhere, blades whip through the air, and there's an explosion that covers everything in smoke. Malkin can't believe it, saying vampires are supposed to be weak at dawn, not pack this much power. From the smoke, our guy strolls out with the elf, apologizing for the dramatic entrance. Malkinis is totally stunned to see the high elf with him and can't wrap his head around what's happening. The high elf coolly reassures everyone that she's fine. She points at our guy and claims he took down the Marquis all by himself. Malkin, still in shock, can't believe it, since the Marquis was way stronger than Roken. Our guy says he showed up early because he was worried the high elf might get eaten and couldn't let the one who stood up to the elves live. Malkin turns to his sidekick, who thinks Roken's story sounds sketchy since it usually takes 2 platoons to take on the Marquis. Malkin asks if the assistant doesn't see that the golden light, known as the High Elf Pledge, is already beginning. The High Elf rises with her hands up and a glowing circle appears above her. Everyone's shocked that she'd use a pledge on an ordinary dude. She mentions that a pledge isn't something you can just buy with endless cash. Our guy is grinning, knowing he's about to get it. The elf proclaims that the man who defended her honor will be celebrated and swears on her name that High Elf Irahin will stand with the berserker Roken. A window shows that our guy is the first to get the High Elf Pledge. More screens pop up, proving his bond with the High Elf is super strong, and their friendship is at an all-time high. With the crown on his head, our guy kneels, kisses her hand, and says it's an honor, knowing this title means way more than just money. It gives him a chance to climb the ranks in High Elf society and have a say in the closed council where the real power is. He knows he can't let this opportunity slip by. He's aware it's a vast network, and if he gains the council's support, they could really stand up against Odin. The guild kneels and admits that Roken is something special and might even change history. Roken asks the elf if he can leave, but she insists he stick around, meet the council, and relax with them. He just smiles, feeling annoyed since he really needs to grind levels and still has no clue where Odin is. He suddenly remembers the quest about mutated monsters, where he has to find and eliminate them before their mutations get out of control. He knows there's no better way to boost his strength than taking those guys down. So he says goodbye to the elves anyway, hoping the guild can hold it together without him. Out of nowhere, a giant blue beam shoots up into the sky, landing on the beach near a forest. He drops right into it and, looking out at the waves, realizes he's at White Beach. He wonders where the mutated monster is hiding. With a smirk, he remembers he's about to face razor-handed Dance. As he turns around, the monsters are already right behind him. Narrowing his eyes with a sly grin, he summons his glowing axe and vows to level up again. He slams the axe into the ground, calling them all in. An explosion goes off, and a blonde guy laughs while checking out a purple sphere. He's convinced he's figured out the monster's weak spots and wonders how Odin got the heads up. Odin reminds him that they agreed not to pry into each other's business. The blonde sweats a little and mutters that he'll just keep quiet and keep at it. He thinks it's no big deal to lighten the mood since he's tagging along, but Odin gives him a severe glare, and he quickly starts practicing his skills. Meanwhile, Odin feels like everything's on track, but there's still something that doesn't sit right. He starts to think something's stuck in the gears. The goofy blonde picks up the sphere and complains that someone else already snagged the first title. Odin keeps his cool, saying there's no need to rush because those who are meant to meet will find each other in the end. The scene shifts to mutated monsters charging at our guy. He grabs his axe and charges in, roaring as he tears them apart. He slices one monster in half and keeps swinging without stopping. Surrounded, he raises an eyebrow in surprise as the monsters grin back at him, all confident. He smirks even wider and tells them to come at him. As they rush in, he roars that it'll be even easier for him if they strike first. Jumping high, he announces loudly that it's time to level up. Then, he unleashes Wheelwind, spinning through the horde with his axe, slicing them down. Bodies are crashing down all around him, and the battlefield lights up from his axe's glow. Breathing heavily, he leans on his weapon, and a window pops up showing that Roken's level has shot up after taking out the first mutant monster. Compared to Marquis, these monsters feel more like pests. With a grin, he calls for the next one to come forward. Out of nowhere, the vibe in the place shifts as the next mutant monster comes closer, its eyes glowing and a bright core in its chest. Roken instantly identifies it as the Razor Demon Cutter and realizes that the weak spot is that glowing core. They square off as Roken gets his axe ready, knowing he has to be patient and wait for the right moment to strike. He remembers that if he takes too long, the monster will merge with corpses and level up into a tougher version. As if on cue, a second pair of arms with massive blades pops out of the Razor Mutant. Roken knows he has to take down its final form to wrap up the job. He can already tell that there'll be another quest since this guy is a field boss. With a sudden burst of energy, he charges at the Razor Mutant, determined to grab that rare item from its ultimate form. He's got a plan nailed down to deal with this annoying creature. The mutant starts slashing like crazy, but Roken manages to dodge every hit, watching as the blade sinks into the ground. He jumps, axe behind his back, grinning as he thinks to himself that his game plan is all about not letting the monster land a hit. The monster screams in panic as our hero soars into the sky and swings down hard at the beast. Its head lights up red as it looks up in fear. Roken dives down, cutting through the rain and shouting that he needs to strike quickly. Raindrops pour down like hail while the monster howls in pain. With his trademark grin, he keeps delivering blow after blow. He raises his axe over the monster's weak spot as it thrashes on the ground. He brings it crashing down on the glowing core, but the armor just won't break. Frustrated, he lets out a roar and swings again with all his might. Sparks fly as the axe hits the hard chest core. A notification pops up, saying the enemy's weapon is destroyed. Our hero can't help but feel happy that his plan finally paid off. Another window appears, indicating that the Razor Demon's armor is gone and its defense has dropped by half. The monster goes still, realizing it's in trouble with our hero's axe lodged in its weak spot. Knowing it's about to go for a last-ditch attack, he leaves the axe in and unleashes destructive onslaught, yelling that it should have been dead by now. The demon lets out a massive roar as purple blades shoot out like lightning, but then its core shatters, sending pieces flying everywhere. One blade nearly hits our guy in the eye. He crouches down with a grin, thinking it's all over. But the monster's not finished. It grits its teeth, splits apart, and a blinding light bursts out. Our guy looks up in shock, remembering the demon's hidden trick. A beam shoots straight up into the sky, and then there's a deafening explosion as the demon self-destructs. A massive blast shakes the field, dust and flames spreading all around. Out of the smoke, our guy steps out, still grinning that he almost got taken out. A notification pops up, telling him his level has shot up, and that's one more mutant down. Plus, he scores some rare loot, the Demon Razor Fragment. He immediately fuses it with his axe. Another notification confirms the upgrade. Now, every hit causes bleeding. He checks out his newly upgraded weapon, says it's all done, and decides to take a break before hunting down the last monster. The beach is littered with clamshells, and our guy notes that the farm gives rainbow pearl. Looking out, he spots a half-sunken ship wedged in the seabed, split in half from the crash. Birds are circling overhead as he notices a dark opening in the ship's hull. Then, from the shadows, a clawed paw creeps out, followed by some sharp fangs and two glowing red eyes. Roken opens up a shell and finds a basic pearl of mana. He's not thrilled about it, but when he cracks open the second shell, his eyes widen in surprise. It's a multicolored pearl. He knows nothing beats a rainbow pearl when it comes to boosting protection. Moving on to the next shell, he starts to open it when a system window pops up. It's about the Lion King's quest. He pauses for a second and remembers that the pieces of the Lion King armor attract each other. He reaches for the helmet with a grin, looking at the window. He realizes this quest is going to help him find another piece of the armor. The sunken ship is the only spot where he can grab it. He chuckles to himself, planning to take out the mutated monster and score 2 goals with one swing. With the colorful pearl in hand, he makes his way to the ship out in the ocean. He dives underwater, and thanks to the Murloc gills, he can breathe just fine. He gives his neck a little touch and those gills pop out. They're pretty handy since he had a run-in with Murlocs on land before. He scans the seabed, convinced the spot is close. In the distance, he catches sight of something. He swims over to the sunken ship, grips his sword tightly, and wears a sly grin as he waits for the monster to show up. The door bursts open and debris flies right at his face. A monster crawls out of the wreckage and swims away, but our guy can't help but smile a bit. He's glad it finally showed itself. This beast is the captain of the Murloc, a massive and terrifying creature. It charges at him, full of rage, and he just laughs, knowing it's probably time for the monster's final moments. He spins his weapon for a twist attack, landing a hit, but he really hates fighting underwater because everything feels so slow. The captain glares at its injured hand and lets out a furious roar. It looks around but doesn't see anything. Out of nowhere, it lunges at him, and he's grinning, thinking the kill will be a piece of cake. The monster smirks and tries to call up its crew. He slashes at it again and mocks the captain for hiding behind its minions. Not backing down, the captain lunges with all its might, slamming him down to the seabed with a thud. The captain grins, clearly enjoying the struggle. Our guy is hurt, but realizes the captain's useless without his crew blocking every attack. He lets out a grin as he activates Berserk, and everyone feels this heavy red energy around him. Rocking the Lion King's headpiece, he roars that he's going to tear them to shreds and turn the Murloc into sashimi. He dashes toward the crew, taking them out at lightning speed. The captain watches in sheer terror, admitting he can't keep up. Our guy swings hard, smashing the Murloc's weapons. The captain gapes in disbelief as his sword just shatters. He's in total shock. Our guy quickly pulls away, leaving the captain confused. As the captain spins around in anger, calling out for him, he reappears from behind with a smirk, enjoying the scene. Then he goes to town on the captain, hitting him with a flurry of slashes. He dodges out of there, leaving the captain in pieces, kind of like sashimi. The system lets him know he just leveled up after taking down the third mutant, and the quest is all wrapped up. Now he's got to track down Malkin. He barely escapes with his life, thanks to his Berserker skill, which is awesome at pretty much everything, just not rolling back time. He picks up an old coin that the captain dropped. It looks like it used to be something collectible, but he's got no idea what it's for or where it came from. Suddenly, there's a loud explosion in the distance, and a lion statue pops up next to him. He thinks it might be a clue. He notices the statue is holding something in its mouth. There's a box with a round groove instead of a keyhole. He slides the ancient coin in and realizes it fits perfectly. The helmet on his head lights up in surprise. When the box opens, a bright light bursts out. He holds it with a grin, still trying to figure out what it is. Our boy opens a chest and finds a shiny disc. The system says it's a unique item linked to the Lion King's symbol set. Apparently, it was given to the Murloc and holds a piece of the Lion King's power. He lifts the seal and shouts that it's part of the Lion King's armor. He thought there was no symbol for the set, but this disc proves him wrong. Checking the effects, he sees it boosts intelligence and stamina by 100 points, basically like getting 40 levels. As he stands by the chest, pondering its worth, some strange energy starts rising from it out of nowhere. He checks out a red canvas with the Lion King's image on it, and starts to connect his quest with the Murlocs. He figures the Pirate King might have snatched the treasure, but he knows that boss is level 300 and way too powerful for him right now. Under the starry sky, he decides that's enough for the night, and promises himself he'll track her down later. A notice pops up about the third city, Crossroads, and suddenly he finds himself there. He kicks back for a moment but then sees a crowd fighting over magic bottles. It hits him. It's his store. He can't help but laugh, realizing that he's about to get rich. After that, he makes his way to a fancy building, the garrison headquarters, where General Malkin gives him a nod and asks how things are going. He shares that he took down 3 mutated monsters. Malkin is worried about the mutants but can't help but praise him. He asks what's going on, but the elf just warns him that he's too weak to handle it. The system chimes in, saying he needs to train and get stronger. As he walks out of the building, he thinks he has to level up in the dungeon. He pulls out a magic-resistant scroll and grins, feeling glad he picked it up earlier, then heads out. At the crossroad on the southwest side, he chops down some trees and gathers up 10 logs. Suddenly he hears some shouting nearby. Peeking through the bushes, he sees a group arguing with a small red-haired gnome wearing glasses. They're accusing him of stealing, while the gnome just laughs and says he can hunt here whenever he wants. One of the angry guys, a dark player, yells that the gnome took his kill. The gnome just mocks him for being weak and claims it's all fair game. The player shoots an arrow, but the gnome flips out of the way like it's nothing. Mad as hell, the player swears he won't miss again. Watching from his hiding spot, our guy can't help but grin, knowing this is the infamous click-resistant MIDI. He spots the little gnome dodging arrows like a pro and thinks he might have shrunk too small to hit. Meanwhile, the gnome, Midi the master of evasion, is firing his crossbow and yelling at the player. One of his arrows catches the dark player in the leg, and he yelps in pain. The player lunges at the gnome, swearing he'll turn him into a cutlet. Midi tells him to chill, but then an armored elf pops out from the bushes and stuns him. The elf accuses him of attacking an innocent player. Quick on his feet, our guy activates his disguise skill and looks like a crossroad guard. The elf tries to argue, but he silences him and instantly lifts 2 players into the air. Midi breathes a sigh of relief, feeling saved by the guard. Disguised as a guardsman, he warns Midi to make a run for it. Once he's back to his regular self, he manages a sigh. thinking that it's almost over, and things could have turned out much worse. He slams his axe into the ground and boom, a secret entrance pops open that only he knows about. A glowing funnel shows up, marking the way into this hidden dungeon. He cracks a joke about how it's weird it only opens when he hits an old tree. As he steps inside, a system alert pings, telling him he's the first one to find it. Sweet, he gets a 30% boost in experience and drop rates for the next 3 days. As he walks through the crater and into a fancy hallway, he wonders if this will all lead to a big raid. He crushes a multicolored pearl, which gives him a 10% defense boost for a bit. Grinning, he pulls up his log to check things out and decides it's time to move. He chucks the log down the hall, and the floor lights up with red symbols that burst into shards everywhere. He throws his hands up and thinks, this is perfect. No point in holding back now. Gotta clear this dungeon fast. Our guy tosses the last log into the hallway, sending dust flying everywhere. He realizes the big difference between magical dungeons and regular ones is the traps waiting right at the entrance. Looking at the marked spots on the floor covered in weapons, he knows that one wrong step could mean game over. And trust me, his level isn't low. He admits he can't remember where all the traps are, so he used the logs to trigger them. Now he's out of logs and ready to move. As he takes a step forward, he immediately gets chased by arrows, swinging axes, and rolling boulders. He dodges through the chaos with a grin on his face. It's like he's finally starting to understand how this dungeon works. He's expecting the next trap to pop up any second now. Out of nowhere, a crazy energy blasts at him, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke clears, he sees a floating, one-eyed creature grinning at him. It's the Spectre, level 20. Rokan tells the ghost to come at him. Ghost shoots the magic to hit Rokan, and he realizes that physical hits don't do anything against this ghostly foe. He pulls out a fire scroll he saved for this exact moment. The system tells him his physical attacks are now elemental, giving him 10 moves. Grinning, he charges at the Spectre, swinging his axe to cut through its magic blasts. He's determined this is going to be the last fight for this thing. Another explosion takes out the Spectre. He steps through the dust, annoyed at the mess, while the system confirms the kill. A green glow appears and he finds a fire arrow scroll. Looking at it, he lets out a sigh. He was hoping for something better, joking that the first reward is always a letdown. He stays chill in the shadows, knowing there are more specters waiting before the boss. Surrounded, he slices through them with quick swings. After taking them out, he grins and claims it's all done. Resting his axe on his shoulder, he jokes that wizard-made monsters are too easy. But then the system chimes in to say his scroll's power has worn off. As he strolls down the corridor, he spots a solo golden chest. He wonders if it's the real treasure of the dungeon, and hopes for something good. Feeling a rush of excitement, he dashes over with his axe, realizing it's been a while since he opened one. He swings his axe at the chest, only to find a monster with one eye and sharp teeth inside. He calls it a mimic, knowing there's no such thing as normal treasure in this place. Frustrated, he smashes it hard and demands the loot. The notice pops up, confirming he took down the mimic. He spots glowing loot and confirms it is real. A ring and a box appear. The notice explains them. The cowardly mage's protective ring works as a shield twice a day. The portable mana charger restores 150 mana once daily. He snatches up the shiny ring and laughs. Items like this are perfect for making a quick getaway. The note says it's one of those cowardly mage rings designed for running off, and honestly, it fits him just fine. He's all about defense over offense. Grinning, he looks ahead, excited to see what else the day has in store. He bolts down the hallway, axe in hand, shouting that everything around here belongs to him. He kicks open a door and charges in, looking for a fight. Waiting for him inside is the dungeon boss, Cherry, the cowardly mage, level 190, and the genius behind those rings. He bursts out with this fiery red energy and charges at the mage. It's described as an all-out attack. The mage fights back with a powerful spell that makes him stumble. The whole room shakes with explosions and rocks falling everywhere. Suddenly, glowing eyes emerge from the swirling vortex as he leaps again, swinging with all his power at the mage. His axe barely misses since the mage manages to dodge. The mage pops up behind him, looking really freaked out. Cannons lift up, a magic pattern lights up beneath him, and the floor blows up. The mage, in tears, says that if this keeps going, he'll have no choice but to take him out. He charges at the mage with his axe lifted high, swinging hard and demanding it all to finish. The mage's robe tears apart, and out pops this grinning level 130 monster called a Spectre. Our guy quickly figures out that the mage is just a fake hiding behind the robe. He demands to see the real ghost, but then the floor gives way beneath him. Suddenly, a massive stone hand bursts up from the glowing cliff and sends rubble flying everywhere. A giant shadow with glowing eyes looms over him. He can't help but smile, thinking this must be some kind of joke. He sees the notice. It's Chorgi's golem, Choggy, level 133. Seriously, facing this huge beast, he's like, why does the mage keep sending these henchmen instead of stepping up himself? Surrounded by all these golems, he groans about how annoying the mage is for summoning so many of them. But then he spots a magic circle, grins, and yells that one defensive skill isn't gonna cut it. With a powerful smash, he breaks through the statues and takes down the golem using his move, Smashing Throw. Our guy teases the golem, daring it to block him. The golem claps its hands, thinking it's got him cornered, but he's already in the air, totally fine. The big stone thing just freezes, confused. He laughs and calls it a stone head before zipping towards the wall, revealing that the magic circle was his real target all along. He throws his axe, blowing the wall to pieces in a flash of red light. Smirking, he realizes that the coward must have hidden this place just like the dungeon entrance. He jumps into the hole, calling it perfect. Looks like he's entered Chorgi's secret room. Suddenly, a weapon fires at him as the mage shouts commands to the fire ballista. Stepping out from the blast is an armored guy with weapons in both hands, looking nervous and claiming it's his best skill. He starts questioning who let our guy in. The notice says he's the coward mage Chorgi, level 140. The mage is frozen in shock as our guy steps out from the wall. The notice says he's using Berserker. He looks beat up but has a wild grin on his face, mocking the mage and saying he almost bought it. The panicking armored coward quickly orders his golems to stop him. Dark red energy swirls around him as he zips past the golem and takes a swing at the mage. Chorgi blocks the hit with his gear, going down to one knee and acting like he's really saved himself. Our guy just grins even wider, saying he's thankful because all that armor just makes him a slow-moving target, a total punching bag. The coward freaks out and screams while he mocks him, wondering how long he'll hang in there. The golem brings its fist down, but he dodges easily. He knows it's the coward's personal summon and can just fix itself, so taking out the master will shut it down. Still, with his eyes glowing red, he grabs his axe and shouts that it really ticks him off, and he'll smash it. He lunges at the golem's face and slices it open, laughing as he says he's feeling great. With those red eyes blazing, he swings again, declaring that the rest are next. Spinning around with crazy strikes, he tears through the smaller golems, yelling that he's going to wipe everything out. The coward just gaped in fear, calling him a monster after watching the golem get taken down so easily. Our guy stops his rampage and charges at him with a smirk, daring him to dodge. The axe swings down, blood flies everywhere, and he shouts that it's game over. The hit slams the coward into the ground, smashing the stone to bits. Then, a notification pops up saying he just wrecked the cowardly mage and he levels up 3 times. He crashes into a library, mumbling that he's about to die. Outside, in the rain, he downs a healing elixir and keeps pushing forward. He realizes he accidentally triggered burn mode during that first strike, nearly taking himself out with the backlash. He notices some spilled liquid and the mage's loot. Now that he's got his stamina back, he checks out the rewards and finds a ring. The system says it's an escape ring meant for quick escapes. He rolls his eyes, wondering just how many devices the coward had made, and starts thinking about what enemy had the mage so spooked. In a messy room, the boy walks in, grimacing at the junk everywhere and wondering if it's supposed to be a home or just a total dump. His eyes catch a box of books, and he smirks as he picks one up, but then he suddenly stops, a sharp pain hitting his head. It's a skill book called Shield, and a notification pops up asking if he wants to learn it. Since he cleared the dungeon first, he gets to pick one skill book, and he's stoked because this one's not tied to any specific profession. He starts digging through the pile, muttering to himself that the one he needs has to be in there. Finally, he pulls one out with a wild grin on his face. The title reads Change in Damage Dealt. The system lights up with an icon and asks if he wants to learn it. This skill turns physical damage into magic, and since most players don't really know much about magic offense and defense, it's a real game changer. He's curious about how raw damage can turn into magic, and the system confirms he's learned something new. Books filled with glowing light rise up and disappear, but one big tome stays shining. He picks it up, and the system tells him it's Chorgi's diary, a regular level item that might explain what scared the cowardly mage so much. As he flips through the pages, the first entries talk about a monster without arms, but with these sparkling eyes. It seems Chorgi was told to make some cursed item, and he's terrified it could ruin the world, messing with both monsters and more. He's honest about feeling trapped. If he tries to escape, they'll kill him. He has to go along with whatever they want. In one meeting, he manages to sneak away and hides behind some crates. Even though he gets away, he drops some artifacts while being chased. He survives, but he feels hopeless, convinced they'll eventually kill him. He knows too much now and thinks he's no longer of any use to them. One page shows a tree with tangled roots wrapped around a glowing sphere. The coward is hiding inside, saying he has to bury himself deep but still worries about being discovered. Our boy closes the diary looking confused. Now he gets why the coward stayed hidden and made so many escape rings. He wonders if the diary backs up his thoughts about the damage, and if it could lead to new discoveries. He figures that corrupted monsters will come after the mutated ones. He always sensed someone was pulling the strings behind those mutations, but he didn't know who. He realizes that the corrupted threat isn't just a problem for the Golden Lion camp, but also for the Black Dragon camp. Sweat drips down his face as he grumbles that nothing's ever easy. Out of nowhere, the diary starts glowing, lifts from his hands, and disappears from his inventory. The system confirms it's now with the research group. He acknowledges that the next quest needs him to be level 150, but he's still 30 levels short. Just hunting and gathering isn't going to cut it. With a smirk, he admits slow methods aren't his style. He opens the skill book, claiming his fast leveling plan is all set. Light fills the room and dust swirls as he disappears. The system drops him right into Crossroads Shopping Street. Houses line the way, folks are bustling around, and he's lugging a heavy bag. A smirk spreads across his face. The scrolls he snatched from the dungeon aren't worth much to him, but they'll sell for a pretty penny. He thinks cash is king. Checking out the crowd, he remembers when his shop was packed with shoppers. Seeing the hustle again makes him chuckle. there's no shortage of customers, and business is solid. With a mischievous grin, he imagines raking in all the coins from Crossroads. The scene shifts to a rooftop where he reflects that some things are worth more than just money. The system shows him the Berserk Guild Crossroad. He eyes the board and realizes he needs to ditch one of his combined skills. He raises his hand toward the glowing icons. The notice pops up saying he's deleting Rush of Destruction. He can't help but grin, remembering how wild he got when he created it. It was fun, but since it only worked in a straight line and there were better options, it was pretty useless. He shrugs, thinking he can come up with something way better. The system nudges him to pick a skill book and an action clip to whip up a new combo. He points at the board and grabs the damage modification book from the magic dungeon, feeling pleased that the weaker ones are out of the way. This will help him cover the berserker's weak spots and create a killer skill for leveling up. He picks pose, dash, strike, and damage change. The system gives him the thumbs up on the combo. An icon appears and light bursts from the table. This is just what he wanted. When the system asks for a name, he calls the new skill bomb. A bright flash lights up the room, and just like that, a bomb is ready to go. This skill turns magic damage into explosions. 5 seconds of cooldown, but honestly, one hit is more than enough. Our guy can't help but laugh, already daydreaming about all the loot that's gonna rain down. He even recalls someone telling him to save it up for the day he can blow it up right in his face. The scene shifts to a dwarf's weapon shop. Until that epic moment, he's on a shopping spree. A dude at a long table asks what he wants. Our guy grins and says he wants every axe they've got. The seller is stunned, repeats what he said just to confirm, and practically dashes for the door, promising to grab them all. Our guy waves him off, telling him to hurry it up. While he waits, he wonders if the prices in this place are a bit steep. 2 players nearby are checking out some swords. The girl complains that the prices are too high, but the guy smirks, saying the selection makes it worth it. He raises an eyebrow when he realizes they must have already completed the dwarf quest. It surprises him a bit, but he knows there's still another hurdle they have to jump over. The system highlights the rivalry between the 2 main factions. Players going head-to-head grab just as much attention as the actual storyline. For some, battling opponents is way more exciting than just taking down monsters. Our guy grins, thinking he wants in on that action. The shopkeeper returns with a heavy bag full of axes. He grabs it, thanks the guy, and heads out with the bag slung over his shoulder while the shopkeeper shouts his thanks behind him. Next we see Chulung's outpost, a camp of tents set up to take on the Black Dragon camp. It's been a while since he's been here, and everything feels different. Flags from both factions are waving, and players are going at it in open combat. With a confident stride, he walks into a tent, even though the entry level is 1 term 50. He's got his reasons for showing up early. Inside, a bald sergeant with a feather pen looks up. He asks if our guy wants to register as a free mercenary. The sergeant's level is 160 and he's 29 years old. He sizes up our guy, who's only level 120, and smugly suggests he should just do whatever he wants. The system confirms he's now a free mercenary for the Golden Lion camp, and his rank will go up based on how well he fights. To level up, he needs to take down enemies from the rival camp. Each kill nets him combat experience, which turns into merit points, and those points unlock new ranks. Roken steps out of the gate, annoyed because the bald sergeant looked down on him. He shakes it off with a confident grin, saying he registered anyway, and is ready to roll at full speed. He takes off using dash and assault, kicking up dust behind him. He's aiming for a deep canyon. As the sun sets, Rokan moves through the forest, hiding under a cloak. He lowers his hood and switches off his invisibility. The canyon comes into view with a fast-moving river below. On the right bank, a group is waiting. He remembers the 3 from the Black Dragons. Roken smirks, sweat trickling down his face. It took him a while to get here, but the cloak kept him safe. Now he knows that just having strength won't be enough. Those level 150 enemies are no joke. A carriage with a couple of guards is hanging out near the canyon. The guy notices that this route supplies the Black Dragon camp, which explains the patrols. He can't help but grin while holding a nail, a hammer, and some rope. No one would expect anyone to sneak in here. He drives the nail into the ground, ties the rope, and wraps it around himself. Feeling pretty good, he heads down the slope, thinking the setup is all set. Once he lands below, he swings the hammer down with all his might, and a hole appears. He can't help but smirk and say it's just perfect. Suddenly, a magic circle shows up. He marks it, and the system saves a teleport point in the Book of Runes. Stepping back, he's all cheerful, saying the prep work is done. Roken grabs his weapon, ready for an upgrade, and the system shows he's equipping a hand axe. 98 left in stock. Guards are surrounding the carriage as a pink funnel pops up in the sky. One of the Black Dragon army guardians is stunned while carts and people start scattering, screaming from the explosion. Roken stands there, grinning and boasting about his bombing skills, then launches an attack from his spot in the rock. Hiding below, he's picking off enemies with ranged hits while the guards above struggle to catch him. One fighter yells that someone's on the mountain. Roken just smirks, grabs his axe, throws it with force, and tells the guy to shut up and turn into experience points. He then goes all out with his bombing skills as explosions rip through the field. A system notification pops up saying he's taken out a Black Dragon soldier and leveled up. Another one falls apart in panic, and he climbs up 4 more levels. With a big smile, he grips axes in both hands and his mouth, declaring he's going to hit level 150 this way. The system shows he's equipping another hand axe. 95 left. Our guy cracks his back and says the boring part's finally over as corpses, rocks, and dust go flying beneath the stones. He jokes that he thought he'd be so bored he'd just die until the system pops up and shows he's out of axes and hits level 150. Grinning, he decides it's time to dive back into the main quest and wonders what the others are up to. A blue beam shoots up when he activates the Book of Runes at Chulung's outpost. The scene changes to the outpost, where a level 160 sergeant stares at the report, totally shocked, and asks if he really did it all by himself. With a madman grin, he jokes that his level seems low. The sergeant, still a bit shaken, insists it's not and says they're lucky to have him. He stamps the paper and tells him he's officially a soldier now. The system flashes, confirming that his combat experience is recorded. He ranks as a soldier, with promotions linked to how well he does in battles. His points are sitting at 324. Folding his arms with a smirk, he says this is perfect. He'll start from here. He imagines himself leading a huge army into battle. He thinks soldiers aren't that tough, but moving up the ranks means more missions and chances to team up with other NPC troops. He knows tougher missions mean better rewards. While checking his notes, he realizes the rank system really works for him. He looks at his 324 merit points and decides he wants more. He knows those points can get him all the goodies in the merit market. With a cheeky grin, he thinks it's just a start but not nearly enough for what he wants. He opens his book, mutters that he needs more, and activates the Book of Runes at the crossroads. Right in the middle of the bustling city, a blue beam shoots down and drops him into Crossroads Square. With a proud look, he wonders how long it's been since he was here and says he's glad to be back. A voice suddenly calls out to the group and he spins around in surprise. The redhead shakes with anger, looks up and says they're the worst. The partisans take off running, while the black-haired guy grumbles that he hasn't been able to finish any quests for 3 days because of them. He smirks, thinking it's just getting started. He imagines monsters and a dragon emblem, figuring these guys are from the Black Dragon faction. He can almost see himself glaring at them like a beast, remembering that the faction war has been going on since the Third City. He recalls some so-called fun facts and sees a monster with an axe holding a wounded guy. Confused, he wonders why they even bother killing other factions. Then, a tuxedo-wearing monster pops up, arms wide, saying it's about loot and extra XP. The image fades into blue light in his mind, and he decides it's all a bunch of nonsense. He thinks the excuse sounds good on the surface, but the real deal is something else. He pictures a wild monster about to finish off a wounded dude, and realizes it's really about the thrill of taking down weaker enemies. He remembers himself with an axe and admits he gets that urge better than anyone. It's in every player. He approaches the folks grumbling and asks for their forgiveness, then inquires where they spotted those guys. They look at him, and the redhead mentions that a stone-hoof warthog is hanging around but warns him not to go there. 10 hunters are already on the scene. He nods, says he understands, and thanks them. Lost in thought, he visualizes a map from the city to the boar area and realizes those locations aren't typical hunting spots. They're way too close to crossroads, which means the front line has shifted. He picks up a whistle, wondering how things got to this point, and thinking maybe they're underestimating him. He blows hard, startling the two guys. A system notification pops up saying he used the summoning whistle. Suddenly, a black horse charges into the square, and he jumps onto it as it rears up. Another notification appears, confirming he's summoned the black horse. He laughs and calls them trash, taunting them by asking if they really thought everything would go their way. He shouts for them to hang on, saying he'll take care of it, and takes off on his horse. The redhead asks why he's going alone, and the black-haired accomplice warns that it's a death wish. The scene shifts to a scorched landscape filled with rocks, marked as the Stonehoof Warthog's territory. A warrior grips his blade, facing off against a bunch of raging monsters, gasping for air. An elf girl shields her injured friends and pleads for mercy, claiming they've already given up their items. The system identifies them as part of the level 10 Golden Lion camp. Meanwhile, skeleton warriors and their brutal allies laugh at her, with the system indicating they're from the level 120 Black Dragon camp. A skeleton warrior swings at the elf's head, bragging about how fun it is to take out the weak. She screams as her arm gets lopped off and drops to the ground next to her buddies. One of them asks if she's alright while a monster cackles and moves in closer. The skeleton raises his sword again, demanding that they all die, and the armored friend freaks out. In a panic, Rokan shouts to unleash his bombing skill. The skeleton freezes, looking confused for a second before a massive red magic ball slams into him, changing color in the process. The crowd goes wild with panic as a dust cloud sweeps across the wasteland. Something stirs inside, and a voice warns everyone that the enemy has arrived, while another shouts for them to surround him since he's on his own. Then, Rokan on a black horse charges in, laughing like a maniac and challenging everyone to die with him. He barrels straight toward the Black Dragon camp. There's a shaky goblin archer who thinks he's nuts, but before he can react, the guy swings his axe and takes the goblin's head clean off. He laughs, teasing the goblin for being too slow to dodge. With a wild grin, he leaps off his horse above an orc warrior, shouting his challenge. The orc can't believe his eyes and asks if this guy really just jumped. He soars into the air, hurling his glowing blue axe down. It smashes into the ground, shocking the nearby orc and blasting dust everywhere. Pulling his axe out of the dirt with lightning crackling off it, he rests it on his shoulder, his grin wider than ever, and declares that the real fight is just beginning. The centaur laughs at him, the Black Dragon camp charges in, vowing to take him down. He roars back, unleashing a powerful red strike that tears through everything, threatening to crush them all. One goblin mutters that kind of power would drive anyone insane, while another calls him a monster. He charges, shouting that he's found Chris. The mages freak out as his axe gets closer, their screams turning into cries of agony. System messages pop up, adding up the merit points for all the players he takes down. Yoza, Happy Ingsu, Jangdok, Hippo Underwear, and the rest. Standing over the fallen, he grins, saying he's not even warmed up yet. Checking the rewards, he realizes that the system treats players just like NPCs, but taking out a player gives way better rewards. Next to the centaur's body, he sees he's made good progress and heads to the crossroads. Light streams down, and he's transported to a big white temple. The system calls it the Temple of the Crossroads. He drops 3 gold coins and gets the priest's blessing, which boosts his defense and resistance for a bit. Checking the buff, he's pretty happy with the outcome. He figures out the blessing's effectiveness depends on how much you donate. Short but useful buffs for hunting. Outside, he checks his window and gears up. The system offers 3 options: critical hits, defense, and resistance. Swapping them takes a few seconds, but he thinks it's super handy. With a sly grin, he declares the hunt is on. He skips through the alerts and posts bait, asking for info on a hostile rep in the crossroads. Replies start flooding in instantly. He smirks at how desperate they sound. Then his expression shifts when one message catches him off guard. The comments are going wild. Some people say his ping is terrible and that the crossroads belong to the Black Dragon crew. Others think he quit after getting ambushed last week, while some say he was just farming blood hunters. Folks are wondering why guilds matter when anyone can jump into a fight. One guy calls him out, but he just laughs at the system messages, knowing the dragons fell for his trick and got overly confident. He smirks, relieved they didn't run away since that would have been a waste of his time. He shoots off a message telling them to hang tight because he's about to give them a show. The system posts his reply, thanking everyone for the heads up and announcing that he's going to stream the hunt. Viewers flock in quickly, the counter struggling to keep up as the chat explodes with excitement about his takeover. He kicks off the stream and charges ahead. Grapefruit Soda thinks he's nuts for going live, but Mortal shrugs it off, saying it doesn't really matter, and Neck Opener points out he's headed to that spot he mentioned. Then he suddenly stops, pulls out his weapon, and faces down a massive monster army at the Black Dragon camp. The viewers are freaking out. Some are hoping he bites the dust to end the hype, yet everyone keeps glued to the screen. An orc warrior is going at it with an elf, trash-talking him for not handing over his gear. The elf is shaking but fires back, saying the orc was out for blood anyway. The orc laughs, powers up with a fierce red glow, and swats the elf's sword aside. He jumps in for the kill, blade aimed at the elf's head, while the elf's friends shout in panic. At the last second, our guy steps in and blocks the attack with his axes. The elf's allies freeze in disbelief while the orc can't figure out what just happened. With a fierce chop, he tears the orc apart, splitting him in 2 as the system awards him a merit point for the kill. Laughing like a maniac, he asks if the blades tasted good, while people in the chat are cheering him on. He charges forward, demanding to know why the Black Dragon crew is just standing around. Another swift strike takes down Ao for a point, and then Komodo goes down for another. He shoots up into the air, catching everyone by surprise. The commentators shout that 1 hit means 1 kill, which sounds crazy since the Black Dragon troops are all over level 120. Rumors are flying around that he's at least level 140, which makes the damage he's dealing pretty wild. A nervous goblin commander tries to get his troops to calm down and rush him. Standing on a fallen warrior, he smirks as the orcs charge in. He calls them primitive, then puts away his hand axe and gets ready with his big weapon. He blasts into the air, shaking the ground and daring them to come at him all at once. He activates a combo skill, swinging his axe and taking out groups left and right. Then he unleashes Wheelwind, cutting through the mob until a gigantic tornado tears everything apart. The elf can only watch in shock, while the commentators lose it, wondering if this guy is even playing the same game. Viewers start guessing he's a berserker and question if he's cheating again. He slams the ground, ends Wheelwind, and racks up merit points for taking down Kokondong and Seaweed Strand. While standing there laughing about how easy it is. On stream, he laughs at the Black Dragon army, saying he's disappointed if this is all they've got, daring them to come at him with 10 or 20 guys. He whips out a massive sword, declaring it'll go to whoever can beat him. The system shows it's a +10 Royal Knight longsword, glowing with golden light. The chat explodes. Azelkaz says he just put a bounty on himself. Jungle Monkey calls it nuts, since it's such an amazing weapon. Jojota doubts it's real, Rock Metal thinks it's just bait, and Azjun tells everyone to chill and see what happens. Grinning, he replies that anyone wanting the sword has to take him down, if they can. Things are getting crazy in the chat. Ironing is all about his confidence, while Dwight thinks it's just mean. Palabin's being respectful, and Michelle Scott is now a fan, online cheering him on. Our guy checks out the comments with a smug smile, knowing his plan is working and that he got that awesome weapon. He remembers battling the mage and realizes that even friends might turn on him, but he's feeling pretty sure he can handle whatever comes his way. He blows the whistle and a sleek black horse shows up. He jumps on, checks the game notifications, and speeds north toward the Plateau of the Winds. Riding fast, he can't help but grin at how quick he's going and pushes himself to go even faster. Turret chimes in, mentioning he spotted a stream where a sword cost 800 silver. Dinnerpang, the goblin, tries to get a raid together, but only 2 people want in. Powell is frustrated about them ganging up on one guy and promises revenge if they hurt him. Dinnerpang insists they can catch him, while Greenhead brags that he's definitely going to score the kill. Suxasak just wants the action to kick off. He reads all the hype with a wicked grin, thinking how they talk a big game about taking him down but never actually do anything. Corpses of orcs are all over the field, and he's sitting on the pile, annoyed that the fights wrap up too quickly. The system shows he's leveled up to 157 with 5,520 merit points. He sees that the Plateau of the Winds and the Black Dragon army have been wiped out. A frightened orc is watching his stream and can't believe the destruction is real. The system marks him as Vaman from the Black Dragon camp. He warns his big brother that they're in deep trouble, but the warrior just shrugs it off, saying he's already aware and there's no reason to freak out. Vamin stares at his brother in disbelief. The warrior insists that the plateau was packed with weaklings, so this outcome is expected, plus they still have plenty of strong fighters. Vamin listens silently, fear all over his face. The orc warriors are pushing to move faster since the plateau is nearby. Vamin tries to stay positive and forces a shaky smile, repeating that they're just following orders, hoping they can handle the massive army behind them. Then the protagonist looks up and freezes. There he is, axe in hand, making it clear they mean business, right as an endless wave of monsters appears. The orc squad glares ahead, weapons ready. He counts quickly and spots at least 50 strong fighters, realizing this fight is serious. A red icon flashes, and the system switches him to his second set of protection, transforming his body. Now decked out in full armor with his axe, he thinks it's the perfect time to go wild. With a crazy grin, he dares the enemy to show their strength and yells at his crew to charge. A swarm of orcs comes charging in, and one of them yells at the others to hold back and surround him. But before he finishes, a huge magic blast comes crashing down, wiping everything out nearby. The orcs start to panic, running away and shouting about how the strike hit the edge of the plateau. As the light closes in, one of them finally gets it. It's a trap to herd them all into one spot. He launches off the ground, creating a crater as he soars above the horde. Grinning like a maniac, he swings his axe, tearing through orcs and wrecking the field. The system pings, letting him know he scored some merit points for taking down a bunch of named bosses. One orc yells that he's stuck in the middle, and the horde rushes in to finish him off. Standing in the crater, he suddenly lets out a madness scream. Red-violet energy blasts everywhere. The orcs freeze, clutching their ears and cursing how unfair that skill is. Fueled by rage, he starts hurling insults as he powers up. Bright energy flares, and his wheelwind morphs into a massive tornado. Orcs get sucked in and shredded by the winds, their screams drowned out by the storm. He charges in, axe swinging and shouting that he'll wipe them all out. Just then, a booming voice fills the field, telling him to stop. This is the end for him. Shocked, he looks up to see a warrior floating above, wielding two massive swords. The fight kicks off when he blocks a swing from the dual katanas. Sparks fly, and they both get pushed back, glaring at each other as he asks if this guy is even worth his time. The orc powers up his katana with golden energy and introduces himself as Tide, a ranker of the Black Dragon army, claiming he'll be the one to take him down. The system then reveals his real title, Tide, Master of Blades. He remembers this joker. It's the same guy who bragged in an interview about being the first to hit level 100. Smirking under his mask, he mocks the so-called ranker, reminding him he was the one who got humiliated back then. Tide loses it, cursing and demanding the longsword, saying he might let him live but plans to teach him a lesson. He zooms forward in a blur, and Tide growls that he'll show even rankers can be divided into the strong and the weak. He flashes behind Tide, axe raised. Tide spins around in shock, fear all over his face. With a crazy grin, he swings down, shouting that this is what a real ranker looks like. Our guy slams the orc with a solid hit, sending him crashing into the ground. He can't help but tease him for being slow, then takes a look around and realizes his opponent is already bolted with just a bunch of rubble left. With a smirk, he figures the orc is better at running than fighting. Then, another orc shows up, keeping an eye on Tide while he chugs a potion. Our guy feels kind of disappointed, thinking the fight is turning out to be a lot weaker than he thought. The new orc cracks up and calls for a real deathmatch. Tide, clearly embarrassed, tries to shout out excuses about the potion, but our guy just shrugs it off, reminding him the whole thing is live for 30,000 viewers. The crowd turns on Tide, roasting him while he stutters in panic. Tide powers up, launching into a flashy sword combo, thinking he's about to wipe the floor with him. But our dude just laughs, drops his axe, and says he doesn't even need a weapon. As Tide makes fun of him, our guy dashes in, grabs his head, and slams him into the ground. The Tide goes down instantly, and the system gives our guy a merit point. Standing over the body, he warns never to joke about rankers again. He remembers that metal snake and how others are already out there chasing fame. Surrounded by orcs, he can't stand the thought of anything messing with his head, so he decides to unleash his anger. He cuts through the crowd, leaving bodies in his wake. The scene shifts to the city, and the system lists his kills, each giving him a merit point. He strolls down the street, smirking at all the constant merit notifications popping up. A fan spots him and warns that over 200 enemies just crossed into the gray zone, telling him to stay put. But instead, he grins, excited for the chance to rack up more points. He opens the merit shop, grabs the badge of honor, and buys it before the action kicks off. The badge shows up, costing him 500 points but giving him some prestige and bonus merit for taking out enemies. He realizes he needs more points and there's still some unfinished business on his plate. With a grin, he lets his viewers know he's ending the stream for now, and the chat goes wild, guessing he's off to tackle the main quest. He makes his way to Garrison HQ, where Chief Malkin praises his skills and welcomes him into the fold. At the table, Malkin fills him in on his research. Apparently, some mutants have fully transformed into these supercharged beings with weird powers, now dubbed corrupted monsters. He mentions that a bunch have already been captured for study, even though they don't belong to this world. Malkin then orders him to hunt down the green-eyed freaks and bring back proof. He flashes a grin and agrees to take on the task. The system then grants him a perk. He can now sense corrupted monsters. If he takes them out, he can show evidence and score rewards, plus snag some extra if he goes the extra mile. He quickly notices there's a lot of cash to be made. Corrupted mobs drop way better loot, and he can grab it all. It's easy to spot and an easy profit. He gets a quest to take down at least one corrupted monster and bring back proof. He feels a bit miffed, thinking the elf doesn't trust him even after hitting 150, but whatever. Loot is loot. He heads out, promising to come back. The elf wishes him luck. Then he leans in, whispers something that leaves the elf totally stunned, and rolls out. Monsters are waiting outside the fortress, sure he's hiding there. When the gates open, they tense up, expecting him. But instead, the elf chief comes out with his crew. The mobs freak out, wondering why the garrison is out first. The chief tells them to shut up and orders his men to take them out. The mobs scatter, confused about why they're being attacked. In the meantime, the stream cuts out. He fixes it and apologizes for the holdup, then flashes a grin at the viewers. With mountains in the background and the city far below, he teases them to guess his new spot. It's the city of Ash, the third hub of the Black Dragon Corps. He admires the view and rubs his hands together with a wicked grin. Time to loot the empty city, and he can't wait to dive in. The kid jumps off the cliff and lands hard near a couple of guards. As soon as he hits the ground, a purple glow surrounds him. He figures out these guys are just weaklings left behind while the real fighters went after him earlier. He pulls out his weapon and grumbles to himself about how much he hates taking down no-names, but there's no way around it. He charges in, and in no time those mobs are history. Without wasting a second, he sneaks away, pocketing some fresh merit points like trophies. He heads deeper into the Black Dragon Corps hunting grounds and decides it's not worth his time to chase the beast from the Golden Lion camp. Instead, he goes after a corrupted monster here, even though it's a bit risky. With Malkin covering the crossroads, he feels pretty safe. Plus, he already shut down the broadcast at Ashtown, slowing down his enemies. Now he's grinning and ready for the hunt. It doesn't take long before he spots a huge gray wolf, chilling at level 140. This is exactly the target he's been looking for. Seeing how powerful it is, he knows it fits in this area. He gets ready to finish it off quickly because he doesn't want to waste time on regular beasts. But before he can make a move, a massive claw comes crashing down, shaking the ground. Both he and the wolf pause, trying to figure out what's happening next. Suddenly, a yellow eye flashes from some purple skin, and out steps a monstrous dinosaur. Its name is Tyler, and it's at level 181. The beast snarls and charges right at him. Instead of freaking out, he just grins and lifts his weapon, realizing this isn't some basic enemy, as it's a corrupted monster. He remembers Tyler. Everyone in the Black Dragon Corps knows this dino is off limits. Taking it down means going up against one of the top dogs in the Corps. He can't help but laugh when he sees the wolf freak out and run away. Not surprising at all. As Tyler stomps closer, he thinks about how crazy someone would have to be to take on a dinosaur. Taunting the beast, he calls it an ugly reptile and dares it to come at him. Tyler responds by swinging its claws and tail like a madman. The boy dodges nimbly, weaving around the wild attacks, but eventually, the dinosaur grabs his leg. In one brutal move, it hurls him through the air, crashing him hard into the forest floor. He hits the ground with a thud, ripping up the land around him, while Tyler looms over him, glowing menacingly with a pink aura. That's when something inside him just snaps. A rush of rage fills his chest, with this red light bursting around him as he kicks into berserk mode. He shouts that no man-eating monster is going to make it out alive and slams the ground hard beneath him. Then he launches himself into the air, ready to take a swing and chop off the creature's head in one big hit. The dino twists to dodge, but our hero isn't stopping. To his surprise, the giant tail moves faster than he expected and blocks his attack just in time. Realizing that brute force alone won't cut it, he changes up his game plan. He activates his axe disarm skill and charges again. Tyler lets out an angry growl, but he roars back even louder, grabbing the dino by its tail and spinning it around so fast that a crazy vortex forms around him. With all his strength, he lifts the dinosaur off its feet and slams it down into the ground with a massive crash. Then, a blinding laser shoots at the beast with some serious power. Standing over the fallen creature, he snarls and motions for it to get up and block his next move. As Roken closes the distance again, he suddenly gets whacked by Tyler's tail, sending him sliding backward. He manages to catch himself and stays on his feet, giving props to the strike and admitting it was a good one. Narrowing his eyes at the dinosaur, he declares that this is just the start. Dark energy starts pouring out of Tyler, and his eyes light up with a creepy glow. Roken knows corrupted monsters are tough, but this vibe feels way more intense and dangerous. He watches as Tyler's muscles start twisting, bones crack, and the dinosaur begins to bulk up into this massive form. Roken's breath hitches as he takes in the transformation. He can't quite believe his eyes and realizes that the second phase of the battle has officially kicked off. The mutant dino lets out a huge roar as Eye of the Monster kicks in. Each messed up monster has its own corrupt power, and this one's got a special ability called gigantification. Not only can it grow in size, but it also has this unique trait that makes it really stand out. The dinosaur swings its tail like a bat and brings it crashing down toward our hero with crazy speed. He manages to jump out of the way just in time, but the tail smashes into the ground, and to his surprise, it shoots up after him. It slams into him with insane force, sending him crashing down. A big cloud of dust and debris erupts from the impact. Our hero realizes this dino is no joke. It's not just big. All its stats, from strength to speed, are off the charts. The pain from that hit is no joke because it hurts like crazy, and he's thankful he didn't get turned into a pancake. He can't believe how much damage one hit from this monster can do. As hard as it is to admit, he realizes this might be the toughest opponent he's faced since coming back. Tyler watches as our hero starts brainstorming a new attack. The dino flicks its tail, smashing through rocks and trees, clearing the battlefield for the next round. Sparks fly off his helmet as he puts on the sealed Lion King headpiece, realizing this corrupted monster must be at least level 200 or about 20 levels higher than usual. Just then, the dinosaur charges at him. He swings his axe and gets ready to go for it. Pushing off the ground, he leaps at the dinosaur, shouting out the name of his ability. A burst of light erupts when he strikes with the axe. He pulls back his hand and thinks he needs to create a crack. Looking forward in surprise, he spots a wound on the monster's body. He managed to hit it before it grew bigger. Pumped up, he tells himself he can handle this. Our hero summons a hand axe and hurls it forward while shouting. An explosion goes off and light flashes above Tyler's head. Tyler turns and growls. Behind him, a ray of light appears as our hero leaps forward, swinging his axe with a rift attack. He yells that it's just a trick as the light slams into Tyler. Planting his feet wide, our hero proclaims that this is just the start. He runs along the monster's tail and jumps onto its back. Tyler twists around, but our guy dodges and lands back on the tail. He swings his axe hard, hoping to shut him up. With his mouth open, Tyler roars. Our hero raises his hand and shoots a beam of light at the monster's head, smashing the top of its skull down to the ground. Roken laughs and asks how the lizard is liking this. A green mess splatters across Tyler's head as he lets out another roar and charges at our MC. With his signature grin, our hero points his axe forward and declares it's time to wrap this up. The dinosaur lunges at him, but he counters with a combo skill. A glowing black axe appears overhead as he lands a critical hit, splitting part of Tyler's body in two. He sprints forward along the monster's tail while light flashes beneath him. He finally sits down to catch his breath, letting out a sigh as notifications pop up to confirm his level's gone up. He's taken down a corrupted monster and earned the title Conqueror of Corruption Forces. He drinks this potion from a flask and checks out the screen, saying how tough it was to win. The screen shows the effects of the title. He figures the reward is worth it since the main quest will have him battling corrupted monsters all the time. He gets a bit puzzled by the question mark that just has numbers without any details. Then it hits him. He needs to take down 2 more. The system chimes in that Chief Jaros knows his pet dinosaur is done for and will be showing up soon. Roken is fuming, gritting his teeth. He's sure they'll come at him in a big group, and he's already struggling against one enemy. He takes a step in his long-toed shoe. Our guy bolts forward, flailing his arms and legs. He grins and decides to make a run for it because he has a better spot in mind. Next up is the Night Tree's Ash Forest. Our hero steps into Ashen Forest and questions if he's in the right spot. It's been ages, so he's not so sure anymore. Small cats and hooded figures with glowing eyes pop up around him. He thinks that hunting here at level 110 seems nearly impossible, but he feels like this place has a secret waiting to be uncovered. Gripping his shiny axe, he recalls that this might actually be the place he's looking for. He starts chopping a few trees, and suddenly a hidden symbol lights up on the ground. A stone rises up with the mark he needs. He breaks it open and stairs appear. With a grin on his face, he heads down, knowing that most hunters would spend forever on tasks and hints to find this spot, but he strolls in without any trouble. Broken trees and shattered rocks surround him as he moves. He knows getting here takes precise aim, ranged attacks, and enough strength to break through stones. Once he steps onto the stone floor, he enters a hall. In the middle stands a figure holding a bow. With his hands in his pockets, he walks closer, thinking that someone must have the will to pass this trial. The cool thing is, the creator is still alive. He looks closer at the image and realizes it's the troll hunter Kiarus, a living legend. Back in the Battle of the Races, a hunter from the Black Dragon Corp used to scare everyone. An axe suddenly appears in Roken's hand, and he figures even Kiarus wouldn't believe a berserker would get here first. With a grin and his weapon ready, he vows to take them all down. As the first trial kicks off, both the candle and torch flicker out. In the dark, the hero has to find the light. Roken grins sharply, calling this place a nasty dungeon. Just then, he sees a faint light on the floor as an enemy sneaks up behind him. He swings his axe, slicing the foe right in two. With a fierce look, he insists that for someone like him, who's been through this before, this is just too easy. More enemies swarm in from every direction. He steps up and takes them out with a single swing. Roken knows this is just the first level of the trials, so he leaves the bodies behind, thinking those sneaky attackers are weak. Raising his axe with wild eyes, he halts over a small, hunched creature. Frustrated, he grumbles that he doesn't have time for this, but that little guy could cause some serious trouble. A torch lights up the wall, and Roken spots a young troll just hanging out in a loincloth. Finding him in the dark feels like a win, even if it means dealing with enemies. The troll grins, and Roken figures that's why he went for a short-range axe. Level 1 is done. The troll gestures to the side, and Roken asks if that's the way before heading over. His axe disappears as he feels along the wall and hits a button. Suddenly, the floor opens up and he screams as he tumbles down. He lands face first, gets up on his knees while rubbing his back, and glares at the screen that announces level 2. He gripes about the unexpected drop. With one hand on his knee, he reads the notice telling him to destroy. He mutters under his breath, trying to remember what he needs to wreck. Just then, he realizes he's standing on the head of a stone giant. He shouts as it hits him. The second level features the stone golem of Kiarus. The golem lifts its head and clenches its fists. Roken jumps aside and lands with a glowing axe in hand, wondering why it showed up out of nowhere. One arm sinks into the stone as its chest starts glowing red. He figures it'll just keep coming back until he takes out the core, which he realizes must be that stone. He springs off the ground, leaps forward with a strong attack, and shouts that this is too easy. With his axe raised over the glowing stone, he unleashes a powerful shout. He screams, and the stone shatters into pieces. With a wild look on his face and bared fangs, he roars, strikes again, and then jumps back. Touching the ground, he admits it's tough and no surprise coming from the king of trolls. The golem growls, red light flashing from its mouth. Roken quickly leaps back, realizing it's about to counterattack. Sparks fly from a small purple stone, and he figures out that the real core is in its head. The golem stands tall in front of him. He thinks it's time to destroy that core. It's a test of his strength. He crouches down, one hand on his hip, the other glowing with energy. He dismisses his axe and summons another one. Throwing it at the golem, he yells for an explosion, promising to show them everything he's got. A massive explosion blasts the golem into chunks. Our guy just stands there, claiming it was no big deal for him. A system alert pops up, telling him he cleared the second stage of the hunter's strength test, and the funny thing is, he's not even a hunter. He remembers that the test isn't class restricted, and would probably be easier with a bow, but he's sticking with his axe and asking what's next. Another alert comes through, signaling the third stage is about to begin, and he smirks, saying he's into this pace. Just then, a green foot steps forward, and he squints in surprise as a goblin wrapped in dark energy appears in front of him. Roken tightens his grip on his axe because he knows this goblin kid is the final test. The goblin raises its head and he gets on high alert. This goblin is oozing black energy. Before he can react, our hero charges at it, leaving a red trail in his wake. Roken jumps up and swings his axe at the goblin, but it just smacks against the dark shield protecting the creature. He's taken aback by the barrier, and while the goblin moves forward calmly, dark energy shoots at him. Roken barely manages to defend himself, stumbling back. Out of nowhere, dark energy starts gathering above the goblin's head. The goblin disappears, and something dark takes its place as Roken stares in shock. A system window pops up, showing that he's sensed Kiarus' murderous intent and has withstood that evil gaze. The black mass shifts and shakes until the system announces the enemy is about to show its true form. Suddenly, a huge hand bursts out, followed by a massive foot shrouded in darkness that crashes down next to the sludge. The system calls out that this is the final test, and young Kiarus has to go down. Suddenly, a huge goblin pops up, grinning with an eerie look. Our guy grips his axe, furious that Kiarus has finally shown his face, and takes off running straight at the monster. Kiarus does his thing with some black goo and summons a wolf, leaving our guy frozen in shock as the beast leaps into action. The system names it Kantos, the leader of the Frostmane wolf pack. The goblin shouts for the wolf to attack, and it charges at lightning speed, biting down on our boy's axe. He grits his teeth trying to yank it free, cursing these dirty tricks. Determined, he lifts the axe high, even with Kantos still clinging to the blade. But then Kiarus suddenly goes stiff, staring ahead. Our guy swings the axe down hard, wolf and all, smashing Kantos into pieces and cracking the ground beneath him. Kiarus jumps back, totally shocked, and calls out for his wolf in disbelief. Our boy just laughs, throwing a furious glare at him and teasing him for letting his friend go down alone. Kiarus quickly summons a black arrow and growls that Roken is going to pay for this. With a burst of green energy, he pulls back his bow and lets loose the arrows of justice, sending glowing arrows flying all over the battlefield. Our boy looks up, stunned, as green arrows rain down, wrecking everything in sight. He dodges the onslaught, still laughing as he makes fun of the goblin's aim, then kicks off the ground and charges in with his axe ready. With a fierce look, he swings at where the goblin was standing, but Kiarus jumps out of the way just in time. Kiarus lands safely, and our boy starts cursing, feeling like this whole fight is some sort of trick. He admits the goblin is quick, and dragging this out isn't gonna work, so he decides it's time to show his true power. He rushes in, ready to make his move. The goblin lifts a hand and mocks him, then waves it, sending out black ropes to bind him. The black slime wraps around the kid's hand, but he keeps pushing forward with a blank look on his face. The goblin starts laughing, thinking he's an easy target, but his grin quickly turns into one of fear when he realizes something's gone awry. Our guy grabs the black slime hard, grateful for this opportunity. The goblin's face goes pale as he tries to yank away. The kid pulls down on the slime and calls the goblin a fool for being too late. Panicked, the goblin charges at him, shouting that things are going wrong. But our guy drags him in, and fueled by rage, Roken declares that the goblin has to go. With one swing, his axe slices the goblin in half. Then the system pops up, saying he just took down young Kaiarus and leveled up. Grinning, he points at himself and laughs, saying that the goblin was just a warm-up. Just then, an altar appears in the cave. The system tells him to place a monster heart from level 170 or higher. He thinks of a dragon since that's the perfect fit for what he has. Our guy pulls out a massive green heart labeled as Tyler's. He gripes about how the dragon didn't drop much loot, but finally admits it was worth it. When he puts it on the altar, the cave lights up in red, and the system hands over Kiarus's secret skill, packed with some serious soul-piercing power. He's shocked by what it can do, and realizes it's both Kiarus's gift and the reward for the trial. Remembering that archers used it for heavy crits before, he notes it's the first skill that gets stronger by soaking up profane power. With a grin, he promises he's going after Odin with everything he's got. At Crossroad Garrison, Malkin finds out Roken took down the corrupted beast, and he admits our guy exceeded his expectations. Malkin then agrees to share the info he promised. He warns that there's a hidden force behind those monsters. They're not just wandering around, they're showing up right in the main part of things. He wants to know if our guy gets how serious this is, and the thought of the center makes him freeze. He figures Malkin's talking about the central continent with the fourth city and imagines this big seaside capital. Malkin breaks it down, saying some of these corrupted monsters aren't just battling other races, but are also attacking cities and acting really weird. The elves team is still on the hunt for what's causing this, trying to figure out a cure or who's behind it, but so far they've got nothing. Malkin tells Roken that since he can take care of himself, it's time to start gathering info on these corrupted monsters. Our guy is totally on board, and Malkin hands him a scroll just as he expected. A system ping marks it as an exclusive mission pass for hunting down the corrupted monsters. Our boy realizes this is a big win. No more back and forth, just straight up quests that save him effort. He gives a thumbs up and heads out, feeling pretty smug about having this exclusive mission. He's pumped to tackle them right away. Roken arrives at the Crossroads Humanity United Guild and swings the doors open with a quick apology, only to stop in his tracks, stunned. The place looks trashed, more like a creepy old house than a guild. An old guy steps out, firing questions at him about why he's there and making a racket. A system ping identifies him as Harvin, a shady elder without a visible level. Roken notices a golden badge on him, showing he's part of the Council for Humans. Thinking it's best to play nice, he politely introduces himself and talks about helping humanity thrive. The old man laughs, saying there aren't many people like him around. Harvin tells Roken that if he really wants to help humankind, he's got one task: hunt down some iron turtles. The system ping flashes up the quest, which Roken jumps at since those turtles were blocking his path anyway, and some folks are interested in their meat. The old man grumbles about how turtles taste and urges Roken to hurry back. Roken leaves, determined to earn the council's trust and relying on Harvin for now. Outside, our boy lets out a sigh, thinking old guys are pretty exhausting, but he tells himself to hang in there. The mission feels small right now, but he knows it ties into a bigger racial storyline. He reminds himself to take it one step at a time. Using his runebook, he teleports to the eastern beach. The scene changes to a wild island on the east coast, where there's a huge volcano, dense forests, and skies packed with gigantic birds. Our boy starts chopping away at an iron turtle with his axe until it finally drops, saying, "That's enough." The body disappears, and a notification pops up saying he's cleared 20 out of 10 turtles. He realizes that since he focused on these race quests in a past life, this grind feels pretty easy. He stops for a moment on the beach and wonders if it's worth digging around here. He squats down and digs fast, hoping for some luck on the first try. A smile creeps in when he digs up iron turtle eggs, and the system confirms his find. Holding one up, he thinks this is awesome because an egg means he could meet a special creature, and he's all set for that. That night, he skewers chunks of iron turtle meat and puts them over the fire to roast. As the smell wafts through the air, he contemplates the powerful creature he's trying to attract from the island, one without a faction and dangerous if it gets upset. Instead of panicking, he reminds himself to stay vigilant and prepared. He sits by the fire, watching the meat cook while the aroma wafts around, catching the attention of a bird monster nearby. He tenses up as the bushes rustle, then sees a clawed leg hit the sand. A wing brushes against his neck, and a voice demands to know who allowed him to be there. The bird monster sniffs the fire and calls the iron turtle meat priceless, saying it has to be eaten plain like a real gourmet. Our guy just sits there, totally blank-faced. But Taman, the beast, is drooling over the smell, while our guy thinks to himself that meat works way faster than words to get him to come out. Taman, still drooling, nervously asks what our boy wants and why he's being so quiet. Instead of answering, our guy casually picks his nose and says he's got nothing to say. Taman looks shocked, but our guy can't help but smirk, knowing Taman will decide what to do next. Taman starts bragging about how he runs the island and doesn't need any help, even offering to send our guy back to the mainland. But our guy just sits there smirking because he knows his trick worked and demands a ticket to the sky instead. Taman is shocked when our guy offers the meat as a trade for that ticket. The bird freaks out, calling him a scoundrel, but our boy just eyes the roasting meat with a log ready and tells Taman to scram if he won't make a deal. Taemin starts panicking, warning that the meat will burn if he adds more wood. Our guy is smirking, thinking he's got the fool all figured out, when he remembers he has this glowing iron turtle egg. The bird flips out and calls it priceless. He coolly confirms it and adds that fried egg with turtle steak is amazing. Our boy pulls out a bag of eggs and says it's a deal, not some kind of charity. He doesn't care about the ticket at all. The winged guy spots those iron turtle eggs and finally agrees to hand over a sky ticket. He yanks out a brown feather, flicks it at our boy, and grumbles that all this trouble was just for that feather. Our boy catches it with both hands, stunned. Taemin's got meat in one hand and eggs in the other, then takes off into the sky, calling humans snobs and telling our guy to never come back before disappearing. Our boy looks at what he's got and smiles. Finally, he's got a Chozo tail feather and the ticket to Sky Island. He knows he can't skip Sky Island since even the tough guys have to deal with it, but he's sure he'll handle everything that comes his way. Back at the Humanity United Guild, the old man is pretty stoked about how well the Iron Turtle's body turned out. He thanks our hero for helping out the council and lets him know there's another mission on the horizon. Just then, a system window pops up about gathering Cosmos flowers. Our guy is taken aback, realizing that this mission is the gateway to the racial quests. He thinks back to what each race is up to. The High Elves want to bring back their ancient tree, the Dwarves are on the hunt for the strongest weapons, and the Gnomes are busy restoring an old city. All those small quests eventually stack up into one big goal. But humans are on a different path. Their quest is to revive the Emperor and his crusaders to restore their past glory. Our hero can't help but think that this whole revival thing goes against the natural order. He keeps chewing on the idea of the Emperor's return, smirking at the thought that being human is a lot of fun. He decides that the quest for the human race is the one he's going to tackle first. He steps out of the guild, telling himself he'll take things one step at a time. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, and he sees the quest is called the Land of Resurrection. He remembers its way out there, far from the crossroads, and it's not even marked on the map. He realizes he needs to track down their huge greenhouse where the half-elves grow sacred herbs. The tricky part now is figuring out how to get inside. Then it hits him. He remembers the half-elf master, Terrell, who can totally help him out with this. Now that everything's lined up, he takes off at full speed, pumped up for some fun because the Land of Resurrection is calling. Our hero strolls into Half-Elf Town. He checks his map and heads over to the gate, but then he gets stopped, spears blocking his path. The guards remind him that this is half-elf territory and that he needs to show some respect. Our guy thinks it's the perfect moment to flex his title's power. Suddenly, a system kicks in, and he introduces himself as Roken the Berserker, claiming he's a buddy of the half-elves and offering to lend a hand. The guards' faces light up. They recognize him as the Roken who found the World Tree saplings. They're super excited to meet him, and he can't help but smirk, thinking things are going his way. One guard asks if he's there to help, while the other mentions they always have work, just got a request. Our guy checks the system window and grins. His title just gave him a quest for the greenhouse. The system lays out a pest control job with all the deets. He smirks, thinking it sounds easy, and follows the guard to the greenhouse, feeling grateful to Terrell. In the half-elves' secret greenhouse, our dude leans against this giant tree that's got all sorts of magical herbs, and even a lab for bringing the world tree back to life. As he strolls along, he notices a massive bug and jokes that it feels like he's shrunk in this tall grass. Suddenly, he hears something rustling behind him, spins around, totally shocked, and then stares ahead, even more confused, wondering what just happened. Out of the blue, a giant mantis attacks him from behind. He panics, shouting that something just ripped into him. Blood drips to the ground, and with his face covered in it, he sighs, saying, "This is really bad." Gripping his bloodied axe, he swears at the bugs. With a furious swing, he smashes into the mantis, which starts writhing in pain. Grinning through all the blood, he yells for it to die and charges in again, cleaving the mantis clean in half with his axe. The system says the quest is done, and he gets some bonus rewards for taking out extra bugs. He realizes the bug he just fought was actually the quest monster. As the mantis bleeds out, he mutters it's too soon to bail since there are extra conditions for the quest. He points out that the rewards change based on how well you do, and taking out 100 beetles might unlock something pretty cool. He tightens his grip on his bloodied axe and laughs, saying newbies would never figure out how to find that many bugs. Out of nowhere, two glowing red eyes pop up from the grass, and a beetle covered in thick black armor crawls out, raising its stinger, ready to attack. Then a giant centipede wriggles out and twists to the side. He holds his axe tightly, noting that the place is crawling with bugs as more monsters show up. Suddenly he leaps back, smashing the ground and leaving a streak of red energy behind him. He takes off into the air, swings his massive axe, and taunts the bugs, daring them to come get him. The strike lands, and the area erupts in blood as insect limbs scatter everywhere. The next morning, out in a flower field, a guy is freaking out and shouting that he can't hold on much longer. The shield dude steps up and blocks this giant bug, insisting they need to wrap things up quickly. The archer, drawing his bow, snaps at him to quiet down. The shield guy blocks another hit and asks if he heard that jerk talking. The archer just smirks and wonders if the shield guy has a problem with it. Then, the girl in white chimes in, and both dudes freeze when they hear her. She cheers them on but tells them to cut the swearing since Yeren is watching. Instantly, both guys soften and rush to explain they're not actually fighting. The archer, a bit flustered but still focused, pulls back his bow saying, This is perfect. He's gonna show Yaren what he's got. The archer lets loose an arrow that hits the giant beetle perfectly, making it scream out. With his face all red, the shield guy charges in, calls his buddy a bastard, and insists he's not weak. He slams into the beetle with a shield push while it shrieks in pain. The beetle takes a few hits and stumbles back, charging up with this intense red energy and getting all ragey. It lets out a loud growl and then goes for the Bug King combo attack. As it lunges forward, the shield guy freezes, and the archer yells a warning. In a split second, the monster zooms past them, knocking both of them aside with a loud scream. Now it's going straight for Yaren. She freaks out, wondering why it's focused on her, shuts her eyes tight, and begs for help. Then someone goes in with a leap attack, and when Yaren opens her eyes, she sees our hero swinging his huge axe at the black beetle while she just stands there, a little stunned. But then she smirks, clearly cooking up something sneaky. Meanwhile, our hero is feeling pretty proud as he stands over the fading bug, saying that makes it 70 down with just a few left, totally unaware that he just saved a cute girl right behind him. Out of nowhere, those losers shout Yaren's name, catching our guy off guard. The archer yells at her to let them know she's okay, but both of them suddenly freeze and point at him, asking where their girl is. Our boy is confused, wondering who this Yaren even is. But then Yaren grabs his hand, calling him her darling and flashing him a flirty smile, saying she only survived because of him. He just stares back in disgust, wondering what kind of leech she is. Yaren is all over our guy's arm, calling him cute while checking out the two dudes nearby. Roken's fuming, wondering why she's acting like this. One of the hunters tries to convince Yaren to hang out with them, but she just ducks behind our guy, saying she doesn't know them at all. The hunters are left completely baffled. One of them is ready to cry, saying he thought she was different. That clicks for Roken. He realizes she's the kind of girl who sticks to guys with money and always gets her way. He remembers how she keeps showing up with new looks, even switching to a priest class, which is super valuable. Roken's standing there, feeling mad and lost. The shield guy would have gone after her if it weren't for the rules. An idea starts brewing in his mind and he smirks. He takes Yaren's hands, leaving her confused by his cheesy act, and asks if she's okay. Caught off guard, she says she's fine. He bows, introduces himself, and invites her to join him, promising experiences that'll blow her mind. Yaren grins as the hunters watch her. She tells Roken she's stoked and it's an honor to be here. He replies, great, and encourages her to join him. The hunters wipe away a few tears, feeling lost because they can't seem to find joy, even in this moment. Yaren strolls away with a smile, confident she's taken the bait and can get stronger with Roken's help. She's all set to make the most of it. Yaren chuckles behind him while Roken stays silent, but then he starts laughing too, hiding some plans of his own. In the flower field, she looks worried as she studies the blooms. Meanwhile, Roken slams his weapon into the ground with a huge bang, sending dirt flying. He spots a giant grasshopper monster coming at him, but he quickly dodges back, then charges forward with all his might, lands a solid hit, and takes the beast down for good. She's shocked to see he's even crazier than she thought. Knowing that missing this ride would haunt her forever, she decides to jump in and suddenly finds herself admiring him, catching him off guard. She asks if he needs any help. He hides his annoyance behind a smile but can't stand her voice. Watching her act all bold, he's pretty sure she's hooked after seeing his hunting skills. He wonders if it's the right time to reel her in. He tells her he needs her help to take down the greenhouse boss, Big Bird. She's confused but sees he's serious. A little fear creeps in, but she forces a smile, knowing she can't let this opportunity pass her by. So she agrees to help, and he says that's exactly what he wanted. Later, by this huge tree, it hits her that he's just made her the bait. Dressed like a flower and clutching an apple, she's furious at the joke. Holding the apple, she's annoyed at being used as bait for Big Bird. She feels embarrassed but vows that he'll regret this, planning to seduce him and make him her own. As the giant bird spots the apple and heads for it, Yaren's arms start to ache from holding it. Just as she's about to complain, the monster appears right behind her. She looks up, dread washing over her. The level 180 bird lets out a terrifying scream and Yaren bolts in panic. She remembers our guy saying that the first bird won't attack, so she tries to stay chill and distracted, hoping he'll swoop in at any moment. The bird crashes down as it chases her, and she's in tears, screaming, wondering where Roken is. Meanwhile, our guy is just chilling on a branch with some popcorn, grinning as he watches Yaren run for her life. He casually tells her that a working bee works till it drops, and if she wants to survive, she's got to keep running. Yaren stumbles, drops the apple, and lies there frozen as the bird hovers over her. Its eyes are full of hate, and she's screaming and begging it to stop. She shuts her eyes tight and screams, expecting to get torn apart, but the giant bird just takes the apple and swallows it whole. She stares in shock, shaking, not sure if the beast was just after the fruit. Our boy bursts out laughing, calling her the queen bee who almost freaked out. The bird munches away calmly while she stays frozen in place. He explains that she's never hunted before, so she doesn't know when monsters are really dangerous. With a smirk, he says this scare should keep her humble for a bit, but she isn't going to stay quiet. Standing up with a stone in her hand, she admits she played both sides, went along with his plan, and ended up as bait. Furious and embarrassed, she throws the stone at the bird, cursing at him. Our boy yells that she's lost it, reminding her not to provoke the bird. But it's too late. The stone bounces off and the bird's eyes light up red. With a loud roar, it dives straight at her. Our guy is all smug, saying Big Bird is harmless until you provoke it, but once it's angry, it fights like it means business. Just then, it charges, and Yeren takes off running, but the beast doesn't let up. He's cracking up even more, thinking she'd just yell at him, not actually go into battle. To him, her fate is already sealed. She ends up collapsing after taking a beating, barely whispering our hero's name. He looks at her, all cold, saying this is enough to knock her down a peg. Sitting back on a branch, he grips his weapon, wondering if he's being too soft-hearted. But the bird doesn't quit. It dives at her unconscious body. At the last second, our guy jumps down with his axe. He smashes the bird right in its dive, laughing that it should face a man, not a girl. He unleashes a flurry of blows, making the bird's head whip back and forth until it crashes down, then takes off again. Our guy hangs onto its wing as it flies, teasing it about its speed and asking if it thinks he's just going to fall. The bird tries to shake him off by aiming for a tree, but he tightens his grip and triggers his berserk skill. He conjures a hand axe and is ready to slam it down hard. The chicken beast is peeking as the blow gets closer. Yeren wakes up on the ground, hearing the clash of weapons and seeing blue light chasing after a bird monster that's plummeting down. The bird dives even faster, its eyes going wide with fear as Roken transforms his weapon into a huge axe and declares this is going to be the final strike. A bunch of light rays zoom toward the falling bird, but it quickly activates its berserk feathers to block them. Roken can't help but smirk, teasing the creature that none of its tricks will work. With one big swing, he cleaves the big bird in two. The monster lets out a scream before going silent, and a system notification pops up. Roken levels up and the bird is finally defeated. Yeren claps her hands, admitting that Roken really saved her. Her heart races as she tells him she wants to be strong like him. He heads straight for the nest. To him, those eggs are like trophies. Holding one up, he laughs about how tough it is. A window pops up, letting him know he can stash it away, and soon a chick will hatch. He bursts into laughter, picturing himself training it for air travel, imagining the glory of being the first to fly with it. After landing from the branch, he feels proud, thinking he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But then he sees something weird. There's a letter lying on the grass. The queen bee is missing. He picks it up, eyes wide, and then smirks. Without a second thought, he tears it to shreds. He knows she's not dumb, but he's not letting her have the last say. Tossing the pieces around, he confidently announces that her time is up. Now he's all in on his real goal, taking down 100 monsters. My guy teleports back to Crossroad, feeling like he needs some new gear for upcoming quests, so he heads over to the dwarf blacksmith shop. He checks out his new chest armor and feels pretty proud. If the dwarf says it's decent, it's gotta be a magical item, right? He picks up some berserker chest armor and mana alloy gloves with solid stats. They boost his attack and defense when he takes out enemies in a row, which is awesome for one-on-one battles. Just what he needs for his next quest. Decked out in his new gear, my guy is all set to roll out. The system reveals his quest to explore bones. He strolls down the road and arrives at this rocky village full of the undead. The main character here is a lich, this crazy magician who can't be killed and knows a ton about mechanics. He's infamous for his hidden hideout in the Cradle of the Dead, a spot that's tough to crack even at level 190. Our boy climbs up to find a good spot to hide and sees villagers hanging out near the wall, all while 50 undead in iron armor with glowing eyes are standing watch. He doesn't flinch, knowing the real issue isn't just the 50 level 190 guards but how fast they regenerate. Still, he can't help but grin when a broadcast window pops up from the undead village, signaling the start of his solo battle. Viewers are tuning in fast and the chat goes crazy. A goblin points out on his tablet that Roken just went live, mentioning that this is the same guy who once took him down. They both look up and see a massive image of our guy slamming a sword into the ground. Roken says the rules have changed. Whoever pulls the sword out gets to keep it. No need to take out the other guy. The crowd is taken aback when they realize the sword can be snatched up without a fight. Someone in the chat asks about the guild while others grab their weapons and head to the cradle. Reinforcements are already on their way. A goblin grins, saying this whole thing is perfect for thieves. Our guy is grinning from a cliff, pumped that his plan worked. Below him, a bunch of armed creatures gather, all eyeing the sword. A dark-haired punk shouts that they should go for it. Everyone rushes forward with their weapons ready. Standing on a rock above them, our guy raises his weapon and yells that the bomb is starting. A flurry of weapons blasts out from him, cutting through the mob. Screams fill the air as they scatter. A notification pops up, saying that each kill boosts his attack and defense by 10, capping at 20. Our guy's grinning, totally hyped because the effect turned out even better than he expected. He eyes the goblin, who's pumping up its minions to charge again. The mob rushes in, yelling, but our guy just smirks and gets ready with his weapon. He swings with a strike that sends a blast of light and power flying through the crowd. Bodies go flying as a huge red beam cuts through. He clears them out quickly, leaving no chance to fight back. Our dude shouts that he's gonna keep slicing non-stop. A quick glance shows his attack and defense are up by 20. Across from his glowing sword, a red explosion goes off, and you can hear the panicked shouts all around. Standing by the sword is the same goblin who earlier egged them on. He tries to grab the blade, laughing at the others like they're idiots. Just then, a blue beam slams into the rock. Our guy charges in with his axe, calls the creep a rat, and swings hard at him. Lightning zaps down, and the creature lets out a scream before disappearing into the smoke. A window pops up showing his stats, all maxed out, with attack and defense boosted by 200. Our guy smirks, saying he's hit his goal and it's time to bounce. Then we shift to a field where one survivor whispers, he never thought Roken's power could get this wild. Meanwhile, this wounded goblin sees the wheel wind forming and freaks out about the bomb skill. Our guy's strike crashes into the village. The goblin stares, shocked, thinking he dodged it. A warning window flashes that the village is under attack, and suddenly, guards are summoned as a purple circle appears on the ground. Skeletal hands shoot up from the circle, and armored undead stomp out, roaring like crazy. A window pops up showing they're called the Undead Guards Corps with a level of 1 to 90. The goblin starts banging his chest, bragging that our guy is done for and can't take them on alone. But our guy just chills on the hill, raises his weapon, and the clouds go dark. Lightning strikes down, hitting his weapon. He's still grinning and says, "Strike." He swings down on the skeleton army, and blue light bursts out, shattering the guards into pieces. The goblin's eyes go wide in disbelief, shouting that there's no way he could take them out like that. Our guy just smiles and asks how anyone could doubt him, then swings again, unleashing more blue light. He says it's easy because all those fools just became his stats. Then he turns to the broadcast and tells everyone to pay attention because the real fight is about to kick off. One of the guards growls as the undead surround the hero with their swords. He suddenly pushes off the ground with surprising speed, dodging a blade that swings at him. He sees a quick stab coming and sidesteps to the left, noticing how the undead move like clunky video game bots. Once he figures out their patterns, countering them becomes a piece of cake. He slams his axe down, shattering the guard with a laugh, vowing to take them all down. A red beam lights up the ground as he weaves through the undead, striking with lightning-fast punches. Each hit leaves nothing but broken bones, and he keeps the onslaught going. After the chaos, he bolts toward the village. A goblin tries to order the guards to stop him, but out of nowhere, a purple circle lights up on the ground, and more guards appear. Then, a skeleton with glowing red eyes rises up from the dirt. My boy just grins and calls it pointless. Out of nowhere, a bright blast goes off. With this blue glow around him, our hero slices the summoned guard in half like it's nothing. Now he's facing the goblin, who's shaking in its boots. Our guy laughs, calling the goblin a little rat hiding out in the corner and playing dirty. The goblin starts yelling for backup and takes off running. Roken makes fun of it and chases it down. He swings his axe, bragging that 50 guards have already gone down, and they still need a minute to catch their breath. His blade lights up as it heads for the goblin, and a scream cuts through the air as it drops dead. After taking down the undead village, my guy makes his way up the hill where the sword stuck. He pulls it out of the stone and checks out the golden blade. He smirks, saying the broadcast shows no one matches him, and he's still waiting for a worthy foe. He laughs, claiming only Odin can keep up with him, and promises that the day will come when he brings him down. Later on, he strolls through a field of red flowers and looks over the undead garden. The only living spot left is Lich's lab. With all the players gone and the guards long dead, getting there is a piece of cake. Out of nowhere, he cuts his palm and lets his blood drip onto the flowers. They seem to soak it up instantly. Suddenly, the windows flash, signaling that the Garden of Resurrection has detected life, and the gate swings open. He hits the jackpot as white fangs rise up, revealing a path just in front of him. As he steps inside, a window pops up to say he's entered the Lich's hideout. Roken walks down a long hallway lit in red, telling himself that only one thing really matters. He needs to hurry. A ball of red haze floats ahead, and glass flasks line the walls. He dubs it the Lich's lab, with that huge sphere pulsing like a captive sun. It vibrates with ancient experiments and stolen souls, while the vials clink together like they're whispering secrets. He can feel the weight of it all, knowing this is the heart of the place. He moves closer, eyes locked on what he's after, unafraid of death, wanting that item more than his own life. A voice echoes from the shadows as a mechanical skeleton draped in a robe steps up. A label's floating above it, calling it the Death Researcher Cylonian. It accuses our hero of trespassing and promises he won't leave alive. Our hero quickly spins into a wheelwind and lets out a roar as his bomb skill takes effect. The Lich freezes, staring at the blue light explosion lighting up the chamber. A red beam rips through the door while he swings his axe through the dust, mocking the Lich for just talking. He tells the Lich to cut the chatter and hand over the item. The Lich lifts up a shield with a purple gem, and sparks fly when Roken swings his axe, but the shield barely budges. Purple light flickers around him as he glares at the barrier, and the Lich yells that he has to get out. A purple beam shoots from the shield, and Roken ducks, gritting his teeth while violet light floods the room. The Lich cackles, bragging about his shield, drawing runes and sketching a glowing circle. He calls in more minions, and they rush in just as Roken staggers from the blast and lands in a smoking crater, blood trickling down his face. He realizes he shouldn't have underestimated his opponent. He thought he could just charge in and grab the prize. Gritting his teeth, he pulls himself up, grips his axe tightly, his rage twisted into a fierce smile as he vows that the enemy is going down. Roken bolts through the dim red chamber, his heavy footsteps echoing all around. He charges at a glowing orb, leaps up and crashes down on it, shattering it into pieces. It turns out to be just a fake. Cylonian yells in frustration, calling Roken a coward for running away in the middle of the fight and mocking his warrior's honor. Roken just laughs it off, knowing it's all just bait he won't take. He explains that the Lich is furious because its life source is hidden inside one of the glowing lamps. He jumps again and smashes another one. For Roken, taking down the Lich is pointless since it just keeps coming back. He knows the only way to really end it is by destroying the vessel. He smashes another lamp, but it's empty too. He just needs to break them all. The Lich, shocked, demands to know how a mortal dares to defy him while holding a stone crackling with purple lightning. The Lich pounds the stone into the ground, and a wave of energy shoots out. Roken turns around, wide-eyed, as the storm speeds after him. The Lich roars that he's the boss here. But my guy just grins even more and asks what the Lich has up his sleeve next. His axe disappears, and suddenly he's holding 2 axes instead. A red glow surrounds him as he challenges the Lich to come at him and see who walks away. A vine that looks like a spear lashes out at him, but he kicks it aside like it's nothing and zips forward in a flash. The vine barely misses him as Salonian growls some spell and says it's all over for him. Suddenly, a bunch of vines shot out from the ground, and our hero took off with the coils snapping right behind him. One vine tried to whip at him, but he ducked and slipped under it just in time. The vine slammed into the floor over and over, but he kept on moving straight ahead. While he was still in the air, he charged up his axes and, with a loud shout, unleashed a bomb, blowing away some lights as 3 lamps smashed in quick succession. The vines then tangled up to create a barrier, blocking his way to the last one. My guy doesn't waste any time and jumps in, zigzagging as he twists in midair, ready to land a strike on the next sphere. But then a loud noise catches his attention. His eyes go wide when he realizes this orb is tough enough to take his hit. He's found the life vessel, and now it's time to crush it. He charges up another bomb strike and swings, but a vine swoops in and deflects his attack just in time. Our hero is taken aback as the Lich shows up nearby and taunts him, saying Roken found him, but now Roken isn't getting out alive. The Lich clutches the sphere tight against his chest, while dark energy floods his body. Notifications pop up saying the life vessel's been absorbed. His leg bulges, his muscles pump up with strength, and another message confirms that his original power is back. The Lich hovers up into the air, and the pressure pushes Roken back a bit. Windows announces he's hit level 180. Out of nowhere, he jumps back and swings his axe at the Lich's neck. The Lich spins around, totally caught off guard, not getting how Roken closed the distance so fast. He gets slammed down hard, smashing the ground beneath him. Roken towers over him, saying the Lich messed up by absorbing the vessel because it was pointless to fight before destroying it. The Lich pulls himself out of the rubble, spitting back that Roken doesn't make any sense. Then he channels his energy and zooms forward with the skill Darkness Buster. My guy just smiles as the Lich throws a punch, but then he stumbles. In a flash, he zips past and slices the monster right in half. He lands and steadies himself, grinning as he says, "It went down just like he said it would." His axe smashes into the life vessel, shattering the orb in a burst of purple energy. Windows pop up, showing that Cylonian is taken down for good and Roken has leveled up. As the smoke clears, Roken stands there with a cocky grin, calling the Lich a moron. He says that by absorbing the vessel, the Lich sealed his own doom because all Roken needed was one hit. He smirks and declares it's time to have some fun farming now that the boss is dead. The kid gets a scroll, and system messages pop up saying he's snagged the bone research materials and wrapped up the quest. He heads over to the lab, thinking there might be a bonus reward like last time, and starts scanning the room. He spots a table piled high with glowing blue books, and figures they're probably skill books. He starts checking them out, but ends up turning them down because he thinks they're trash. Getting a bit fed up, he digs through more books, and finally comes across something different, the third hand skill book. This one lets him create extra hands using mana, limited only by his focus and energy. He takes a look at the skill, thinks it could be handy, but decides to save it for later. One skeleton sneaks up and takes a swing at him, but our guy catches its skull in no time, leaving the skeleton totally stunned. He grins and says he was waiting for this moment. With that, he crushes the skull in his hand and tells the skeleton it should have attacked sooner. Noticing more skeletons piling up at the door as the one he just smashed disappears, he laughs and jokes that it must have called for backup, like, it's already dead, who cares? He pulls out his axe and tells the rest they'll be joining their buddy soon. Then, he charges in, swinging hard, and yells at them to hurry up and die. One swing smashes a skull, and he jumps into the air, chopping through several more while rolling his eyes at how they're just a bunch of skeletons. A broken vessel of light is spilling black goo everywhere, cursing the land and spreading death mana. Skeletons are popping up all around, and level 160 monsters will keep coming until the mana runs out. Our guy smirks and calls the skeletons noobs, claiming he can take care of the mess without breaking a sweat. He spins like a tornado, slicing them down and shouting that he won't miss a chance to level up. System messages pop up confirming he took out the cursed skeletons and leveled up. Pumped from the fight, he laughs about how much stronger he's getting, and it's only going to go up from here. A window shows his kill streak with +10 stats. He tears through the rest of the horde, and another message says he wiped out every skeleton, maxing out +200 in attack and defense. He says his armor effects max at the perfect time. With his boosted stats, he's finally ready to pull off what he had planned. In the Cradle of the Dead, people are moving around while Kogba, an orc in the Black Dragon Corps and a level 140 researcher, is just standing there, totally shocked. He stares at the wrecked village and says the users are all gone, wondering if Rokan was behind this, calling him a monster. Remembering the broadcast, he admits he's kinda glad he wasn't around for it. Then a wounded orc asks him for a potion. After he hands it over, Kogba asks what went down, but the orc just says it was a total disaster. He took out the guards and the users, then cut off the livestream once everyone was done fighting. Kogba frowns and asks why all this chaos happened in the first place. The orc shakes his head, saying nobody really knows. Kogba thinks there's gotta be a reason for all of it though. Out of nowhere, a system alert pops up announcing Roken's broadcast, and the orcs freak out. Kogba checks out what's happening, but then our guy jumps in and goes straight for his new buddy, swinging hard like he's trying to split him in half while Kogba just stands there, totally shocked. The broadcast is still going and the city's on fire. Two orcs pull out their swords. One's convinced Roken has to be nuts, while the other's wondering if he's really back. On a hill, our guy is just standing there with his axe dripping, asking the viewers if they really thought this would be a walk in the park. The chat goes wild, firing off questions like where he's been, if you can even take a village that's already wrecked, and what's left to grab. Out of nowhere, skeleton guards pop up from the ground to defend the village. One skeleton charges at him, but he just tosses it aside like it's nothing and slices another one clean in half. The orcs are freaking out, shouting that Roken pulled the same stunt and took out the guards in one hit. One even calls him a hacker. Our guy looks back and the orc is shaking. He turns to the group whispering about him, saying he warned them before, but they didn't take him seriously. Then he grins and says it's time for some convincing. He puts on the Lion King's sealed helmet, and his axe shows up on stream as he shrugs, while the chat is saying it looks super extra, like cheating. But he's like, none of that matters if they believe him or not, because he's planning to wipe out the whole village. In the Lord's game, they call it taking over when a town gets seized. A town falls when the enemy's wiped out or pushed back. But enemies just keep coming back, and each one brings 50 guards along, so you really need a whole unit to claim a spot. Now in the undead village, two warriors are going at it. The orc growls, wondering how just one guy managed to break in when it usually takes a whole clan. Our hero just laughs, pointing out that the orc is an easy target and there's no reason to share any loot. Then, he hits the orc with a red glowing strike and slices it in half like it's nothing. He's totally caught off guard as more orcs close in around him. Thinking this is just how the game goes, he zaps one with lightning, but they all leap at him. He shrugs them off like they're just a bunch of extras. With a wild grin, he swings his axe, chopping one orc in half, taking out another with a spear, and beheading a third all in one go. His spinning strike sends the rest flying, leaving bodies scattered all over the street. My guy steps out into the open while a freaked out orc yells that everyone's been wiped out, even their toughest fighters. The orc can't believe that one person did all this, thinking it's game over since the guards won't show up in time. He's shocked to see what just went down. Our hero pops up in front of him and casually agrees, saying there's a reward for the right answer. Then with a scream, Roken takes him out too. Later on, there are corpses scattered everywhere, with one even hanging over a well. A system notice pops up saying Black Dragon Camp and Cradle of the Dead are taken, and the enemy can't respawn here for 3 hours. Another message claims that someone captured enemy territory all on their own. Then, there's a notification saying he's earned the title of the first tyrant in the game's history. He smirks, knowing that nobody's ever taken a settlement by themselves before. The title boosts his stats in enemy territory, and could go even higher if more challengers show up. He's gone solo before and seized a city base, but this feels way bigger. The chat goes wild as the footage trends and racks up views. Standing among the ruins, he yells that he's done and can finally take a break before the main quest. But then a new message pops up out of nowhere. Suddenly, a warrior rushes in and stabs him right in the chest. The impact sends him crashing into the rubble. He coughs up blood, cursing the Black Dragon Core. The warrior mumbles that his sword was made for this moment, and the stranger comments that Tyler must be looking down sadly from heaven. Then we cut to Jaros, the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Roken frowns, wondering if this is really about Tyler. As he lies among the ruins, he realizes there are way too many people watching the stream, and he should probably bail after taking a nasty hit. He can't risk it anymore since Jaros is likely tougher than him and stands right up there with Malkin. He remembers getting a serious beatdown from Odin and thinks about tapping out. Our boy calls out to Jaros, asking if he's the strongest around. Jaros looks taken aback and asks if Roken's scared, but our guy coldly tells him to shut it. He just wants a straight answer. Will taking out Jaros make this place his? Jaros bursts out laughing, calling Roken hilarious, then shouts that if Roken kills him, he'll totally be the strongest and can move forward, swearing as the garrison general. Roken takes his stance with a smirk, saying that's all he needs, and warns Jaros to watch himself. The Jaros remind him not to waste his energy on meaningless fights, because being brave doesn't mean being stupid. When he glances at Jaros, it almost feels like he can see Odin's shadow hovering behind him. Jaros asks the guy how he got so reckless. Suddenly a message pops up saying his gear is switching to critical strike mode. Dark mana wraps around him, and a black robe magically appears over him. He looks at Jaros and realizes it's pointless to play it safe. He throws on the Lion King's helmet, thinking this will all wrap up in one hit. As they move a bit, the air starts to pick up and turns into dust storms. The chat is blowing up with messages, with everyone calling it a suicide mission. They can't stop talking about how Jaros is level 200, the general of the city of Ash's garrison. Definitely not someone you'd want to mess with. Some are saying Roken must have lost it, while others think we're about to see a serious wake-up call. The moonlight hits our hero's lion helmet just right as he gets into position, and Jaros is all set too. Things are about to get wild. They charge at each other like lightning. Our hero's face twists into a fierce expression as he goes into berserk mode, his body glowing with an intense red. Roken yells when their weapons clash, sending sparks flying everywhere. Both fighters smirk, jump back, and then dive back in with all their might. The chat is going crazy. Some people just can't buy that this is real, while others are questioning if it's even the same game. There's a lot of worry that the village might go down while everyone's focused on one big question. What level is our guy? Their weapons clash like thunder, and Jaros starts cracking jokes, asking if our guy's blushing. But he just grins back, promising to turn Jaros red. The strikes keep coming faster until their weapons fly out of their hands and they end up brawling. Jaros throws him aside, but our guy spins midair, lands solid, and regains his stance. Red sparks shoot from his palm as Jaros powers up, surrounded by a bright yellow glow on the battlefield. Jaros comes at him hard with a brutal kick, but our guy catches his leg and tosses him away. He feels this red energy surging through him and takes off again. Mana ribbons whip from his hands, cutting through the air. Jaros dodges one hit and lands a huge uppercut, snapping our guy's head back. But he just grins through the pain, headbutting Jaros and spinning away with wild eyes. Red mana fills his axe, and the ground shakes around them. A blood-red light flashes across his vision, and Jaros looks taken aback. Our boy shouts out his strike and unleashes it with all he's got. The battlefield explodes as dust flies up high into the sky. Jaros takes the brunt of it but crashes to the ground, bleeding from his shoulder. Our boy strides forward, still grinning and breathing hard, thinking this fight is brutal, but totally worth it. For the first time, he really feels the weight and fury of that tyrant title coursing through him. Suddenly, a loud roar shakes the air as orc soldiers from the city of Ash charge in, yelling at Jaros about why he left them behind. Our boy tenses up, realizing that he's now face to face with the garrison general, and the whole army has shown up. But Jaros doesn't thank them. Instead, as glowing mana wraps around him, his wounds start to heal. He tells the soldiers to stay back and turns again to our boy. His tone gets serious as he asks if Roken has ever heard of Malkin, the general of the crossroads. With horns sprouting from his head, he claims Malkin is one of the few warriors he actually respects. A message pops up. Jaros now sees him as a rival. Purple mana shoots through his body. Golden light bursts out, making the ground crack as the shockwave wrecks the battlefield. Barefoot and wrapped in bandages, his golden skin shines as he slams a hand on the ground, and the light explodes across the ruins. Finally, Jaros shows himself. Jillian Jaros, general of the city of Ash. Our guy stumbles back, heart racing, while the warlord demands to know his name. A last message flashes, showing his level, 210. Even though our guy looks a bit concerned, a grin sneaks onto his face. The air just seems to change to a purple color as the two get ready to face off. He introduces himself, and the warlord just laughs it off, saying he'll remember the name. But our guy snaps back, saying the warlord will definitely remember him instead. The white strands on his mask flutter in the wind as he locks eyes with Jaros, looking super intense. Jaros takes a strong stance and lifts his weapon. In an instant, he vanishes, moving so quickly that all that's left is a gust of wind. Our guy quickly scans the area and spots Jaros up in the air, along with a floating house that's coming straight for him. He braces himself, muscles tensed, but the huge weight of the house crashes down before he can do anything. The ground caves in, dust flies everywhere, and blood spills from his nose as he fights to hold it up. Before he can bounce back, a purple beam crashes down from above. He braces for it, taking the hit straight on, blood spilling from his mouth as the ground shatters around him. Debris falls like rain, and Jaros jumps through it, closing the gap. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of blue energy shoots out, sending Roken flying back. Glowing bright, our guy roars in anger, even though his vision is all fuzzy. Jaros drops from the sky and slams into the ground next to him, shaking everything up. Bruised and bleeding, he spits out that Jaros is still a lightweight. Then, out of nowhere, Odin's ghostly figure pops up, saying Roken isn't even worth dying. That triggers memories of past losses and rage builds up. His lion helmet ignites in blue flames, teeth gritted, and he lets out the cry of madness, cursing Jaros with a fury that rocks the battlefield. Jaros looks a bit rattled this time. Roken bolts forward with a loud bang, shaking the ground as he charges. Their weapons clash, sending sparks flying everywhere while the earth cracks beneath them. Jaros can't help but grin, calling Roken a real berserker, but our guy just screams louder, swearing he's gonna take Jaros down. They smash into each other again, moving so fast that pieces of stone go flying. Jaros' hit sends Roken reeling. He stares in disbelief as his weapon splinters under Jaros' attack, but Jaros comes at him again. A powerful strike hits him square in the face, and he's left bloodied but still glaring tough. Jaros keeps pummeling him, bragging about how much stronger he is. Our boy lies on the ground, pretty messed up, reaching weakly for the sky. It feels like the ghost of Odin is laughing at him. But then, out of nowhere, a glowing axe shows up in his hand. With a loud roar that shakes everything around him, he swings it right at Jaros' face, activating the bomb skill. The explosion goes off with a massive bang, sending a blue wave of energy all over the battlefield. Jaros tries to shield himself, surprised that Roken would pull such a risky move. But our boy isn't done. He charges forward, his eyes glowing red with rage, vowing to take Jaros out. Jaros falls to the ground laughing, calling him the best, and then he summons a storm of purple fists. Without a second thought, our boy throws his axe, shouting that Jaros is going down here. The axe smashes into Jaros' storm, fists colliding with steel, and the whole place explodes with light. Sparks fly everywhere as the world feels like it's falling apart. When the brightness finally fades, Jaros is still grinning, admiring the strike like it's a masterpiece. Our boy stands with his back turned to him. Then, out of nowhere, Jaros' body splits in two and drops dead on the ground. A message pops up. The broadcast has ended. In a distant place, two viewers sit in shocked silence. Zeus yells in anger that Jaros has lost, while Odin, looking serious and shaken, asks who that berserker is who just pulled off the impossible. The scene switches to Crossroad, where our hero lands at a plane base. He slams back a potion and just barely recovers in time. He wonders how Jaros managed to show up and notices the broadcast on the screen, grinning because that fight just added to his bank account. He replays the video, already daydreaming about the cash rolling in from donations and ads. Feeling a bit stretched out, he's still surprised that the berserk effects are done, but he's not one to take it easy. He jumps right into the next quest. He heads over to the Humanity United Guild. Harvin can't hide his pride, saying he knew our boy was the right choice since he blitzed through everything so quickly. A message pops up saying the quest research of bones is done. Our hero hands the scroll to the old man, who mentions it'll help him study flesh and bones. Harvin looks a bit nervous as he gets ready for the next quest, but our boy just tells him to chill out. A window pops up with the quest Blood and Magic, showing off the rules and rewards. The Kensington Council wants our boy to dive into death and rebirth. He can't help but grin. This is the last quest he can grab in the third city. The quest says he needs blood from 99 different monsters, and he knows that's where the real grind is. He pictures those level 160 beasts and remembers his past life. It's gonna be tough, but he feels ready for it now. There's a map that marks monster camps, each with about 20 species, so he'll need to take down at least 6 to wrap this up. He's got orcs, trolls, goblins, and spirits on his list, but special NPCs like Karus and Jaros don't count. Meanwhile, the old man's just thinking about catching some Z's while our boy zeroes in on the hunt. He's not interested in fighting other players. Not many of them are over level 160 anyway. Our boy considers taking down the settlement, but realizes those guard kills won't help. The old man stays fixated on his nap while our boy hatches a plan. The next day, he finds himself in the Forest of the Blind. He goes all out, taking down monsters left and right until he finally strikes gold. He's hyped, holding up a flask filled with rock mole blood. As the dead moles disappear in a flash of blue light, he realizes the drop rate must have been super low. He lets out a sigh when he sees he's only got one blood sample out of the 99 he needs. A whole day for just one? Ouch. But hey, progress is progress, right? No time to waste, so he takes off running. Next, the scene cuts to him smashing a giant fly's head, fighting non-stop. During the day, he's all about collecting blood, and at night, he's grinding the Black Dragon Corp to hit level 160. He's even sharing hunting tips with players around the city of Ash while snagging extra experience and skill upgrades from side quests in between. After days of grinding like crazy, he finally wraps everything up. He recalls the intense showdown with the Steel Rhinoceros, the last mob he needed to clear. Feeling good about it, he thinks about grabbing some food and realizes there are only 4 Black Dragon player races left. Time to celebrate. Sitting at his desk, he's waiting for his chicken to arrive and looks for a YouTube video to watch. But the one he clicks on gives him a heads up that the entire Black Dragon Guild just hit level 160. He leans back, feeling proud. With more players leveling up, things should get easier, but he knows he's got to catch them all. He realizes everyone around him is going to steer clear of the battle site and him. Spotting a scarecrow on the screen, he smirks in relief. If people are avoiding him, he just needs to make sure they don't notice they're heading straight into his path. The next day, he's standing on a cliff, taking in the view of the Red Moon Forest. A message pops up saying he's now in the Black Dragon Camp's hunting grounds, and he can't help but smile. This quiet spot is just what he needs. He pulls out a merchant summon scroll and activates it. A merchant in a black suit appears, grinning. He tosses a robe at the guy and demands a disguise, plus access to goods for all races. Smoke swirls around as the merchant groans while spinning to pick out some new clothes. A window pops up showing the merchant's settings, along with another one for product registration. His inventory fills up on the tablet while the merchant's side stays empty. He loads it up with magic and rare items until the merchant ends up dressed in a black robe with glowing red eyes. He laughs, thinking even he would fall for this trap. His own eyes start glowing as he grins wickedly. These items are way too tempting for anyone to resist. He stretches, declares that the bait is all set, and says now it's time to put the plan into action. In the city of Ash, a blonde dude is checking out a tablet, chatting about some player who's posted leveling guides. His friend shows up, looking surprised, and thanks that guy since their whole guild just hit level 160. Another buddy chimes in, saying he just dropped a new post about a secret shop nearby. They all start to guess where it might be. The scene shifts to the Red Moon Forest, where a robed merchant is floating in the eerie red light. The group figures they can meet him there. Meanwhile, behind a rock, our guy is lurking with his weapon, grinning like a maniac and telling his prey to hurry up. 2 players are wandering through some creepy land. The little goblin is feeling a bit spooked and suggests they should come back later with their guild. The red orc asks why, but before the goblin can explain, the orc spots something weird and pulls the goblin to hide. They peek out and see our guy giving orders to a dark ghost in a robe. They whisper, wondering if that's really him and why the same monster that took down Jaros is around. The goblin gets chills when he notices their guy isn't standing next to the ghost anymore. They stare at the ghost, unsure of what it is. They think it could be some rare merchant NPC and take it a step closer. The big orc opens a purchase window while the goblin mutters that this is their first time seeing one and warns they should be careful. The orc's eyes light up as he checks out the merchant system, pointing at the rare items and saying it makes sense why our guy is so strong. Hidden nearby, our guy waits with his axe, while the two keep chatting about the high prices and limited stock. The goblin suggests calling their guild to buy everything. Our guy smirks from his hiding spot as the guild rolls in, totally hyped about the ghost and all the cool stuff. One orc with glasses goes on about how they can finally be as strong as Roken. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder. He spins around and freezes, seeing someone he knows standing right behind him. The guild is buzzing around the merchant, chattering about pooling their cash to snag everything. One green orc notices his buddy is way too quiet and snaps for an answer. When he turns around, his face goes pale as he sees their teammates lying dead behind the merchant. From the shadows, our guy steps out with his axe, teasing them and saying the merchant was just bait for a big catch. With a swing of his blade, screams tear through the forest. A little while later, notifications pop up, showing monster blood everywhere. Holding the flasks, our dude grins and brags about taking them out in one hit. He looks up at the sky and laughs, saying that killing players means even more loot. Our guy waves goodbye to the fading merchant, telling him to handle his business and leave the story behind. A notice pops up saying the NPC is free, and all his stuff goes back into his bag. As he watches the red sky, he sees the ghost disappear and figures it's time to check in with the old man. In the city of Crossroads, the United Guild meets in a dark, fancy building. The old man gives our guy props, saying his place in the council just got a boost thanks to him. A notification confirms the blood and magic quest is done. The old man hands over a sealed letter, which he calls a scroll of gratitude from the Kingsington Council. With a smirk, our guy takes it, even though he grumbles that it's just a piece of paper. He keeps it anyway, might come in handy later. As he leaves, the old man reminds him to back the council and help bring back human glory if he ever swings by the capital. Our guy waves and says he'll think about it if he has the time. Feeling pretty good about finishing all the quests in the third city, he's ready to head toward the fourth one. But he knows it won't be a walk in the park. No level limits in the capital, but getting there is a whole other story. He'll need to survive those dangerous waters first. Confident, he reminds himself to gear up. For now, though, he decides to take his time and explore somewhere else. Our boy walks the green path near the tropics and stops at an ancient ruin. A notice marks it as southwest of the intersection. Most players gave up on this place since no special loot was found, but he's sure a secret still lies inside. Two gnomes show up, named Barrier Warrior Goki and Guide Miyuki. One says it's time to get to work, and the other promises to check in once they finish scouting. Thanking them, our guy thinks about how these are the mercs that Nap hired for him. As he steps into the ruins, he figures these places are meant for groups, which is why he brought along some smart helpers. He moves ahead with a sly grin, thinking even though it costs a lot, it's still better than splitting the loot with other players. Inside, he finds himself at a crossroads with two arches in front of him. He calls it out and tells the dwarves to pay attention. Goki takes the right while Miyuki heads left. Both nod confidently. He describes what's coming next. A room with tiled floors, and among the patterns, one slab is tilted differently. They need to stand on it and stay there until he gives the signal, no matter what happens. The dwarves confirm they get it. As our guy waits in the hall between the arches, he mutters to himself that they should have been done by now. When he steps forward, the ground shakes, and he can't help but grin, thinking something's finally going down. Remembering the dwarves, he says they nailed it. Suddenly a notice pops up. He's uncovered the secret of the ruins, but now he's got gatekeepers blocking his way. A stone hand shoots up from the floor, and more giants rise near a wall covered in strange symbols. Laughing, he challenges them to come at him all at once. A notice warns that he has to take down the gatekeepers to get the key. So our guy grips his axe tight and declares he's going to smash them into dust. The gatekeeper charges in, waving its arms and growling like crazy. Our guy doesn't even flinch. He leaps to the side and swings his axe in midair, cleanly chopping off one of the stone brute's arms. It crashes down with a roar as the golem expresses its anger at his escape. After dealing with the grind of farming monster blood, this feels like a walk in the park. That grind was brutal, but it got him leveled up, and now he feels lighter than ever, almost like he's part of the axe. He gives the blade a quick lick and mutters that he's got a good vibe going. A notice pops up confirming that he's reached level 190, officially making him a berserker. He steps up, tongue out and axe swinging. He zigzags through the one-eyed golems, taking them down one after another. They collapse with loud explosions going off behind him. He plants his foot on the ground confidently, leaving the ruins echoing with the sound of breaking stone. Just then, his party finally shows up. The dwarf stomps in, annoyed that he had to summon them. Miyuki casually strolls along the broken wall, reporting that the rooms were empty, but stops in her tracks when she sees the giant golem hand and the big sphere that's fallen beside it. Our guy grabs the prize without a second thought. He smirks at the latecomers and jokes about them showing up so late while waving the spheres in his hands. The gnomes can only watch as he tells them to stop just standing there and help with the door. He slams the red, yellow, green, and blue spheres into the marked wall. A notice pops up saying the key's been verified, and the wall shifts, unlocking the entrance. The cave opens wide, and without a care, our boy heads down the stone stairs, his little friends right behind him. He knows the hidden ruins should be around level 170, but he's confident these two can handle at least level 180. With that, he pushes on. Stone tiles stretch in front of them, with red eyes glowing in the dark. Traps and monsters lurk around every corner. Our boy glances back at his crew and grins. The fun is about to kick off. Time to earn some cash and see what they're made of. The dwarf heroes take their positions with shields up. Miyuki shifts into research mode while Goki gets ready for battle. Her shield lights up with weird patterns as she scans the ruins like a pro. She calmly announces she's found a bunch of traps and will help them sneak through safely. Our boy and Goki follow her at full speed, but he tries to veer off, only for Miyuki to shout for him to keep going straight. With a glowing map in front of her, she calls for a right turn and says they're almost there. Then she suddenly stops, eyes wide. A strange door appears ahead, and she exclaims she's found the way out. When they reach the door, Miyuki starts studying the code. She presses her hand against the wall, and red energy spreads just like she thought. She explains there's a strong barrier set up here by an expert, and it's going to take a while to get rid of it. Our guy asks how long, and she says about 10 minutes. Their buddy grins and tells Miyuki to keep her eyes on the door while they take care of the slime. She gives him a nod and starts her spell. The slime charges at them. He swings his axe, shouting as he rushes in. Goki pulls out his sword and yells out his combo skill. His blade lights up, and ice bursts out, freezing the slimes nearby. They smash into pieces, scattering bits all over the floor. Goki takes a breath as the light dims. Miyuki is totally focused on the barrier and soon announces that she's cracked the code. The heavy door starts to move, and a message pops up saying the labyrinth is cleared and they can head deeper into the ruins. They step inside and find themselves in this huge chamber filled with torches and tall pillars, almost like an arena. From the staircase ahead, a ghostly figure appears, all wrapped in green magic. He laughs, saying they've wandered into his territory. He brags that he's going to show them just how terrifying his wicked power really is. A final message reveals him as the Mad Mage, level 175, twisted by his own dark magic. Our hero and his two buddies are up against the dungeon boss. He figures out that the old man with the skull staff is the Mad Wizard, another twisted monster. The wizard grins and calls him capable, and then green light blasts out of his staff, opening a big crater above filled with lightning. He laughs and screams that this is where our hero is going to fall, then tells his minions to take them out. Behind the bars, sharks are showing their teeth as the gate rises. Our guy realizes that, like Tyler, the wizard can level up and each monster has its own special trick. It dawns on him that this old dude's specialty is mind control. Then, chimeras with shark bodies come charging in, and a system note shows they're level 150 corrupted sharks under the wizard's command. Gripping his axe, our guy tells Goki and Miyuki to get into position as the system warns of a monster wave coming. The sharks roar and rush at them. He manages to hit one, but suddenly his eyes go blank, and his steps slow. Looks like the wizard's mind control has him in its grip. After pulling off a twist attack, he tears through the monsters, leaving their twitching pieces on the ground. He laughs, calling them useless insects, then taunts the wizard, asking if that's really all he's got. The old man fires back, calling him an arrogant brat, but our guy just grins, noticing the wizard is trembling. The mad wizard goes into a rage, but a clear dome pops up around him, blocking any attacks. Our hero realizes that the barrier is keeping them from hitting each other, so he figures he just has to hang in there until it drops. He checks in with Goki and Miyuki. Goki says he's good while he's holding his own with a sword and shield. Miyuki swings her sword with both hands and yells that it feels light. Our guy tells his team that there are still 4 waves to go and encourages them to keep pushing. A corrupted tiger and wolf are sprawled out among the monster pile, and the system confirms they've cleared the 3rd wave. He can't help but smile as Miyuki stands behind him. Looking at his hand, he notices the blood seal kicking in. He grins, knowing every minute he fights makes his blood boil even more. He smirks, casually mentioning there are only 2 waves left and asks if the wizard's feeling jittery. The mad wizard grips his staff in anger, vowing to shut him up. Suddenly, a green light shoots up to the ceiling as 2 archways glow and open. With a roar, he summons his masterpieces, and heavy wrapped feet followed by glowing green ones stomp onto the stone floor. The old dude laughs and declares they're about to experience some real despair. Out of the archways come a blonde corrupted half-elf and a massive corrupted orc, both level 172, screaming and roaring. Our guy laughs, realizing they're facing 2 waves at once, and he mocks the furious wizard. He tells his team to take care of the half-elf while he deals with the orc. The old man points his staff and curses at them as the system announces the 4th and 5th waves. Goki and Miyuki jump into action against the purple-skinned half-elf, while our guy blocks the orc's massive swings. He dodges the orc's attack and calls him pathetic, then lands a roundhouse kick that takes the beast down. The system alerts them that the corrupted orc is defeated. He checks in with the kids, asking how they're holding up. The half-elf lashes out with her hair, but Goki and Miyuki counter with a combo. His sword freezes while hers burns, and together they unleash their epic freeze and burn technique. The half-elf gets caught in a tough spot, stuck between fire and ice, and just screams before disappearing. A system alert pops up, saying she's been defeated, followed by another one that announces all the monster waves are cleared. The old man suddenly freezes as his barrier shatters, pieces flying everywhere. Then a message says the evil shield is gone. Our guy charges through the debris with his weapon ready, shouting that he's been waiting for this moment. With a fierce grin, he raises his axe and calls the old man crazy, wishing him dead. The mad wizard, eyes wide, lifts his staff and unleashes the light of annihilation. Sweat beads on our guy's forehead as he curses, realizing he totally forgot about this instant death skill. A blinding flash goes off, shaking the hall and sending stone fragments flying while the wizard keeps attacking. The mad wizard opens his mouth, looking totally lost after what just happened. Goki somehow manages to block the powerful attack with his shield, using his Great Mount Barrier skill. Behind him, Roken asks how he pulled that off, but Goki is running on fumes since he's nearly out of stamina and mana, barely hanging in there. Flames swirl as Miyuki suddenly appears above the old man, drops down and slashes at his back. The mad wizard drops his staff and the attack Goki was struggling to hold back just fizzles out. Goki lets out a huge gasp, totally out of breath. The old man throws up a hand, yells at the kids, and casually tosses Miyuki aside. He grabs his staff, shouts some curse, and goes all in with Hammer of Destruction. A blue glow pops up above Miyuki's head, and ice covers her as the attack hits, which honestly shocks the old man that she survives it. Then a system alert pops up that Goki and Miyuki are back at the Mercenary Guild and can't be summoned anymore. Roken just taps accept in the window and tells them, "Nice job." Roken tightens his grip on his axe and says that it's time to finish this. As Goki and Miyuki start to fade out, they give Roken a quick thumbs up and wish him good luck. Light swirls around them and suddenly it's just Roken and the mad wizard left. The old man laughs, trying to sound tough, and jokes about turning Roken into a cake. Roken just shrugs off the next attack, barely reacting. The wizard looks totally baffled, like he can't figure out what's going on. Roken's standing there, solid as a brick wall, and the old man's starting to realize he's in over his head. Roken is seen grinning and calling the wizard bald, before mentioning that he needs something from him, and asks if he is up for a little pain, or if they are going to do it the easy way. He leans in casually to ask if the wizard minds. The old man is heard laughing and claiming that Roken is the one who is going to suffer. The wizard then leaps onto a pile of rubble, conjures a strange black orb, and sends his sphere of despair flying toward Roken, taunting him by asking how he likes that as it hurtles over. Suddenly the system pops up that Roken's unequipped his axe. A little explosion goes off by the old man, who laughs, thinking he's got this in the bag. But then he starts sweating bullets as Roken just shows up right behind him, fist cocked. The old man tries to ask how Roken got there, but Roken's punch lands square in his face, sending him flying. He gets up again fast, but he's rattled. Roken is seen squaring up and throwing another punch, making a joke about the backup that Goki and Miyuki provide. His fist slams into the wizard's gut, sending shockwaves through the floor. He tells the wizard to stop faking it, and asks how it feels. Roken grabs the old man by his cloak, lifts him up and smashes his head into the ground. He doesn't let up as a whole flurry of blows follow, rocking the wizard's face from side to side. The guy's stunned, totally not believing he's getting wrecked one-on-one. Roken's eyes light up as he keeps pounding away, even while the wizard shouts curses at him. Suddenly, light explodes from the wizard's body and he yells that he'll take Roken with him. Roken just grins, knowing he's got this. A weird green explosion goes off, filling everything with smoke. Roken stands his ground, a little banged up but looking satisfied. The system pops up, saying the berserk effect is over, and another alert says his immortality buff will wear off soon. Roken strolls across the broken stones, thinking the wizard blew himself up, but there should be some loot left. His eyes go wide when he spots it. He picks up a weird green orb and laughs as the system confirms it's the Orb of Corrupted Power. Roken says this is a super rare drop and he only gets it if the wizard self-destructs. If he just knocks him out, it's gone. As a beam of light shoots up, Roken says it's time to tie up loose ends and uses the Book of Runes to warp to the crossroads. The sun's blazing over the garrison and General Malkin nearly drops his jaw when the orb appears. The general, still sweating, wants to know where Roken gets the item. Roken is seen shrugging and mentioning that he picks it up from some nasty monster, thinking it probably has something to do with the corruption. Malkin rushes off, promising that there will be a big reward once the results are in. Roken smiles, waves casually, and appears to daydream about his possible reward. While waiting, he checks the internet, but suddenly his eyes widen and he starts sweating, staring at the system window in shock. The news headline blares something about a fourth city popping up past the sea. Turns out, the Zathion Guild made it to the capital yesterday at around 3. Roken smacks his hands against the screen, totally ticked off that someone else beat him to it. He is seen staring at the system window, sighing and thinking that those players definitely know about the Pioneer title. He checks the article again, realizing that nobody between level 106 and 170 would take such a risk otherwise. As he leans on the railing, he calculates the odds in his head, figuring the chance of success is maybe 2%, which is not good, but not impossible. He assumes that if people are this open about it, other groups are probably already sailing as well. He grabs his head, starting to panic. If someone else gets there first, he'll lose the title for sure. He pictures ships already cutting through the waves that there's no way to stop them now. Even if he leaves right this second, he probably won't make it in time. He groans, realizing there's only one route that might let him pull ahead, but it's a total nightmare so hard that even in his last life, he had to crawl through it after reaching the capital. Both choices are awful. He lets out a frustrated yell just as someone walks up. It's the general. He wasn't expecting to see the guy again. The general grins, holding up the orb, and says, since it's still in one piece, there's a reward. A system message flashes. He just scored a major achievement for finding the cause of the desecration first. He grins as another alert says his corruptor title just leveled up to Fell Hunter as first one ever. The system explains that Fell is some kind of mysterious energy. He's all smiles until he spots a weird unknown effect that there's gotta be some hidden perk in there too. He crosses his arms, waiting for more goodies. Suddenly, a red mark glows on his skin, and a new system message pops up about first soul-piercing power, an epic skill in the works. He clenches his fist, thinking that although this may not seem impressive at the moment, it will eventually pay off. The general nods in agreement, mentions that their research will progress much faster, and hands over a final reward that is a fancy gold-bound book. He pauses as the system identifies it as the Book of Two Hearts, appearing amazed since he has never encountered anything like it, even in his previous life. The general smirks, remarking that it is an ideal item for someone planning to head to the capital. Roken appears shocked and wants to know how the general figures that out. The general laughs, suggesting that only someone with Roken's strength would be aiming there. He adds that the Cradle of the Dead is no joke, and the book is a sign of respect. They shake hands, both grinning. The general says it was a blast, and Roken tells him the honor's all his. Clouds hang overhead at the crossroads, where his own little training ground sits. He stretches, book floating lazily in his hand, super curious about what it can actually do. Lifting it high, he triggers the two-heart skill. Suddenly, orange light pours out as a heart-shaped arrow forms and it shoots straight into his chest. He freezes, lets out a yell, arms flailing. The arrow digs deep, hurting like crazy. He clutches his chest, totally floored by the feeling. To his shock, he feels a second heart beating in there. He pulls up the system window and stares at the new stats. Not only does it work, it even amps up his blood flow and gives him more power for a while. He grins, knowing this will be huge for raiding the capital. Bright blue skies hang over the coastal town of Marine. He checks his gear. Yep, everything's packed. There are two ways to the capital, the normal ship route, or a brutal shortcut that's twice as fast but way more dangerous. Nobody under level 200 has ever survived it, but he's going for it anyway. Normally you'd need to hunt down clues, but he already knows the entrance. So he just grins, pushes open a massive stone wall and jumps right in. He lands in pitch black darkness and starts walking toward a faint light, thinking that it's time to conquer another place nobody's touched. Light washes over his face as he steps into a giant ocean dome, with sea creatures gliding overhead and all kinds of weird plants below. Welcome to the submarine tunnel. Suddenly a voice calls out asking who he is. He turns around with a bit of an annoyed look. Standing there is a tall guy with arms crossed, scowling and demanding to know what he's doing here. Roken puts his fist to his chest, bows and introduces himself. He asks if he can use the submarine tunnel and hopes they don't mind. The guy in front of him looks surprised and says they haven't had a visitor in forever. He tells Roken to tag along while he thinks it over. Tunnel manager Aide heads over to the houses. Roken lets out a breath and mumbles that things are going pretty well so far. Under the dome, there are a bunch of houses and suddenly a system alert pops up as he's found the submarine settlement, a long-lost territory. He scores the rare Pathfinder title, which basically means neutral NPCs will like him more when he's out exploring. He grins, happy to have passed the first test, but tells himself not to relax as there's still more to go. Fish swim overhead as the locals all start gathering. Roken glances back to see people staring, clearly shocked to have a visitor after all this time. He jokes to himself that he feels like a celebrity. As they walk, Aide asks why Roken's heading for the central continent. Roken figures this is probably a test and says he's in a study group researching world anomalies, since he's just here to report his findings and keep researching. Aide repeats what he said, so Roken shows him the explorer's ring to prove he's legit. He remembers how the submarine people used to run this tunnel but got forgotten as navigation and magic got better. He imagines humanity moving ahead and leaving the submarine race behind. Roken stops, gives a deep bow, and apologizes on behalf of the research group for leaving them hanging so long. Surrounded by the locals, he spreads his arms and says they never forgot their sacrifice. Some settlers tear up at that. Roken gives himself a little mental pat on the back for the speech, but says out loud that words aren't enough. He digs into his inventory, figuring now's the time for some real compensation. Ide looks totally shocked as Roken pulls out bags of supplies and tells everyone it's all for them. One resident cries while holding a golden needle that could save someone close. Another hugs a detox potion and wishes it had come sooner. Ide tells everyone to take their time and suggests they put up a booth to store everything. Ide calls Roken by name. Roken's sweating a little as Ide says they get what he's trying to do and will accept the gifts. But there's still a test he has to take. Roken forces a smile and says, yeah, he remembers. As fish swim overhead, Ide tells him to step up onto the platform. Roken kneels in front of the crowd. Ide starts reading out the results. First up is proof of worth. Roken passes because of his study group badge. Roken thanks him, not surprised at all. Next is proof of honor, and he passes that too. Aid explains that if you've sacrificed for others, you don't have to prove your honor again. Roken, who is still sweating, thinks back on all the tough times and feels pretty good about himself. Aid goes on to the third test, that is proof of respect. That just means you honor the people who built the tunnel and help take care of it. Pass that too, as the supplies are a huge help. Still kneeling, Roken says nobody needs to thank him, but he's starting to get the feeling something tougher is coming. He watches Aid closely, waiting for the final test. Aid rips up the paper and says he'll personally handle the last part, that is proof of defense. Roken's gotta dive in and beat a merman. He's up for it. He knows mermen are way faster and better at fighting than mermaids. Standing by the coral, he thinks about dragging it onto land, but figures that'll just reset the test. He grabs his weapon and gets ready for a fight. A system message tells him he can breathe underwater thanks to the Murloc skill item. Roken pounds his chest and admits this fight would be brutal without it. He whips out a magical shell that is the merman summoning horn, once used by mermaids and later swiped by the submarine folks. A merman's eyes glow when it comes charging. Roken grins and calls out a welcome. Their weapons clash, trident against axes. Roken can't help but taunt, calling it an ugly fish head. The level 195 merman grabs its weapon and yells that it's going to destroy Roken for summoning it. They break apart and the merman starts circling. Roken watches how fast this thing is. As it darts in again, Roken grits his teeth and uses Scream of Madness. The merman freezes, growling in pain, and Roken swings his axe, hoping to end it. The merman's eyes flash and Roken's axe misses. He hears the creature laughing and mocking him, saying he doesn't get what he's up against. The merman disappears and pops up again, talking about the cold depths. Suddenly the trident strikes and pierces Roken's torso. Blood spills from his mouth, dissolving into the sea. Triton towers over him, mocking his arrogance and calling him pathetic. He grips his weapon to end all this. Roken, chest torn with 3 holes, replies that striking his heart is not enough. The villain lunges with his trident and calls him a walking corpse. System windows flash, showing a steady heartbeat. The hero rises and knocks the trident away. Shocked, the sea freak wonders how the dude is still alive. Our hero grabs his neck and shoots through the water with his berserk skills active. He smashes through walls and pins Triton while grinning and saying he has finally caught his prey. Triton gasps that it is impossible, but Roken's scars glow as a second heart beats. He tells Triton he should have checked how many hearts his opponent had. A window shows Roken has 2 hearts, and losing one will not kill him. He draws a throwing axe and mocks the fish head as pathetic. Terror replaces defiance as the sea fiend feels his power closing in. He begs for mercy. A violent splash erupts. Our dude steps forward calmly and drinks a potion. Losing 1 heart does not bother him, as he can restore it on the central continent through temple donations that heal even ruined organs. He considers the cost when clapping echoes behind him. It is the manager smiling. Our hero has proven himself fit to guard the tunnel and may now enter any time with a pass fee. Just as things seem better, the manager points out he hasn't checked the tunnel in a while and suggests clearing it. A new quest appears to clear the tunnel for access to a high-speed train, which sounds appealing to him. Roken agrees and the manager wishes him luck. At the tunnel entrance, enormous underwater creatures wait. Roken jokes that it looks like a fish market, noticing how these monsters are weaker here than in the deep. Before the thought can finish, our boy launches forward and shouts that they are just bundles of experience points. Activating the reef skill, he slices through a monkfish, roaring for the next challenger. He calls the sashimi ama case open and cuts down starfish and crabs until the area is filled with sea creatures. Resting his axe, he announces the assorted sashimi is ready. Then the 3 system windows confirm the tunnel is clear, the train is now accessible, and his level has increased. Roken grins because now taking the first express to the capital. The view shifts to the underwater tunnel where rails twist like a roller coaster. Wind blasts his face as the trolley speeds forward. The ride is as chaotic as he guessed, and gnome engineering never fails. He shoots out of the tunnel like a cannonball, leaving the trolley behind, and crashes into the ground with his head buried in dirt. Pulling himself free, he chuckles that it feels like crawling out of a grave. Then something catches his eye. Before him stands a breathtaking city surrounded by shimmering waters. He mutters that he has finally reached the capital. A system window appears saying he has achieved something extraordinary. The title Discoverer flashes, showing he is the first player to uncover the central continent. Its effects give boosted first titles bonus experience and drop rates for dungeon openings, plus 30 points to all stats and a 1-level boost to NPC reputation across the continent. Our dude marvels at the power and focuses on the reputation boost. Combined with other effects, it can make NPCs extremely friendly from the start. More notifications appear and he earns Divide the Sea for crossing the ocean, giving 50% underwater mobility and 30% attack and defense against aquatic monsters. Another title, Pioneer, marks yet another first. Then comes the unique title, which is Nothing Impossible, and the description praising him as a remarkable hero for defeating a monster no one else could. While many players will envy him, no resentment will follow, and he will be the sole holder of this title. The last window shows storm traces uncovered. That reminds him of the storm investigation quest, which is tied to a high-level training ground. He had dismissed it before, but now he sees it as the first checkpoint. The thought makes him grin, so he calls it possible and turns toward the capital. His efforts feel like they're paying off, but since there's no rush, he takes his time. His gaze lingers on the grand city ahead. Right now, his focus is on the central continent's main quest. The first 2 cities are for training, the third is a beginner zone, but by the fourth, the system truly begins. As these thoughts unfold, the scene shifts to the stunning capital awaiting his arrival. To change his class, he needs 300 imperial insignias, and he can't help but wonder what that even means. Suddenly, a fierce ogre shows up and the level indicator blinks level 199. Facing the massive beast, he tightens his grip on his weapon. There are 300 of these monsters between him and his goal. With excitement in his eyes, he decides it is time to act. He takes a battle stance as a system window pops up showing all his titles but only displaying level 190. On the central continent, none of that matters unless he levels up past 200. The hero burst forward declaring it is time to make a move. As he leaps into the air, a message appears saying the 4th wall quest has begun. The ogre raises an uprooted tree to block, so the hero's axe smashes through and splits the club, and its eyes widen in shock at how easily its defense falls apart. He hangs midair with a confident smirk, which drives him to swing again. With a cold tone, he declares the end and slams his axe down, splitting the ogre in 2. Steam hisses from the wound, and a system window appears revealing that the club was a magical weapon. Because of that, a golden token drops to the ground. He picks it up, and the system confirms it is an imperial token, exactly what he needs. The count reminds him there are still 299 to go. His excitement does not last long as more ogres charge out from the trees. He waves them on and the chase begins. One ogre swings its club down hard, smashing the ground. He jumps out of the way and slides through the dust, knowing it is all muscle and no brain. The opening gives him a chance to strike, so he launches a shockwave that slices the beast in half. Fire erupts as he lands, but there is no time to rest because another ogre swings from behind. Smooth and sharp, he dodges, then spins and delivers a precise strike. The dust settles, and he retrieves another token. He raises his voice and announces the final count of 300 tokens. The system gives a thumbs up for the win. Another pop-up shows he has hit level 200. He smirks, teasing the so-called kings of the forest because he thinks trolls are tougher. He considers farming more for experience to push his level higher, but then he hears a strange noise. He checks it out, but something feels off. He ducks behind a tree and peeks. From somewhere, a huge 2-headed ogre walks into the clearing, giving off serious bad vibes. Suddenly, a lone deer steps out looking terrified. The ogre charges, dwarfing the deer, and swings its massive club at the helpless creature. The hero studies the beast and waits because he knows its true strength will only show in battle. The way it moves tells him this is not a simple brute, but a berserker like him, only stronger. That thought makes him certain that 2 berserkers clashing now would spiral into chaos. Fighting here would be a waste, so he decides to step back and return after his 4th class shift. A book pops open in his hand, and without hesitation, he moves out. At the Berserker Guild, he steps in and drops 300 tokens on the table, which makes the clerk freeze in shock. He grabs his hand and calls him flawless, so Roken pulls away thinking they should just hand over the reward. The employee grabs his hand again and slips something into his palm. He opens it to find a red stone, and the system instantly declares him the first expert of his class. The message hits hard because only a level 200 can claim that title, so he grins knowing he has crossed that line. Red energy surges from his body, forming a powerful aura. He reflects on how experts gain advantages from mixing crafting skills for versatility. A vision flashes before him showing 4 figures each wielding a different weapon, and the idea sticks. If stacked skills can push power that far, then even heavy mana cost would be worth it. With a new crafting slot unlocked, he could twist 4 combined skills into 4 unique ones, and that potential makes his aura blaze hotter. The clerk checks his status and starts listing skill books, but stops when it's clear Roken already knows them. That level of mastery draws respect, so the clerk shifts and lays out 12 enhancement skills for 60 gold, while adding the advanced ones to the list. Roken drops 130 gold without hesitation. The system cuts 30 gold and flashes his current skills, which is enough to satisfy him. With nothing more to gain, he turns to leave while the clerk waves him off. Walking down the path with a skill book in hand, he studies new abilities. The system lists skills like mana gain from rapid strikes, mana cost reduction, and armor penetration that lowers enemy defense but damages their weapon. He notes the limit of 4 active skills, yet that is enough to build varied combos. The system prompts for a group, so he feeds 3 nodes into the book. The moment it fuses, the system confirms the combo, and the book vanishes. Charging into battle against 3 massive ogres, his sword flares with red mana. He cuts them down and the system names his first combo skill. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he declares Berserk Murder. Roken crouches behind a big tree trying to stay out of sight as huge ogres lumber around menacingly. One of them starts to head right in his direction, just as the system finishes up registering his custom skills. Its footsteps grow louder. He springs into the air as the massive club smashes into the earth. He twists midair with weapons raised and opens with indomitable advance followed by fatal blow. His axe swells to monstrous size and cuts clean through the ogre. Its head spins away in a spray of blood. and our hero lands in perfect balance as the ground splits open behind him from the force of the strike. He opens the system window and names the new skill counterattack just like that. A cool confirmation pops up on the screen accompanied by a shower of digital confetti. He checks out the details and feels a slight rush of satisfaction. Meanwhile, a new message pops up. It is a letter to the future High Master from someone at the Berserker Guild who says they have been waiting ages for someone like Roken to show up and unlock a custom skill slot as a gift. Our boy tosses the letter aside while grumbling about the over-the-top flattery, but hangs onto the skill slot. Suddenly, another ogre charges in, leaping above the trees. From its stance, it looks ready to end the fight before the one it expects arrives, but the system confirms Roken's final skill is registered. Then the ground shakes with a heavy rumble, birds explode from the canopy, and a two-headed ogre steps out of the mist with axes big enough to crush stone. Our protagonist relaxes his stance and signals for the beast to come closer. The roar slams into him like a shockwave, forcing him to brace as his cloak whips behind. The monster rushes swinging both axes, so Roken leaps and watches carefully to dodge. Its dual-wielding leaves no chance to flank. One of the axes comes slicing toward his neck. For a split second, everything goes red as if he is about to be torn apart, but then counterattack kicks in. In the blink of an eye, he is behind the beast, leaving a trail of red energy in his wake. One of the heads drops off, and its eyes freeze in shock, while the other keeps roaring until the reality of the situation hits. The survivor roars into a frenzy and hammers the ground with relentless blows. Our hero steps forward and realizes this is not a simple brute, but a berserker like him. The next attack hits hard. He blocks it with his axe, feeling the ground sink under his boots. Then a second axe swings at him, but a golden seal flares up behind him. He activates disarmament and light rips through the weapon until it shatters. The system confirms it erases enemy arms instantly, and our guy knows that without a weapon, the fight is already lost. Still, the beast clutches its last axe and swings with desperation. The strike buries into the earth, but Roken is already gone, soaring high above. He uses evasion, a new skill that blends his best moves, so he drops down on the ogre's head without taking a scratch. Red sparks flare around the monster, but his eyes fix on its arm. His face darkens, and from between his fingers, a glint catches the light. Black lightning dances around him as his racial skill kicks in. The icon lights up with a crimson glow shaped like a demon. He strikes with force, even while in midair. The ogre crashes to the ground, shaking the battlefield and kicking up dust everywhere. The skill description rolls into view. When the Berserk mode is activated, vital points get a defense boost, turning the area chaotic. Our guy lands beside it, thinking maybe he went too far, but the beast still groans and reaches for a weapon. He believes only those who fight hard deserve respect, so he stomps down and swells his axe to massive size. With a quick swing, the axe slices through the ogre, reducing it to bits. The system confirms the kill. Smoke hangs in the air as Roken brushes his hair back, already thinking about heading back to the capital. He pulls out the Book of Runes from his inventory and activates teleportation. The stone streets of the capital spread out in front of him, with tall buildings all around. A grand chapel casts a shadow over the square. The system marks his location, and his drained mana reminds him how much creation skills consume. He checks his inventory and draws the double-headed ogre battle axe, a rare weapon worthy of its fallen master, and gives a nod. Then he notices the stir. People crowd the square in excitement, whispering about someone's arrival. And then our boy sees her. A blonde woman stands with her hands in prayer, surrounded by people in awe. They are treating her like a holy figure who has come to bless them. Roken narrows his eyes, his faint smile giving off no warmth. She is really here. 2 hearts show up on his system display. One of them is silent and lifeless. In the big hall, everyone circles a man kneeling before the saint. He begs her to heal a sick man with her holy light. She speaks softly, telling him to trust her prayers and never stop looking after the ones he loves. A glowing symbol sparks to life behind her, filling the chamber with radiant light. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the man's wounds knit together. The miracle draws others forward. Some push desperately for her blessing, while one shouts he will be next. Through the press, our boy makes his way to her. He asks if she is from Tamira on the central continent, and mentions he and his crew are exploring there. The saint straightens up and asks what he wants. Roken pulls out a small pouch. Her face tightens until he says it is only a donation for the temple. He has 2 glowing, pulsing hearts on his chest, one of them bright red. He asks if she can fix his heart up and maybe let him skip the line too. Outside the tall white temple, our guy takes a deep breath with a slight smile. His recent promotion works out better than he expects, and he never thinks he will get a personal healing from the saint right in front of everyone. Snapping his fingers, he hears Ning's voice in his head pushing him to act fast before other guild members reach the capital. First up on his list is to sign up as a citizen of Tamer. Looking at the business card in his hand, he smirks because being the first visitor to the central continent makes it a piece of cake. Standing across from the government building, he is already thinking about his next move, which is snagging a property close to where he will be living. He is not sure yet what he will sell, but the glint in his eyes shows he has big plans. He imagines stacks of gold and is determined to score the best spot in town, knowing a prime location can rake in serious cash. Later, he finds himself in a busy forge, contemplating how to cash in on the spoils from his ogre fight. Behind the counter, a big bald guy flips through some papers and asks Roken if he is interested in custom equipment. Roken's mind buzzes with ideas. After signing the paperwork, Smith asks for materials. Our dude gives a nod and slams the massive battle axe of the two-headed ogre onto the table. The blacksmith's jaw drops in surprise. Our guy orders a full armor set without the helmet. The cost is high, but he makes it clear that money is not a problem. The smith starts testing the blade with a hammer. In the background, another worker carries a hefty bag. Our boy realizes this forge is one of the few that does custom gear. The system screen makes him hesitate between his current boosts and the strength of a new set. With dwarves crafting it, the decision is easy and it is going to be top-notch. The blacksmith grabs a pen, asking what effects the berserker wants. Without hesitation, Roken says the critical hit probability. They agree on a 6-piece set, and the smith tells him that it will be ready in 2 days. Outside, Roken scowls at the forge, thinking money can open any door at the crossroads, though people like our boy cause new restrictions. The dude ignores him and heads to his next task, preparing for what is coming. At the Tower of Evidence, guards block his way, asking for his identity. Bowing slightly, our hero introduces himself as a true berserker and declares his intent to challenge the tower. A guard checks a scroll and confirms his skill. Entry cost 5 gold, with no extra fees unless he dies. My boy pays and the guards wish him luck. The tower rises into the clouds, its peak hidden from sight. Stones encircle the base, carved with the victories of challengers. Here, strength is proven. The first trial begins, and in the dim hall, the berserker faces a towering troll, its shadow barely hiding dozens of glowing eyes behind it. The higher the climb, the stronger the foes, and only by defeating all enemies on a floor can one advance. These monsters drop no loot, and the reward is in the rankings, with the top 100 earning monthly prizes. In the next chamber, the dude stands before a bizarre foe, a swirling mass of black energy called Corrupted Squirrel. Dozens of trembling squirrels huddle inside, and our boy swings his axe in a wide arc. The creatures scatter like leaves. He wipes an imaginary tear with mock sorrow as the system flashes the first floor cleared. But instead of moving on, he taps the screen and selects Repeat Test. The ground shakes as the squirrels respawn. Standing with his back to them, axe in hand, he reflects that in the past, he would have advanced immediately. Not today. With a wicked grin, he thinks that if he repeats this 999 more times, he can get it. A thin light shimmers in his vision. He raises his axe and swings again. A burst of wind scatters stones into an unlucky squirrel. The counter reads 999 out of 1,000. Catching his breath, he bends over with hands on his knees. A system notification declares an achievement that slays 1,000 enemies with one blow, every time. The ground is littered with blood-soaked remains. A new title appears, which is One Strike Guy. Standing in the crater, he reads its effect. His grin turns sharp because this ability lets him kill with a single hit, perfect for cutting down ordinary foes without effort. His reputation is already high. The first floor is cleared, and he holds the top ranking, though it will reset in a month. A ladder appears, proof of his dominance. He doubts any level 200 players will surpass him soon. While climbing, he thinks to himself that his job is done and the rest of the tower will fall quickly. A vein pulses on his cheek, red eyes locked on the path ahead. Onward to the next floor. In front of him stretches a dark cave. His latest opponent lies face down in defeat. The 54th floor is cleared, and once again the berserker scores the highest points. He taps the screen and a blue aura surrounds him. A timer appears, showing 29 days until the Tower of Evidence resets. With his back turned, he decides to take a breather and check the rewards. Dozens of blue windows float before him. He raises his finger, annoyed that nothing catches his interest. The system gives him hidden titles, which are enough for now. The grand prize won't arrive until the month ends, so the dude shrugs and looks for entertainment. The scene shifts to the Tamer Central Arena. As Ning pushes open the door, soldiers turn to look. A tall, scarred man asks if he is a newcomer. Another scoff, and a man with short black hair blocks him and asks if the rookie has come to register. Rokan says yes, then admits he's just a soldier when asked his rank. They hand him a golden token and tell him to step in when called. They ask if he plans to fight now. Holding the token, Rokan smiles and agrees. The crowd roars. The arena has one rule, which is that 2 fighters enter and only one walks out alive. Rokan sits cross-legged, completely relaxed. The Berserker's reset effect works every round, making it perfect for a rampage. A faint vibration comes from his pocket. He pulls out the golden token. It is finally his turn. Arena battles are only against NPCs, so the waiting time is short. He rises to his feet, ready. The maximum level for these matches is capped at 190, making them perfect for a warm-up. His eyes gleam with a sharp yellow glow as a blue aura covers him. Across from him stands a gray-haired samurai. This is Mashimo, the arena's elite swordsman. His calm gaze never wavers. This opponent represents the highest difficulty for someone of a soldier's rank. Mashimo points at him and asks if this is his first match. grinning as he says Rokan will be his 11th victory. Before he can take another breath, part of his face disappears in a mist of blood. Our hero's axe has already struck and the match ends instantly. The audience stands in shock and a notification appears awarding 10 points. From the sidelines, people gossip about them. Our boy is not impressed because 10 points in a round feel trivial. Only chaining victories stacks meaningful bonuses. Then he lunges forward with his axe raised and calls for the next opponent. Another head rolls across the arena floor. The battleground becomes a graveyard of fallen swordsmen. 2 system windows appear. His consecutive wins are acknowledged and enemy levels now scale higher. Just as he expects, stronger foes are needed to push his limits. A new challenger enters, a towering bald man gripping the handle of a massive hammer. This is Stonefist. Our dude grips his axe tightly and leaps at him without hesitation. The crowd roars louder, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Night falls as the battles continue. Behind our hero, the lifeless body of a half-elf hangs in the air. Another enemy lies split cleanly in 2. Now, squatting atop a mound of corpses, Rokan stares at the glowing screen. 300 victories in a row, achieved in just 2 days. He clicks his tongue. After all that, he earns only 1 useful title. With 50 more consecutive wins, he decides that is enough for now. He taps the screen and opens the arena shop. Without hesitation, he selects 20 pieces of Warrior's Honor to boost reputation points. As he confirms the purchase, he thinks that if only he had not wasted so many points slaughtering squirrels earlier, he would have more arena currency left. Still, securing first place in this season's ranking will not be a problem. Soon after, he walks down the streets of Hightower City. Tamira is large for a starting zone, but he knows he will not stay long. After clearing a few tasks, he will move on. Mid-step, he stops and turns his gaze to a building on his right. This is his next destination, the Palace of Knights. The gates are wide open. Stepping inside, he is greeted by a knight holding a folder. Rokan approaches and states that he wishes to apply for the rank of knight. The knight flips through the documents and confirms that Rokan meets the requirements. Placing a form on the table, the knight instructs him to sign the oath. Our champ takes the pen, and instead of signing his name, he sketches his own face on the paper. He stands tall with arms crossed over his chest, now officially a free knight. The knight asks if he has chosen a master to pledge his service to, but our guy smirks. The knight offers to introduce him to someone reputable if he has not yet found one. Rokan has no intention of serving anyone. He does not fit the rigid mold of a traditional knight. The title of King's Knight is reserved for those who wear official armor and pledge themselves to a lord. To truly be recognized as a knight, one must dedicate their sword to a master and formally sign a knight's oath. Our boy realizes why the system has not given him a new title yet. He shakes the knight's hand, saying he already has someone in mind. As he steps outside, he thinks about the benefits of serving under a master. It provides security and recognition, but it also comes with heavy restrictions. For those under intermediate masters, the chains are even tighter. Our bro has no intention of giving up his freedom. The count eyes the knight with greedy disdain. Obstacles like him always block the path upward. My boy crouches and scans the area. He will not stay a free knight forever. Then he sighs, hands on his hips, and grins. An oriental palace rises ahead, so the new knight figures the side quest can wait and jumps straight into the race mission. Inside, an old guy is reading a letter. Without even looking up, he asks if Harvin sent Rokan. The rookie nods and says Harvin told him to ask for help. The elder claims he already has plenty of capable knights. Rokan's pouch suddenly glows blue when he puts it on the table, explaining it's Harvin's thank you gift. The elder scoffs, saying he can't be bought. But when the pouch opens to reveal gems, his tune changes and suddenly asks for a favor. The system chimes in, saying favorability with Representative Carvon jumps up. Carvon crosses his arms and asks if the rookie knows the legend of the pyramids. The Axeman says he's spent enough time inside them. Flashbacks hit him where glowing-eyed creatures wander through dark hallways and things that just won't die. Carvon tasks him with digging into the secrets, and a quest pop-up promises rewards. At the pyramid entrance, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes waits. Inside, a player fights level 240 mummies for the Bloody Stone. At level 200 and above, monsters hit harder with extra effects. Meanwhile, in Taimura, a massive arena dominates the city. A man in glass hands is giving a knight rank token. Arena wins earn points for rare loot, and nobles watch to boost their status. The person asks if he will fight now, but our boy declines, knowing the wrong noble's attention could cause trouble. His focus stays on the main quest. Before long, he finds himself in front of this grand palace with blue walls. A couple of half-elf guards are blocking his path. He introduces himself as part of the Crossroads garrison. The guards check him out, noticing his build reminds them of Malin's strength and confirm his identity. Later, in a dimly lit shop, a short guy in a gas mask listens as Rokan asks about corrupted monsters. The guy asks for a map type on his machine and hands it back with some marked spots. If Rokan takes down 3 defiled monsters, there's a special reward waiting for him. The quest Into the Depths kicks off. Our guy grins, realizing he's just landed a high-level mission, probably a bonus for digging up the soul desecration truth. The masked dude waves him off, wishing him good luck. Outside, a woman with a bun catches his eye. He reaches out to her and a new task screen pops up. Opting for something easier to start, he strolls over to a guy sorting potion flasks and a half-elf who's got supplies. After stretching and yawning, a rookie heads to Taimura's Pride, which is the teleport magic circle. Water spirals from its center, and though costly, he can afford it. A bespectacled mage asks his destination, and he replies, Remington. The mage looks uneasy but begins the ritual. As blue light fills the air, he arrives outside Remington, frowns at the distance left, then rents a horse and rides hard. The scenery shifts to rugged mountains full of copper but also swarming with monsters. Soon he realizes that this is his final destination, which is the Rinai region. Eventually he reaches a big castle. A nervous guard asks what he's doing there, and Roken casually says he wants to apply as a knight of the land. The guard is shocked and runs off to tell his lord. A mustached man in plain clothes hurries out and confirms our boy's intentions. The berserker's eyes light up as this lame lord is exactly why he comes. Inside, the lord looks defeated. Our hero chose this place for the fallen noble image and its hidden potential. Remington will claim this land one day, and its value will soar. He lays out his intentions. The lord admits they can't pay a salary, but Roken brushes that off, saying he doesn't need one. When asked if he has any conditions, Roken asks for land, specifically a part of the mountain, in exchange for serving as the lord's blade. The lord wonders if he's planning to be a mercenary. Our champ explains that loyalty takes time, and he needs to see if his boss is worthy. The lord is impressed. Meanwhile, our boy promises not to touch any main mines and says if he finds something valuable, he'll trade it for different land. The lord asks why our champ wants the land, and he says he just wants hunting rights. The lord agrees, but assigns 3 soldiers to watch him. Our dude accepts without hesitation. When told to help the territory grow, he kneels, and the Lord Dakaran von Rinai touches a sword to his shoulder, making him a knight of the Rinai estate. Our champ smirks, knowing this neglected land is a hidden gold mine waiting to be his. The system interface appears, announcing our champ's achievement as the first player to be knighted with the title First Knight. He kneels proudly as the title's effects display. Another message follows, declaring him the first to claim ownership of a body in the estate. Our hero's grin sharpens because it may not help in escort missions, but in defense quests, it is a game changer. Then our boy turns to a lord who has been watching in silence and asks if he can have a look at the soldiers. The lord, surprised, confirms the offer, and Rokan adds that he can handle it if the lord is busy. Soon after, the lord mentions he must leave for urgent matters. Our boy bows and informs him that he will gather the soldiers at the front of the castle. Rokan smirks, thinking that most new knights have no authority, yet he already has free reign. Walking the castle halls, our champ thinks being the only knight has its perks, as there is no need for formalities. Roken grows serious as he recalls monsters near the mines around level 240. He pictures a griffin-like beast and an enormous sandworm, and thought it was ideal as level 240 is within reach. Roken orders a guard to gather all soldiers for a raid to defend the castle and protect the townsfolk. The scene shifts to the castle walls, where our boy stands beside the lord before a formation of warriors. He demands a loud response to confirm they understand the mission, and they all roar in unison. Roken tells the lord they are ready, and the lord warns them to stay vigilant. Our guy is leading the march forward. In his mind, he knows this is a show to earn the lord's trust. Suddenly, Roken halts as he spots movement in the fog. A paw slams the ground, and one of the soldiers asks what kind of creature it was and why it was lurking here. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves and humanoid beasts called werewolves level 213 emerge. Roken mutters it is just as he expected, but before anyone can react, he roars that they will see their leader's power. The werewolves flinch. Our boy stomps and cracks the ground, declaring they have no right to trespass. He leaps and demands if they think themselves rulers here, then charges his axe, slicing through the air. One blow shatters a werewolf, and its corpse slams to the ground. The rest freeze wide-eyed with fear. The battle erupts, and our hero lunges forward, taunting the monsters about their long-overdue debts. He swings his massive battle axe fiercely, charging into the fray. Stone shatters near the rocky cliffs as the battlefield explodes into chaos. Back in the castle, the lord stares at a report in disbelief. He mutters how astonishing it is that our champ wipes out the entire horde almost single-handedly. He calmly agrees that our dude's performance is exceptional. He grins to himself, amazed, even finds the results hard to believe. The lord comments that if they sell all recovered loot, the estate's finances will improve greatly. Our bro chuckles, suspecting the lord thinks he will hoard everything. With a benevolent smile, he promises to dedicate all spoils to the estate's prosperity. The lord asks if he is serious. Roken, grinning mischievously, eyes the system notification for the monster raid on Mount Rennie. He notes the hefty haul of items and experience earned. The lord signs papers and urges our bro to share spoils with residents. He agrees, but pictures himself as a saintly figure winning their loyalty. This is only the beginning, because once trust grows, his true plans will begin. At night on the rocky outskirts, our hero emphasizes residents' safety. He strikes down another monster, ordering knights to block fleeing creatures. Soldiers obey immediately, and he declares the area mostly secured. My boy hands out a sack, instructing soldiers to scatter its contents where monsters have been driven out. Two soldiers release a peculiar green substance. He explains it is made by mages to mimic a predator's scent and deter other monsters. He grins, relieved it is not real excrement. Roken says this will expand safe zones and make more land usable. Soon a nearby mine will be ready for development. Soldiers grumble about the smell but work silently. He grows serious knowing that once the operation succeeds, all eyes will turn to him. Then he can advance his plans on his own land. Our guy decides he needs to handle something important. Using a teleportation spell, he transports himself to a hidden wooden gate on a rocky cliff. Our boy arrives and pushes open the ancient gates. A system notification confirms he has entered an open dungeon, the Cave of Silence. Having visited before, my champ receives a 30% experience boost and higher chances for rare item drops. The system adds a 10% bonus for his first passer title. Standing at the cave's mouth, knowing this one-time bonus is an opportunity he won't waste, and if he doesn't seize it, someone else will. With a runebook in hand, Roken strides into the cave, determined to clear every dungeon in Tamira. His movements are so relentless that his runebook seems about to catch fire. Our guy charges ahead, battle axe swinging. Deeper inside, he approaches a stone door lit by a cold blue flame, and gathers subordinates and also gives precise instructions. Roken strikes, cleaving a tree monster in two. Flipping through his runebook, he reviews progress. The lord at the estate looks pleased, praising Roken and celebrating the start of the second mine's development. Our boy promises to strengthen security around the city and mines. The lord smiles knowingly, remarking that my boy is learning fast. He thinks this is the perfect time to focus back on his own land, then declares he is going on patrol. That night, our bro stands in the dense forest surveying his new land. He pulls out a purchased blueprint and unfolds it to reveal a house design. He shouts in surprise at the large hut blueprint, but instantly a two-story wooden house materializes. Our champ enters thinking that inside these walls he can do whatever he wants. He mutters about finding the exact spot and suddenly stomps the floor with force. The ground trembles and a brilliant blue light shines. He peers into the hole and smirks that they have found the secret dungeon entrance on the first try. He hoists his battle axe, noting the ladder, and prefers breaking through rather than climbing down. A radiant blue crystal hovers midair. Energy pulses around them. A system notification identifies the object as an ancient stone tablet with high durability. Roken smirks it is almost too easy and steps into the portal without hesitation. The system announces that our boy has entered a secret dungeon. He glances sideways thinking this dungeon is key because it holds untapped potential. It is the only place where enhancement stones can be found. The main guy pictures glittering crystals knowing enhancement stones come in two types, ordinary and high quality. Ordinary stones boost enhancement levels by 6, while high-quality stones boost by 8. He remembers that enhancement stones can drop from monsters above level 200, but the rates are brutal. Ordinary stones drop at only 5% high quality at 1%. Moving deeper into the shadowy cave, Roken feels the drop rate here is at least 10%, maybe closer to 20. He imagines grabbing a violet blue crystal, knowing the dungeon's limited entries make these stones rare and extremely valuable, commanding a high price. Players slowly show interest in the equipment enhancement system, and our boy thinks it is the perfect time to fully upgrade his gear. With a sly grin, he asks himself if he plans to sweep the dungeon clean. The scene shifts to a chamber filled with stone monsters. One hovers casually, waving a tiny stone hand. Our hero hides behind a boulder, observing carefully. All monsters here are elemental spirits, stone, fire, water, wind, dangerous, because they mix elemental attacks with powerful physical strikes. Pulling out a small axe, my champ smirks confidently his tactics will work. He activates his air attack skill, leaping and firing a concentrated energy blast at the stone spirits. The strike explodes, obliterating the area in raw power. As the dust settles, our hero spots a golden crystal floating above the wreckage. He mutters that this is the dungeon core. Launching into the air, he swings his battle axe and cleaves the crystal, knowing that unless it is destroyed, monsters will endlessly regenerate. The system confirms his success. The crystal shatters into two halves. He lands with a stomp, his eyes sparkling as he spots a glowing orb nearby. He touches the luminous ball, noting the lucky drop comes from the entry bonus. An excellent start. The system notifies him of a mysterious fragment. The rookie grins wickedly, expecting something useless, but the system then announces he has obtained a population stone. Holding a large blue crystal, he is pleased to have grabbed an enhancement stone on his first try. Excited, Roken looks ahead, ready to continue. Suddenly, several fire avatars appear, hissing loudly as the system identifies them as level 215 fire spirits. Soaring above, our boy wonders what to do next. He responds by launching an aerial attack, crashing down onto the fire spirits and shattering the cave floor. Since he lands in the middle of the flames, the hunter quickly scans for his next target. As the spirits launch streams of fire, the fighter dodges fast, and that opening lets him trigger his killing blow skill. The scene shifts to water elementals squealing sharply. The system tags them as level 209 water spirits, which makes our guy sprint forward. He mutters that he is not waiting for any bonus timer and hopes they line up to make it easier. Leaning forward to strike, our guy faces a massive surge of water energy rushing at him. He activates his arbitrariness skill, cleaving through the water streams with his battle axe. Spinning with a malicious grin, our dude's excitement builds as he gears up for the next enemy. Soon after, he slumps to the cave floor beside the water spirit's remains, questioning if he has wiped out everything already. Since he is seated and catching his breath, he glances to the side, wondering if the boss will show itself now. Right on cue, the system responds, announcing the arrival of a mysterious level 234 stone spirit. His eyes narrow as a pair of yellow glowing eyes emerge from the darkness. Our boy's grin widens, amused that this seems a stronger version of the usual stone spirits. Suddenly, a massive hand lunges at him from the shadows. Roken dodges swiftly, climbs onto the creature's hand, and envelops himself in dark red energy, readying for the next strike. The rookie swings his battle axe, activating the rampaging sword skill, slashing through the stone spirit's body. The creature staggers, grunting as its golden core becomes visible in its chest. It straightens and roars, but the main guy remains calm, gripping his axe. Seeing the threat, the stone spirit casts magic, lifting countless stones wrapped in yellow energy. They shoot forward in a barrage aimed at our hero. He dashes to the side with fury, thinking this lump of stone will not get him easily. The spot where he stood is pummeled by stones. As dust settles, a massive weapon handle materializes in our guy's hand. He launches a powerful strike with his axe, crushing the stone spirit's golden core with a decisive, killing blow. Nothing can stop him now. The stone spirit collapses and the system notifies him of his level up. He steps forward slowly, his foot near a mysterious fragment on the cave floor. Realizing that the core cannot be destroyed without consequence, the rookie picks up a glowing yellow orb and smirks, pleased that defeating the boss guarantees high-quality enhancement stones. The system chimes, confirming the fragment obtained. The rookie's mind drifts to images of warriors lining up with strange bags, approaching a man holding a blue crystal. He figures that if the lord of this land had discovered this dungeon first, entry tickets would sell for crazy prices, but selling enhancement stones would be far more lucrative. NPCs, however, would find such business too complicated. Glancing at the blue crystal in his hand, the main guy realizes that since he found it, things will play out differently. Because he's the one in control, no matter how unlucky a player gets, defeating the boss guarantees at least 3,000 high-quality enhancement stones. Grinning broadly, he is convinced this stash will let him dominate the enhancement stone market on the central continent for a long time. After all, these stones are the key to real power. Without delay, the rookie pulls out his runebook and activates it. Blue energy swirls around his body, and before anyone can react, our hero teleports to Tamir. The scene shifts to Taimura's forge. The rhythmic clash of hammer and anvil echoes as a system notification appears. The rookie sits at a table piled with shards, muttering that it is smarter to invest the bonus from one run into strengthening equipment. He begins opening the mysterious shards. Scoffing, he tosses a stone behind him, grumbling about worthless trinkets. The system notifies him of obtaining a shiny stone. Undeterred, our hero keeps throwing random items over his shoulder, wondering if any could be useful while cracking open more shards. Notifications pop up constantly. Soon the main guy stands before a towering heap of blue crystals. His grin widens because he knows these high-quality enhancement stones are all his for the taking. The blacksmith stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how so many have been gathered. Without missing a beat, the rookie firmly requests to enhance his equipment to level 7. He explains that even if the enhancement fails, the equipment will not break. The blacksmith stumbles to the forge, unsure of what he is witnessing. The rookie figures it does not matter how many tries or stones it takes. What counts is reaching level 7. System notifications chime with messages of success and failure. Finally, the blacksmith holds up the main guy's glowing battle axe and announces enhancement is complete. Raising his finger, he says one more thing remains. Grinning mischievously, our hero declares he wants to push enhancement further, using high-quality stones. From level 8 onward, only high-quality stones can be used. The blacksmith resumes hammering as system messages report success or failure. The main guy watches tensely because using ordinary stones beyond level 7 will break the equipment. From level 9, even high-quality stones risk item destruction. As enhancement progresses, the rookie nervously wonders if they will succeed. Since the outcome depends entirely on the blacksmith's skill, he can only wait. System notifications keep flashing, alternating between failure and success, each one raising the stakes. Finally, the blacksmith declares the process finished and asks if our hero needs anything else. He refuses and suggests taking his weapon. The rookie sighs, gripping his axe, muttering he almost screams from habit-old gamer instincts kicking in. Closing his eyes, he calmly says he wants to equip it. Instantly, the enhanced gear appears on his body, wreathed in vivid blue flames. He smirks, asking if it is not the coolest thing ever. Then he points at the system notification window, noting the flashy effect will be disabled to avoid drawing enemy attention. Pulling out his book of runes, Roken declares the strengthening phase over. Snatching the book, he flips it open with sharp determination and announces it is time for active clearing. Without hesitation, he activates it, teleporting straight to the quarry. A system notification pops up saying the bonus for entering the secret dungeon for the first time has run out. Our guy, worn out and dragging his battle axe, sighs that 3 days of non-stop hunting have really taken it out of him. He puts away his axe, checks his notifications, and decides to see what's new. Our guy's eyes widen with anger at what flashes on the screen. The main dude clenches his teeth, grumbling about what kind of weirdos he'll have to deal with this time. His next thought makes it worse. The Hellhounds, the worst guild around, have made it to the central continent. The main character can't shake the image of his red insignia. In his past life, he and his crew were known by many names. Our guy remembers the time his luck ran out when they came after him. The memory of the embarrassment and the losses still burns, since they managed to get the drop on him out of nowhere. Our hero recalls that Ragnarok was the first guild to step onto the continent, but the Hellhounds snatched that chance away, which makes him smirk because it means they'll give him a welcome. Since there is only one port to land at, our guy points out that running into them is inevitable. The scene shifts to a blue glass high-rise where the main guy taps at his keyboard. He decides to download some videos because he wants them ready before the clash with the Hellhounds. At the same time, our boy uploads clips since he planned to use them to attract new players. Because the war has already escalated, those uploads now feel pointless to him. Yet our guy sees it differently. Since one guild is obsessed with every move he makes, those videos suddenly carry weight. Whoever ends up taking the city will know exactly who they are up against. In a coastal city, a ship sails into port because the crew has secured the rune books. The confirmation excites some, but it also draws the attention of their leader, a man with a black tattoo on his cheek known as the God of Dogs. He watches an amphibious beast thrash in the waves, which makes him grumble about how brutal the mobs are here. Because even at level 190, they feel tougher than anything near the third city, he grows cautious. As a result, he warns the guild to stay sharp or they'll lose their way. They come across a huge rift with narrow logs crossing it, and one guild member mentions the thick fog. The God of Dogs sends the wizards ahead. They use fire to clear some of it, but it comes back fast. He demands stronger spells and then calls for priests, who jump in with their chants. He warns them that just by the sounds, they're up against serious monsters. As the fog starts to thin, level 194 evil zombies appear. The priests let loose holy beams that blast the horde, but dust settles to reveal even more zombies like an endless wave. He tells his guild to regroup and keep pushing forward. The fight drags on, leaving everyone drained, which makes the God of Dogs question why the spawns are moving so unnaturally fast without other players nearby. Because of this unease, the guild is already on edge when a rider suddenly appears on horseback. They assume he might be an NPC ally, but that hope shatters as the rider charges straight in and casts a marking spell. As a result, panic ripples through the ranks. Our guy smirks knowing things are about to get messy. Since the rider's spell triggers the chaos, our guy switches on stealth and disappears, which leaves the guild confused and searching the dust. Their disarray gives zombies the chance to burst out. That is when the God of Dogs realizes the rider has not come to help but has brought more monsters into play. Hiding behind a rock, our guy grins at how fast things are spiraling. Our guy leans on his axe with that trademark smirk, saying the Hellhounds will burn out soon. The dog god scrambles to rally his crew, barking at the respawns to regroup fast. He mutters how messed up it is, watching the same zombies come back again and again like some cursed loop. One of his minions calls him over to check a notification. At first, he waves it off, but then he sees the live feed where our boy ambushes squad after squad. His face twists in fury as he imagines his guild collapsing while Roken slips through, leaving only chaos. Clutching his weapon, he roars for our bro to be captured, no matter what name he goes by. The God of Dogs stomps past his crew, grumbling about our guy and calling him a freak. He questions why Rokan seems to have it out for them, remembering how they've always steered clear of places he's been before hitting the third city. Now he's convinced our hero is just messing with them on purpose, trying to slow them down since he probably got to the central continent first and is preventing them from catching up. The guild leader can't help but wonder how our champ manages to sneak through the narrow gorge without anyone spotting him when he boards the ship. Suddenly it clicks. His eyes shoot wide and he points a finger at the blonde, shouting that it has to be the horse. The freak must be using his mount to get past obstacles the rest of them can't. The crew pieces it together fast, and the blonde starts rambling about how the guy could be flying through battlefields on horseback. Still, doubt creeps into his tone and it doesn't go unnoticed. Noticing the hesitation, the God of Dogs asks what's up. The blonde mentions that it's pretty unrealistic to give every member a horse worth 100 gold. That's when the boss rolls his eyes and lays it out. He's not rich, so only a chosen few will ride ahead. The explanation doesn't sit well. Whispers ripple through the crew. The captain's looking smug while the rest feel the weight of being left behind and the tension rising on the scene. A sudden shout cuts through the air. Fingers point toward a ledge where a figure in red armor looms. It's the freak himself, and his icy greeting instantly rattles the Hellhounds. The guildmaster masks his unease with a fake sigh, tossing out a comment about the guy's timing. But before anyone can breathe, the red-armored menace leaps down with ease, landing in front of them. He doesn't bother explaining and says they don't need answers. They just need to fight. That's all it takes for the leader to steel himself. He draws his weapon and asks if there's room for negotiation, though his sharp order for the crew to get ready says otherwise. One of the rookies suggests finding a weak spot. Meanwhile, Roken pulls out his huge battle axe. His status window is flickering above his head but remains hidden. He mentions that with a fog cover buff, he can cover up his status up to 100 times over 7 days. Calling him shameless, the God of Dogs orders his team to activate Formation A. His squad lights up in a rare yellow glow as Unity Force activates, whistles at their luck. The dog god promises to make him pay for it. Usually guild leaders hang back, but this one charges in fast. A system notification pops up saying it's self-defense. Our boy pulls out a regular axe and feels pretty sure the leader messed up. He throws it and sets off a bunch of explosions all over the place. The dog god yells at his team to stick together to keep their buffs. Our guy laughs at their choice and unleashes Mad Scream, freezing them in shock. He jumps into the air, kicks one guy right in the face, and then takes down another nearby warrior. The god of dogs mutters that my boy is a real troublemaker. Our champ mocks them before slashing the leader's chest, breaking their buffs. As the others rush in, Roken laughs it off, cutting them down one by one. Ripping off his armor for more speed, he carves through enemies in a relentless assault. He grabs one hellhound by the head and smashes a fist into the man's face. One survivor stumbles back, whispering if he's gone berserk. An injured mage spits blood and shakes his head. Berserk relics are rare, and this monster doesn't need one. A warrior with red skin shouts for everyone to fall back. The god of dogs grabs his injury and insists they need to take out Rokan, or things are going to get way worse. Out of nowhere, the warrior gets sliced in half, leaving the leader in shock, wondering how our hero is so powerful without even using any skills. Amid corpses, and our boy stands crackling with blue energy. He warns that if a hellhound crosses his path, it will die without mercy. The only options are to leave the guild or hide in the third city until he is gone. The survivors stand stunned. The god of dogs asks why he is doing this. Roken says it is irrelevant as they never cared about him before, so now their pleas mean nothing. The leader admits defeat and says he will leave. Because of that answer, our boy decapitates him. One member gasps that this has gone too far, but an elf points out Roken promised mercy if they left. The reminder does nothing to calm our boy. He repeats his rule that anyone who crosses his sight will die, and he dares them to test it. The scene shifts to a castle where our champ strolls in, letting out a sigh because seeing the hellhounds again sparks some excitement. Suddenly, a soldier rushes over to say the Lord wants to see him. Surprised, our boy makes his way to the Lord's chambers. Once inside, he bows and Lord Rennie signals for him to come closer, and points to a red sealed letter on the desk. Roken's eyes land on the letter, and he can't help but feel curious. He quickly figures it out and knows it's from Lord Remington, the only guy bold enough to send a message like that to Lord Rennie. He pictures the white-haired baron in his head who is wealthy, greedy, and ruthless. Remington had pulled some shady moves in the past to take Rennie's lands, but this time feels different. The letter shows up earlier than usual, which means something's brewing. When he opens it, he sees Remington's proposal to send people pretending it's for an exchange. Our champ realizes it's a trap to sneak in a spy. Meanwhile, Rennie's sitting across from him, looking stressed, asking what they should do. Without missing a beat, our dude tells him they have to accept it. As risky as it is, this could work to their advantage. A few days later, Roken is at the fence of Remington's huge estate with two buddies. One of them, a soldier, is staring in awe at the massive castle. Our hero's mind drifts to the three folks Remington sent over as mining experts and admin types who are pretending to be visitors. Their job is to check out Rennie's territory. Even though Roken has briefed Rennie, he still has a nagging worry. Then a knight in heavy armor walks up and asks if they're from Lord Rennie. Without waiting for a reply, he waves at them to follow him. The system tags him as Hansen, a standard guard. Roken's mood dives at the sight of a regular guard, and it feels like a calculated slight. His friends whisper jealously about Hansen's chainmail, but our bro stays focused. Lord Remington shows up on the scene, and then they introduce themselves. He's way more courteous than Roken expected, probably trying to win some points with Rennie. He suggests they grab a bite first, but our guy politely declines and instead asks for a tour. Pretending to be impressed, Remington agrees and gives Hansen some silent orders. Two knights ask where our boy wants to begin, in the village or the farmlands. Since he wants more than routine work, he grins and chooses the dungeons. His answer surprises one knight who quickly sends Hansen to inform the Lord. The other knight prepares to lead. Roken follows without fuss, already knowing Rennie's dungeon is a major source of gold. Hansen returns with the green light, and the Roken smirks because the approval feels like special treatment. Their path takes them over a rough hill near the estate, and the rookie recalls the area being known for its honey. Hansen halts at an old tree and warns that the dungeon here is no joke. He points toward a dry hive high above, explaining it is the key to opening the way. An archer shoots it down, and the moment it hits the ground, it glows orange. A portal forms in its place, shimmering like a golden honeycomb. The system marks it as a level 230 dungeon, clear proof that this place is a gold mine. The knights step in first, and the free knight marks the spot with his book of runes before following. The system instantly chimes in, announcing the discovery of sweet death and granting bonus experience and loot. That sets the tone before they even move deeper. Inside, Hansen explains the dungeon's layout, warning that it swarms with killer bees and the hive must be destroyed before they can face the queen. The hero plays the part of a hesitant newcomer, saying he wouldn't want to slow anyone down, but in truth he knows this is nothing hard. Letting them underestimate him fits perfectly into his plan. Hansen studies him and remarks that he looks a little too scared. On the way back, the knights chat about why their lord seems to favor the rookie, not realizing he's listening in with a sly grin. 4 hours later, the honeycomb portal flares open and the squad stumbles out. The champ greets them and tosses a compliment their way. Hansen, humble as ever, just shrugs it off as part of the job. Then Hansen tells the rookie the Lord is calling him for dinner. At the long table, Remington asks how the outing went, but before our bro can answer, the Lord cuts in. He warns that Rennie's territory will crumble if mining doesn't grow and leans in with an offer. First, triple the land if the newcomer joins him instead. Then he raises it to 5 times more. Our dude just chuckles because he's not surprised. He admits all about the money but hints there's a catch. When Remington asks what it is, Roken stabs his fork into his steak and says he wants 10 times the land. Remington's eyes go wide, meanwhile. Our guy takes a bite and adds that if the deal's right, he might think about helping out. Later that night, Roken sits alone as he is lost in his thoughts. He can't help but chuckle at the memory of Remming offering him 10 times more land. It's funny how easily Remming took the bait, thinking our boy doesn't see through his schemes. Outside, the night surrounds Remming's estate while Roken fiddles with his axe, mumbling that the field test is over. He's already accomplished the real goal of the mission. He thinks back to how he pretended to be a greedy and clueless warrior, acting like he only cared about money. That trick made them drop their guard and he brushes off Rennie's recent moves as just dumb luck. Their overconfidence has definitely worked in his favor. Somewhere outside, 2 guards in armor are chatting and says they don't need to keep an eye on Rennie's knight too closely. Roken's mind drifts to the honey dungeons he can check out at his own speed. He grabs his runebook and uses a teleportation spell to land in a totally different spot. He feels a bit bummed that rune marks don't let him teleport within the dungeon's walls. They've only got 3 days to explore this place, and after that, it's off limits. He remembers Remming saying he's gathered enough intel so he can skip the land negotiations and focus on his own plans. He mutters to himself that he can still rule this dungeon for the next 3 days. Suddenly, a glowing honeycomb portal appears in front of a tree as he gives it a hit. Stepping through, he gets a notification saying he's entered the secret dungeon of Sweet Death, which gives him a 30% experience bonus. To his surprise, the area is still lit up. But then, out of nowhere, a swarm of monster bees comes buzzing at him, their stingers shining and ready to strike. A system alert pops up, warning him about an incoming wave of level 231 killer bees. One of the massive bees charges straight at him. Roken leaps forward without thinking, kicking up dirt as he moves. With one smooth motion, he whips out his axe and takes down the charging bee in a single slice, ending up right behind its chopped-up body. A grin spreads across his face, pumped at the idea of smashing the hive to kick off the boss fight, but he knows it won't be a walk in the park. He raises his fist, filled with determination, and slams it into the holive, causing the thing to wobble. Then, a system alert pops up and warns him that a new wave of furious killer bees is on the way. A massive swarm of furious bees fills the air above the hero, who mutters that it is time to step things up. He summons an aqua bomb and hurls it with tremendous force, his shout echoing through the cavern. The bomb detonates mid-air, releasing a blinding burst of blue energy. Water explodes in every direction, and the blast engulfs the cluster of killer bees in a massive surge of water. Roken laughs to himself, thinking about how nice it feels outside. As he gets up, he's pumped that it's time to start farming. The scene shifts to the hive where our hero gathers a big pile of killer bee stingers. He points out that snagging these from living bees ensures he'll get them for sure, and the system confirms it. He says there's only one target left. He fires up his bombardment skill, unleashing a wave of chaos throughout the hive. Once the dust clears, a massive queen bee appears. Out of nowhere, she shoots a huge stinger straight at him and moves super fast. Roken quickly thinks that a hit like that would totally take him out, but he grins, saying he isn't planning on getting stung. With a burst of energy, he launches himself forward, just as the queen bee tries to jab him again. He dodges easily, teasing her that her attacks are way too slow. Springing into the air, our guy lifts his giant battle axe high and brings it crashing down on the queen bee's head and chest. The queen bee gets split into 3 pieces and they come crashing down behind the main character. Suddenly, a bunch of system alerts pop up and lets everyone know that the secret dungeon of Sweet Death is all cleared out. Our guy wipes honey off his face with a big grin, totally pumped that everything went just the way he wanted. The scene shifts to a few days later at the Rennie estate. Our guy sets a big decanter filled with sparkling honey on the table. The Lord looks astonished, not quite believing his eyes. Roken shrugs it off, casually explaining that this is the Remming estate's signature product, and he brought plenty for the Lord to enjoy. The Lord, who is clearly thrilled, thanks him and suggests our guy take a break. With a respectful bow, our guy happily agrees. Later, he heads into his room and finally able to check out the community updates. One notification grabs his attention that is apparently, the Hellhounds Guild is about to fall apart. He remembers how he gave their leader a hard time, and apparently, that made a lot of their members jump ship. Scrolling down, he spots another notification, and his face changes when he sees an article about the Black Dragon Corps making moves onto the continents. He's left wondering how they managed to cross over. As he processes this info, he realizes that this alliance might actually work in his favor for his own plans. He thinks to himself that this is just what he needs to do next. His expression sharpens as he tightens his shoulder, realizing it's time to get ready for the showdown ahead. The scene shifts to Twilight Valley in the central continent. Walking carefully, Roken reflects on how long it's been since he last came here. This valley is a must-pass for the Black Dragon Corps. As he nears the entrance of a cave, our boy feels sure that what he's searching for has to be inside. His grin broadens when he finally spots it. The system window shows it as the headquarters of the Golden Lion Camp Squad. A voice from inside the fortress asks if he wants to join the special forces. Roken is ready to pitch a strategy he thinks could catch some interest, but Heron chimes in, wondering if they should check his skills first since he's so confident. Our guy, eyes lighting up with excitement, jumps in and asks how he can prove he's up for it. Without missing a beat, Heron calls over Marlin, who steps up curiously about what his commander wants. Heron tells Marlin he needs to spar with him, and Marlin's expression twists in surprise, calling Rockin weak. He doesn't flinch though. He says he'll show respect by taking off all his extra gear before they fight. Confused, Marlin watches as the system confirms that our boy really has stripped down. He's left wondering how someone with a lower level has access to that kind of equipment and strength. Heron, observing the whole thing with a mix of amusement and intrigue, lays down the rules. No weapons, and the first one to hit the ground loses. He raises his hand sharply, signaling them to start the match. Without wasting any time, Marlin charges in and thinks that it is his moment to knock Rockin off his game. But he just stands there, totally calm. At the key moment, he smoothly deflects Marlin's punch with a casual hand motion. Marlin is stunned by the unexpected block and quickly pulls back. From the sidelines, an elf warrior yells at him to finish the fight properly. Marlin is rattled, replaying how his hit didn't even faze Rockin. Determined to show he's not outclassed, Marlin gets on his toes and gears up for another go. He dashes forward, and in a flash he finds himself behind Rockin, grinning like he's got this in the bag. Thinking he's caught him off guard, Marlin prepares a big hit, but just as his fist is about to land, Rockin disappears from where he was. In the blink of an eye, he reappears behind Marlin while looking furious and tells him the attack was just too slow. Rockin's punch lands with such force that the walls of the Golden Lion Camp headquarters start shaking. Everyone watching is frozen in shock, jaws dropped, and struggles to process the sheer strength they've just seen. Right before Rockin's hit can make full contact, Heron jumps in to protect his subordinate from any more harm. He throws a sharp look around and quickly calls for the fight to stop, saying that's enough. Rockin straightens up quickly and gives a smile, acknowledging that he nailed it. Marlin looks shocked and a bit scared. Heron admits that the hero has really proven himself as a solid member of the team. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking that Marlin is going to need a ton of extra training if he ever wants to catch up. After a bit, Heron says it's time to keep his promise. Rockin's face lights up with a big grin when Heron casually asks what his plan is. With a confident nod, Rockin leans in and says it's not a complicated plan, and then starts to lay out his strategy in a low voice. As Heron listens, his expression changes to one of surprise. The scene shifts to a bustling pier where most of the Black Dragon Legion members, who have shown up after the Hellhounds were wiped out, are actually undead. It's not about racial perks or anything special. It's all about this one username that everyone's buzzing about. Idoidle, known as the 4D player, has stumbled on a crazy loophole in the game. So, he decides to take a chance and declares himself the undead rep who's gonna make it to the pier all on his own. Even though no one seems to pay attention to him, Idoital is totally not letting that stop him. He's super focused and his goal is locked in. At one point, he's standing on the shore with weights tied to his legs, looking serious and ready. Without a second thought, he jumps into the water and sinks straight to the bottom. Then, the system pops up a notification that lets him breathe underwater and makes it a breeze for him. That day, Idoital really made the most of being undead. He figured out a creative way to reach the pier. A little later, he comes bursting out of the water as he thrilled that the city is exactly the unique content he's always on the lookout for. Following his lead, all the other undead players teamed up, formed a guild, and followed his trail to chase after Rockin. Noticing the situation, Heron points out that there have been way undead showing up lately. He recalls seeing 2 drenched skeleton warriors arriving all soaked. Heron asks our guy if he's really serious about his plan. The boy nods, explaining that the Black Dragon Legion is trying to strengthen its hold on the central continent. He realizes it's going to be tough for them to deal with the defenders there. With a serious look on his face, he figures that stirring up more chaos is the way to go. He says they've got nothing to lose, and after a short pause, Heron agrees. As Rockin starts to move forward, Heron asks if he plans to kick things off right away. The guy checks out the busy nights and confirms they're out of time. The boldness of the Black Dragon's forces calls for immediate action. At that moment, a kid on board jokes about how lucky they are that none of them froze to death during the trip. One of the others chimes in that Idoital has really made an impressive discovery, speeding up both the formation of the guild and their arrival on the continent. Worn out, one of the skeletons suggests they should take a break while they can. As they regroup, someone spots a figure in the distance and asks if another undead player is coming. But when the figure gets closer, they realize it's Rockin, who is the slayer of the Black Dragon Legion. He scolds the surprised skeletons for being clueless, poking fun at how far they've come. He sarcastically mentions they must be thrilled to finally be here since he's got quite the welcome planned for them. Rockin lifts his hand to kick things off. Suddenly, warriors from the Golden Lion Camp appear from behind him, and our boy announces himself as Berserker Rockin, claiming this is now his battlefield. The undead huddle together, realizing they're surrounded. One skeleton says he's also brought NPCs, while another wonders why they aren't launching an attack yet. They look back at Rockin, questioning if he's really going to take them on by himself, especially since he's ignoring the squad around him. Rockin thinks to himself that sending a bunch of amateurs to deal with these chaotic undead would be more trouble than it's worth. He's convinced that a coordinated attack from his side wouldn't be practical. With that in mind, Rockin turns to the undead and calls them useless bags of bones and telling them to pay attention. The skeleton warriors are caught off guard, but our hero stays tough. Then his expression shifts as he declares it's time to battle for control of the pier. The system chimes in right away, announcing the beginning of the pier battle, and the winner will get a special item as a prize. The victory conditions are straightforward. Take out all the enemies or plant the flag at the right spot to claim control. The system reminds Rakan that if he captures Death Messier from the Black Dragon Legion, he'll score a prestigious title as he gains some serious rep and get the chance to lead the First Occupation Army. He thinks the rewards are decent, but the wording seems a bit more dramatic than usual. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors are checking their own system alerts, which warn them that taking out the pier will stop steamship traffic in its tracks. Suddenly, a gloved hand lands on Rakan's shoulder. It's Heron, telling him to teach these undead a lesson and wishing him luck. With his usual confident grin, Rakan nods back and steps forward, giving the panicking undead a reason to call for reinforcements. But before anyone can react, the system automatically summons a wave of undead guards. Out of nowhere, a horde of skeleton warriors appears on the pier while closing in on Rakan. Holding his axe and flag up high, he challenges them to stop him. The system gives him a 5% critical strike boost and a 10% defense increase. Our guy grins, knowing his titles alone could make him overpower them even without weapons. Without a second thought, he charges ahead and leads the charge to take control of the pier. Rakan jumps into the air, swinging his weapon high. He smashes the skull of an undead warrior, shattering it into pieces as he cuts the enemy in half. Without missing a beat, he charges forward with activating his one-hit guy title and announcing that he's going to turn every bone to dust. He thinks to himself how great this is for dealing with pests like these. One of the undead questions is where Rakan's been, while the guards stand frozen and try to wrap their heads around the fact that someone like him actually exists. Heron and his squad watch the chaos unfold, unsure of Rakan's true intentions, but not wanting to step in. Rakan suddenly leaps off the ground towards a group of guards. As he comes down, he lets out a fierce battle cry and sends the undead scrambling in fear. Without hesitation, he unleashes his strike skill, breaking through their defenses. Squinting through the bright light, he hears a distant voice casting a spell that is the Curse of Eternity. A beam of light slams into his barrier, but thanks to his indomitable will title, it just bounces right off. The undead mage with the rod looks stunned as Rakan charges in and drops him with a vicious axe swing. He can't help but taunt the fallen mage, making it clear that the spell never stood a chance. As a fresh wave of undead swarms in, Rakan dares them to come at him all at once. They rush in from all sides. The guy drops into a low fighting stance, red energy crackling around him. His eyes glow bright and smoke pours from his mouth, signaling the start of his next move, a combo skill. With a firm grip on his axe, a wild whirlwind explodes around him that is the wind wheel. The undead are caught in the chaos, their bodies flung into the air like rag dolls. Amid the madness, Rakan laughs and claims they walked right into his trap. In a flash, he launches into the air. Everything's going exactly as he planned for taking over the pier. Down below, a skeleton watches in disbelief and shouts in shock. But just then, Rakan's momentum is cut short, that as a glowing mace comes swinging at him. When their weapons clash, the impact sends both fighters crashing back to the ground. Rakan pushes himself up, surprised to see who's standing in his way. Clad in armor, the captain of the Dead Mist Pier Guard steps forward and declares that as long as he's around, Rakan's conquest ends here. The hero just smirks, clearly enjoying the challenge, and charges in again, as his axe colliding fiercely with the captain's mace. The guard keeps dodging Rakan's hits like it's no big deal, moving faster than he expected. Rakan starts to sweat a bit, but then he spots a quick flash in front of the skeleton. That's his chance. He can't help but tease the guard, asking if this so-called king of the guard really deserves that title. The guard fires back with some insults, calling Rakan an arrogant leatherback. Then, he makes his mace glow by activating its protective magic. But honestly, that split second is exactly what Rakan needs. His eyes go wide as he dodges the incoming punch and gets ready to fight back. As Rakan sprints to the side, the guard grits his teeth in frustration and powers up as both stronger and faster. Letting out a fierce yell, our boy charges forward and lands a massive hit. The impact sends the guard flying through the air. He quickly puts his axe away and jumps after him. He raises the flag high. It's time to wrap up this fight. The skeleton realizes he's about to face his doom and yells in panic. Rakan jams the flagpole straight through the captain's chest, and blood squirts out of his mouth as the impact goes boom across the pier. An explosion lights up the sky above the tower. The rest of the undead soldiers on the ground are totally stunned and just watch Rakan standing there triumphant, his face all messed up with blood and he's grinning like crazy. The captain dude is down, impaled by the flag. For him, this battle was like a piece of cake, and now Death Mist Pier is all his. The scene shifts to the thunderous galloping of horses as the Special Forces unit, led by their commander, speeds across the rugged terrain. One soldier expresses concern about following Rakan's reckless orders. Heron just laughs it off, saying the soldier will think differently after seeing Rakan in action. The captain says the hero is a true berserker who crushes everything in his way, always managing to win no matter what, so there's really no reason to worry. Meanwhile, the guards at Death Mist Pier disappear into thin air and heads back to the city after Rakan's attack. The undead forces at the pier get wiped out and all nearby players are forcibly teleported out. Rakan jumps down, boasting that not even a swarm of insects can stop him, and gets the title of First Occupation Warrior. Looking at the screen, he sees that the bonus only works for defensive battles, but he finds it interesting. He clenches his fist, thinking it might be worth it even if it's just temporary. Above the tower, a notification pops up saying Death Mist Pier has been captured. Rakan starts to think about his next move. Should he keep the territory or destroy it? He figures that preserving it would trigger a new quest to defend it, while destroying it would keep the Black Dragon Legion from using the pier for 7 days. As the options to save or destroy flash in front of him, our guy grins wickedly since there's no stopping him now. At the advanced base of Callan, a bunch of skeletons are scattered around on the ground. One of them asks where they even are, and another one chimes in that this is their regroup spot after losing the pier. A red arrow points out their location, not too far from Death Mist Pier. Feeling bored, one of the skeletons can't believe that a single dude managed to take over the whole pier and leads to a week-long lockout for them. Out of nowhere, a timer pops up. Return of the pier quest starting in 59 minutes. His eyes go wide and he yells if Rockin is really planning to hold off the attack all by himself. Meanwhile, our boy is already on it and sets up barricades. He taps his screen and huge walls rise up from the water, creating a solid defense. Standing in front of the towering wall, Rockin smirks as the timer counts down. Things around Death Mist Dock start to shift, and soon enough, footsteps can be heard, with troops gathering under the night sky and their banners waving. Among them, a warrior scans the crowd while doing some quick math about 500 NPCs for every 100 players. They realize this isn't just a minor brawl and call Rockin crazy for thinking he can take on such a massive wave all by himself. He already kicked them off the pier when they weren't expecting it, and now he's ready to face them head-on in a defensive battle. A knight in red armor laughs, boasting about how they've fortified their fourth city with an elite NPC and KN someone even Rockin wouldn't stand a chance against. Another guard grits his teeth, itching for revenge after getting humiliated before. Their squad starts making their way through the foggy mountain paths, getting closer to the pier. As they reach the blocked-off pier, the Guardian points at the fortress and yells for Rockin to come out and face them. They navigate through the narrow gaps between the walls. One of the skeletons looks up and spots the Golden Lion's crest hanging high above, shocked to see those heavy barricades. Out of nowhere, he steps forward and flashes a wicked grin as he asks if they appreciate his decorations set up just for them. The enemy captain shouts about the blocked dock and complains about the hefty cost of building those strong defenses. One of his guys wonders about the strange choice of just barricades with a single narrow entrance instead of the usual turrets or ballistae. They soon realize Rockin isn't gearing up for a battle because he's set a trap. Above the tower, the glowing Golden Lion's crest signals the beginning of the battle to retake Death Mist Pier. It's set for an hour, and the system alerts everyone that there are double merits and reputation to gain during the fight. When the battle kicks off, the captain gives the go-ahead and artillery units start firing. Arrows come pouring down and explosive shells head straight for Rockin. Amid all the smoke and chaos, the captain braces himself while thinking Rockin will get overwhelmed. But he simply brushes himself off, impressed by their firepower. Having the title First Knight gives him an edge. He admits he expects some pushback, but realizes they're stronger than he thought. The first occupier's effect amps up his attack and defense depending on how outnumbered he is, so their huge numbers actually boost his power. The undead are shocked and whisper to each other that Rockin looks completely unharmed. Then his axe appears, mocking the enemy for accusing him of exploiting glitches. With a fierce look in his eyes, he's ready for a brutal counterattack and warns them that what's coming will hurt a lot more than they expect. Among gamers, there's an unspoken truth that everyone knows that there's only one sure way to show off your strength. On screen, characters take down monsters with some seriously epic moves. A big guy knows he doesn't need to swing harder than necessary, but they always goes all out anyway. One player crushes a rock golem with a massive strike and huge damage numbers light up the screen. Rockin can't fight the instinct to hit as hard as he can. The defensive wall behind him doesn't have any towers or siege weapons, since it's all about who can land the hardest hit and show off a little. He steps up, jumps into the air, and swings his axe with all his might. It flies through the air like a cannonball, and the guards start to panic. Warriors whip out their staff and quickly cast a protective barrier, a wave of blue flames surrounding them. When the axe smashes into the barrier, there's a huge flash. The captain looks up tense, wondering if it's going to hold, but then there's a crack. Suddenly, the shield bursts into glowing fragments. The undead shudder in fear as an explosion rocks the area. A knight in red armor spins around, only to find Rockin right there while grinning at him. Our hero cheekily says it's a bummer because all those precious stats just got wiped out. This is even better than he thought, and for a moment, he feels that thrill he craves. As smoke fills the air, a shaking troll stutters while an undead points out that the barrier got wrecked instantly. The monsters look at the game interface, desperately hoping to be teleported out. But the troll reads the message saying they can't move. With a smirk, Rockin says it's not too late yet. In the middle of all the smoke and chaos, the Golden Lion flag is flying high. Heron is right up front as the enemies get the news that their forward base has been taken down. Rockin is just messing around, making finger gestures and teasing them about whether they really get what's going on. They didn't get trapped, they just walked right into his turf. Then there's this troll, panicking and punching himself while yelling that he doesn't want to fight a monster like Rockin. But before he can make a break for it, a knight whips out his katana. With one quick slice, he takes off the troll's head and puts his sword away like it's no big deal. The knight coldly says that anyone who runs will be executed. If they're part of the Black Dragon Legion, they'll either fight or die with honor. Nearby, an undead warrior is muttering that the knights lost it, but the troll realizes that trying to run wouldn't change a thing. Rockin laughs and says that's the samurai spirit for you, poking fun at how scared the troll is, even saying he's too scared to play. At least he's grateful that the knight's craziness is helping him rack up experience points. The knight comes in and gives the hero a nod for his guts, recognizing his bravery for standing solo. Cobb, who is a third-rank warrior, pulls out his katana and gets into position. But he's gone too far with his attack on the Legion, and now he's gonna pay the price. Raken smirks, realizing Cobb wants to take him on one-on-one. That's just what they wanted after the last wave, as it showed them that a head-on fight would be a bad idea. They're hoping Cobb will charge in while the rest back him up. Our boy notices that they've got a solid strategy, but they're picking the wrong fight. Behind Cobb, he's already rolled a big bomb closer, making it hard for the enemy to regroup. His title gives him a boost in mismatches like this. Raken and Cobb move forward, locking eyes. The undead wave slams against the barricades. They're both ready to strike each other. Out of nowhere, there's an explosion. In the smoke, he makes his move, but Cobb disappears. Raken's eyes widen as Cobb suddenly lunges at him from mid-air. Reacting fast, Raken steps back and braces himself while letting out a roar, his eyes blazing, and pushes Cobb away. Even with his title's bonus, he can feel Cobb's power that without it this fight would be a real challenge. Cobb jumps back to put some distance between them and taunts Raken to come at him. Our boy raises his axe, fully aware that this is serious. Cobb can definitely fight. Cobb summons purple flames around himself, ready to go all out. Raken, who is wearing the Lion King's helmet, strides up to a Cobb researcher. The Cobb tries to brush him off, but he keeps going, slashing at him. The Cobb manages to parry with his sword, barely keeping Raken at bay. Their duel escalates fast, with their weapons clashing in a wild frenzy. The Cobb digs his feet into the ground as the hero keeps up his relentless attack, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. In a last-ditch move, the Cobb jumps high into the air, but Raken is ready, waiting for him below. As the Cobb hovers, he starts channeling a huge amount of power and plans to unleash it through his knight. The magic swirls toward Raken, who shows no fear on his tense face. Instead of charging forward, he is determined to keep the Cobb from getting any openings. Raken strikes again and again, breaking through the Cobb's defenses. The Cobb ramps up his attack, but Raken doesn't flinch. He focuses his energy, shaping it into a huge red energy sphere. From the bridge, the Cobb watches closely while his eyes narrowing as Raken's body glows crimson, and his weapon radiates deadly energy. Raken's weapon whirls like crazy as he jumps toward the Cobb, unleashing a wild flurry of attacks that overwhelms him. Out of nowhere, clones of Raken pop up and mimics his every move. The Cobb can only stare in disbelief and mutters if he's seeing double, struggling to process the wild scene unfolding in front of him. The Cobb grips his sword tightly, squinting as dark shadows swirl around him. At first he thinks it's just another trick of the mind, but as he looks over the battlefield, he starts to feel uneasy. Raken is moving way too fast. Every time he strikes, things around him shatter. Cobb's confidence starts to fade as debris comes flying his way, each hit making him realize just how much faster the boy is. Cobb goes with a crazy roar and steel clashes like crazy, sparks flying everywhere as Cobb's blade comes shooting up, slicing at Raken. He gets super close in like a split second, trying to hurt Raken. His strike hits, cutting into Raken's side. Raken looks down at the cut and his face gets all serious. Clenching his teeth, he backs up a few steps and dodges another hit as Cobb slams his sword into the ground, thinking he totally took Raken out. Our guy grips a staff-like weapon and spins it in a big arc before throwing it with precision. The Cobb reacts quickly, slicing the weapon in half with one smooth move. His face clouds with frustration, but Raken isn't slowing down. He charges ahead, jumping over the Cobb's swing with a huge grin and sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, a nearby orc Squints is trying to keep up with the chaos around them. Explosions are everywhere, making it hard to focus. He mutters to himself that there's no way he can jump in with all this going on. Next to him, a dead warrior grumbles that something feels off. It's strange that the orc isn't even paying attention to the weaklings, and is zeroed in on the fight instead. The orc looks puzzled, while the undead know the deal that Raken should have taken care of ages ago. So what's holding him back? Other undead assistants gather around, listening as the dead warrior wonders why Raken let them live. They finally figure out what makes this human so strong, while the orc is still confused and asks for clarification. The undead suggest they get out of here while they still can. Meanwhile, our hero and the Cobb are deep in battle. Raken's expression shifts since this fight is getting tougher. His eyes widen as he glances to the side, sensing something's off. The Cobb notices too, and Raken, who is clearly frustrated, wonders where his allies have disappeared to. Tears start to form in his eyes as he sarcastically calls them cowards. The Cobb looks shocked at the lack of support. Raken's focus sharpens. This battle isn't about numbers anymore. His title, which thrives in crowd fights, isn't doing him any favors now. For the first time, he feels the pressure of facing an opponent without that advantage. The Cobb jumps high, looking to finish things. Raken realizes what's at stake as it's all about raw power now, no boosts or tricks. He steadies himself, weapon in hand, and locks eyes with his enemy. The Cobb grins and mocks Raken, saying he's just an ordinary guy without his usual tricks. He charges at our guy without giving him a chance to fight back. Raken grits his teeth, his expression darkening with anger. The Cobb leaps again, taunting him to just give up and die. In the background, a huge explosion lights up the sky that shakes the whole battlefield. Amid shimmering water and a crumbling wall, a wild battle is going down. The ground is scarred by a deep ravine and a nearby wall has split right in half. Warrior Cobb stands there, violet energy flickering around him while grumbling about how this whole thing was a waste of time and how the human's trick didn't even work. He remembers how Raken managed to hold his own while flaunting the Lion King's banner. Cobb knows he has to report his win to the Shogun, but he didn't expect to run into such tough fighters in this area. As for the cowards who ran away, he vows to personally take care of them. But then something catches his attention. His gaze zeroes in on a cracked part of the wall where a weird red glow is breaking through. Behind it, Rakan is sitting, wrapped in a divine red aura. His eyes slowly open, shooting out intense beams of energy. When his eyes snap fully open, a wave of power bursts out that is filling the air with raw energy. Cobb stares at the Lion King statue on the wall, totally confused about what's happening. Out of nowhere, Rakan starts clawing at the wall fragments with guttural growl. Then, a loud system notification blares that Berserk mode is on. In a flash, our boy leaps forward and tears through the air with a wave of red energy trailing behind him. He charges at Cobb like a wild animal. Cobb manages to barely lift his sword to defend himself just in time. With wild eyes and a roar, Rakan bellows those who said this fight was over. Cobb's bony face twists in shock. Their weapons clash and Cobb gets knocked back a bit. He quickly regains his footing, but his expression darkens, becoming even more menacing. He stands tall and tells Rakan that fighters like him are pretty rare. Cobb offers him a hand and suggests he join their legion, saying the Shogun is looking for someone just like him as someone who could conquer lands and rule the world. Rakan shoots back with a cold response telling him to shut up. He'd rather die than be a part of some monster's army, so Cobb should save his breath and get ready to fight. Cobb freezes, completely stunned and speechless. Finally, he grabs his sword with both hands while taking Rakan's challenge head-on and deciding to end it right then and there. Rakan just grins, wild and ready. In a flash, he charges with no hesitation. His axe comes crashing down hard. Cobb swings back, his sword cutting through where he was, but Rakan's already ducked under it. His counter lands solid, slamming right into Cobb's chestplate and knocking the wind out of him. He grabs his sword with both hands, ready to take Rakan's challenge and end it right there. Rakan just grins, fired up and loving it. In a heartbeat, he charges with zero hesitation. His axe comes down with full force. Cobb swings back, but his sword only slices through empty air as Rakan's already slipped underneath. Then Rakan's counter hits dead on, smashing into Cobb's chestplate and knocking the air right out of him. The skeleton's grin twists into pure rage as he yells that men are long gone. But before he can do anything, Rakan sends all the attacking hands flying at him. He says just one word that is counterattack. The skeleton whirls around shouting how he dare defy him. But before he can even take a step, a massive explosion erupts in the middle of the battlefield, blasting rocks and debris in every direction. The skeletal warrior gets launched, slamming into the ground hard. His bloodshot eyes snap open in fury just in time to see Rakan coming down on him from above. With a wild grin, Rakan shouts that it is the end and calls him a samurai as a taunt. Then he unleashes a brutal flurry of sword strikes, yelling for him to just die already. The wind blows around the huge building topped with the awesome statue of the Lion King. Warrior Cobb's body slowly disappears while Rakan sits on the ground, grumbling that the fight wasn't even that tough at first. But then he remembers the squad of scared players who ditched him, making him lose all his hard-earned stats. He looks up with a grin and brushes it off, saying it's all in the past now. Suddenly, a system notice pops up saying time's up, and the announcement names the Golden Lion Camp as the winner. Another notice appears, asking him to decide what to do with the conquered territory to keep it or wreck it. With a smirk, Rakan declares it's time to ditch the past and move on to the next phase. He gestures to the side and an explosion rocks the area behind the retreating enemy squad, sending shockwaves through the air. One of the orc players can't help but ask why our hero would defend the pier only to blow it up afterward. A skeleton player points out a system message, which says the pier is off limits for the next 7 days. The confused orc starts to put the pieces together, realizing that nobody can use the pier for a whole week. With all the nearby bases now under Rakan's control, the only choices left are to retreat to the crossroads or just wander aimlessly for a week. The orc yells at the skeleton, demanding to know why Rakan is messing with them and what he's getting out of it. The skeleton suddenly brightens up, figuring out that the boy is in it for the merit and reputation from his battle camp wins. Meanwhile, Rakan's already halfway up the grand staircase of an impressive palace. At the same time, the players keep trying to wrap their heads around how he's racking up all those merit and reputation points. They just can't figure out his game plan. He steps into the Land of War Hall of Fame. The elf girl at the desk spots him and asks how she can help. Rakan says he wants to level up his rank. She raises an eyebrow, telling him to hold on for a sec. But then, her face goes blank as she stares at him in shock. She asks if he's really a knight. Before he can respond, she wonders if he's just messing with her. Rakan's taken aback and comments on her sudden energy shift. The elf goes on about how the Hall of Fame is a sacred spot for nobles who earn the Golden Lion through epic battles. To even enter, you need to be level 280, and at level 235 with a lame territory, he's totally not worthy. She tells him he should head over to the Hall of Knights, which is more his speed. Rakan stops her and suggests she check out his merits and reputation. The elf sighs, grumbling about his nerve, and wonders what kind of numbers he's racked up. Her jaw drops when she sees his stats: 832 merit points and 10,231 reputation points. Those numbers are wild enough to make him an honorary baron. Now she's shaking a bit, worried she might have ticked him off. She suddenly stops and turns away from him. With a mix of sweetness and formality, she calls him a brave knight and offers to help him become a baron. Rakan just rolls his eyes, thinking her behavior is pretty shameless, and signs the papers. The elf waves at him happily while he grumbles about how weird NPCs can be, but hey, he just leveled up. A huge notification pops up, announcing that he's the first visitor to become a noble. Rakan feels pretty pleased that his plan is working out nicely. He decides to show off his new status by using the Book of Runes, shouting about the territory of Rennie to head back. In no time, he's in front of the Lord, who greets him warmly. Rakan looks him over, noticing he's lost a lot of weight. The Lord waves it off, telling him not to stress. He explains that ever since they unlocked the power of the second mind, work has been crazy busy. But Rakan isn't buying it. The guy then admits that after their last meeting with Lord Remming, people keep showing up and handling them is getting tiring. The hero figures Remming has been targeting this place. He nods at the man before saying it's time for him to head out. The Lord wishes him well, and Rakan knows his plan is almost in action. As he steps outside, he wonders if he should gather more fortification stones, but he's pretty much cleaned that place out. It's time for a new hunting spot. Suddenly, he lights up and thinks that the next location will be perfect. The sun beats down as a magical beast takes him to a desert city. He wipes the sweat off his brow and grumbles about why anyone would do quests out in this heat. Rakan reminds himself why he's here in the desert's center. He remembers how, in his previous life, many players tried this quest, but all failed because it was extremely challenging. What really gets to the players is something different. Just as he rides by, a homeless figure appears behind him, and Rakan finally gets why the people are so frustrated. In front of him, a homeless guy is desperately trying to find the words to ask for help. Finally, he begs Rakan for some water. Just then, a notification pops up about a sudden quest from a thirsty villager asking if he'll lend a hand. Our guy thinks this is a lucky break, but he remembers how this particular quest has wrecked a lot of players. It seems super easy at first, but as soon as you give water, a bunch of other thirsty folks show up like a horde of zombies. If you can't satisfy everyone, your reputation takes a serious hit and the whole thing turns into a nightmare. Rakan smirks, thinking that most players steer clear of this quest and figuring that it's not worth the hassle, but he's got a plan. As he pops the lid off the bottle, a huge jet of water shoots out and heads straight for the homeless guy. His face lights up with pure happiness, and he turns all rosy as the water soaks him. The villagers peek out in disbelief, gasping at what they see. Within moments, they dash over to Rakan while cheering and shouting with excitement. He snaps his fingers and huge flasks of water pop up behind him. The villagers freeze, staring at the massive supply that is more than enough for everyone. Then, a water bomb appears in Rakan's hand. With a wicked grin, he says this is going to be his big finish. He tosses the bomb high into the air and without missing a beat, grabs his axe and hurls it up too, shouting about his bomb skill. The axe strikes the bomb mid-air, and it explodes into a massive waterfall, drenching the entire city. Under the blazing sun, rain finally falls in the desert. Villagers laugh and cry, some reminiscing about the last time they saw rain. A notification pops up about a sudden quest completed, and their reputation in Akel Village skyrockets to absolute phenomenon. With the clear blue sky overhead, the villagers gather around the giant water flasks. The village chief Azakal steps forward to thank Rakan for saving them and asks how they could ever repay him. Our boy just shrugs it off, saying he's only doing what feels right, then asks how things got so bad in the first place. Azakal explains that they usually rely on a central well, but it dried up a week ago. Their teleportation gate to the nearby village is broken, and every search team they sent out for water hasn't returned. He pleads with Rakan to find out what's causing the drought. Just then, a new quest notification appears for the hero about investigate the cause of Akel's drought. With a confident thumbs up, he accepts the quest and declares that helping people is what he's all about. Night settles over the desert as Rakan makes his way to a lonely well. His golden armored arm shines in the moonlight, and he feels pretty good about his decision to grab some heat-resistant gear back at the settlement. He grumbles to himself that these items are just what he needs for this quest. As he pulls on the rope to lower himself down into the well, it creaks to life. When he reaches the bottom, he takes a look around and realizes that the well is completely dried up and surprisingly huge. Then, something catches his eye as a faint glow seeping through a hole in the wall of the cavern. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he moves closer, wondering if it's some kind of hidden passage. When he steps through, he's greeted by an enormous cave filled with lava. A notification pops up, letting him know he's found the entrance to the Dungeon of Raging Flames. Rakan smirks, figuring that this is why the village water has dried up. Suddenly, waves of scorching fire sweep through the cave and fiery monsters start to appear. Out of nowhere, an explosion goes off nearby, and without thinking, he jumps down while swinging his axe at one of the creatures. Flames scatter everywhere from the blow, but to his surprise, they quickly come back together. The fiery spirit fires back, zooming toward Rakan with insane speed. He barely dodges, bending back just in time as flames whoosh past him. Watching the explosion behind him, he mutters that these guys are way more stubborn than the creatures in the Rennie dungeon. It's time to pull out the ice spell scroll. He gets a quick heads up that the enchantment will only last for 10 minutes. With a wild grin, Rakan yells that he needs to wrap this up fast before it wears off. He charges in, fiery bits flying as he cuts through them. Swinging his axe like a madman, he uses his signature move about ramp age. With a cocky smirk, he pats himself on the back. But that changes in an instant when an explosion rocks the cavern wall, forcing him to leap aside in shock. He regains his footing just as a deep, echoing voice tells him to get lost. Out of the swirling flames, a solar ghost appears, and a system notice pops up saying he's facing a corrupted fire spirit of level 263. Rockin is pretty stoked to finally face the real source of all his problems. The corrupted fire spirit yells in anger after something whacks him on the head, clearly hurting him. The fiery monster takes aim at Rockin, demanding to know what's causing the sudden pain. Rockin quickly dodges the attack, just in time to avoid the scorching flames and flying rocks. As he saves himself from the chaos, he remarks that the monster has really shown off just how corrupted he is, considering the crazy destructive power he has. The fire monster launches another fireball, demanding that Rockin turn to ashes. As the fireball climbs, the monster cranks up the heat with a flame storm skill. The guy gets a shock as the firestorm rushes at him, twisted attack skill and all. But this time, he's ready and charges right at the fire, determined to put it out. He activates his rampage skill and goes all out. The fire monster still stands strong, claiming Rockin doesn't stand a chance and raises another ball of fire. Smoke fills the air as the monster unleashes a flame wave skill. Rockin can't believe the size of the flames burning everything around him. The heat is intense, and as the wave approaches, he reacts quickly and flies away from the explosion. He realizes a simple frontal attack won't cut it in this fight. After a moment of thought, he decides to throw some water balls. He fires one at the monster, who squints at the ball as it starts to smoke. Surprised, the monster yells at Rockin for his sneaky move, but insists he can evaporate anything with activating the Raging Flame skill. In the blink of an eye, the water evaporates into steam above the monster. Our hero feels a wave of happiness, having trapped the monster in the steam. With lit-up eyes, the monster laughs at Rockin for thinking he can win with just a little water. But then its expression changes as it realizes it can't see through the steam. The guy seizes the moment, targets the fire monster, and swings his sword at it. Rockin slashes at the monster's hand, and in a flash, darts to the other side after chopping off one of its arms. The monster throws out some curses but can't even keep up with Rockin's speed as he taunts it, calling it slow and asking if it can handle him. He moves like lightning, creating a splash in the air as he strikes the monster's shoulder. Ice begins to rise, and Rockin realizes that his power has amplified. He's not just blocking the view with steam, but also crystallizing the moist air to boost his abilities. The monster chimes in, saying that humans always resort to cheap tricks. It lifts a finger at a glowing green droplet. It starts conjuring up some huge magical vortexes, claiming all Rockin's moves are pointless against its overwhelming strength. Rockin looks up in shock as the green whirlpool grows larger above him. Suddenly the spirit points downward, and the swirling energy morphs into a giant magical drill that smashes into the ground. The ground fractures and the whole cavern shakes as the spell digs its way through everything. Rockin realizes he's running out of time. Above him, the corrupted spirit looms on a floating stone, coldly saying that the flame of purgatory represents redemption, about a relentless flame of judgment that will burn until death. It dares the hero to escape, all while the whirlwind of magic tightens around him. But Rockin just stands there, inviting the monster to give it a shot. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he crosses his arms in front of his face and activates his flow skill. Suddenly, a burst of crimson magic erupts from the green vortex. Red energy flares up wildly, consuming the surrounding magic, and the whole cavern quakes as Rockin's power fires up, catching the spirit off guard. Rockin mentions that he didn't want to use this ability because of the aftermath it'll bring, but now, he shouts that it's time to see who's stronger among the spirit's flames and him. His life force starts dropping fast as the corrupted fire burns him up, and honestly, he doesn't even care because he already knows what's coming. He jumps forward, totally confident he'll crush that creepy spirit before anything bad can happen. The spirit yells that nothing like this has gone down in 100 years. As he charges to take down the spirit's flames are closing in too. Holding his axe tight, he swings it up and clears those flames out of the way. With a wild grin, he aims for the head but just misses by a few inches. Looking up, he sees the spirit has whipped up a huge tornado of fire aimed right at him. That crazy fire tornado immediately swallows him whole. Our dude isn't backing down at all, swatting away all those fire attacks with a quick swipe of his axe. Then he lets out a wild roar. Next, he slams his axe into the ground, sending out a massive blast of ice that traps the spirit. But as he charges, the spirit breaks free and suddenly looks way bigger. Our guy buffs up his weapon like crazy, and suddenly there's this massive, long axe in his hands. Ready for the critical hit, he goes all in for a critical strike. It's time for the spirit to bite the dust. The spirit didn't see it coming and gets sliced up like a Kit Kat bar. The spirit's stone cracks clean in two. After finishing the job, he finds it pretty cool. As soon as he takes down the corrupt fire spirit, he breathes a sigh of relief. Right away, he unlocks an achievement for being the first to hunt a high-ranking spirit. Plus, he earns the title Slayer of Common Sense. Since he's the first to get this title, he can now deal 100% damage even without physical bodies. That's the main perk of the current race quest, and it's definitely going to come in handy. All of a sudden, the ground starts shaking like crazy, and he totally freaks out trying to figure out what's happening. Then, water bursts out from the walls of the well, breaking the fire curse that had been plaguing the thirsty desert village. The water that had been held back for so long finally gushes out. Seeing so much water flood in, he freaks out even more. At first, it was just a sea of fire, and now it's a sea of water, no in between. Just as he's about to climb out, the effects of Berserk hit him hard, and his physical abilities take a big nosedive. He's completely frozen now, with no choice but to accept whatever's coming. Suddenly, he starts crying out like a scared little kitten, terrified even of a single drop of water. He lets himself be carried along by the flowing water, still screaming all the way. Outside, the ground shakes, and the villagers start wondering what on earth is going on. Meanwhile, water bursts out of the well, and with it, he shoots out too. The minions get super happy seeing the groundwater again, but he just lands right on top of a bunch of cactus. The village chief rushes over to check on him, and when he arrives, he finds him in pretty bad shape. He thinks our guy might not make it, but he takes him back to his house. The chief is worried something awful could happen to their savior, but at the same time, he's super happy and thankful. Our guy nailed the drought quest. He levels up, grabs a new title, and some wild new powers come with it. The chief heaps a pile of gifts together to thank him. Then he pulls out a treasure box, and inside is a hidden hero's token, a special quest item. The chief explains it's a family heirloom passed down through generations, only meant for the hero who saved the village. He's met lots of travelers before, but he's convinced this guy is the hero from the legends. When he grabs his reward, he realizes it's actually the key to the next gateway. The village stuff was just practice compared to what's coming next. The enemies ahead are way tougher. As he treks through the scorching desert, he starts swearing at the game and wonders why the heat has to feel so real. He's pretty sure he's gonna roast before even making it to the dungeon. Even though he got the hero's token, he can't use it just yet. He needs to find a spot where it actually works. Still, he's feeling pretty lucky to have it at all. Out of nowhere, he spots something. It's just a plain rock sitting smack in the middle of the desert. He walks over, realizing he almost missed it. The rock has a perfect little spot for the hero's token. The moment he sets the token down, a huge flash of light shoots up right in front of him. He thinks, this is it, and the rock starts shaking wildly. Before he knows it, the rock morphs into a giant fist bursting out of the sand. Right in front of him stands this huge sphinx, and it starts running its mouth, saying it's surprised that the one waking it up is just a regular human. The sphinx is acting kinda strange, all hyped up and insisting there are no exceptions. Our guy has to pass the test to prove he's worthy. But then Roken just raises his hand and says the answer is humans. The sphinx looks totally lost and asks if that's not the answer. It just stays confused, not getting what he means at all. He goes on to say that this is going to be super important for what's coming up and tells him to really pay attention. Then he pulls out some kind of crystal and asks if he knows anything about it. The Sphinx explains that if he manages to beat the monster living there, he can claim this item. It's like the source of their life, a solid form of energy. If my boy uses it, he can fully heal himself. But there's a catch, it'll also poison him and weaken all his physical skills. The Sphinx says people usually call it a bloodstone, but my boy isn't really interested in that and just wants to know about the test. The challenge is to try and break the fake bloodstone that the Sphinx made. These stones are made super tough by the life energy from monsters, so even the fake one isn't going to be easy to smash. The Sphinx is pretty confident it's nearly impossible for a human like him. Still, he lets my boy use it as a weapon. But then the Sphinx freezes when the fake bloodstone crumbles in just a few seconds. There's this moment of silence as everyone takes it in, and the Sphinx can't help but acknowledge how strong my boy is. He tells to open the gates, and just like that, the passage to the secret dungeon of the Pyramid of Legends swings open. The Sphinx knows my boy is strong, but still warns him to be careful because the dungeon is tough. My boy brushes it off, saying he's got nothing to worry about. The Sphinx reminds him that the hero's token will be useful, so my boy checks it out and wonders if it looks different now or if it changed because of the test. He figures that things probably shift if someone hits a certain level and thinks he'll just have to sort it out as he goes. When he walks in, a different kind of Egyptian cross lights up right in front of him. It calls him a warrior from a distant place and says this once bright pyramid has been taken over by darkness. If he can beat the evil inside and bring it back to its old glory, it promises him awesome honor and fortune. It tells him to go and restore their glory. Suddenly, a huge burst of light flashes, and when he opens his eyes, he realizes he's been transported somewhere else. He's now inside the secret dungeon known as the Pyramid from Ancient Legends. This place belongs to the Karyaz Empire, ruled by the infamous Scorpion King. After trying to create and control his own world, the Scorpion King was chased by a mysterious evil force. That led to the fall of the Karyaz Empire and even put the outside world in danger. His final goal was the fallen fire spirit hidden in the basement of a desert village. My boy's been thinking about some fallen power, wondering if he's got to take in whatever the Scorpion King is controlled by. Those jerks, the fallen followers. He figures that even though he doesn't know much about the human race's quest since he never finished it in his past life, he's got to take his time and really dig into it. Out of nowhere, something grabs his attention. Right in front of him, a mummy is just hanging out. He thinks about smashing, but nah, it's caps and figures, maybe it's some kind of zombie. As soon as he thinks that, the mummy snaps awake and yells, asking who the heck called her a zombie. He's totally thrown like, is she actually alive? So, He pulls out some water bottles and hands them over. The poor thing gulps it down and immediately feels way better. Then he realizes she's eaten all his food, and now he's left with nothing. But she still asks if he has anything else to drink. He's not buying it and tells her she better have some kind of reward for saving her. She goes ahead and introduces herself, saying she's a high witch doctor serving Lord Scorpion and a noble of the Karyaz Empire. The mummy calls herself Rolfie and starts bragging about herself, but my boy's totally not convinced. In fact, he feels like puking after hearing about this witch doctor noble mummy. He asks if she's some kind of monster, and she straight up agrees he's right. When he hears that, our guy just says it makes things simpler. In a flash, he's ready to knock Rolfie out cold. She starts panicking as he slams down, triggering a massive blast. But she dodges it just in time and suggests they should just talk things through. Then, when she looks ahead, she's shocked to see he's turned into a total beast. He jumps behind her too, telling her to talk it out and calling her a glutton. Shaking and trembling, she watches his wildest face, and he says this talk better be worth everything she's eaten. She's sweating buckets, thinking he's completely nuts. She quickly insists there's no reason to fight since she doesn't serve the Emperor anymore. When he hears that, he looks a bit puzzled, but then something suddenly grabs his attention. Another attack comes flying at them, and he quickly grabs her, throws her aside, and steps right into the path of the attack. He even takes the hit himself. She watches all this, confused, as someone jumps in and says he was trying to take them both out at once. He's some low-key Horut at level 250, and he's after her. He asks what's the point of her teaming up with some weak human after she supposedly betrayed the Emperor. She grits her teeth and shouts that she never betrayed His Majesty, she was just trying to convince him. But he argues that going against the Emperor is betrayal itself, and it looks like she's destined to die. She's not having any of that crap and gets ready to fight back. She's caught off guard when our guy suddenly appears right behind Horut. The low-key Horut, about to get wrecked, turns around just in time. But it's too late to dodge as our guy lands a solid hit. He calls Horut a chicken head and tells him to watch his back. Horut is pissed. How dare a human throw down like that? He jumps up, charges his fist and hits a clean uppercut right on him. Our guy thinks those punches are seriously fast. Rokant tries to strike again, but the low-key chicken head easily dodges and flies off. Horut thinks he's just some arrogant jerk gunning for his back. He wishes he could just take him out right now, but our guy's annoyed and tells the chicken head to chill out. But the chicken head isn't convinced and shoots her a look, deciding that tackling him might not be the best move. He backs off, saying they'll cross paths again soon. Meanwhile, our guy flips him the holy finger and dares him to come back. At the same time, she bursts into tears. She'd been sure something bad was about to go down. He suddenly steps right in front of her, and she's totally caught off guard when she sees him. He asks if she has nothing to say to him. She starts trembling, scared, wondering if she can even say anything nice. But then she notices how rough and worn out he looks, and she gets annoyed. Still, she finally manages to mumble a thank you. It's so quiet though, he can barely hear her. She just can't believe he's making such a big deal out of this. He's arguing with her, asking why she's complaining since she's the one who got them into this mess. And instead of backing down, he wants to know what she thinks about it while punishing her. Meanwhile, she's begging him to let her go. Inside the Empire, the chicken head comes back, and some chick checks out how he's doing, asking if there was a tough fight. The chicken head nods but shrugs her off, saying it's none of her business. She's looking really hot, and she figures he's here to see His Majesty. She asks if it's because of Rolfie, and he tells her she's with a crazy human right now who's dangerous, so she shouldn't get near him. He says he doesn't have time to explain and that he's already warned her. She continues to call him out, but he isn't listening, which leaves her speechless. The chicken head steps in front of His Majesty and announces that he is a lowly servant with something to convey. The Majesty is nothing more than a gigantic eyeball or something similar. He asks what the servant has to say and urges him to hurry. The lowly Scorpion King informs the chicken head that he will indeed listen to him. Rolfie tells Rokan that all that's left of the Scorpion King are his eyeballs. Rokan's confused, not sure if that means the king is dead or just sealed away. She tells him to hold on a sec while she explains that the Emperor has been around way longer than he can even imagine. After all, he built the empire we see today. But since he's been alive for so long, he's pretty much lost his original power and can't keep his body in shape anymore. After hearing that he built the empire, Rokan asks how long he's been alive. She admits she's not really sure because all she knows is that he's been around for a really long time. But since she's a mummy, he wonders if all mummies live forever. She starts counting and says she's about 18 and just a kid. Meanwhile, he's totally confused because this chat is nothing like what he expected. In his last life, he did a quest for another species and only saw a few posts about humans online, but he didn't think things were this complicated. He asks what the chicken head was talking about earlier. She wonders if he's talking about Horut and he nods, recalling how he claimed she sold out the Emperor. When she hears this, she's pretty much at a loss for words for a second. The scene changes to a bustling marketplace where everyone's busy with their own stuff. Out of nowhere, that chicken head shows up. Turns out it's Horut, and people kneel down to the crazy chicken. He's a bit confused by all the commotion since it doesn't seem like a big deal to him. He heads over to Arima because he wants to ask her something. He wonders if she's seen Rolfie lately. Arima tells him that Rolfie used to drop by her place every day, but she hasn't seen her in a while. She guesses Rolfie is just being her curious self and is probably doing fine wherever she is. After hearing this, the chicken head figures out that Arima hasn't seen her, and that's all he really needs to know. He tells her that if a stranger shows up in the village, she should let him know right away. He describes the guy as a flashy weirdo. With that, he waves goodbye and leaves. Suddenly, someone calls her mom and asks if there's something wrong with Rolfie, but she just freezes up, not knowing what to say. The chicken head moves on to a new spot. He jumps into a pyramid where a minion is already hanging out. He asks if the minion has tracked down Rolfie yet. Turns out, that minion is Jakul, who reassures him that he's upped the number of sand warriors to keep the city safe. But the chicken head isn't convinced and reminds him that the Emperor wants Rolfie caught no matter what. Jakul replies that Rolfie isn't really a threat. The chicken head brushes that off, saying it's not Rolfie they should worry about, but the human who's with her. That really throws him off. While checking things out outside the castle walls, he heard a loud noise and went to see what it was. Rolfie was hanging out with this sketchy guy. The altercation didn't last long, but he could tell right away that this guy was dangerous and strong. The chicken head has no idea what someone like that is doing around here, but he knows he could mess up their plans. The Emperor thinks the same, so he says they need to catch both of them. Jakul gets it too. The chicken head notices something interesting and asks about it. Jakul tells him that the gear they need to make the Emperor's wish come true is called the Bloodstone Condenser. The chicken head thinks it looks really cool. Roken is pretty confused when he hears about this Bloodstone Condenser. He's like, what's the plan with that? He doubts it's just going to squash a few bloodstones to make a stronger one. On the other hand, the Emperor is set on using it to get back his power and boost his weak bloodstone. But Roken figures out that to really regain that power, the Emperor probably needs more than just a couple of bloodstones. So he asks if there's a spot nearby that's crawling with enough monsters for that. Rolfie points out the real issue. Bloodstones are like life sources and energy crystals. It's not just the monsters that have them. Everyone who's lived here for a long time has one too. Every single person has a bloodstone. She asks if he realizes that to get his power back, the Emperor is planning to sacrifice all his people. Roken is totally thrown off when he hears that, realizing the Emperor is even crazier than he thought. Just then, someone chimes in and asks who he's calling a crazy bastard. Roken casually mentions it's the Scorpion King or whatever his name is, but then he looks over and is hit with another shock. It's the Emperor's witch and she's calling him darling. Roken can't help but freak out a bit. Like, what the heck? In the next second, our guy and Rolfie get blasted away. He somehow lands on his feet, but she just gets smashed. It's like they're being ambushed. Minute is actually attacking with the intent to kill. She only realizes this when Chickenhead says he's no ordinary human. Her look has changed a bit, which throws him off. Rolfie warns that this is dangerous and tells him to watch out, but she looks like a totally beaten up kid. Minute swings her tail and goes for a strike, but they both dodge it. Still, she grabs hold of Rolfie's feet. She demands focus because she hates being ignored. Then she goes after Rolfie, saying she's been yapping on about his majesty. The witch adds that betraying his majesty who took her in when she had nowhere else is something she should have died for long ago. He darts in so fast you can barely see him and manages to break her grip. Minute gets annoyed when she sees that. As Rolfie gets thrown back and tries to stand, still shaking, our guy across decides to lose it. He goes straight for the tail, but it's super tough. Minute isn't holding back either, launching multiple attacks at him. He plants himself firmly, slicing cleanly with his sword, cutting through the attack. But then, another strike comes down from her tail, right from above. Out of nowhere, Rolfie yells out her move, calling it Gold Rush. That definitely gets Minute's attention, and just as she's about to check it out, a bunch of beetles swarm in. Our guy realizes it's Rolfie, but on the flip side, Minute is totally furious. She makes a beeline for Rolfie, ready to take her out. Rolfie isn't backing down either. She conjures up a bunch of pillars to block her way. That sneaky witch zigzags around, catching Rolfie completely off guard. In the end, Minute manages to reach her. She attacks hard and wraps her tail around Rolfie, squeezing her tight and threatening to crush her just like that. Out of nowhere, something grabs Minute's attention. It's our guy, right above, ready to take her down. Minute just smirks, and as he swings to strike, she dodges it with ease. Rolfie gets freed, but she looks like she might pass out. Minute has vanished, which makes him wonder where she went. Suddenly, she pops up and asks if he really thinks she fell for that trick again. She's right behind him, throws something to freeze him completely, and even his crazy axe gets knocked away. He wonders if it's some kind of debuff because his body just won't obey. His resistance isn't usually that low, so he's really curious what skill she just used. Minute slowly walks up to him and comments on how nice it is to see his face up close. He realizes she's changed back to her human form, which explains her brief disappearance. He's confused about why she didn't just end things and what she really wants. She keeps it simple and says she likes him, which just throws him off. She mentions that he allowed her to feel enjoyment for the first time in ages. She's been stuck in this lonely world for hundreds of years, helping out His Majesty. His revival was a small joy, but she finds that kinda boring. She thinks taking humans as sacrifices is way too easy. He was totally speechless by this. She kept explaining that while all that was going on, something really interesting happened. Chickenhead came back with an injury, and it had been ages since she'd seen him like that. He just gave her a quick warning about our guy and bounced, acting like it was no big deal, but she wasn't having it. Still, she felt pretty hyped, so she set off right away to find him, using her sharp senses to track him down. She was sure about it, especially after their fight earlier. With that in mind, she made him an offer, saying she wanted to make him hers and was even down to setting up a contract with her. When he heard about the contract, he started wondering if this girl was being serious. The Lord has this contract system that people usually use to trade stuff. Sometimes there are special contracts, like ones with monsters. These are special because instead of swapping money or items, you can get abilities that only monsters have. But most monsters don't like users and can be hostile. Only a tiny number of monsters even get how contracts work. So, only a few lucky users ever get to try this out. He keeps wondering if she's lying or not because this deal sounds way too good to be true. Then he asks what she wants if they make a contract. She tells him she wants him to be her hands and feet and fight for his majesty. She also wants him to personally take out that glutton, which totally catches him off guard. He's left speechless for a moment, but then his serious face shifts into a wicked grin and he agrees to the contract. He walks up to Rolfie, who's just floating there, completely out cold. He figures she's just some monster anyway. The whole reason he stepped into this dungeon was to grab those bloodstones for the race's quest. If he could level up faster and get back at that bastard, then what's the big deal about taking down a monster like her? But then she mumbles something about wanting to save people and it hits him hard. He starts shaking, wondering why he's even playing this game. If he really just wanted to get stronger or seek revenge, he knows deep down that what he loved was the thrill of battling and exploring this awesome world. That jerk messed everything up, and now revenge feels way more important than having fun. He's stuck in a tough spot, and honestly, it all feels pretty messed up. Manet sees this and looks totally confused. He grabs Rolfie and starts yelling at her to get up, asking how she could just pass out like that, and if she really wants to save people. As she slowly opens her eyes, she wonders what he's even saying. Maybe he's just being petty because he's hungry. He keeps shouting, telling her to stop getting caught like a dumbass and to cover him from a distance. She snaps back at him, and they start arguing a bit. Suddenly, something grabs their attention, and they quickly dodge an attack from the Snake Witch. Our guy lands on his feet again, but Rolfie gets slammed down hard. He figures out she can shift forms instantly, so her hypnosis only works when she's human. Rolfie stands up next to him, looking pretty rough. She comments on how he did a good job shaking off the hypnosis. She's sure he knows Manet has two forms, one as a human and the other as a snake. Her hypnosis is really strong, but it can only work on one person when she's in her human form, which is why it's not super effective in battle. But when she's in her snake form, she can't use the hypnosis, so she makes up for it with crazy attack and defense power. Manet says it's really embarrassing that they're spilling all this info like that. Not just that, but they're giving away all her personal details too. She threatens to take Rolfie out herself. Calling him an arrogant bastard, she says she'll get him too, though she seems a bit unsure if she's even serious about it. Then she shouts, asking why he'd refuse the contract and choose the tough route over the easy one. He just grins, saying he thought it'd be more fun that way. She looks totally thrown off by this. He goes on to say that instead of teaming up with her to get stronger easily, he actually wants to take her down along with that glutton. After taking out her friends and followers, he's aiming to bring down that psycho emperor who treats his people like sacrifices. To him, that sounds way more exciting. Rolfie's losing it over all this, thinking our guy must be completely insane. He grabs his twin battle axe and decides to take his time, enjoying the game instead of rushing in. He's confident he'll get stronger on his own and settle the score later. Manet jokes that she totally misjudged him, realizing he's as wild as the glutton. This gets her all pumped up, and now she's just itching to take them both down. Rolfie starts to shake a bit, but he calls out to her, saying to chill out and just listen. He tells her if she really wants to stop the Emperor's plan, he's got her back. But he's not about to try and reason with the Emperor. He'll just take him out. Then he asks her if that still works for her. After hearing that, she gets hyped up and prepares to dive in. He smirks and tells her to get ready to take on the Snake Witch in front first. The Snake Witch is right in front of Roken, acting all wild and rushing at him. She's hissing under her breath too. He spots her, and they go at it in a one-on-one showdown. Without wasting any time, he rushes to attack her tail, but she dodges easily. She then uses her tail to grab his arm in a quick move. Just as he looks up, she manages to land a solid hit with her claw right on his face, leaving some nasty cuts. Furious now, he goes for her tail again, ready to smash it down. She starts yelling, calling him a total brute. Then she throws him aside, cursing up a storm. Suddenly, something grabs her from behind. Rolfie attacks her hard, but she manages to hit back. He's not happy that he told her to watch his back, but she's just using him as bait. Right as he looks up, he shouts to her, telling her to watch her back. Behind her, Manet's already set. She swings with her tail, but Rolfie blocks it by summoning her pillars. The pillars start to crack and Manet's ready to finish her off. Then he throws his axe straight at Manet's tail, catching her completely off guard. On the flip side, he pulls out his battle axe and crazily storms towards her. He's totally losing it. Using his skill bomb, he throws the axe and it blows up with a huge explosion. The dust kicks up so thick that Manet's vision goes out the window. From the dust, he's all set to attack and sneak up from behind. As he's creeping up on her, she senses him and whips around with her tail, joking that her senses are pretty sharp. But the hit just passes right through him like he's invincible or something. Manet is totally thrown off by this. She can't wrap her head around how it didn't even affect him. On the flip side, he totally loses it, multiplying his forms like crazy with his rampage scale. He lashes out with dozens of slashes straight at her, making her scream from the pain. He even gives her a surprise haircut in the chaos. Without missing a beat, she quickly fights back and starts devouring every copy of him, and in the end, she manages to catch him. She's completely crazy, and without missing a beat, she lashes out with her tail, hitting him dead on. Then she wraps her tail around him and yanks him closer, calling him a fool and warning he'll seriously regret turning down her offer. He can tell she's pretty pissed and asks if she forgot something, which totally throws her off. Right when she looks to the side, Rolfie's already summoned her pillar, and it drops down behind her. She begins coughing blood, and next thing you know, she's flying up into the air like wild. He's completely blown away by Rolfie and asks her to send him flying too. She's not sure what'll happen to him, but he tells her not to stress. Then she shoots him straight up into the air like a rocket. While he's still airborne, she freaks out big time seeing him heading right back toward her. He's ready to finish this as he pulls out his big heavy axe. He declares that it's her time to die, but she kind of signals him to hold on like she wants a timeout. Without missing a beat, he swings and chops her into pieces. He's totally losing it, and that's the end of the crazy witch. At first, the desert is a total mess. Monsters are everywhere and the people are really struggling. But in tough times, heroes pop up. One day, a scorpion-like guy shows up, ready to take on the chaos. He has some help from a chicken-headed buddy and a snake witch. Together, they fight off the monsters and bring some calm back to the desert. The locals are super grateful and decide to follow him. Eventually, they establish their own place, the Karyaz Empire, far away from everything else. The scorpion shit gives his chicken and snake friends a form to help him out, along with the others who join him. That's how he ends up becoming the emperor and rules for a long time. But he starts questioning why he's seen as the hero when he's making sacrifices. Rolfie tells him that to keep the kingdom and the world running for so long, he has to use up all his power, which is wearing him down. So his mental state isn't exactly great. It's kind of like the chicken head and the snake witch, who used to fight for the people. While they're chatting, Rolfie suddenly gets a thought and starts grilling our guy about who he really is. Even though he helps take down the snake, that last move he pulls is something she's never seen before. Totally wild. She begins to wonder if he's some kind of spy trying to take over the Karyaz Empire while everyone's distracted. Rolfie gets a bit worked up, saying she should have figured it out sooner, but he's just left scratching his head, confused by her sudden accusations. He points out that if he were a spy, why would he even save her? He explains he's just an adventurer looking to level up. She then asks him why he even wants to get stronger in the first place. Out of nowhere, he starts wondering why he's even chatting about this with an NPC. Frustrated, he snaps at her, saying it's none of her business. She shoots back, asking why he's hitting her, but she definitely started it. Then he questions her identity since he's realized the Emperor is using people as sacrifices. He's curious why she cares about that when she's still a monster herself. Just then, something distracts her, and she quickly tells him to get down. He's a bit annoyed, but they're face to face with the Emperor's sand warriors, and there's nowhere safe to go in the desert. Sure, they look weak and he could take them out, but those minions are creations of the Emperor. If they take them down, it won't be long before their location gets discovered. She thinks it's going to be tough to take on the whole army. They realize they have no choice but to head there, and she mentions they need to talk to the Emperor to satisfy his curiosity too. Now that they're outside the Empire's entrance, there's a ton of security around, and they start to wonder how they're gonna get in. She's not really thinking that far ahead though. After an awkward silence, he snaps at her, frustrated that they made it all this way without a solid plan. So he starts brainstorming how to gain entry and asks what kind of folks get in through there. She explains it's mostly fishermen and hunters. Suddenly, he gets a light bulb moment and starts outlining his plan. A little later, a sand minion outside spots them and asks who they are. One of them peels back his hood, revealing himself in full disguise as a mustachioed guy, claiming he's definitely a hunter. The minions look suspicious, thinking about snagging him, but Rolfie jumps in, calling out to him like a darling, asking why he's mad at an innocent soldier. They start bickering, and the minions just stand there, totally confused. Rolfie keeps pleading for them to let them pass, and finally, they agree to let them through. Once the door shuts behind them, Rolfie can't believe it actually worked. As he looks around the Empire, he sees tons of people busy with their own stuff, and it's way bigger than he thought. Rolfie tells him to quit staring and follow her. He asks where they're headed, and she says they're going to see someone who can help them. Meanwhile, over in the desert, the chicken head finds some remnants of the Menet, including a snake witch's tail. One of the minions spots something and yells for him. They discover some bandages that actually belong to Rolfie, and the chicken head realizes she was there with her. He's definitely warned the snake witch now. He asks about the Menet's bloodstone, but the minion thinks the killer took it. The chicken head clenches his fist, shouting at the poor minion, saying he doesn't care if it's inside or outside, and orders him to find them. He's furious with our guy, claiming he's going to kill him. As Rolfie and Roken reach Arima's house, she asks if he's really sure about this. She's feeling a bit annoyed, wondering if he's been fooled his whole life. While looking outside, Rolfie eases his mind by mentioning that this is the person he took care of, so he shouldn't worry. When Arima gets up to her and calls her a glutton, Roken is caught off guard, freezing at the nickname again. Arima expresses her concern about disappearing without a word. Meanwhile, Roken is trying not to laugh at the glutton comment, but Arima is clearly not amused. Once they're inside the house, Arima can't believe she brought a friend after dipping out so suddenly. Rolfie jumps in to clarify that he's more like her subordinate, which he's not too thrilled about. Still, Arima is friendly and introduces herself. So, he introduces himself and mentions he found this girl while adventuring, something, which surprises Arima because she didn't expect him to be an adventurer. Rolfie starts teasing him about his name and questions who would even name him that. Then he turns to Arima, pulling at her ear and asking how she became friends with someone as arrogant as her. Arima just shrugs and says that's part of her charm. She thinks back to about 12 years ago when she came home with groceries. She was caught off guard when she saw her house all messed up and chaotic. Hearing noise from the kitchen, she went to check it out and found a kid wrapped up in a rough blanket. It turned out to be a younger Rolfie, happily munching on some bread. They both stared at each other awkwardly, and Rolfie asked if she had any jam with her. He thinks it's pretty shady that Arima has been taking care of her, but she's totally cool with it. At first she was surprised, but as she got to know her better, she found out Arima is actually really nice. She helped out with the housework and took care of her kids after they were born. Then, he awkwardly brings up if she knows she's seen as a monster. Arima agrees, saying that Chickenhead has always been around. The first time he came, he had Rolfie with him, and Arima thought she'd never see him again after that. But the next day, Rolfie popped up asking for jam. After a month of that, Chickenhead just gave up. Now, when she thinks back on it, she mentions that Chickenhead was looking for her, which surprises both of them. They exchange knowing looks when Arima shares that he told her to let him know if a strange guy showed up in the village. She starts to worry if something bad happened, but Rolfie reassures her it's not a big deal. She explains they just had a small argument over something. She casually asks if she can stash them away for a bit, and Arima's totally cool with it. She thinks the kid will be back soon anyway. But when she hears about kids, she's totally caught off guard, and they both suddenly jump into the house. Rolfie is freaking out, sweating bullets. The kid menacingly says they missed her, and then they both start cuddling her in this really annoying way. He's just enjoying it, thinking she should have to deal with that for a while. But he's not off the hook either. One of them walks over to him, saying they've never seen him around. Looks like he's well trained, and wonders if he can play hide and seek like 500 times without breaking a sweat. His future feels pretty grim. Meanwhile, Chickenhead approaches the Majesty, the scorpion. The door swings open, and he kneels before this enormous eye. The eye brings up Menet, saying her fate was pointless. Then it asks where Rolfie is. Chickenhead apologizes since he hasn't found her yet, but he promises he will. The eyeball insists that Rolfie must be brought back alive and doesn't care if our guy with her gets killed. Chickenhead is shocked to hear that Rolfie betrayed and even killed Menet, yet the eye still wants her spared. He wonders what makes her so special, but starts to feel scared. The eye looms closer, commenting on how he sure talks a lot and tells him to leave. He ends up speechless. Leaving in complete disappointment, he covers his face. Rolfie is having an epic sleepover with the kids, just chilling in a chair. But he's got this nagging feeling that something's seriously off, and he has no clue what kind of crazy dungeon he's in. So, he thinks about grabbing some info and taking a breather. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he gets hit with a major surprise. He starts spamming the logout button, sweating bullets when he realizes he can't log out at all. Rolfie wakes up the next day and immediately asks Arima what's for breakfast. But she's taken aback when she sees that Roken looks completely exhausted, like he's about to drop. It's pretty clear he can't log out, and his runebook isn't going to help him out either. Rolfie approaches him and asks if he's alright, but our guy just plays it off, saying it's no big deal. Still, he's starting to feel like something's off. The dungeon feels way different from how he remembers it, and he can't log out at all. Plus, his runebook isn't working either. A thought crosses his mind. Maybe the game's onto him for using memories from his past life. Up until now, he's been pretty shameless about leveling up fast with those memories. Sure, rushing to get stronger is his shortcut to revenge, but he's really putting in the effort to stream, so people would think he wasn't using any cheats. It just feels crazy that it wasn't enough. He starts to wonder if the dungeon changes and everything else is actually some sort of test of his skills. But hey, he's ready to take it on. Still, he can't shake the feeling that this whole situation could be the game doing something shady. After breakfast, they decide to head out. Roken's feeling uneasy about not telling Arima that the Emperor is sacrificing people. He's torn about whether to let everyone know, but deep down, he realizes it would just create chaos since escaping the Emperor's grip seems impossible. As long as the Emperor sticks to his plans, their only shot is to take him down. He can't help but wonder what their next move will be. Rolfie mentions that if they want to catch a tiger, they need to step into its den. She suggests heading to the pyramid. When they finally arrive, he's blown away by how massive it is. This is where the Emperor and the nobles hang out. Those nobles are basically monsters who mess around with magic. In a place with limited resources, elemental magic is super important because it's the foundation of life. She starts bragging about being noble and all, but what's the point when she's being chased? Then she tells him to just watch as she hits a hidden trigger. A secret door opens up, leading to a hidden path inside the pyramid. He's impressed and has to give her props, but she just tells him to trust her and follow her from here. He starts bragging about her being some kind of secret path whiz, a noble and a cool witch named Glutton. But then, out of nowhere, she accidentally hits a pressure button on the path, and it turns into a trap for both of them. They freeze for a second, then start falling. He can't believe he's trusting his life to someone as clueless as her. Just as they're dropping through the air, Chickenhead shows up out of nowhere, and Rolfie can't believe it. He snatches Rolfie right out of the fall and tosses her well away. When Roken lands and prepares to deal with Chickenhead standing right there, Chickenhead comments that Roken's got some guts, sneaking in on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, Rolfie's totally baffled about how he even found out about the secret path. Like, how could he not know something she's in on? He grabs her by the throat, calls her an ungrateful bastard, and says he wishes he could just kill her right then and there. Instead, he gives her a hard whack on the head and throws her aside. She immediately passes out. Chickenhead tells his minion to take her to the king. Meanwhile, he and Rokan are giving each other the stare down. Jackal jumps in and talks about how the ceremony prep is going. Chickenhead already knows what's up. That cheap Beerus tries to reassure Chickenhead, thinking Rokan's an easy target since he's on his own. But Chickenhead isn't having it, and admits he can't take Rokan out himself. He just wants him to stall as much as possible because he plans to handle Rokan himself. Jakul isn't too keen on how Chickenhead thinks he's the best around. Chickenhead looks over at Rokan and calls him a foolish human, saying he has no idea how strong he really is. But Rokan just keeps banging on the bars, not paying attention. Jakul yells at him to listen up, but Rokan doesn't care at all. He's just wondering if Jackal's some kind of mutt, and if this really is an animal kingdom. The mutt thinks he can keep up his tough guy act, so he tells them to open the gates. When the bars swing open, a massive wild lion bursts in, roaring like crazy. The mutt shouts at it to tear Rokan apart. But he's totally stunned when Rokan, with just one swing, smears his sword in blood, taking down that huge beast right before his eyes. He just devours it like it's nothing. After that, Rokan drops into that classic Toji pose, daring the mutt to bring on the next monster. Mutt, on the other hand, gets super angry and shouts for someone to take out Rokan. Out of nowhere, a bunch of wild, crazy beasts come flying at him. He just grins, kinda curious if that's all they've got. He's totally amped, yelling for everyone to come at him without holding back, making it clear this is a full-on brawl. The first to face our guy's wrath is this massive wild snake. But with just one hit, the snake gets totally wrecked and seriously crushed. Next up is this chill golem guy who tries to squash him by pounding the ground with his fist. But before he knows it, Rokan slices right through his arm, and the whole thing gets shredded. The golem starts growling and screaming in pain, totally losing it. Rokan darts forward so fast you can barely catch it, zipping right through the golem's head like it's made of paper. Next up on the menu is a massive untamed lion that's charging in. He takes aim as well, and with his twist attack, he immediately pounds the lion clean on the face. The lion is thrown away but still clings to the ground before it starts breathing flames. But that subtle trick doesn't fool Rokan at all. Right when the flames appear, his blow connects. He quickly dodges and lands next to the lion's head, which is now sweating bullets. He shouts at the sneaky creature, asking what it's looking at. Then with a savage strike, he completely flattens the lion's face. So there's this scorpion that's trying to sneak up on our guy, using its claw to grab him, but it's not as easy as it thinks. The scorpion puts in a solid effort to trap him, but once things chill out, our guy laughs it off, saying that this low-key scorpion is going to take him out with some lame move. That laugh straight up freaks the scorpion out, and in a last-ditch effort, it goes for a sting. But Rokan just slices it up like it's nothing. The stinger gets totally wrecked, and the poor scorpion is screaming its head off. Right as it hits the ground, the next victim about to be taken down is this massive wild viper. The low-key viper tries to snap at him, but little does it know it's the one about to be torn apart. Rokan activates his rampage skill and slices that viper into pieces like it's nothing. Mutt watches in terror and finally gets that the chickenhead was right all along. He can't wrap his head around how Rokan moves, or that he's actually real. Rolfie finds herself locked up, and as soon as she opens her eyes, she's totally caught off guard. Right in front of her is the Scorpion King, and he asks if she's awake. That gigantic eyeball thing tells her it's been a while since they last met. She starts sweating like crazy when she realizes it's the Emperor himself. The eyeball goes on to say that his comeback is just around the corner, and soon everyone in the world will know about the Karyaz Empire. Rolfie snaps back, telling him not to joke around because he's using all his people as sacrifices to come back, and what's even the point of that? But that eyeball shit says the whole world belongs to him since everyone who's been a part of it is also his. He thinks it makes sense to just take back what he gave them. Then he goes on about how, eventually, Rolfie will see that the sympathy she feels for people is useless. He tells her to be real with herself because her sympathy really only extends to Arima and her kids. He's basically telling her she's not interested in anyone else, and only focuses on protecting those closest to her. The eyeball releases Rolfie, and right when she hits the ground, she gets handed some redstone. She's just standing there, confused. Then the eyeball goes on about how those wedges carry a powerful curse, and if she plants one in someone's heart, it'll kill them instantly. After that, he calls out to her, saying the preparations are all set, and tells the chickenhead that all he has to do now is carry it out. The eyeball tells Rolfie there's no way she can win, but then, saying there's nothing wrong with being confident, he decides to give her a shot. He asks if she wants to save Arima and her family. If she does, then she has to take down that guy with the redstone. Rokan wraps up his rampage by taking down the last creature, feeling pretty satisfied. He shouts for Mutt, but the guy's nowhere to be found, and Rokan starts to wonder if he got spooked. He's also confused about why they're locking him up. Out of nowhere, a lid nearby starts shaking, and a bandaged hand pops out. Then, an old dude wrapped in bandages emerges, totally catching him off guard. They're both just standing there in this awkward silence when that random dude tries to backtrack, saying he's in the wrong place. But Rokan actually stops him and asks who he thinks he is, just popping up like that. The random dude replies he's a mummy. Rokan can see that for sure, but it's kinda weird. The low-key mummy dude then notices this is a cage, where they keep monsters that can't be controlled, and since he doesn't know who Roken is, he suggests it's probably best to bounce because things could get dangerous. Roken points at the banged-up monster and asks if that's the kind of danger he means. The mummy guy looks surprised by this. Then he yanks Roken and drags him into a hole. Roken struggles to break free but ends up tumbling into some underground tunnel. The mummy dude holds onto his hand and mentions he had a feeling Roken was the troublemaker that one had talked about in Karyaz with Rolfi. Roken is totally lost and has no idea what he's talking about. The mummy tells him they need to hurry up and just follow. Roken is still pretty lost though. The mummy insists it's not too late, but Roken has no clue what he's going on about. He finally opens up that he's not the only one who wants to take down the Emperor. That makes Roken think that if Rolfi isn't a mummy, they must be on the same side. But the mummy drops the bomb that Rolfi isn't a mummy at all, which totally catches him off guard. He starts sharing that 4 years ago, he saw Rolfi when she was just 14. She was wrapping herself in bandages, and when he asked why she was doing that, especially since she was young and had a great body, she snapped back, saying she identified as a mummy now. From that point on, she started calling herself a mummy everywhere she went. The mummy insists that to look like a mummy, you really have to embrace it. Roken just thinks that maybe modern mummies fit the vibe Rolfi likes. Then the mummy drops a bomb, saying it's not just him and Rolfi pushing back against the Emperor. He suggests it might be better if they teamed up, but also points out that Rolfi's too emotional and doesn't know how to hide her feelings. A few months back, when Chickenhead spilled the Emperor's revival plan to the Karyaz nobles, everyone was stunned to hear he wanted to use human bloodstones for it. That's when Rolfi jumped in, saying there was no way they'd sacrifice the people living here who believed in the Emperor. She even yelled that it was complete nonsense. Chickenhead wasn't a fan of what she had to say. Meanwhile, the mummy and his crew stayed quiet, and seeing that, Chickenhead tossed Rolfi right out of the Empire. Roken figured that's why she was there, looking like a dried squid. But with all the focus on her, the mummy and his minions, who were against the Emperor's plan, managed to move around without being noticed. Roken is curious if they've come up with a way to stop the plan, but no luck there since the Emperor never revealed how he got the Bloodstone. So they ended up making a secret spot below Karyaz and decided that the best move was to get as many people out as they could. They eventually stumbled upon this place, and Roken wonders if it's like a cave. The mummy takes the lead and fills him in on the details. He lights a fire to brighten things up, and Roken is totally taken aback when he sees all the engravings of the Karyaz Empire right in front of him. Rolfi had already mentioned this stuff to him, and the mummy figured it was just some kind of biography of the Emperor. But when he took a closer look, he realized it's actually a symbol of the Emperor with 3 paths branching out from it. Seeing that symbol jogs Roken's memory. He's definitely seen it before. The first path represents desire, the second one is about the body, and the third is all about belief. The mummy explains that the Emperor's body didn't just fall apart, it got split into those 3 aspects. The only thing that's left is his desire. The spot where their belief was formed is gone now, so they can't even picture what it was like. The mummy starts to think that maybe his belief is really ruined too. Out of nowhere, the ground begins to shake, and Roken wonders if it's an earthquake. But the mummy quickly explains that it's not an earthquake. Meanwhile, low-key Chickenhead is losing it and declares that the plan is officially on. The mummy guy flips out and says the ritual has kicked off, so they need to get the humans out of there. Roken chimes in, asking if they can't just take out the Emperor since he's the real problem. That totally catches the mummy dude off guard, and he tells Roken it's not that easy. He mentions that Roken only thinks that because he hasn't met the Emperor yet. Even if the Emperor's not at full power, he's still a big deal. But Roken isn't fazed at all. He's super confident and thinks the Emperor hasn't come across him either, and he's pretty strong himself. That just leaves the mummy guy speechless, and all he can manage is to mumble for Roken to head to the tomb. It's this massive underground square where the nobles hang out. Right now, it's all sealed up and protected because they're getting ready for the revival. There are just 2 ways in. One path goes up to the tomb on the upper floor of the pyramid, and the other is a big door in the basement. Soldiers will be waiting at both spots. Roken can't fight, and he knows not to think he can take on the Emperor solo. He's already expecting that. Then, he starts sketching a map on part of his bandage, and Roken realizes he can totally use it like this. The mummy guy hands over the map and then rushes off, wishing him good luck in the pyramid. Roken's alone now and takes another look at the engraving on the wall. He checks out the symbols related to the belief and starts pondering over it. He also spots an engraving of 3 figures, but it's not really his priority right now, so he pushes that thought aside. When he finally reaches the top, the people in the Empire are freaking out, thinking it was an earthquake. But then, out of nowhere, pillars start popping up all over the city. The mummy guy shows up, and his minions report that things are way worse than they expected. They're completely clueless about what their enemies are planning. It's not just happening in one spot. These pillars, known as obelisks, are bursting up everywhere, evenly spaced out all over the city. Out of nowhere, the mummy dude has a light bulb moment. As folks are checking out these obelisks that just popped up, a bandage suddenly springs to life and starts grabbing them. Turns out, it's the mummy dude behind it all, and he's warning everyone to back off from the pillars. He tells his minion to get the younger humans out first. Now he's thinking about Roken, believing he might be their best shot. As Roken approaches the tomb entrance, he knows he's hit the jackpot. There are tons of minions hanging around. Without wasting any time, he jumps right in, taking out 1 minion in a snap. With a grin on his face, he gets ready as the others start to move in on him, but he quickly calls up his axe and goes to town on the rest of the minions. They're totally stunned as he starts slicing through them in no time. Just as he looks back, more minions are charging at him. He flings one of his axes right at a minion's head. Then, he summons another axe and, in a flash, delivers a savage strike, cutting through all the minions around him like it's nothing. He's going totally wild, ready to take everyone down. Suddenly, a pillar shoots up in front of him, catching him off guard. He steps back, even more shocked when a figure emerges from the dust. It's Rolfie herself, showing up to face him. On the flip side, everyone is just bolting for their lives while the mummy guy is helping them get underground. Out of nowhere, he spots someone in the crowd. It's that snobby mutt who thinks it's beneath him to be hanging out with all these humans. Suddenly, bandages start wrapping him up like crazy, and it's our mummy dude jumping in to save the day. The mutt, completely freaked out, is screaming about what's happening and questioning if the mummy even knows who he is. But the mummy totally knows. And he's got a ton of things he wants to ask him. They've got that mutt all tied up, and he's calling them traitors for turning on their lord to help the humans. The mummy snaps back, pointing out that he was the one trying to bail. But he insists he was just following orders since he built the bloodstone condenser. The mummy dude asks why he was making a run for it, and he spills the beans about this chaotic guy, the one Rolfie brought in. Turns out he took out Menet along with all the monsters. The mummy dude quickly realizes he's talking about Roken. The mutt shrugs it off, saying he was just hanging out there in case things went south, because someone's gotta serve the lord. The mummy dude asks if he really thinks Roken's a threat, and he's shocked to hear he knows him. Suddenly, he jumps up and admits he was the one who helped Roken break free. That thing caught the mutt completely off guard, and one of the minions shoved a knife right up to his throat. He asks why he's doing all this. The mummy guy doesn't want to waste time chatting and asks what those obelisks popping up around the city are all about. Then he wants to know how they're connected to the bloodstone condensers. He warns that if he doesn't spill the info, he'll tie him to one of those obelisks. With no other options, the mutt takes a moment to think and reveals that a crystallized bloodstone just can't blend with something else. They've tested it with humans over and over, but the outcome is always the same. While hunting for clues, they stumble across a mural deep inside some ruins from an unknown civilization. They manage to figure out something pretty cool, a way to merge the souls of multiple humans into one bloodstone. The gadget that makes all this happen is the design for the bloodstone condenser. The obelisks are like the roots of the condenser, and they get lifted up with the power of a chicken's head. They suck up the life energy from humans and mix it all together in a condenser underground. The mummy guy asks if that means they're going to test on a bunch of people, but the mutt says that's not the main issue. As soon as that chicken head's ritual starts, he's coming back no matter what, even if they try their hardest to evacuate the humans. Everyone left behind in the cities, those thousands of people, are going to die. So Rolfie is standing in front of Roken, who's totally confused and asks what she's doing there. She just shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter. Cold as ice, she tells him this has nothing to do with outsiders like him and suggests he should just walk away if he wants to save himself. But Roken isn't having any of that, and he immediately goes right at her with a smash. He yells at her to shut up and lands a hard punch right in her face. Then he starts ranting about how she just doesn't get what he went through. Rolfie tries to get back up, telling him she told him to leave while hitting him with her pop-up pillars. He's totally shocked to see the kid in that state. She denies it's brainwashing, but he doesn't really care, because to him, physical therapy is the best way to break someone out of brainwashing. They're both squared off, staring each other down. Out of nowhere, he rushes in fast and swings at Rolfie, who just manages to slip out of the way by a hair. But that's not all. Our guy quickly grabs her face, warns her it's gonna sting a bit, and then smacks her with just one finger. That tiny little hit is enough to make her scream in pain. She shouts at the minions, wondering why they're just staring, and tells them to grab him. They quickly close in from all sides and try to jab him with their spears, but he just grabs one and snaps it like it's nothing. He goes off again on his rampage, taking out the minions one by one. It's pretty brutal. He's smashing them right in the face, and in no time at all, he wipes out all the sand minions in just a few seconds. So now he's low-key farming aura, just chilling on top of the pile of bodies. Then he turns around, spots poor Rolfie standing there, and walks up ready to punch her down without holding back. Next, we jump to the scene where Rolfie reaches the spot where redstone is being condensed. She gives a sharp glance and spots the chicken head doing his thing, just as he opens his eyes. The scorpion eyeball shit also pops in and notices she's done her job. He asks if she killed the man, and she casually tosses aside something she brought along. It's Roken himself, and to everyone's surprise, she manages to stab him right in the heart through that redstone. Seeing this, the eyeball shit realizes she's on top of things. After that, she asks if they're finished and tells him to help her save Arima and the kids. But then the eyeball shit drops the bomb that he's already taken them to an isolation ward, and once the ritual wraps up, he'll send her to them. Hearing that, she's hit with a wave of realization and glances at Roken, who's just lying there. She quickly rushes back while the eyeball shit gets closer to Roken, intrigued by how he even made it to this spot. He starts to think that if he can actually take out Menet, then he must be pretty strong. He wonders if maybe he's an assassin sent by them after all. Shaking his head, he thinks about how all their efforts are just going to waste now. And just as he is blabbing on and on, Roken on the other hand seems to be kicking. He gets onto his feet and immediately jumps up to that eyeball shit and stabs him right away. While he looks behind, Roken is totally menacing, asking who said he failed. The eyeball is completely terrified, and he is sure that he cast an instant death curse on that gravestone. On the other side, it is just the charisma of Roken as he has 2 lifelines, and he remarks that this is why he should have checked if he was dead. On the flip side, Rolfie takes off running. A bit earlier, he had asked her what was up since he knows she can be clueless, but he's curious why she's acting even more foolish. She pauses for a moment, unsure if she should explain, and he quickly figures out it's about Arima. He questions if that's why she's letting down all those people, and if she only cares about Arima and her family. She fires back, asking what's wrong with that, and just like that, they're back to arguing. She says she feels useless, even though she's a high noble of Cariaz and a witch doctor. He's at a loss for words and asks if she really has no idea what's going on. She seems puzzled by his question, but he tells her to forget it and asks if she's sure Arima will be safe if the Emperor kills him. She wants to know if he has a plan, and he snaps at her to shut up and just follow his orders. He lays it out. She needs to get out with Arima and the kids while he takes care of the Emperor. Right now, tears are streaming down her face as she bolts toward Arima. Meanwhile, Roken is absolutely wrecking that eyeball shit. He tells the Emperor to speed things up, trying to shake off our guy. Then Chickenhead jumps in, and when Roken sees him charging straight at him, he's caught off guard. Chickenhead grabs him by the neck and slams him into the wall. Chickenhead looks totally speechless, while on the other side, the red stones poked into the eyeball fall to the ground. He notes that his attempt definitely wasn't enough since the Keystone Curse only works once. He says he's basically playing with death, then walks over to that glowing red stone. After a moment, a bright light starts shining up from the ground. The eyeball gets right on it and immediately starts disappearing into this bright light. In no time, he's out of the picture, leaving Roken low-key baffled, wondering if he actually sank into the ground. Then Chickenhead grabs Roken tighter and throws him like a slice of cake. He says it's all over, but Roken's just standing there, confused about what exactly he's talking about. The Chickenhead says there's plenty of power in that device, and there's no turning back now. Meanwhile, outside, the mummy guy is shocked as the obelisk starts to react. They announce that the revival ritual is kicking off. Rolfie comes to a halt in front of the door to the isolation ward, and when it swings open, she's totally taken aback to find that it's completely empty. She can't believe what she's seeing right in front of her, and out of nowhere, a minion pops up behind her and smacks the roof right near her neck. Next thing she knows, she just passes out. Outside in the Empire, everyone is staring at the obelisk as it shifts shapes right before their eyes and starts glowing a bright green. Suddenly, a bunch of green tentacles start popping out of it, and they're on the hunt, stabbing people right away and draining the life out of them. It's a nightmarish scene, leaving victims lifeless and in total agony. Everyone starts sprinting for their lives, just trying to get out of there. But those tentacles don't care about anyone, and before long, the whole empire is swarming with them. People are crying out for help, desperate to be saved. Down underground at the top of the red stone, something starts dripping down, drop by drop. It looks like it started to gather from the life energy of the people outside that it absorbed. Roken is taken aback when he sees this. Chickenhead explains that this is the life source meant for humans, and the real power that His Majesty should definitely reclaim. He claims that Loki Eyeball is going to get his awesome form back soon. But then Roken jumps in, asking if that means he'll get even bigger eyes. Roken is all in and charges right at the stone, taunting Chickenhead about what he'll do if he breaks it first. Seeing this, Chickenhead steps in to block him, trying to stop his charge. Roken just grins at him. Chickenhead goes for a hit right away, but Roken dodges it. Chickenhead spots another chance and swings at him again. He pulls out his axe to counter, trying to make a comeback, but it looks like Chickenhead is holding his own pretty well too. Roken thinks it's early to go berserk, but as he looks ahead, he decides to just do it. He charges at Chickenhead, ready to take him down, and comes in with a super powerful attack that catches Chickenhead off guard. Then Roken teleports right in front of him and lands a solid hit. He's ready to go for another round, but Chickenhead spots his chance. He quickly clenches his fist and throws a punch straight at Roken's face, hitting him without hesitation. Roken coughs up blood and gets pretty annoyed with him. He snatches his other axe and flings it hard right at Chickenhead. Chickenhead, thinking it's such an obvious move, dodges it like it's nothing. But actually, the axe was aimed at the stone all along. Roken smirks, while Chickenhead just thinks the whole thing was total crap as the axe hits the stone dead on. Roken's standing his ground, saying Chickenhead should have taken that hit instead and wondering how he even dodged it. But just as the dust clears, this totally insane monster starts creeping out from behind it. Seeing that, Roken freaks out big time. He shouts at that crazy Chickenhead, trying to find out if he's hiding anything. No response though, and the Chickenhead's totally obsessed with our guy's butt. Grabbing Roken, he goes full savage, smashing him down, dragging him all over and hitting him non-stop. In the end, right as Roken gets back on his feet, he figures Chickenhead must have been pretty shocked that he's just coming at him totally defenseless. Then, thinking it's for the best, Roken decides to punish him. While Chickenhead is caught off guard, Roken lands a kick right to his face and immediately tries to chop him with his axe again. Chickenhead's pretty sure he's being reckless, knowing the eyeball revival isn't finished yet. He worries something bad could happen at this pace. So, he tightens his fist, powers up, and swings to punch Roken right in the face but only grazes him. Without missing a beat, he crashes his fist into the ground, catching Roken off guard, and charges his fist again, determined to knock Rokan out of here. He goes ahead and brutally punches Rokan, launching him into the air. While he's still up there, Chickenhead comes rushing at him again and grabs his leg. Our guy's yelling for him to drop it, but Chickenhead couldn't care less and hauls him out of the tomb, throwing him off like he weighs nothing. Rokan can't believe what he's seeing and asks him if he's lost his mind, especially since it's a crazy fight going on. Chickenhead just goes on about how he needs to focus on bringing his majesty back to life and couldn't care less about dealing with someone like Rokan. Rokan thinks this is all nonsense and ends up crashing right at the Empire's place. As he struggles to get up, pain hitting him like crazy, someone suddenly calls out to him. It turns out to be Arima, and he's curious about why she's in a place like this. Arima fills him in, saying this is her house, but it's a total mess with huge cracks everywhere. Rokan's even wrecked the whole roof. He mentions he thought she was with Rolfi, which is why he was wondering why she was here. But Arima hasn't seen her since she left with him. That moment totally surprises Rokan, and he starts thinking about where she might be after trying to reach out. Arima points out that it's been noisy outside for a bit, wondering what's up. Then some kind of disturbance pulls his focus, and he quickly urges her to hide somewhere safe. He glances outside and sees those same huge green tentacles crawling around everywhere. Gripping his axe tighter, he starts to wonder what the deal is with those nasty-looking things, and if they have something to do with some kind of revival ceremony. He suddenly gets that the green light is linked to the messed-up power. Just as one of the tentacles reaches out for him, he quickly sidesteps it, but then it just starts munching on some food. He notices that as the tentacles are pulling up the bread, a thought crosses his mind. He starts to wonder if that could be the Tree of Origin, the one that ancient elves supposedly created using some forbidden magic. With its long, powerful roots, it sucks up the Earth's essence and brings the world to life. But isn't that just a legend? He tells himself it's just something from the stories. He's never heard of it being real, even in his past life. Even if he's on the right track, he can't help but wonder why the roots are sticking out like that. But then it hits him. There's something off about the red stone. Turns out they planted the tree the wrong way. They messed with the power to switch things up so they could gather the bloodstones from living beings. He thinks about what he just saw and suddenly freezes, realizing everything that's happening. He rushes outside, and when he gets to the obelisk, he clenches his teeth. It definitely feels like he's about to get trapped now. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Chickenhead is totally freaking out and drops to his knees. But then he suddenly spots a huge eyeball right in front of him, looking like some kind of upgrade with a red stone stabbed right into it. He realizes it's all over now, and no one can stop his majesty from surviving. He tells Menet that maybe his own power just isn't enough. After that, he collapses and passes out on the ground. The red stone is now with the scorpion shit, and he's starting to open his eyes. Suddenly a purple aura wraps around him, kind of like he's farming auras or something. Outside, that green tentacle starts to fade away and heads back to the obelisk. Arima sees this and realizes they've vanished. Rokan walks over to her and tells her to stay hidden. He reminds her to keep the kids from looking outside, and she should do the same. After that, he really starts to regret things, feeling like it's all his fault for messing this up. A wave of helplessness hits him, just like back when he was about to get regressed. He grits his teeth, thinking it's total crap. Then suddenly, Arima gets up and gives him a hug. He calls out to her. Her eyes are filled with tears, and she goes on to thank him for everything. He's caught off guard by this. As he sees her, he starts questioning this ridiculous game, wondering what the hell the Lord wants from him. But now he feels more determined and starts moving like crazy. He thinks it's not over yet, and wonders if things are about to go down outside. He figures he has to stop it no matter what. Meanwhile, some folks who escaped the underground with the mummy guy can't help but wonder if they did enough to save everyone, considering they only managed to get 600 out. Suddenly, the whole place starts to shake, and they hear this crazy noise coming from the tunnel, like a wild commotion. It's the scorpion dude himself, coming up out of the darkness. Before they know it, he's right in front of that mummy guy. He yells at everyone to get the heck out, and then bam, that scorpion shit just takes him out immediately. After that, it goes after the folks who are panicking and pleading. But the scorpion shit is absolutely ruthless, calling them ungrateful and wondering how they could hide out like this and not listen to him. As people scramble out of the well, screaming in a panic, Rokan catches sight of the chaos around him. The ground suddenly starts shaking like crazy, and then, right in front of him, the Scorpion King bursts out from the earth. He shouts that it's all over, and he's going to wreck everything to kick off a whole new era. But Rokan isn't having any of it. He scoffs at the idea of a new age from someone consumed by greed. Instead, he powers up to his ultimate form, declaring that the only thing the Scorpion King is good for is cracking that ugly skull of his. So this crazy scorpion shit just loses it and starts smashing the ground for no reason at all. Then he suddenly rushes straight at Rokan, ready to throw a brutal punch. He swings, but Rokan dodges it like it's nothing. On the other hand, Rokan clenches his axe tight and charges headfirst at the scorpion shit without hesitation. His battle axe smashes down on the scorpion like crazy. The scorpion goes wild too, grabbing Rokan with his free hand, slamming him to the ground and tossing him aside. Then he leaps up to hit him again, but Rokan barely dodges just in time. Next, Rokan powers up a massive strike and fires a huge beam right at him, but somehow the scorpion dodges that by inches too. The scorpion shit starts throwing punches like crazy but manages to defend himself all over the place. Then he goes and summons more axes. Next thing you know, he's He's making duplicates of himself, trying to hack at the Scorpion King, but it's barely making a dent. The Scorpion King is striking back, thinking he needs to move faster. Just when the Scorpion shit looks like he's about to land a solid hit, he spots an opening and thinks he might actually get him this time. He lines up for the insane strike. Right when the Scorpion shit is about to land a punch, from the other side, he slashes through and chops off the Scorpion's arm in a totally crazy way. The Scorpion starts screaming like crazy from the pain. Roken looks over to see how he's holding up, but gets surprised when the Scorpion King says something about how the bastard actually managed to do that. The Scorpion King goes berserk and prepares to go wild with his vanish skill. Roken gets ready to defend himself. The Scorpion shit then launches a powerful beam attack directly at Roken, who quickly dodges it without breaking a sweat. He is totally shocked to see the Scorpion shit shooting lasers out of his eyes and can't believe what the heck is going on. The ground tears apart everywhere. The Scorpion shit closes in on him again and throws a super powerful punch, hitting him hard. But when the dust settles, he is actually standing right behind the Scorpion and is ready to kick his butt. He then unleashes a bunch of quick slashes, beating him up badly until he starts coughing up blood. The cuts are so bad that the Scorpion even loses his other arm. Roken is surprised that he's still standing after getting hit, and he realizes he's pretty strong. The Scorpion King notes this too and comments that he totally gets that all those mages from outside were weak. This confuses Roken a bit. He thinks about how they believed they could control him. But when their deal was done, he was all set to take them out. Luckily for them, they figured it out and bolted. He yells at Roken, asking why he even came here. When Roken talks about having a purpose, he just smirks and says he doesn't need one to take out some monsters. Realizing the deal, the Scorpion King declares he's going to unleash his full power now. He fires off a laser strike right at him, but he just dodges it like it's nothing. Then, out of nowhere, he sees the Scorpion King bolting away and starts shouting at him to figure out where he's going. Suddenly it hits him. He remembers Rolfie is still back at the tomb. He starts shouting at the Scorpion King, asking where he's headed. He wonders if he's going to Rolfie and thinks that can't happen. Suddenly, someone tries to wrap him up with bandages. When he glances back, he sees a whole bunch of sand minions, and it's annoying him. He decides to just ignore them for a bit. But then, he notices someone standing there, completely shaking with fear, who hasn't run away. He thinks the situation is really messed up, so he charges at the sand minions, yelling for them to come at him all at once. Now we jump to Rolfie's childhood. She opens her eyes and finds herself underground in an empty, forgotten place. Chickenhead appears and takes a quick look at her. Minute sees that she's picked up something cool, asking if the girl even knows who she is. Then she asks if she can keep her around as a toy, but Chickenhead says he's got orders to keep an eye on her and make sure she stays alive. He thinks the boss is pretty kind. Minute presses further, asking if she can have the girl when she dies. Chickenhead is left speechless by that. So Rolfie's out there all by herself in the Empire. Everyone's busy doing their thing and the kids are just having a blast. Her stomach starts rumbling and she spots some fruit nearby. Then she sees Arima grabbing some apples, so she decides to follow her. While Arima is outside chatting, Rolfie sneaks into her house and starts messing with the food. That's how Arima finds her. She asks about Rolfie's parents, but Rolfie doesn't have a clue. Then Arima asks for her name and Rolfie admits she doesn't have one. Feeling sorry for her, Arima gives her a tight hug and says if she doesn't have anywhere else to go, she can stay with her. Rolfie, being an adorable little kid, just agrees. As she opens her eyes in the present and starts thinking about Arima, tears start to well up. The Scorpion is going totally wild, looking like it just crawled out of hell. Meanwhile, Rokan is sprinting as fast as he can. He's calling out to her, asking where she is, but then he hears this huge ruckus that grabs his attention, and he heads over to one of the entrances. He stops for a second, feeling like he's running late. Over on the other side, the Scorpion King's doing some crazy shit. That freakish guy just gulps down Rolfie, straight up munching on her. He's totally finished by the time Roken gets there, but it's already a disaster. Once the Scorpion King swallows her, he bursts out laughing like a maniac. When Roken shows up right in front of him, he's acting totally menacing. He even begins regrowing his arms. From the outside, the tomb looks pretty quiet, but then out of nowhere, the whole top blows up with a huge explosion, wrecking everything nearby. The people are just standing there, shocked at the chaos unfolding right in front of them, when a big, glowing cross-shaped Egyptian symbol suddenly appears at the top of the tomb. The mutt realizes that the revival is done. With the wild mess in front of her, Arima starts to worry about Rolfie. Back to Rokan, who's just as shocked as anyone at what's going down. He glances ahead and sees the Scorpion King looking like he's in top form, but in a real messed up way. He can't shake the feeling that this crazy guy totally drained Rolfie. Right as he's thinking that, things are heating up because the Emperor charges in to smash him. He hits him hard, making him cough up blood like crazy. Then he breaks his ribs all over the place, blasting him from the tomb right into the city. The blow's so fierce, he crashes down with a big trail marking the landing. Once things chill out a bit, Roken looks totally serious. Out of nowhere, a voice jumps in, saying how lame it all is. It's someone not part of the Lord's game, asking where that cocky attitude of his went. The voice wants to know if he really thought he had all the answers. The person outside the game has turned the logout button back on, letting him know he can finally leave. He starts to get that he's been put through a test. This person mentions they'll fill him in later and insists he should log out right now. saying that since the Emperor has come back in full power, he has no chance of winning. He doesn't care about any chances and says he's totally fine and alive. When she hears this, she lets him know that this isn't the guy she knows. She can't really explain it all, but she's certain that if he dies here, it's going to be really bad news. This person tells him he's in a rough spot and that his wild moments are done, leaving him stuck with the aftermath. She goes on to say that his chances of beating the Emperor are basically zero and advises him to just throw in the towel. But that really surprises him. He clenches his teeth and snaps back, saying she called him here like she wanted, so what's next? Then he tells her to shove it because he really doesn't care. He pulls out his axe, and even the Lord's pop-up starts sweating. She asks what he's up to, but he just smashes that low-key pop-up, causing it to glitch out. The person behind it is furious because it took a while to load that thing. He gives a threatening remark about her deciding where his grave should end up. The Scorpion King is basically vibing for some attention right now. He starts moving forward, then suddenly charges up like he's getting pumped for a big leap. He's all revved up and ready to launch himself right at the Emperor. On the flip side, outside the game, there's this girl who's super surprised by what she's seeing. She just can't wrap her head around his behavior. It hits her that he's gone full berserker. Then, out of nowhere, he leaps at the Emperor and pulls out his ultimate berserk move. Suddenly, this massive wave of energy starts radiating all around him. He's about to go all in, and the Scorpion Emperor just sticks out his arm. In the next moment, the Emperor actually stops that wild attack with just one hand. Then he starts to wonder if it's actually getting weaker and questions if he's pushing himself too hard. But he just shouts back for him to shut up, calling him an ugly four-eye. The Emperor's not thrilled about that. Gripping the axe tight, he squeezes it hard until it cracks like crazy. Everyone watching, including Arima, the low-key mutt, and the Emperor's other people, are all pretty stunned to see it. That low-key Emperor, tapping into the powers of Rolfi he's absorbed, totally wiped the floor with Roken. He just smashed the axe to pieces like it was nothing, and Roken is completely shocked by it. Right as the axe completely breaks apart, the Scorpion Emperor steps up to show what he's got. He wastes no time and lands a solid kick right in Roken's stomach, making him cough up blood. He calls for his axe, catching the Emperor off guard, and goes for a swing at his leg. But it doesn't seem to work as the Scorpion Emperor throws a punch, which he actually manages to dodge. The Emperor is completely losing it. He uses Rolfi's powers to whip up some pillars right behind him, totally catching him off guard. Just as the Emperor is about to throw a punch, he swings hard at his face, which is super brutal. He goes flying into the pillars, and it looks like he might be out for the count. But nope, he bounces back up and gets back on his feet in no time. As he stares ahead, he realizes the situation is completely messed up and knows there's no way he can beat him by going in half-heartedly. He figures there's only 5 minutes left before the berserk wears off, and he's already pushed himself to the limit to get here. Tightening his grip on the axe, he decides to give it his all. He quickly darts up, and the Emperor can't help but smile at the scene. They're both gearing up for a full-on clash. But just as the Emperor throws a punch, our guy disappears like a ghost. When the Emperor looks around, he realizes he's been tricked again, and suddenly finds himself surrounded by him, caught off guard. The Emperor lifts his arm to signal something, and suddenly a ton of loot appears, like he's low-key farming for power or something. He just gobbles up all the duplicates, but he's actually right behind him. Just as the Emperor glances back, he tries to take him down by throwing up another pillar, but our guy dodges it like a pro and totally goes all out this time. He grabs his axe with a grip and lands a solid, brutal hit right on the Emperor. Roken starts throwing a bunch of punches one after another. It looks like he's just playing defense though, barely looking like he's trying. The whole tomb lights up with this crazy energy, while over in the city, everything is on fire. Arima's just standing there, tears streaming down her face, but she's still holding on to hope. Meanwhile, Roken isn't budging at all, and the Emperor keeps taking hits. He thinks it's kind of great and just needs a little more of this action. Just when he finally gets back on his feet, the Berserk's time is almost up. He leaps at the Emperor with only a few seconds to go. This time, as he's about to deliver his blow, the Emperor is totally ready and punches him right in the face. The Emperor slams him down just as the Berserk time is about to run out. He hits the ground hard, and with only 4 seconds left, he's feeling pretty hopeless about it all. But he figures he should get back up. He's not done fighting yet. But what he doesn't realize is that the Berserk mode has worn off, and things could really go south from here. The girl, watching everything unfold outside the Lord, also sees that the Berserk is done. She knows the consequences of pushing it too hard to use that power can be steep. The Emperor goes up to him and slowly extends his hand, saying goodbye to him. He quickly summoned a giant pillar under him, smashing him up and sending him flying through the sky. On the other side, down by the tomb, everyone's confused about what just went down. Arima sees all the chaos too, and while she still has some hope, she looks really worried. Out of nowhere, Roken comes crashing down from the sky, seriously messed up. He slams down right behind her. She turns around completely shocked. She can't believe her eyes seeing him all torn up, blood everywhere and missing an arm. He's totally wrecked and just wonders how often this kind of crazy stuff happens. Arima is totally freaking out when he sees his body, but then he asks her about the kids. She explains that the nobles are keeping them in a safe spot. He tells her she should have stayed with them and wonders why she's here. But she's not having it. She just wanted to see Rolfie. She mentioned that she heard about what happened and can't believe how Rolfie ended up in such a mess. But she gets that Rolfie has been lending her a hand. Arima knows she acted on impulse wanting to help, but now there's nothing she can really do. All she can do is watch and feel helpless. Tears are always brimming in her eyes. The only way she feels she can support Rolfie is just by being there, even if it doesn't feel like enough. He's shocked by what he sees and thinks it's all messed up. He feels like something's not right because he knows this isn't how a game should go. The Emperor suddenly shows up, crashing onto the scene. Arima turns around, and he comments that he's been looking for her everywhere, surprised to find her in a place like this. He's impressed she's managed to stay alive in such a tough situation. But then he gets a shock when he sees something unexpected. Arima rushes over to Roken and grabs him, trying to pull him away. He tells her to just run, but she's all teary-eyed and says she's sick of just standing by and watching everything happen. The Emperor thinks it's really sweet and realizes they're pretty close, so he decides to send them off together. With this, he just goes on to use up his power of disappears, and Arima just yells out no. Suddenly, the Emperor's body stops working. It's Rolfie inside the Emperor's body. Confused, the Emperor asks her why she is still putting up a fight. He tells her that she is a part of him, and that thanks to her, he is about to take over the world. Rolfie completely shuts that down. She's not having it at all, shouting that she isn't part of him. She's really pissed off, telling him she has zero interest in his ridiculous idea because she's going to live with Arima. As the redstone in the Emperor starts glowing, a bright light spreads everywhere. Rolfie can be seen trying to push her hand through it, fighting hard to break free from his body. She calls out to Arima, her eyes brimming with tears. When Arima sees her, he immediately calls back and rushes over. But the Emperor is totally forcing Rolfie to accept him, telling her not to fight it. Suddenly, tentacles sprout from his body, grabbing crazy tight as she struggles to break free. She's getting dragged back into his body again, so she reaches her hand out. Before long, Arima grabs it, stopping her from being pulled back. Arima's doing her best, but she's shaking like crazy. Just when things start to go south, Roken jumps in, grabbing Rolfie and telling her to hurry up and get out, calling her an idiot in the process. He's really putting in the effort to pull her away from that jerk, and together, they manage to break free. Rolfie has finally been able to let go of everything, and she's just wiping away her tears. Now, hand in hand with Arima, they're finally together. In the final moments, Roken gets thrown aside, gritting his teeth as he watches the Emperor lose it completely, going wild and furious. He starts growling insanely and screaming in pain. As the stone begins glowing with aura, Rolfie grabs Arima and gets them both safely down to the ground. Then she turns around and sees the Emperor, who's about to get seriously messed up. He calls out to Roken, who finally opens her eyes, but he still throws around the word glutton, asking what's up. She notices that even in this state, his mouth is still moving. She wonders why he's so invested in all this when it doesn't concern him. He asks if she's curious about why he feels this way, and admits that he gets these intense shudders whenever he sees something unfair. It makes him want to lash out. He knows he's got a messed up personality, so he does what he wants to feel better. And that's how he ended up in this situation. He thinks he's finally met his match. He kind of thinks the Emperor is a pathetic loser, but in the end, he realizes it doesn't change much. This is just how it all wraps up. Just when he's about to say something to her and Arima, Rolfie pipes up, saying it's not over yet, which totally catches him off guard. She absolutely knows he saved her from the Scorpion King, who's losing his mind, and now the Emperor is back to his old nonsense, just about to get cooked again. She puts her hand on him and starts to work her magic. She says this is the best she can do, and wants to call it a way to make up for not being able to save the others. She admits she couldn't resist, but his beliefs are way more solid than hers. She's ready to hand over her power with a contract, but he tells her he's got nothing to offer in return. She just gives him a smile. That jerk of an Emperor bolts out when he sees what's going on and looks ready to jump at them, but she tells him she's already got it covered, and that actually hits him in the feels. Before long, they merge their powers, and it starts blasting out this massive aura that totally freaks the Emperor out. He's in complete shock, thinking there's no way this can be happening. The chick outside the Lord's view just stands up from her seat, totally amazed. She can't wrap her head around what she's seeing and thinks it's all a big joke. The people in the Empire are also left speechless, their jaws dropped in shock. As things start to chill out, my boy Roken pops in, looking totally wild and rocking that aura farming vibe. The girl outside the Lord's place pulls out her phone and calls someone, shouting that she found him. She can't believe it but announces she's actually spotted the second ranker, and it's none other than Roken himself in his awesome look now. Arima notices this and gets up too, glancing back at her. The Emperor laughs, saying that's the kind of power he used to have. He shouts for it to be returned and fires off a laser strike, but Roken just flicks his hand and sets up huge barriers that easily block the weak attack. He starts doing that low-key domain pose again and pulls out 4 more arms. Then he goes for this wild axe and begins to walk over to the Emperor. After that, he starts grinding for aura like there's no tomorrow in front of the clueless Emperor, who can't believe what he's seeing. Once Roken gets himself all set, it's time for the Emperor to face the consequences, and he throws a huge, brutal hit right at him that completely catches him off guard. This strike is so insane that the crappy Emperor's upper body just disappears into thin air, leaving only his low-key legs behind. He looks super fragile, like a Kit Kat bar, and honestly, it's pretty much a checkmate for him now. Without wasting any time, he jumps right into healing himself. Thinking of a comeback, he yells at Roken, calling him a total jerk. But that doesn't change anything, as Roken just keeps going and looks ready to knock him out for good. This time, the Emperor actually blocks the attack by raising his axe. He counters with a massive beam of light. It seems like it's going to be easy, but then he just slams his fist right into the Emperor's face, making him bleed badly. The punch is so hard that it even makes him stumble around. Still, the Emperor only has one kind of low-key trick up his sleeve. He keeps spamming that beam, but it never hits. Then he kicks him right in the face, swings his axe hard, and throws him all over the place. He rushes forward again, and just as the crappy Emperor lands on his feet, he clenches his fist tight. He throws up massive barricades to stop the hit, but they're a piece of cake and get eaten up instantly. Seeing the opening, the Emperor thinks he's caught him and fires off a low-key strike. The poor guy gets scared when he sees only the axe got damaged. Then, just as he turns to look, Roken right behind him, about to go wild and finish him off. He clocks the Emperor right in the face, totally changing his look. The poor guy takes a hard fall from that punch. Then he jumps up, and it honestly looks like it's game over for him. He goes straight for that famous sign on aura farming, hitting it hard while summoning arms that are aimed right at the terrified Emperor. A pillar suddenly pops up behind him and sends him flying, leaving him just hanging there. When he punches, it's so powerful that the colors disappear from everything around. That hit is so savage it smashes the entire pillar to pieces. When the Emperor crashes down to the ground, it makes this huge explosion. His fingers are all messed up, and he can't believe it's really happening. Even though he's down, he pulls off this low-key move and fires a laser beam. It seems like he's only got one trick up his sleeve, but that doesn't stop him. He just keeps charging forward. The shitty Emperor is still hanging on like he's set on taking our guy down. His beam of light connects, but honestly, it's like a piece of cake at this point. Now he's right there staring him down. He again strikes his aura farming pose, which is totally wild, giving off some serious domain vibes all around. He kicks off aura farming like there's no tomorrow, looking like a total legend in the huge expanse around him. The artwork is so wild it feels like something out of a movie. He balls up his strong fist and charges straight at the laid-back Emperor. He smirks like a total menace, and that stupid eyeball realizes it's game over. This is his life flashing before him, and it's actually Rolfie and Roken who have merged into one. With their combined powers, they're about to deal the final blow to that jerk, grinning like they're on top of the world, totally owning the moment. The last hit lands right on the low-key eyeball, and suddenly all the colors in the scene fade out, turning into this intense vibe. The showdown feels way more cool and dramatic, like something absolute cinema. Just as the dust is clearing, he walks up to the crappy Emperor who's getting twisted and broken apart like a Kit Kat. He starts mumbling something, mutters the word belief, and then Rolfie shows up. He talks about what they could do with this world if he and she had been together. She said she told him she wasn't into that kind of thing. When he figured that out, he mumbled that maybe he was the same way. He went on about how cold foreigners from far away had thrown him off, calling them scared idiots who just worship greed. And with that, his life starts to fade away. His final words are just him asking what he's been doing all this for. As he disappears into the dust, he leaves behind this huge red stone. He grabs onto it and notices she's right next to him. They're both looking at each other with that red stone sitting between them. She says she's in his debt, and he replies that he feels the same. After becoming one with the Emperor, she realized she was part of him too. She asks if he didn't know that when he broke her, and he wonders if she really didn't get it, but he just shrugs it off as a typical cliche. He says it's clear that someone like her wouldn't get it since she's just clueless. She rolled her eyes and pointed out that he's at it again, saying stuff she just doesn't understand. Then he tells her to hang on because he's got something for her. He pulls out the hero's token and gives it to her. She realizes it's the hero's token and explains that a long time ago, when she helped the people, they made this to show their appreciation. She handed it off to a kid before she got here, but that kid got it from some village chief, and she totally gets it. Then she turns around and takes in the whole chaotic state of the empire, thinking the Emperor is just laughable. She clutches the hero's token tightly in her hand. She says she won't be the worst and throws the token back at him. He's all confused about why she's giving it back, but then she jokingly teases him, saying she's just returning it to a kid. On the other side, she grabs the red stone. When she picks it up, it gives off a massive glow. Suddenly, she's lifted into the air while he just stands there, totally confused about what's happening. She tells him this is her best move and that it's a goodbye. But he thought she was going to stay with Arima and wonders where she's really headed. The bloodstone starts to crack and pulls into her, transforming her into this incredible, otherworldly form. She glances over and sees Arima just lying there, out cold. With a wave of her hand, she unleashes her magic, sending bursts of energy flying all over the village like some kind of epic fireworks show. Watching this brings tears to his eyes. People who were out cold are starting to come around, and he sees those who fainted waking up too. But then, out of nowhere, the game starts glitching. He gets pulled back from the dungeon and feels completely lost about what's happening. He glances back one last time at Arima, who's also getting up to check things out. Meanwhile, he's finally stepping out of the game since he just cleared the secret dungeon, the Pyramid of Legends. Roken finally comes to, squinting as his head pounds. Out of nowhere, someone jumps right in front of him, clearly excited he's awake. He's totally taken aback when he realizes it's the same girl from before. She chatters about how there's a ton of work to do since she mentioned him as Roken. Then she hesitates and asks if she should just call him Youngmin instead. He stops for a sec, noticing more of the minions checking out his place. Turning around, he sees everyone snooping around his house and the system. He sighs, can't hold back his frustration, and asks what they're doing in someone else's home, telling them to get lost. But then the girl calms him down and hands him some kind of card. He realizes she's the one who created the Lord, and her name's Mirai. She reminds him they've talked before, asking if he forgot. This just makes him angrier, especially since she's that voice in that annoying system window too. He calls her out for stopping him from logging out and threatens to sue her, but she just laughs it off. She says he clearly doesn't understand what's going on and suggests that they should actually be suing him instead. She points to the system and says she'll show him the records of everything he's been up to so far. As she looks at them, she can't help but laugh in disbelief. He somehow managed to dig up all these hard-to-find records with ease. She throws out a comment about how he's got some shady tricks for gaining all this commercial power, wondering if he thinks everyone else is clueless. She mentions that he bought this apartment with the money he made from Lord, warning him that if they decide to take action, it won't be long before he finds himself out on the streets. He asks if she's planning to collect her debts with those goofy, hat-wearing minions. She laughs at his apartment, pointing out he's got it all wrong since she's definitely not in his smelly place. She says this whole thing is just a test for him, which totally throws him off. Then she explains that they usually would erase his records on the Lord, but something about him is different. Whether it's hacks or cheats, it seems like people who make money unfairly in games end up getting caught up in luxuries or pleasures. But that's not really his vibe. Whatever cash he makes, he just dumps right back into the game. Weapons, gear, anything to get stronger, he's all in. It's like he's obsessed with power, and it's kind of sketchy. She jokes if he's planning to start a war or something equally wild. It makes him super nervous, but she plays it cool, saying it doesn't really matter. He's confused about why she even brought it up, and she tells him what really counts is that he passed the test, then tosses him his clothes. He asks why she's handing back his clothes, and she just says they should head out because she's got something cool to show him. As they're driving, he wonders where they're off to, jokingly asking if she plans to bury him. She finds that totally ridiculous. That definitely wouldn't benefit her. While he glances out the window, he sees a bunch of security vehicles hanging around, which totally throws him off. He asks if the guys trailing them are actually there to protect them, and she says yes. He kinda saw that coming and wonders if she's someone important or something, but then she tells him he's got it all wrong. It's not her that's getting guarded, and that just adds to his confusion. A little while later, she mentions they're at the main building of the Lord. They go underground to the parking garage and then take the elevator up. She hands him his pass and tells him to keep it on him at all times. When he looks at it, he sees an old photo from high school and wonders how they managed to get that. She just laughs and says it's pretty obvious. She tells him he can't talk about anything he sees here to anyone outside, and honestly, it's not like anyone would believe him anyway. That really gets him riled up, and he gives her a serious look. When they get to their destination, the doors swing open, and they step into this huge, weird room that makes him question why a place like this even exists. Mirai talks about how, 23 years ago, a crack was found in Antarctica. It's only 10 meters wide, but it's enough to cause serious trouble. Then she pulls out her phone and turns on all the lights in the room. He looks at her, totally shocked and in disbelief, wondering how this could even be possible. She asks him if he's ever hunted one before, and right in front of them is the body of a two-headed ogre. This is the first monster that's crawled out of the crack. Both Roken and Mirai are making their way over to get a better look at the ogre. When Roken finally gets up close and stands in front of it, he can't help but stare at this massive creature. It's so unreal. He can't believe it's an actual monster from the game, but Mirai quickly clears that up for him. She drops this huge news that the Lord isn't just some game. She explains it's more like a simulation, which totally throws him off. She goes on to describe it as a parallel world that copies another one, a setup made to create a savior. He asks what she means by a savior, and she starts to spill more details. She mentions that 23 years ago, an ogre showed up in Antarctica, but it wasn't just the ogre that came into play. Another figure came down from the sky and took a swing at the ogre, even taking off one of its heads. According to her, what came out from the crack wasn't just an ogre, it was also the very first descendant maker. She says he was crazy strong, and with just a flick of his wrist, he sent the ogre flying. She thinks that maybe he caused the fissure to pop up way over there, but they couldn't just leave it like that. So, they set up a special group to check it out. They realized that the crack in the ground was actually a way to another world that didn't make sense like theirs. She mentioned that the twin-headed ogre was just the beginning, and if they kept ignoring it, who knows what other crazy monsters might show up. She mentions that more cracks could show up and wonders what would happen if one opened up in a big city. She's not sure if a descendant maker would be helpful, so they can't really count on that. They need something a bit more reliable. He asks about this thing, and she explains that they needed an existence like a maker's descendant. That's why they chose to create their own savior. She mentions it wasn't easy and had to be kept super secret. Not many people would be willing to risk their lives for something so risky. In the middle of all that, they discovered something new about the fissure. It didn't just connect two worlds, it also transmitted info back and forth between them. He couldn't believe it when he heard this. She went on to explain that what came out of that info was the Lord game that everyone's into. It's basically a program designed to create a savior. He thinks it's totally messed up, like sneakily recruiting people. But she's like, there's no point in sweating the small stuff during an emergency like this. She tells him not to stress too much since this world is just a fake one compared to the real deal on the other side of the fissure, and he won't get hurt. He asks if it's a simulation, then what's the point, since he can't use his game skills in real life. But she knows he gets that the Lord isn't just some regular game. It's more like a system where his mind and body state are linked. She says the reverse is true too, like his fighting skills and mana use can actually carry over to the real world. She mentions that in their world, there are physical limitations and no mana, so they can't use it, but things are different on the other side of the fissure. He asks how she knows he can't tap into his game powers in real life. She admits it's just a theory, but then she mentions that someone recently figured it out, and it throws him off. He wonders who would do something so reckless. Suddenly, it dawns on him. He guesses it was him. She casually confirms it, and that realization makes him super angry. He asks if she really thinks his life is some kind of joke, but she just says sorry for not giving him a heads up. She tells him he shouldn't be the one getting all worked up, which only confuses him more. She reminds him that this is just a simulation made for humanity, and that everything is super classified. Still, she can't wrap her head around how he figured it all out. Then she points at the game guns, and the minions all raise their weapons and aim them at him. He starts sweating like crazy, totally freaked out, but she just tells him she's not going to kill him. She says he'll end up with a hole in him if he doesn't give a straight answer. That just makes him sweat even more. Out of nowhere, she calls him Youngmin, totally confusing him with Roken. She demands to know who he is and how he knows all this stuff. Then she asks if he came from across the fissure. While he's sweating bullets, she keeps yelling at him to just hurry up and answer her, but he just grins at her, all creepy. He tells her he's not gonna say anything. She shoots him a serious look, then with a simple wave of her hand, they start shooting at him. Only one bullet hits the ground by his feet, but that single shot freaks him out completely. He's drenched in sweat, bullets bouncing off him, wondering if he was really the target. Meanwhile, over there, she's just as confused and taken aback. She goes totally wild, furious, and looks over at her crew. One blames another, who thought the shot was meant to be fired. Whatever the case, she turns back to him and tells him to reveal himself, warning that next time it won't stop at a warning shot. He thinks this whole situation is just awful. There's no way he can tell her he crumbled after losing in the game. He really can't bring himself to say it. He tightens his fists. Then a thought hits him about the game. He remembers she said he showed that it's possible to use abilities across the fissure and asked him about it. So he starts wondering if the people he met like Rolfi, the Emperor, and the folks from Karyaz are actually real on the other side. He starts to question if that was real life. She thinks he's totally one of a kind and can't believe anyone would think he's a troublemaker from across the fissure. He gets strong really fast and plays tricks, like kicking the ladder behind him so nobody can catch up. They figure there's a chance he might be a monster trying to mess with the Lord and are curious to see how he'll react when sent across. It feels like a test of his skills. In the end, he taps into this pseudo-deity mode through a deal with a monster. It's a bit half-baked, but he's also going after a chapter apex, which is pretty wild to take on solo. He snaps back, asking if that wasn't enough to prove himself like she expected. But she says no, it's actually the other way around since he's already proven he's dangerous. They need to find out more. She warns that his blade might be pointed at them next. That makes him pause, and he pulls out his pass asking if they managed to get the picture. He goes on, saying that after breaking into his place and tearing it apart, if she went that far, her investigation should be done. He asks what she uncovered, convinced she's threatening him because she found nothing. He moves closer to her, snapping that he's not some damn monster. With a dark grin, he tells her if she doesn't believe him, she can go ahead and pry open his skull and neck to see for herself. That shuts her up, and she lets out a deep sigh before signaling her minions to lower their weapons. He breathes out a big sigh of relief, and she then tells him to follow her. She takes him into the server room, showing him the main server that runs the Lord. She apologizes for being rude earlier, thinking he'll get it since things are a bit crazy right now. She explains that she's going to pick the top 10 rankers and look into the fissure more closely, with the goal of getting rid of any dangers for good. This is the Lord's main mission, and she believes he's the perfect candidate to become a ranker. He's not really buying into it though. He doesn't want to go along with it, but she tells him that, as Youngmin, he doesn't have to worry about that stuff. However, as Roken, he has a responsibility. That totally surprises him. Then she pulls out her phone and shows him the Karyaz Empire that he saved. He's shocked to see it. This is the place he helped. Everyone there, including Arima, looks really happy. It hits him in the feels seeing Arima smile like that. She tells him that as Berserk Roken, he's had a real impact on the fissure. She wants to make sure he knows he's not just a regular gamer anymore. Then, she pulls out the hero's token and tells him to grab it. It's the same token Rolfi gave him, and it came with him. She explains that he was the one who saved those people, and only he could have pulled it off. She urges him to step up and become a ranker, calling him Roken again and stressing that he really needs to take that step. Next scene, he's in the dense jungle dragging his sword up. Right in front of him, a low-key two-headed ogre is just munching away. He pokes the ogre's skull with his sword, and when the ogre turns around all puzzled, he's radiating pure berserk energy. The ogre goes completely wild, grabbing his wooden club and hoisting it into the air to attack. But our guy stays cool, gets ready, and with a clean slash, cuts that wooden club to pieces. Next, he springs up, bolts toward the ogre, and starts pounding him like there's no tomorrow. The ogre lets out a scream of pure pain. He sinks to his knees from the agony, and the berserker jumps up, ready to end it all right then and there. Not long ago, when he was with that girl Mirai, he asked her what she thought he should do if he became a ranker. He wondered if he should just dive into the fissure right away, but she told him to hold off. She reminded him that he doesn't have the skills of a ranker just yet. Even though what he pulled off on Karyaz impressed them, he still has some catching up to do. So she advised him to keep playing the Lord, beef up his skills, and become an awesome ranker. That thing catches him off guard a bit. He's got the hero token she gave him, and now here he is, ready to take down the low-key ogre. He flashes a grin, convinced he's going to do it and become a ranker. Clenching his fists, he thinks to himself that he's on his way to becoming the strongest ranker out there. The ogre goes totally wild, roaring as he swings a punch, but the sword stops it in its tracks. He keeps coming at him, but a swift blade flick cuts the ogre down instantly, making him hit the ground. Without missing a beat, he jumps up and launches a powerful attack. The ogre's just lying there, arms crossed, waiting for the takedown, but it doesn't do a thing. As soon as he lands the hit, he channels all his power into a split move, driving his sword right into the ogre. He brutally slices clean between the ogre's two heads. That really ticks the ogre off, and he growls in pain. He kicks our guy away and stumbles, already losing his grip. The ogre's getting crazier by the second, but the berserker just stands firm, totally in control. The ogre swings his half-cut arms to strike, but the Rokan easily dodges the attacks. Still furious, the beast tries to kick him, and surprisingly, the hit connects, knocking him down. But what the beast doesn't realize is that he's about to lose his legs too, as the sword slices one of them into pieces in no time. Right after that, the ogre stumbles and falls flat on its back. It's game over for him because the berserker whips out this huge sword. He's totally hyped about farming aura and goes in for a critical hit. He slices the ogre clean in half like it's no big deal. Then he lands on his feet and finishes off that sorry beast. Now he's fully charged and back to grinding. Next, we shift to the central continent, Taimura, where he's checking out the system window. He scrolls through a bunch of quests and lands on the best one. This race's quest is perfect because he needs to snag some useful weapons. Now that he's got the Bloodstone, he shouldn't hit any snags moving forward. He glances around and sees that the Lord area is packed with users. He figures it's about time for them to make their move. Letting out a deep sigh, he takes a moment to soak it all in. Everything feels pretty great, so he decides to just keep at it. Back at his place, he starts rummaging through his stuff and stumbles upon something pretty cool, a letter from the Fury King. It's all covered in dust since it's been sitting around for ages. It takes him back to the time when he was with the bandit leader Jiroten, the guy he ended up taking out. If he tells the council about this under the right circumstances, he can kick off the Fury King's quest. Plus, there's a chance he could score an awesome weapon for berserkers as a reward. Just thinking about it makes his mouth water. Out of nowhere, something unexpected grabs his attention and he just stops in his tracks. It turns out the thing he's looking at has expired, and now he's feeling pretty confused. It's been ages since he last checked it out. He starts wondering if it's nudging him to remember where it came from. Looks like he'll have to head back to the second city to hunt down that item again. Total bummer. But then he has a random thought that makes him smile. Maybe this could actually be kind of fun. He heads over to the second city, right next to the bandit's den. Sometimes while playing this game, he can't help but wonder if he's really getting any stronger. In RPGs, as he levels up, the monsters he faces also get tougher. The only real changes are in his skills and levels. The battles don't look much different, so it's tough to feel like he's actually made progress. But here, there's a cool way to feel that growth, by diving into a low-level dungeon. He's leveling up way faster than most other players, and little moments like this make him pretty happy. He steps into the dungeon, feeling like he has a good reason to be there. Suddenly, the bandit leader Jirotan bursts in, yelling at him for daring to enter. That cocky bandit lunges at him, ready to make him regret this decision. But when he swings his weapon, he's shocked to see it doesn't even leave a mark. He can't help but grin. The bandit's face goes cold with fear. Now it's his turn to show what he's made of. He stretches out his hand, giving just his middle finger a little salute. He slaps the bandit right in the face with it, like he's made of paper, and just like that, the bandit starts to disappear. It was way too easy, almost like he was hitting tofu. He grabs the letter, feeling victorious again, and heads out of the dungeon, but still thinks crazy battles are way more exciting. Back at the Taimura Council, Councilman Carbon is shocked to see the Bloodstone. It's real, not just a story. He realizes this is a big deal because it'll really help the human empire. Plus, he feels good about laying the groundwork for the race's quest. He tells Carbon that he's not expecting any reward. He just wants to meet the Emperor because he has something important to share. Carbon likes his drive and says it's totally doable, but he also mentions that something's bugging the council. He suspects it's about the Fury King and the Emperor, which really surprises Carbon. He wonders how he even knows that, but our guy tells him not to worry and to just leave it to him. At the Investigator Team HQ, he walks up to the counter and slams down the Fury King's letter on the table. With a confident grin, he says he's got something to share. The minion in front is totally shocked to see the Fury King writing a letter to the bandit leaders. He thinks it looks like the king is trying to rally some forces. Now he's worried that a bunch of bandits are probably already in the loop. He should have seen this coming when he went off to do his solo training, and he really doesn't like the idea of a human having that much power. So, he figures it's time to get ready. Roken jumps in and tells him not to stress about it. He confidently says he has a plan. The minion asks what it is. Roken figures it's clear that bringing someone else in will just cut into their share, and he can't let that happen. The minion knows what he can do. but he thinks handling it solo might be tough since a bunch of bandits have already shown up at the estate. He reminds Roken to be aware of their individual skills. But Roken isn't worried because he knows they're all a bit sloppy. He smirks, realizing he doesn't have to tackle this alone. Then he spills that he has another trick up his sleeve. Roken finally made it to the bandits' place in the Kameo Mountains and got the quest to take down the Fury King. He's pretty pumped about all the rewards he's going to snag. He has 300 soldiers from the Human Council backing him up, and he's also got 10 knights who are level 250, which is awesome. With that kind of support, he can arrange his soldiers any way he wants. Out of the 300, 200 are mages, so he's got some solid firepower. Roken's definitely planning to keep all the rewards for himself. If a player got involved, it would really be a bummer. The reason the quest rewards are so good is pretty straightforward. The mission is really tough. It's not just the Fury King that's a problem. It's a massive quest where he has to take down hundreds of bandits, plus the Fury King's younger sibling, the Charge King Lance. Lance might look like a regular guy, but he can soak up corruption power and is way beyond that stage. He's basically at the top tier when it comes to bandit-level threats. Even if someone takes advantage of the mountain's layout to take down Lance and the bandits, and even makes it into the Fury King's stronghold, they still won't be able to finish the quest because the system will say they're not there, and they can't meet him. The only way to get his attention is by defeating his subordinates and his brother Lance first. After that, the Fury King hears about their deaths and finally comes out of his secluded training. While taking on all sorts of monsters and mid-tier bosses, players will get worn out. That's when they run into the shady bandit boss, Fury King Randor. His presence alone is enough to make players feel hopeless. There's no way a big quest like this would start just because a bunch of bandits are teaming up. I mean, bandits are basically monsters that band together, right? The real issue is what they're after. Fury King Randor didn't get all these bandits together for just a little mountain outside a city. That wouldn't be enough for him. He's all about that greed and wants way more. What he's really after is the whole country. He wants to flip the world on its head and rule as the king of a brand new world. That's not something a regular bandit or monster would think up. Just one spark of his desire is enough to put everyone in serious danger. Roken believes that making a deal with the Human Council doesn't stop them from throwing this much help his way. Sure, it's tough for humans to take down a human-like monster, but that's okay because he'll handle all the defeating himself. Out of nowhere, the minions start pointing at something, and when he turns to look, a bunch of monsters are actually showing up. The minions freak out, realizing there are monsters at the foot of the mountains too. But Roken steps up, telling them not to freak out and to stick to the plan. The minions nod and get ready to attack. The knights charge in first, using their firestorm attack to take the lead. As the rest of the team gears up to jump into the action, Roken gives the command. The knights let loose their attack right at the monsters, taking them down like crazy. Roken feels like things are going smoothly, and he can finally check for some clues at the hunting ground. He doesn't head straight to the Kameo Mountains. Instead, he gathers his crew on the plains to take control of the hunting grounds at the mountain's base. It's like a no-effort hunt for him. He starts laughing like a maniac, thinking it'd be a real waste to send all these troops on just one mission. Out of nowhere, some jerks jump in and tell him to take a hike. They're just random users who don't know anything and are only here to mess around. He starts to wonder why their NPC is hanging out at a hunting spot. Seeing those kinds of NPC soldiers, they decide to just brush it off. They notice there aren't even any guards since it's outside the city. Roken shouts over to them, asking if they just attacked a soldier. With a devilish grin, he points out that they're just passing through the hunting grounds and wonders if there's a problem. He reminds them that hurting the soldiers goes against the council's orders since those soldiers were taking care of traitors. This could be seen as treason, and one of the guys starts sweating when he hears that. Roken says that traitors need to be taken out right away and then goes ahead and does just that. He grumbles a bit about how those guys invaded the hunting grounds first, but then he just disappears from the game, surprising his friends. When he asks if anyone has more complaints, they all just take off. He nonchalantly tells them to buzz off. Now that the distractions are out of the way, he turns to his crew and asks if they should keep going. They stick to their fire path as they lay siege to the mountains. Just as he's considering next steps, he suddenly hears a loud scream. That's the sound he's been waiting for. A massive fire erupts, engulfing the battlefield, and the bandits start panicking, yelling for water. Meanwhile, his crew has them cornered. The knights think they can't let their guard down for a second, so they charge ahead. But out of nowhere, someone jumps in and yells about who would dare ignore the home of the Bandit King. It's none other than Charge King Lance himself popping up at the scene. When the Lance shows up, Roken's minions are totally caught off guard, but he tells them not to sweat it. He doesn't see that kid as any threat, so he charges right at the Lance, leaving the bandits completely shocked. He tightens his fist, thinking of him as just the Emperor's pet, but then he goes in for the strike. The Lance tries to block him with his sword and starts grinning, thinking Roken is ready for a showdown. Just when he thinks he's got the upper hand, he's caught off guard and realizes he's getting totally overwhelmed. Roken tells him he doesn't have time to mess around with someone like him right now. With a fierce look, he tells him to move out of the way. Roken tightens his fist and decides to use his shoulder charge move, landing a punch that slams the Lance straight into the ground. A bandit spots this and goes nuts, shouting that no one's getting out of here alive, but the Lance cuts him off, telling him to chill. He says his brother's training and tells the group to take on Roken's minions. Meanwhile, he claims he'll be the one to shut that bastard up, with Roken grinning wickedly in the background. Roken stands right in front of him, feeling pretty confident that his fire resistance will keep him safe. But then he sees the lance taking the flames like a champ, and he realizes this guy is seriously tough. Roken decides to charge at him, but he knows if they keep clashing like this, he's in trouble. He manages to dodge our guy's attack, then goes for a leap strike to catch him off guard, which definitely surprises the lance. Roken thinks he's good as long as he doesn't go overboard. He tries to catch him with a smash, but he barely dodges it and complements his tricks. Then he charges in, shouting that this is their turf and believes Roken can't keep this up forever. Just when he thinks he's about to land a hit, Roken disappears out of nowhere, totally catching him off guard. Roken tells him not to freak out and suddenly shows up behind him, revealing that all he's really focusing on is how to take him out. Right as he aims straight at him, the lance suddenly starts spewing blood like crazy. The bandits get nervous, wondering what's up with this guy. They quickly decide to call backup since Roken is standing right there in front of them. The bandits decide to go after the weaker dogs since there aren't any knights around to stop them. But Roken spots them and figures they're wasting their time. He lets loose a crazy blast of bombs and starts taking them out without mercy. The bandits are just trying to cover their backs, all thinking about what a jerk he is. The knights are totally pumped, shouting that the bandits are just a bunch of criminals. They fire up their firestorm again, ready to take down the bandits like it's nothing. The bandits freak out and start bolting for the mountains, trying to use the trees to block the knights' path, thinking they can slow them down. They slam the huge lodge down on the knights, catching them off guard as they scramble to save themselves. One knight leaps in to rescue his buddies, but ends up devouring them. While the knights are totally killing it in the battle, they think they're there to protect their country and their families. The minions really hype each other up, telling everyone not to freak out over the dirty bees. A knight jumps in, saying that if there's something worth protecting, the minions should share the emperor's greatness and get the others to kneel down on the other side. The lance, all banged up, grits his teeth and thinks Roken is just a joke. He wonders if Roken really believes that messing around will stop the big plan. Without thinking much, he charges at him, convinced that finishing the great work is just around the corner. But he has no idea that Roken is right behind him, and he hits hard, slamming him down to the ground with no mercy. The lance somehow manages to hold its ground, shaking violently as it faces off against Roken. He scoffs at the idea of sneaking an attack while he's talking, calling it a cheap move. Meanwhile, Roken can't help but wonder why these bandit types always jabber on so much. He decides to let his minions have a little fun and pulls out his axe, telling them it's time to summon the Fury King. He throws a powerful bomb right at him, landing on his feet just in time to see him appear through the dust. He looks like trouble, brandishing a wild sword surrounded by a creepy green aura. He shouts at Roken, saying he can't just throw the Fury King's name around like that. Then, he charges at him, yelling that he's going to pay for that mistake with his life. Roken can't believe what's going on. He thinks this whole situation is messed up. It feels like corrupted power should be his to control, not anyone else's. Just as he's about to get hit by the lance, a massive explosion goes off, taking everything out around him. As Roken lands on his feet, barely dodging the hit, he realizes that the corrupted power has definitely seeped into the lance, but he can't figure out how that even happened. He thought only the Fury King could tap into that kind of power. Maybe it's linked to this whole great work thing, but he doubts Lance is really that involved. The difficulty level of wielding the lance hasn't changed. The only thing that's different now is the corrupted power. Roken wonders if someone has stepped in, but on the other side, the lance is going wild. He's shouting that the Emperor's lackeys are nothing, and nobody can stand in their way. He's rallying the bandits, telling them to hold on till he arrives. He's getting them pumped up, even giving them a taste of the corrupted power himself. He's shouting that a new era of power is on the way, urging them not to back down, promising he'll be right there with them. The bandits charged at the knights, who stood their ground without flinching. The knights were hyping up their crew too, mocking the bandits for just being all bluster. With the Emperor watching, the knights declared they would take down these scoundrels. The two sides collided, and a huge blast rocked the area. Once the dust settled, Roken found himself gripping a lance. He thought it looked cool, but the lance had a wild misconception, believing Roken was asking for mercy. It kept yapping away until Roken shocked it by swinging his axe. The lance freaked out, while Roken just saw it as a total loser move. The lance charges right back in, not holding anything back, trying the same move he thinks is his ace. But Roken isn't falling for that one again. Roken throws a powerful bomb strike, but the lance just barely dodges it by inches. The lance keeps going on about how as long as he's around, Roken's not getting past him. Roken tells him to just give it up, but the lance is dead set on taking him down. He strikes, and it even feels like he landed a hit. But when the dust clears, it turns out it's just a low-level bandit. Meanwhile, Roken's right behind him, ready to finish this. He makes it clear that if the lance wants to get through, he'll have to be taken out first. The lance was completely thrown off guard by what happened. As he went to defend himself, Roken went for his weapon break move, and just like that, his sword snapped in two. The lance couldn't believe what he just saw. Roken told him things were heating up and decided to finish it right there. With a clean hit using armor break, he struck the lance hard. The blow was savage and the lance went down. But Roken wasn't done. He followed up with Rampage, showing no mercy. The lance got sliced up like it was nothing, falling apart in pieces. As his life slipped away, his final words were that he was watching them. Roken has finally taken down the electrified King Lance. When this news gets to Fury King Randor, who's been off training alone, he gets really mad and shows up at the scene himself. He starts laughing wickedly, letting out a battle cry that echoes everywhere. The knights feel a chill run down their spines, confused about what they're dealing with. Roken is smirking ominously too, while the Fury King channels his energy and spreads a dark vibe around him. As the dust clears, the two are face to face. The Fury King asks if Roken is the one who wants to throw down with him. Roken fires back, wondering if the Fury King can't tell. The Fury King thinks it's hilarious that someone would go to such lengths to take out the lance and mess up their big plans. To him, they're just the Emperor's lapdogs, and among them, there's only a little pup like a berserker. He grits his teeth and lets out a roar like a wild beast, maybe just blowing off steam or trying to amp up his aura. Roken jumps right in and takes a swing at him. The Fury King is quick to respond, hitting back just as hard. Their fight is so intense that it even knocks over some knights standing nearby, leaving them shocked and questioning if the Fury King is actually human. Roken is thrown off when the Fury King releases a massive aura all around him. He calls Roken a ridiculous bastard and warns him not to even think about trying to escape with his life. The Fury King swings his axe like a maniac, slicing through the minions around him without breaking a sweat. Roken and his crew are totally caught off guard by this. Furious, he shouts at his buddies, claiming tonight's the night they finish the job. He fires them up by reminding them how the Emperor unleashed his beasts and killed off their brothers, asking them how they could possibly give up now. He gets them hyped, telling them to raise their swords high, believing there's no way anyone can stop the monsters from the mountains. He slams his axe down hard on the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Then he says there's just one more thing. Once today is over, the land will be theirs. Hearing that, the bandits totally lose it, chanting his name and going wild, looking absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Roken's minions are completely shocked. He adds that he'll settle his score with their brothers before nightfall. Without wasting a second, he charges straight at our guy's minions. Roken jumps in right before he can hit the minions, totally blocking him. He figures the bandit king is still pretty much a king and finds his speech kind of interesting, but he can't help but think it's a bummer that they're on opposite sides. Roken swings his axe but ends up stumbling back a bit. The Fury King calls him an annoying jerk, but Roken doesn't care, shouting that it'll be all over once he takes him down. He goes for a hit, swinging his axe right at Roken, who dodges like a pro. Roken then questions if the Fury King can actually finish him off. They're locked in a fierce battle, clashing their axes against each other. The Fury King quickly realizes that dealing with a young berserker like Roken Shore is no small task. He completely loses it, getting pretty wild and a bit terrifying, just curious to see how long Roken can keep up. Then he lets loose his savage twin strike, sending 2 heavy hits straight at him. When the massive explosion rocks the ground, everyone's shocked when Roken just leaps out without a scratch. The Fury King notices Roken's axe and thinks it's pretty slick. Roken casually says his brother Lance hooked him up with a good one, which just makes the Fury King even angrier. He tightens his grip on his own axe, shouting and asking how Roken can talk about him so disrespectfully. He swings another hit, casually throwing out his move, Chain Smash, which is basically a bunch of slices that don't look too great. He tries to connect with the cuts, but Roken dodges every single one like it's no big deal. Things get intense when the Fury King charges at him, catching him off guard. He manages to block the attack with his axe, but Roken realizes that his own power is on a whole other level compared to Lance's. He gets slammed to the ground and knows he can't let his guard down because one hit could really mess him up. On the flip side, the Fury King goes absolutely nuts and aims a clean cut straight at him, but he dodges instantly. The Fury King says he's quick on the dodge but shouts that even if he's hard to kill, his life's ending today. He fires off dozens of crazy attacks trying to chop him down. Roken's feeling like things are pretty screwed and wonders if he's egged him on too much. He starts throwing in his own punches and slices like Rampage, trying to counter the hits. He sees the Fury King as a powerhouse and realizes it's not just Lance getting stronger, it's kind of wild. He starts to think that constantly deflecting the Fury King's attacks might not be the best idea. Usually the Fury King is the one who wants to push back against the corrupt powers, and he finds his followers pretty annoying. It's a bit bizarre that the Fury King himself is causing him this much trouble. He's starting to wonder if his obsession with propulsion has gotten way out of hand in such a short time, enough to really impact those around him. It's hard for him to wrap his mind around everything. The Fury King charges at him, shouting that he's distracted while they're face to face. He comments on how Roken's arrogance is off the charts as they clash head on. Roken quickly flips back and lands on his feet, calling him an idiot and questioning if he really thinks he can stop this big project. He insists that as long as they have the land he promised, they won't back down, and he charges at him without hesitation. Roken can't figure out what he meant by he. Even Lance brought up someone watching them. Now he's starting to wonder if Lance was talking about the Fury King after all. This whole thing feels way different from his last quest, and he's curious if the way he tackles these situations changes the worlds he ends up in. While the Fury King is completely losing it, Roken thinks he's really not in the loop about all this drama. But one thing's for sure, he has no clue who's behind all these tricks. The Fury King is completely losing it and isn't backing down at all. He jumps up and unleashes his Wild Wind murder move, which is basically like a tornado or something wild. Meanwhile, Roken is convinced that once he wrecks everything, someone will show up. He goes for the attack, but the Fury King just laughs like a total maniac, calling Rokan ridiculous and saying how dare he underestimate him. He's completely losing it. Maybe he's on something because he's back at it with the aura farming, summoning this massive aura ball. He lifts it over his head with both hands and straight up aims it at Rokan, unleashing the attack right at him. He looks totally out of it. Honestly, he's probably just really high. Rokan is totally surprised when the Fury King goes all out with his rampage, laughing like a maniac and shouting that he'll kill him over and over. Plus, the artwork is seriously impressive. Fury King grabs his axe tight and charges straight at Rokan. He tries his twin strike again, but Rokan easily dodges it like it's nothing. Fury King gets pretty wild, and Rokan takes a step back. Suddenly, axes start flying out from everywhere around Rokan, totally catching him off guard. Looks like he's trapped. Then Fury King goes all out with his chain smash, blaming Rokan's arrogance while unleashing all his power in the attack. A massive explosion goes off all around, but Rokan doesn't flinch. He keeps dodging every hit, though he knows things aren't looking good. The corrupt power's gotten way stronger than before. He even thinks Fury King might be going berserk. This is way harder than he thought it'd be. Fury King feels it too. The fight's getting intense. Rokan's sweating and starts to think this might be a bad call. Meanwhile, the small fries are just blocking the soldiers, but totally ignoring the real problem. Fury King's attack power is way beyond what anyone expected. Rokan's not sure why this is happening, but if it keeps up, the soldiers behind him are done for. Fury King is really trying to take him down and seems to be having a bit of luck. He steps in closer, thinking he can make Rokan throw in the towel. It's kind of wild how he's convinced that if Rokan gives up now, it'll all end with him getting killed, just like what happened to his little brother. Rokan's feeling a bit tired, but not too much. He thinks it's time to wrap things up. While Fury King is just going on and on, Rokan decides to interrupt him, catching him off guard. He tells his minions to pull back, which leaves the knights confused and questioning their general's orders. The minions insist they can't just quit now. They promise they'll fight to the end. One of them runs over, insisting that what they really need is Rokan. He's puzzled and stands up, telling them to move before they get caught up in the mess. Gripping his sword, he assures them he'll be down soon to join the fight. Fury King can't believe he'll actually hold out till the end. He goes all in and swings without hesitation, but his hit only lands on some random bandit. Turns out, Rokan's right behind him, catching him off guard. Fury King's not amused by that cheap move. He blocks the wild attack with his axe. They lock eyes and clash fiercely, both grinning like trouble. Fury King then brings out his chain smash, summoning a bunch of axes around him, ready to pull his trump card once again. But Rokan just kicks him right in the face. He thinks it's pretty straightforward. He calls out both his axes and wonders if Fury King has any other tricks while he's lying on the ground. Then Rokan goes all out. He pulls out a bunch of axes from his pocket and throws them like crazy. Before long, Fury King is getting hit from every angle. Meanwhile, Rokan is totally farming like a maniac and showing off his moves. Fury King keeps trying his hardest, going for a lethal strike right at him again. He rushes forward, aiming to land a deadly hit. Rokan figures it seems like he's just swinging wildly, but each hit is targeting his vital points. In a brawl between two berserks, the rules are simple. He decides to let Fury King keep the rest of his body, except for his neck and heart. Meanwhile, he watches for a gap in the defense. If he can slice his throat and pierce his heart, Fury King will fade away over time. Fury King gives it his all, trying to land a deadly hit, but it's not enough. He just laughs like a maniac. Meanwhile, Rokan doesn't hold back. He pulls out Hunter of Corruption and hits Fury King hard. Then, going full berserk, he tears him apart into pieces like crazy. Rokan sticks the landing, and the last thing Fury King says is that someone will find Rokan. Rokan finally took down Fury King, and now he's got proof of all the corruption. Plus, he's leveled up. As he turns around, the bandits freak out. They can't believe their leader is actually gone. He thinks about them for a second, wondering if Fury King's death had anything to do with the corruption fading away. But honestly, they were just a bunch of low-level thugs anyway. It doesn't really matter to him. With a wicked grin, he charges at them without holding back. They all become his experience points. Their screams bounce off the battlefield, and the entire forest is going up in flames. His minions notice something coming out of it. It's him. They ask if he's okay, but he finds that a bit annoying. They feel all warm and fuzzy inside as emotions hit them. They have no idea he was actually thinking about them, but he shrugs it off, telling them to figure the rest out on their own. He sits down, totally confused about who everyone keeps talking about. He catches some of the smaller players just in case, but there's no sign of a connected quest anywhere. It's frustrating thinking about who Fury King and the Lance were referring to. Then he's caught off guard when he sees a bunch of kids hanging out. Their mom calls them, and he's left wondering why kids are here out of nowhere. The kids rush over to their mom, crying hard, and soon other villagers show up with guards, calling out to him. Now he's completely baffled about what's going on. The villagers can't believe Rokan actually took down the bandits. The village head of Komoro is really worried about why the Komeo Mountains are on fire, and thinks the bandits might come back for more. He's guessing they stole a ton and suddenly seem to be everywhere since a few weeks ago. One villager mentions that sometimes adventurers would scare them off, but with the bandits growing in number, even that's been tough lately. He then grabs Rokan's hand to say thanks and show appreciation for him on behalf of the whole village. Other villagers start expressing their gratitude to the knights too, feeling safer now. The village leader mentions they don't have much to offer but invites him to stay the night since they can provide a place to sleep. One of the minions points out that the soldiers look pretty worn out and asks about crashing there for a night, but he tells him to hold on a sec. He notices it's kind of weird that even after getting raided several times, the villagers seem fine and healthy, like nothing's happened. It makes him curious if they're keeping something hidden, or if there are still some secret paths he doesn't know about. He's starting to think he should stay on his toes. Out of nowhere, she jumps in and starts asking about the knights who took down the bandits. She's seriously a total knockout, and turns out she's a saintess on the lookout for anyone who got hurt. He's totally thrown off seeing her. She explains she came to check things out because she heard about a mountain fire, so she decided to head back. He's trying to make sense of everything, and the village head introduces him to the person who started the bandits. She instantly brightens up and realizes they probably can't last much longer. The villagers reassure her not to worry, saying they're safe now. The chick goes right up to him, wondering if they should pay him back for what he did, but he's just acting cool about it. The village head starts talking about helping the knights now that everyone's safe. The minions get a bit flustered when she looks over at them. So, the head also suggests she use her powers to help them out since they're probably exhausted. He says there's no need to worry because her power is definitely real. A few weeks back, when the village started having trouble with the bandits, these guys were totally beating up the villagers and stealing everything they had. The villagers even tried to talk to them, asking how they're supposed to survive if the bandits keep taking all their stuff. But the bandits just shut them down, saying if they plan to give anything back, why would they take it in the first place? The poor villagers are really going through a hard time because of all this. They start yelling at the bandits, claiming they stole from them just a few days ago and that their kids are hungry. That's when the saintess steps in because she can't just stand by. The bandits are caught off guard when they see her. When she sees a starving kid, she can't help but snap at them, wondering why they'd do something like that. But to them, she's just this funny girl who clearly doesn't get much of the world. One of them walks over, grabs her by the hair, and realizes she's probably got some kind of high status. She instantly punches him right in the face and asks why he'd stir things up. She points out that things are tough enough already, so they should stick together and help each other out. She's trying to explain that taking stuff that isn't theirs is just not cool. From that point on, she starts hanging out with them. She looks out for the village and gets her hands dirty, but the bandits start flexing their power to push her away. They either go after her directly or show up just as she is about to sleep. Each time, the villagers tell her to pack up and leave. It's already been so wrecked that even they can't take it anymore and are starting to leave little by little, but she always tells them not to talk like that. She reminds them this is the place he's put in all his hard work and says she'll handle things the best way she can. She believes they've got to stick together to get through the tough times. The group reflects on how moving it is and then decides to have Kokomoro villages back. They come up with some plans, build walls, and get themselves armed up. Even though the bandits stumble for a moment, they bounce back quickly. Thanks to her healing, they're not too banged up, but life is still tough. With the Empire's knights showing up, everyone feels a lot more secure now. The leader announces that they're going to help the village get back on its feet, and he suggests they all celebrate together tonight. She mentions that she'll help out anyone who's hurt, and the minions are really grateful for it. But she's super chill about it, saying she's just doing what she can. Plus, she doesn't have much going on in the village, so she really wants to pitch in however possible. The knights are being treated really well by the villagers, and even the kids are handing them some bread. The village head invites him to crash at his place for the night, and she's staying over too. But he just kinda goes along with it and agrees. It really catches her off guard when she spots him. She checks him out, seeing that he's got some pretty bad injuries, and asks if she can help him. But he just brushes her off, saying he's only here for a bit and tells her to take care of the minions first. Completely at a loss for words, she just walks away, leaving him puzzled. Meanwhile, the leader takes charge. While over to the side, the minions are having a blast around their bonfire. They're getting the kids all pumped up, sharing stories about how they totally took down the bandits. As he gets home, he can't help but think about whether the little voice in his head keeps pushing him to crash here, even though he keeps saying he doesn't want to. He starts to question if he really knows what being an adventurer means. Maybe he's hiding something from himself. Out of nowhere, the Saintess girl walks in asking if he's still awake. He gets all confused when he sees her. She casually strolls over, saying sorry for dropping by so late. Then she mentions she wants to talk to him about something. In the end, Roken wraps it up by saying how tough things have been. He's curious if he should step in to help her. When he asks if that's all there is, she nods in agreement. That's when it hits him that she's the reason why their quest turned out differently. He starts feeling skeptical since he's never taken this path before. He mentions that she doesn't seem like she's from around here, which makes him wonder why she's been so eager to help. She admits, just like he guessed, that she's not from the village. She talks about how she can't just stand by and watch innocent people get hurt. She thinks she could handle the bandits on her own, but deep down, she knows she's not enough. Now, she's left contemplating if she should just give up or keep fighting. As she holds up his hand, her face lights up with relief. She's so happy he showed up because together they can protect the village. He's totally taken aback by her reaction and confused about what's going on, but then he notices something pop up on the side of his screen. A notification reminding him he's encountered a player and asking if he wants to check their info. That's when he starts to sweat, realizing the Saintess is actually a player. The chick notices something's off and calls out to him softly, but then he suddenly freaks out when he checks his notification. She asks where he's headed as he gets up. He walks over to the door and asks her one thing, what she does and where she's from. She replies that she just helps people with the clerics. With a cute and soft tone, she adds that if he's curious about anything else, he can just ask. Our guy just freezes at the door and says he needs to ask her one more thing. Looking pretty scary, he questions how she knew he was coming. Then he throws in whether he should call her Saintess or by her real name. Turning around with a menacing vibe, he calls her Odin's underling, Yahello from the Ragnarok Guild, and asks where her boss is. This totally catches her off guard. She decides to drop the act and starts laughing like a villain, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, he's all geared up, demanding to know where Odin is. As she hears this, she slowly starts to stand up. Her vibe begins to shift in a really graceful way. She mentions that it's only fair for him to go find Odin himself. Then she fully gets ready and asks if he doesn't agree, referring to him as Roken. But then she hits him with a surprise, asking if she should stick with that name. Out of nowhere, she drops his real name, Kwon Youngmin. That totally catches him off guard, and he asks how she knows it. Yahello, though, charges right at him, saying he'll have to figure that out on his own. He isn't backing down either, and they both leap into action immediately. From the outside, everything seems calm, but in the next moment, the house is completely swallowed up. Yahello asks him if he's clueless about what's happening. She swings at him, but he dodges it pretty easily. However, her second shot just barely grazes his cheek. He tries to swing his axe at her, but she dodges that too. She then comments that he's weaker than Odin said he'd be and asks if he's just been goofing off. He lands on his feet, and now that they're face to face, Yahello comments that it's pretty disappointing that the top solo player isn't that impressive. She thinks Odin might have overhyped him. Curious, he asks her what she's actually after, wondering if she's trying to take down the whole system since she's kind of running the village too. She shrugs it off, saying it doesn't really matter if he knows. Then she hints that maybe he'll figure it out when she mentions it's all because of the Fisher. When he hears about the Fisher, he's pretty surprised and starts to wonder if the Ragnarok Guild has something to do with it. Yahello confirms his suspicion and breaks the news that Odin wanted her to keep an eye on him because of it. He asks if Odin knows about him already and can't believe it, but then it hits him all at once. He figures out that their real target isn't the Lord, even though that's just a guess. Instead, they're after something way more dangerous. He gets really mad, asking if she seriously thinks he'll just let her do whatever she wants. Then he quickly kicks into berserker mode, along with that deadly hit. He knows this version of Yahello is weaker than the one he's used to, but since she's still faster than him, he can't afford to let her stall. He realizes he has to wrap things up in one shot. So without wasting any time, his deadly hit charges up to 100%, meeting all the requirements. He jumps into action right away, and the artwork looks absolutely top-notch. In that absolute cinema, just as he's about to land using the berserker and barely making it, Yahello starts glitching out in the game. She tells him it's time to wake up from his dream, and that totally catches him off guard. He crashes the berserker down, causing a massive explosion all around. But when the dust settles, it's like he's the only one left. Yahello seems to have vanished, and panic hits him as he realizes he's totally lost. She disappears before he even gets a chance to reach out to her. Yahello isn't the only one that's gone. Everyone from the village has mysteriously vanished too. Then, out of nowhere, the game starts crashing right in front of him, and he's totally thrown off by what's happening. It feels like some kind of weird pathway is opening up between reality and the game world. He's struggling to make sense of it all when suddenly a notification pops up behind him. He turns around and is hit with a shock. He's being forcefully logged out because of a server error. Over on the other side of the city, some players are getting kicked out of the game all of a sudden. It feels like a major turning point, and out of nowhere, a timer pops up, counting down from 4 seconds. Just as the timer's about to hit 0, we catch a quick glimpse of Odin. It looks like he's getting ready to step out from the game into the real world. Roken, on the other hand, seems to be falling apart in the game. Right in front of him, the countdown is about to hit 0, and he notices some mysterious figure staring him down. Just when the countdown reaches 0, he gets kicked out of the system. This is where the whole player info transfer project kicks off. Roken's info transfer is just starting to move. It's at 1% right now. Now that he's back to reality, he's trying to catch his breath and sweating like crazy. He can't shake the feeling that he was definitely in the game. It's a total mystery why he got logged out. His head is pounding too. He can't remember ever getting randomly kicked out before, and he's starting to wonder if it's got something to do with Ragnarok. The whole thing is pretty messed up. He grits his teeth, struggling to make sense of what's going on. His phone suddenly starts buzzing, and he notices it's a call from an unknown number. Curious about who it could be, he answers, and it's Mirai, freaking out. She quickly tells him to get out of there right now. She sounds really scared and reveals that they're on their way, urging him to hold on as long as he can. She keeps yelling, asking if he's even paying attention, stressing that it's a total emergency. He's totally confused about why everything's so hectic all of a sudden. He asks her what's up with all this drama because he thinks it's pretty chill where they are. As he moves to the window, he wonders what she even means by emergency. But she quickly tells him not to open the curtains and just to hang on a bit longer because she's busy transferring his info. She shouts at him not to peek outside. Things take a wild turn when he sees a gigantic monster sneaking past his window, and it's completely bonkers. That huge creature goes for it, charging at the building like it's no big deal. He's totally freaked out when he sees that thing throw a punch right at his apartment. In the blink of an eye, everything goes from chill to total chaos as the entire city gets wrecked, and he just gets completely smashed. It's absolutely insane. It's pretty wild that he's still alive, and now he's starting to wonder if he's actually dreaming. He's shaking like a leaf and wishing it was all just a bad dream. But then reality hits him hard when he sees the sirens going off and all these monsters tearing through the city. He can even smell the awful scent of blood and feel the pain. There's no doubt about it. This is real life, no question. Monsters are bursting out of the fissure like there's no tomorrow, and people are scrambling to escape. Meanwhile, he realizes that this is the real deal and starts thinking about what he can do next. He wonders if there's really nothing he can do. Right in front of him, the monsters are viciously taking people down. A little girl stands there, totally frozen, with her plushie in hand as a wild monster raises its axe, ready to strike. It's a brutal scene, and she looks completely helpless. Just when it looks like she's about to be lost, he grabs a massive steel rod and jumps in to block the monster's attack aimed at the kid, who's crying and totally looks like he needs saving. Now it's just him facing all those monsters, but this time it feels real. The innocent kid appreciates what he's doing and he tells her to run. She suggests they should escape together, but he says he's not doing this just to help her. He admits he can't just stand there and take a hit. Just then, right as the monster is about to charge at him, he decides to keep the date going. He grabs the steel rod tightly and starts swinging at the monster's heads. He takes down the first one, then quickly goes for the second, and without hesitation, he takes out a third. He can't quite figure out why, but it feels like his movements are smoother than usual. He thinks to himself that maybe he can actually handle this. Out of nowhere, a huge ogre shows up and is about to stomp him flat. Seeing this, he freaks out completely, and in the blink of an eye, he gets crushed in a really brutal way. There are so many monsters around, and here he is all alone in front of a crowd of them. He's shaking like a leaf and wonders if he totally messed up by sticking around, thinking maybe he should just bolt and get out of there. Out of nowhere, a little kid stretches out her hand towards him, and as he looks up, he realizes it's that innocent girl with her plushie trying to save him. He asks why she's even bothering to run back. He just tells her to hurry and get out of there. He wonders if she wants to get hurt after he risked everything to help her. On the flip side, she wants to escape too, but deep down, she knows he actually saved her. That's why she feels like she has to help him as well. Hearing this completely leaves him speechless. He gives the kid a friendly pat and says that line just now was simple but pretty solid. He opens up about how he's been overthinking things, which isn't like him at all. Now he's feeling pumped because he thinks even if he's gonna go down, he wants to take at least one more with him. That's just how he rolls. Right in front of him are a ton of monsters, and he's not flinching at all. Just when one of the creatures lifts its axe to take a swing at him, he suddenly feels this insane boost of power. Memories from the game start flooding back to him, and it looks like things are about to get real exciting. Out of nowhere, he taps into his sword strike skill, like, for real, not just in the game. He slices through the monster like it's a Kit Kat bar. Then he charges at the rest of them without holding back. People are completely shocked by what they see in front of them. Mirai lets out a sigh of relief, saying he just barely made it. The info transfer is fully done now, so Rokan's data has officially made its way into the real world. On the other hand, he's grinning like a total menace, totally pumped up and ready to go after the guy who sent him flying before. As the monster is going wild, it's finally time for our guy to cut a path through them, slicing them up like crazy. He's taking down every monster that comes his way, not backing down for a second. Before long, he's taking care of all of them. Now he's standing amidst their defeated bodies, letting out a big sigh of relief. He can't believe the monsters actually showed up after he woke up. He's not sure if he should feel good about it or not. If it wasn't for Mirai, he wouldn't have had a clue what was happening, and he's debating whether he should thank her. But then something catches his eye. People are stepping up to help the injured. Watching that hits him emotionally. He starts thinking that if he had woken up just a little earlier, maybe he could have saved someone. It's hard to say, but he's feeling all sorts of complicated emotions about it right now. That innocent kid calls out to him, and when he sees her, he asks if she's still around. She's actually there to say thanks for earlier. He checks to make sure she's not hurt, and tells her to get back to her family. But she reveals that people are looking for him. He's totally thrown off by this. She grabs his hand, insists he'll like it, and pushes him to follow her. He's still confused about where they're headed, and can't believe anyone would be looking for him, but the kid keeps urging him to hurry up. As he steps into the place where people are running medical camps, the little kid shouts for everyone to come over. She excitedly announces that she brought along the guy she's been talking about, the one who helped them out. At first everyone looks a bit confused, but then they light up and start cheering for him. They don't even know who he is, but they're really grateful to be alive because of him. Meanwhile, he's just standing there, feeling a mix of confusion and happiness. He chuckles to himself, thinking this isn't so bad after all, and then he just casually walks away. Out of nowhere, someone jumps in and calls him a hero. She tells him this is just the beginning and warns him not to get too cocky about it. He recognizes her and comments that she really pushed him back there when they almost bit the dust. Mirai just points out that he's still alive, and so is her cute little pet. He looks over and gets confused because that bug is still hanging around. Curious, he asks her what's up with that winged frog since he's never seen anything like it. As soon as he says that, the little guy gets all puffed up and annoyed. It starts fuming, saying it doesn't appreciate being treated like that for a dragon. Mirai jumps in and explains that its name is Kai, and he's her partner who showed up all alone from the Lord's data. She tells him to move for now and assures him she'll fill him in on the details later. So our guy is pretty annoyed, asking where they're headed since those guys aren't clearing out his place like they did last night. She casually questions why they'd even bother to go somewhere with nothing to grab, then explains there's another spot they've decided on. She mentions they're going to the headquarters that's handling this whole situation, and her pet chimes in to confirm they're off to the base. When they finally pull up to the Falcon headquarters, she says she'll only explain things once and tells him to pay attention. Meanwhile, he feels a wave of relief since he barely made it through but realizes he can't catch a break. He asks if this is how they treat heroes, then straightens himself up and tells her to go ahead and explain. He confronts her, demanding to know what that jerk Odin did. Thinking she finally has a grasp on how serious this is, she decides to spill the whole story. She hits a button and tells him to pay attention. She explains that the Lord is this virtual simulation game that links their reality to another dimension. It was initially created to prepare for possible rifts with other dimensions, but then something unexpected happened, and the server blew up, which caused their world to merge with another one. He definitely knows how dangerous that can be. They haven't just sat around doing nothing though. With the chosen players, they managed to transfer their data from the Lord to reality and tackle the situation. And then she drops the bombshell. He's the chosen player who's supposed to lead them, the top-ranked player in the Lord, Rokan. He can't believe she actually moved that Lord's info into reality. He's trying to figure out if the external thing she mentioned has anything to do with Ragnarok, wondering how those guys fit into all this. Then she drops the news that they still don't know who's behind it all, but she clarifies that their goal is pretty straightforward. When he hears this, he looks totally confused. She starts explaining that first, they need to shut down anything that happens before they can make their move. The second thing she brings up is finding the wreck and the rock she mentioned, which ties back to their mystery mastermind. If they mess up either of those things, she hits him with the harsh reality that it's not just them at risk. Everyone's lives are on the line. She checks in, asking if he's got it. He's visibly sweating, gulps hard, and admits there's a mountain of work ahead. Meanwhile, people outside can't believe the extent of the destruction in Seoul. Some people think everything is photoshopped, while others have lost loved ones. A few recognize that the creatures in the video were also mentioned in the lore. Among them is a mysterious figure who's just wandering around. He seems to have a purpose. When he finally reaches an empty street, he works his magic to open a portal right before his eyes. Stepping through, he emerges with an impressive aura, looking pretty badass. Once he arrives, Hela is there to greet him. Thor, the Ragnarok submaster and priest of fury, is also hanging out, along with Skadi, the priest of judgment, Helios, the priest of desire, Artemis, the priest of atonement, Horde, the priest of sin, Nidhogg, the priest of death, and of course, Hela, the priest of ruin. They're all gathering together. Their master is Odin, the head honcho of Ragnarok. Everyone welcomes him as their savior. After this, Hela jumps in to kick off their meetup. She mentions that, as they were worried about, Rokan has woken up. Then she asks what they're going to do about it. Standing next to Odin, she presses for answers. Skadi quickly chimes in, wanting to start with Hela. She questions why they're putting so much focus on this Rokan dude. Skadi says if she had her way, they'd just give the orders and take out all the humans before the fissure fully opens. But Thor interrupts her, snapping back and asking if she's forgotten their earlier talk. He makes it clear that the humans in this dimension hold the vital energy they've been after for ages, and she wants to wipe them out just like that. It shows that before they reach their ultimate goal of liberation, they can't just recklessly destroy this dimension. Skadi is really annoyed because Thor is being so quick to explain himself. She asks him if that's why he told everyone to pull back during the Battle of the Gods. Thor gets furious at this and snaps back, saying her words are offensive. He wants to know if she's really happy with his decision from back then. Completely taken aback, she says of course she was, insisting that if Odin had been there, they definitely would have won. That just ramps up the tension between them. Right at that moment, Odin jumps in, coolly pointing out how strange it is that they think they can talk without asking him first. He puts a lot of pressure on both Skadi and Thor, making them uneasy. Hela sees this and steps in to calm things down, saying they're just individuals and urging him not to get angry. She says if he keeps it up, she might get scared. Hearing that, Odin decides to chill out. Skadi and Thor are both pretty ticked off at Hela while they try to catch their breath. Just when Odin starts to calm down, someone jumps in and says he wants to speak up. Odin realizes he almost forgot about this guy. Standing in front of him is the priest of death, Nidhogg, who's more eager than anyone to take down Rokan. Turns out he's the one right in front of Rokan, and he's not shy about admitting that he was part of the Ragnarok Guild. He's taking all the blame for not being able to stop Rokan earlier, but promises that he'll keep messing with them. Then he throws out the idea that since Rokan has them hooked, they might as well focus on getting rid of the other awakened ones before they get too powerful and join him. Odin thinks it's a solid plan and asks if he can head out to find the other awakened beings right now. Nidhogg is all in and agrees right away, then walks up to a portal and takes off. Hela's a bit unsure and asks Odin if it's really okay for a dog to go right now. She's skeptical, but Odin cuts her off and tells her to chill out with the worries. He believes that Nidhogg is just a loyal member of Ragnarok who doesn't even realize what's going on or who's pulling his strings. He's just consumed by revenge. Meanwhile, our guy is with Mirai, and after taking care of everything, he He asks if she really means he has to do all the work himself. That makes Mirai sweat a little. She clarifies that he's not alone. He's got Kai and her, and they'll stick by him to make the fighting easier. Kai tells him he'll be the strongest with him by his side, but then it hits him. What if he ends up dying because of these guys? He hasn't even gotten married yet. Still, he shakes off the thought and asks what he needs to do. She says she'll break it down for him. She wants to know if he thinks he can take on a huge group all by himself if he gets stronger. He lets out a sigh of relief, asking if she's kidding, and confidently says he'd totally do it. But deep down, he's feeling super serious about it, especially thinking about how he lost to Odin. He can't shake off the memories of that day before he was regressed. He starts to get nervous, realizing that taking this on alone is going to be so much harder. Hearing this, Mirai jumps in, saying their next move is to find other awakened people and bring them here. There's someone he needs to track down first. Even though he snagged all the top titles in the game, this player was the one who got the strategy guide into everyone's hands first. She tells him he just needs to keep this in mind. He's got to somehow meet up with the Awakened. She's all hyped up, saying he should join their crew. The podium lights up with some fireworks at her suggestion, but she has no clue that he prefers playing solo. Out in the city, with rain pouring down, there's a scared little kitten shaking in the crowd. Some thugs are grumbling about not getting any customers, and they think it's because of this guy hanging around. One thug wishes they could just get rid of the kitten so it would stop being a hassle. Out of nowhere, a girl strolls around the corner and wow, she's a total knockout. She catches sight of a kitty looking pretty rough and walks over to check on it, asking if it's okay. The kitty perks up and she realizes it's hurt. With a reassuring vibe, she tells the kitty she's gonna help take the pain away. Turns out she's a healer, and she brings her magic to life, getting the little kitty all better. After a bit, the kitty starts to feel good again. She gently pats the little furball and warns it to stay away from people, thinking they won't really care to help. So, Rokan is just wandering around the streets of Buchan, thinking he's the boss of all things tough. He's tackled everything solo and thinks he's got it all figured out. But now he's really annoyed that he has to go look for his buddy. On top of that, he's got this totally useless flying frog with him, and that's really getting under his skin. He's fuming, feeling like how dare anyone look down on him. Kai mentions that he might need help later and tells Rokan to show some respect, but Rokan just brushes it off like he's too cool to care, which only ticks Kai off even more. Our guy is trying to track down some chick named Alice, but he's totally lost since he's never even seen or heard of her. He asks the flying frog if he knows anything, but all he can tell him is that she's a girl and used to be some sort of healer in the Lord. Rokan's super annoyed because he's already heard that same thing before, and honestly, the flying frog isn't much help at all. Suddenly, something grabs his attention as people start crowding around the big screen on the building. There's news flashing that a bunch of people got hurt in a massive attack by some unknown creatures in the outskirts of Seoul. The government's saying it wasn't a terrorist attack from any specific group, but rather an assault by monsters. No one knows when or where they'll strike next. The country's declared a state of emergency and is urging everyone to get out if they spot any of these monsters. People are starting to freak out as their rumors turn out to be true, and it's pure chaos everywhere. But then there's Rokan, just walking around like nothing's happening. Even though he knows what's really going on, he's struggling to keep up with everything. He wonders how everyone else is handling it, especially those who are in the dark. Realizing he needs to sort things out fast to avoid more trouble, he tells the flying frog to hurry up and find the person who's awakened. But the frog just keeps getting on his nerves, reminding him that he actually has a name, Kai, that his ancestor gave him. Rokan tries to brush it off and move on. On the flip side, it looks like some of the thugs have cornered that girl who accidentally spilled coffee on one of them. She tries to explain that she was just standing there, but the bullies don't care and start getting in her face, saying she's not gonna make it up to him. His buddies tell him to take it easy because he's just freaking her out. The girl wonders if they're really forcing her into this. But right when she's about to say something, she gets spooked seeing their creepy, grinning faces. Shaking and totally scared, she quickly starts apologizing, begging them to let it slide this time. The thug spots some eye-catching beauty and thinks about how she might pay him off. Just as he's about to grab hold of some really nice stuff, he gets clocked in the face out of nowhere. That's Rokan swooping in and sending the thug flying with his teeth scattering everywhere. Alice can't believe what she just witnessed. The thug's crew looks completely freaked out and starts asking who Rokan is. Meanwhile, our guy is radiating some serious energy. He calls on the flying frog, wondering if he's going to get arrested for sending that dude flying and if he might have seriously hurt him. But Kai chimes in, saying Mirai told him not to use his powers on regular folks, so he might be in hot water. The thug's goons just take off running, and our guy is left pretty annoyed wondering where they're headed. He shrugs it off, sighing in relief and calling them a bunch of disloyal losers. Meanwhile, Alice just drops to the floor, and Rokan walks over to check on her. She tells him to stay back, which totally catches him off guard and he looks surprised. She asks him if it's cool for him to hit others just because he's stronger. Then she wonders what would happen if he got hurt trying to help her. She starts to cry, feeling like helping people doesn't really do anything in return. Rokan looks surprised by this. Just as he tells her not to stress herself out, she stands up and gets ready to leave. Seeing this, Rokan can't help but comment that this strange girl is making a scene even when he's just trying to help. But then, out of nowhere, a notification pops up behind him as he turns around. It mentions that there's a player nearby and he can check their info if he makes contact. Realizing the woman he just talked to was Alice, he spins around to look for her, but she's already gone. On the other side, she heads back to her apartment. Once she's in, she says there's nobody around anyway, so she decides to change her clothes. After that, she glances at a childhood portrait. Then, she heads upstairs to get undressed and hop into a nice cold bath. That girl is totally a knockout, and she's also playing the role of a bishop. The thug who got taken down by our guy is still feeling the pain. His crew is all worked up about getting revenge and mentions they managed to bail out halfway through. This really pisses the thug off since he knows they just ditched him. He tells them to track those guys down because he remembers what they look like. Now he's fired up to go find those two jerks and make them pay for what they did. Out of nowhere, Nidhogg jumps up and calls out to the thug, asking if he's seen a guy with a scar on his face or a pigtailed woman with some crazy powers. The thug looks at him, confused, and wonders if he's for real or just dressing up. His minions are getting ready for trouble since their boss isn't in a great mood today. But the thug relaxes and tells them to chill. What he doesn't realize is that his minions are getting wiped out in a brutal way. Just when he glances away, Nidhogg asks again about the scar-faced guy or the pigtailed lady, frustrated because he's already taken care of those poor minions and is getting fed up with this whole situation. While the thug is practically shaking in his boots, Nidhogg really hopes this is the last time he has to deal with this. Eventually, the thug meets his end after a bit. It's taking way longer to track them down than Nidhogg thought it would. He figures he needs to find that girl before Roken does. So, he decides to pull out one of his tricks, even though it'll drain some of his powers. He conjures up some wild monsters out of nowhere and sends them off. They go completely nuts. Plus, he makes a bet with Roken on who can find the awakened one faster. Nidhogg has a feeling this night's going to drag on longer than he'd like. Alice just flopped onto the floor, feeling like sleep was totally out of reach tonight, even more than usual. She can't stop thinking about that guy she met earlier. He came off as grumpy but had this warm side too. It's got her wondering if he realizes that no matter how much he helps people or sacrifices, in the end, nothing really sticks with us. She starts to zone out, thinking about her school days. She's going to be late for the first day of school. Her real name's Lee Haeon. Her mom's already tried waking her up like 100 times. She suggests that since she's in high school now, she should get up by herself. Her dad chimes in, asking why it's such a big deal this morning. Alice asks them if they're both taking the day off work or what. They used to head out super early for work. Her dad would just laugh it off and tease her mom, and that would kick off their usual family drama. Alice would join in with a chuckle, saying she was off to school. She grew up in a family where everyone really cared about each other. Her parents were firefighters who helped people out. Even though she wasn't the most outgoing person, she always put in the effort to help those around her. It was pretty simple. She just liked making people smile. She's really nervous about starting high school and wonders what kind of friends she'll make in middle school. She hopes to reach out to some people first so she can get closer to them. There was a time when she had high hopes, but 6 months later, after she tried to stand up for those being bullied, she ended up being the one who got bullied. She didn't really have a solid reason for wanting to help others, and for some people, it wasn't a big deal to them. At first, she asked for help, but none of the ones she helped offered their support. The only thing that kept her going through it all was her parents. It was like those things were all she needed, until that day when a huge fire took down the whole building. She heard that the firefighters who went in to put out the flames never made it back out. People were saying they weren't sure what really happened, but some high school punks were joking around at a construction site when the fire broke out. The firefighters who tried to save them got trapped in the flames. After that day, she lost the one reason she could handle everything. It all went up in smoke and ashes. That was all just a dream Haeon had. She dozed off while reading an article and found out the Lord was suddenly shutting down service, which totally confused her. Even though it was just a game, she realized it had become her main escape. She started off playing casually, but soon got completely hooked. A few days ago, she got kicked out of the game and hasn't been able to log back in since. Now, something she couldn't wrap her head around was happening to her. It seems like it's up to her how to use this weird power she has. Out of nowhere, someone rings the doorbell, claiming it's a delivery. Haeon can't believe there's a delivery at this hour. She gets up to check it out, thinking it might be the everyday stuff she ordered earlier. When she opens the door, she's stunned to see Nidhogg standing there as the delivery guy, looking all menacing. He tells her that finally he can kill her. Haeon feels a chill run down her spine, and she's shaking like a leaf. He asks if she's scared of death or something, and she can't help but wonder who he is. Her brain screams for her to run, but she's frozen in place, her body refusing to budge. Nidhogg, on the other hand, casually raises his hand and asks if she's about to kick the bucket. All she can think about is wishing someone would swoop in to help her, and she even shuts her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. Then, out of nowhere, Nidhogg gets distracted by a sudden noise, and as he looks up, it seems like Roken shows up way quicker than he expected. Our guy is right in front of Nidhogg, who mentions that it's been a while since he last saw Roken. The punch hits Nidhogg hard, sending him flying. Haeon instantly recognizes him as that person from before, and luckily, Roken shows up just in time. He calls out to her, saying her name, Lee Haeon, and tells her he'll fill her in later. For now, she needs to get to a safer spot. He also calls for Kai, who rushes over to protect her. Nidhogg notices that our guy has gotten way stronger, but he still thinks it won't be enough. Our guy is also trying to figure out who he's facing and finally realizes it's Nidhogg. He's gotten a lot stronger since the Lord days. Nidhogg drops the bomb that Odin is about to show up in this world. As he gets closer, he says today's the day our guy's struggles come to an end, and Roken can't help but think that dude talks way too much. Charging in, our guy figures he just needs to get a good beatdown like last time. Now they're facing off, and he's throwing everything he's got to land a hit. But Nidhogg is dodging everything he throws at him. Dashing around, our guy notices that Nidhogg is as slippery as a fly, but he's not backing down either. Nidhogg, on his end, says he might as well give it his all because if he doesn't, tonight could be our guy's last. Meanwhile, our guy just shrugs off that crow-like jerk. The epic battle is about to kick off, with Nidhogg claiming he's going to survive. Meanwhile, Heian is heading down and wondering what she could possibly do to help. She steps outside to catch her breath, struggling to understand why someone like him would bother fighting to protect her. Right in front of her, our guy is going at it with Nidhogg. Kai chimes in, calling her a frustrating human, which makes Heian curious about him. He introduces himself as the King of the Dragons, and says he'll explain why Roken is fighting for her. Kai points out that, like she mentioned, helping out isn't always a walk in the park, and he gets that sometimes sacrifices go unrecognized. But still, she'll see people who jump in to help others even when they're backed into a corner, and those folks are often labeled as heroes. Kai is actually seeing all of this, and decides to ask her what her name is. As he looks at her more closely, he realizes she's got what it takes to be a hero. Heian, hearing this, can't wrap her head around the fact that she really could be a hero. Meanwhile, Nidhogg is going wild, trying to hit Roken, who keeps dodging him. Roken can still sense people around, so he's holding back. He knows he needs to get everyone out of there if he's going to unleash his powers. He asks Heian why she's still hanging around when he tells her to run. Then he turns to Nidhogg, making a comment about not knowing what Odin has been feeding him. Nidhogg, not missing a beat, goes off about how Odin is on a whole different level compared to the guys he's faced before. He thinks Roken could seriously mess things up for Odin. He feels like he needs to do everything he can to lead our guy into a tough spot. Honestly, he looks like he's about to lose it. He calls upon a bunch of his pets and he's looking totally unhinged. Meanwhile, our guy realizes that today is just not his day. The monsters Nidhogg brings out look totally out of control, and a whole pack of them charges at Roken. He tries to hit them, but they just disappear. He turns to Heian, telling her he's really struggling right now, and suggests she should make a run for it. But then, he's stunned to see Nidhogg fixating on Heian like a total maniac. It looks like she's about to take a hit, just inches away from being struck. But of course, our guy isn't about to let anything bad happen. He steps in front of her, doing the typical hero thing, and takes the hit from Nidhogg. He's spewing blood everywhere, and then he drops to his knees. Things are really bad after that nasty hit. He collapses, groaning that he's been hit. Heian watches, tears streaming down her face because he's protecting her. She can't help but recall those times when she felt so helpless. Kai leaps in to check on him, who now looks like he's in the worst situation ever. Nidhogg stands at the front, totally caught off guard. He can't believe the guy brought death upon himself. For a woman he thinks is useless, he tossed away his life without a second thought. Nidhogg thinks he was a coward for not seeing the true potential of her power. Meanwhile, she's a mess, hands all bloody as she checks on him. Tears stream down her face while he's lying there, seriously hurt. She's convinced it's all her fault that he got hurt because of her. She remembers telling him that nothing really matters once you start helping others. She can't wrap her head around why he did this, or what exactly he was trying to protect by sacrificing himself. Kai snaps that it's all about protecting everything, and that totally surprises her. She looks up, confused, and he goes on to explain that he's given up so much to keep this world safe, even if it meant getting closer to death. He mentions that he always keeps moving forward, no matter what. She can't believe that after all the heartbreak and knowing the truth, he still pushes ahead. She breaks down completely, sobbing. Ever since her parents passed away, she's been scared to face anything new. Even when she tried to be brave, she just thought it would end in more hurt since everyone always leaves her. But here's Roken, knowing everything, still charging ahead. If he can be that kind of person, she thinks it's her turn to step up now. Kai gets fired up too, realizing that she finally understands her own worth. She unleashes her powers, and Nidhogg can't help but wonder what she's up to. He mocks her, asking if someone like her actually thinks she can seek revenge. Seeing her as an intruder of Odin, he unleashes a powerful attack aimed straight at her. She raises her staff, firing right back at him, determined not to lose anyone again. Alice, with her Lord Soul Bishop rank, activates her Bishop Head skill of Infinity. Huge swirls of mana fill the air, creating a massive blast that shoots straight at Nidhogg. He's left in shock as her trump card hits him from above. Kai can feel that crazy mana too. She casts a holy shield that heals everyone inside it. Kai wonders if she's actually taken him down, but Nidhogg is still on his feet. On the other hand, he can't believe his mask got wrecked. Now he's worried that his real face is going to be out there for everyone to see. He starts laughing like a maniac and challenges her, showing off his messed up face. Kai is shocked that this isn't even his true form. Out of nowhere, Nidhogg gets pumped and unleashes a crazy amount of power. His body starts shifting wildly, and before long, he morphs into this giant, terrifying beast covered in weird markings. Alice can feel that insane energy, but decides she's not going to run anymore. She's ready to face him. Nidhogg charges at her in his monstrous form while she stands tall, calling out for Roken, who lies there completely still. He's actually gone. Now that the special condition of the Lord is met, he enters a hidden stage. He stands in front of this huge door, thinking back to his fight with Nidhogg. It hits him that he actually died during that battle. He feels like he should have done a better job protecting Heian until she was fully awake. But he can't help but grin because everything is unfolding just as he planned. Finally, he's made it to this spot thanks to Nidhogg, a moment he's been waiting for ever since he reincarnated. He remembers that it wasn't just about being a player who came from the Lord that day. Now it's time to unlock the hidden title of the Lord, a title that nobody has ever claimed. He's stepping into the hidden title stage, the one that declares he's on the path of the immortal king. As he steps through the door, he finds himself in a place he could never reach in his past life, no matter how hard he tried. It's because there were two big conditions to get here. First, you had to become a triple S rank solo player. Second, you had to die for another player during a team PvP match after earning that title. Before he regressed, he hit the first requirement, but being a solo player meant he couldn't fulfill the second one. Back then, he was all about himself, but now he's changed a lot. The energy in this room is off the charts. It's the main stage known as the Immortal King's Shrine. The wind is wild and hurts like crazy, making tiny cuts on his cheeks. It feels sharp, and just walking through it is a struggle. He pushes through with everything he's got. Before he went back in time, he achieved that triple S rank solo title, so he figures he's probably the first one to get this far. He's excited because now he's finally facing the top dog, the Immortal King. He steps up to the platform, feeling like he's about to take on a huge responsibility. The system asks if he wants to claim the title. As he reads the message, he can feel the weight of it. A crown appears in front of him, surrounded by a powerful aura. The pressure builds as he gets closer, but he's pumped and ready to take it on. His injuries start to heal as he claims the title of Immortal King. Suddenly, he feels a huge boost. His stats and skills skyrocket, and even his friends nearby get a nice upgrade too. He clenches his fist, fired up for their revenge match. Thanks to the Immortal King's special ability, Flames of Revival, he can break free from this place. Outside, Nidhogg is going wild, launching a massive attack at Alice, who's doing her best to hold up her holy shield. Cracks start to form on it as she struggles to maintain the barrier. She's breathing hard and realizes that protecting such a large city has drained her energy. She knows she needs to get to him fast. Kai warns her that now's not the time to waste energy since Nidhogg is gearing up for another attack. Nidhogg is seriously ticked off that she managed to injure him. He thinks she's got no business living another day and is all set to take her and Roken out for good. But Alice, feeling pumped up, is determined to protect him just like he protected her. Nidhogg then calls on his powerful disappear attack and hurls it straight at her. Just then, in a classic plot twist, our guy shows up in his wild new form. With one smooth swing of his new sword, he completely counters Nidhogg's attack like it's no big deal. Kai and Alice are both shocked and pumped. They can't believe he's really back. Seeing her sparks his memory. She's the solo healer ranker who made the strategy guide for the Lord's players. He remembers now. She's Alice, and she's just as blown away that he's back safely. He tells her that things are about to get a whole lot tougher from here, and he wants to know if she's still in for the ride. She thinks for a second, but then memories of her parents and her teammates come flooding back. She decides that if it's with him, she's ready to charge ahead and isn't afraid anymore. When he hears that, he lets out a big sigh of relief, feeling grateful to have her by his side. It's actually pretty nice. He tells her they'll grow closer later and gets pumped up to turn the dark sky bright again. Then, Nidhogg pops up, mocking him and asking if he's playing the hero now. He warns that it'll just lead to more pointless losses. In his demon form, he blasts the attack upwards, and massive claws start forming in the sky, aiming right for him. Our guy realizes Nidhogg's plan is to take out the entire city. Fired up, he charges ahead, thinking that even a tiny sliver of light shines annoyingly bright in the dark, and that's pretty cool. With his sword raised, he lunges right at Nidhogg without a second thought. Now they're staring each other down. Alice says this is their last shot. The Immortal King's special ability doubles all his stats. He reassures her that one time is all they need. She lets loose her holy extreme blast while he unleashes his judgment scale. Together, their power surges forward, aiming straight for Nidhogg's head. Nidhogg screams his name as a huge explosion erupts, engulfing him completely. Our guy lands right in front of Alice with a big thud. She's totally shocked by what just happened and can't believe he's completely fine. He smirks, thinking that one ray of light is way too bright. And now, it looks like the sunshine really has taken over the sky.